Oh, is it buffering? What's going on? Are we live? Can you see me? Oh, buffering straight away. That's a good start. Right, anyway, yes, hello everyone. If you look above me, there is a timer. It says 45 minutes. And every time someone gifts a membership, upgrades a membership, or becomes a new member, that timer will go up by 3 minutes. I will stream for as long as you guys make me. So yeah, we've got some fun planned. Pardon me. In about an hour, I will be going over to the OmniTalk Discord server to have some debate with Flurfs. We've got Mr. Trump-tastic coming back. Just to see if it works. Planner, I don't think it's updating. Planner Walk, it does not seem to be updating, my friend. We can get that sorted in a sec. Yeah, but I'll be going over to the OmniTalk Discord server to have some debates there. Then we got Mr. Trump-tastic, who will be coming back for another debate. We've got... I'm going to be covering the PhD Tony and Flat Earth Jesus debate. I'm going to be doing a bunch of fun stuff to keep us all entertained. Yes, Planner, I am using the updated version that you sent me. It does not seem to be registering the members. Let me see. Auto monitoring's on. It's all set up. Right. I'll have to add the time manually for now. So we've already got dihydrogen monoxide gifted 5 memberships, which is 15 minutes. And then Rubik's gifted a membership, which makes it 18. And then we've got Monkey Cat Pat Pat gifted a membership, makes it 21. So we can add 21 minutes. There we go. We're up to 1 hour and 2 minutes already. It's Rubik's $2 says, greetings from 35,000 feet in the air. All right, I'm quickly going to download the updated version of the application from Plannerwalk. Bear with me one sec. Plannerwalk is the amazing person that has programmed the application that monitors automatically what is happening with our memberships and how many there is. Control C. All right, so I copy that into the first one, right? Bear with me 1 second, guys. I'm going to just get this sorted. And then open it again. Auto monitoring sign in. Right. Get that going again. So, oh. 21 minutes. Right. Hopefully now, when you guys gift memberships, it will automatically update. It's Rubik's is in the sky. Did it work that time? The Turtle Move sent 1 membership. Thank you very much. Gifted a membership. I didn't see if it went up, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be counting the number of members either, Planar. That's fine. We can just get rid of that layer. There we go. The Turtle Moves for £2 says, you won't catch me giving money when Craig begs. Please give me money. I'm so poor. Obviously, I make a bit of money when I do this, but this is more about having fun with you guys. And I just want to talk about how much Flat Earth has been absolutely destroyed recently. There is very, very little left. And it's kind of having to dig deep to find the stupid. Right. Someone else donate a membership so we can see if it's updating the timer. So we've had 45, add 20, at 24. So that's about right. The timer should be working. But for some reason it was not updating the amount of members gained, so we just got rid of that one. Your Victoria says, stop making excuses, Craig, if that even is your real name. No fun will be had. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to have fun. Rubik says, how about a Kent Hovind debate, Craig? Oh, I would love to debate Kent Hovind, but he won't debate me for some reason. I've asked. Stop the stupidity, how you doing? Dihydrogen monoxide, I'm guessing you missed the Moonbase meeting. Yeah, the Moonbase meeting was held recently. Neil deGrasse Tyson laid out the new rules. You should have been there. Harry Warp, yeah, Kent Hovind, Joe, again, I would absolutely love it. Hey, Borg Emporia, how are you? Glad to see you here, my friend. The Canadian Space Advocate, the 11, you are Victoria. It's amazing that you guys will come out to support my, punishing myself. Right, so, yeah, Flat Earth is kind of like been destroyed. And it's a bit sad, really, because that means there's less stupid for us to poke at. But what it does mean is the stupid that is left is incredibly stupid. The dumbest of the dumb of the dumb. Like Flatzoid, for instance, claiming he's not doing Flat Earth while still doing Flat Earth. Cece, Mark Sargent, Sov, these are what is left of Flat Earth. The dumbest of the dumbest of the dumb. Flat Earth, Aussie Jesus, for God's sakes. Right? Jade Girl says, Craig, will you add an hour if I prove the Earth is flat? Yes, I will. I'll add 10 hours if you prove the Earth is flat. Golden Knight says, Flat Earth has been destroyed by ChatGPT of all things. Catalina Vin comes in straight away with the 50 memberships. Thank you so much. Straight away, that's incredible. Doesn't seem to be updating the timer. Oh, and another 50, Catlin. Oh my goodness. That's 100 memberships, which means I need to add 300 minutes. Planner, I do not know why it is not automatically updating. I will have to be adding them manually myself. So, Catalina Vin, who is absolutely incredible, insane. Has already put it up to 6 hours and 1 minute. If you are in the chat, make sure you say thank you to Catalina Vin for the incredible generosity. Catalina, it's amazing to see you in the chat. I know you've been very busy. I do look out for you often. You've been such an amazing supporter of the channel. 6 hours to go. That's all right. I'll finish in 6 hours. I'm okay with that. All right, I guess I will be adding the time manually. Not sure why. Derek Dollar £2 says, "Here's £2 to keep you going for more time." Right. Here's the thing. Super chats don't add more time, but what we can do is we can set goals, and once we've got the goal, I use a website where we flip a coin, and the coin will either be to add time or remove time. So that can be fun. Super chat should add time too. It's not set up for that right now. Yeah, I don't know why it's not updating automatically. So recently there was a debate between Flat Earth Aussie Jesus and PhD Tony. PhD Tony, one of the smartest people that I've ever met. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, well, my toe fungus on my right big toe, a lot more intelligent than him, shall we say. Admiral Snappy Turtle Man for 2 months says, "Tell us the backstory of 7 and 12 again for us nerds, and please say Fang Jang Ki Oma." That is Klingon for I am Umlau. That is Klingon for I am Klingon, resistance is futile. Okay, I'm a nerd, so every Friday I go to Top Hats Off channel and take part in a Star Trek role-playing game, very much like Dungeons and Dragons, but with Star Trek. My current character is a Klingon Borg, 7 of 12, tactical node 3, species 5008. He is a Borg Klingon that during Wolf 359, the Borg attack on Starfleet, boarded a Starfleet ship but was subdued and captured by Starfleet and deborgified, ended up going to Starfleet Academy and is now the security officer aboard the USS Kong Z. Derek the Dullard gifted another membership. Thank you very much. Takes us... Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Takes us back up to 6 hours and 1 minute. Yeah, so join us on Fridays for that. Ripper the Stroke says, "How do I not get a fucking membership there?" Oh, I don't know. I don't have a real coin on me. I don't carry cash. Right, we'll do it. We'll set up a goal, right? So we'll set the goal for 30 super chats in 3 hours, and flip a coin to add 3 hours or take 3 hours away. Bit of fun. Yeah, so, but the first thing I wanted to do was have a look at the PhD Tony Flat Earth Aussie Jesus debate about gravity. Clive Wells says, "No, that's a rip-off." Clive, you got a better suggestion? I have debated Flat Earth Aussie Jesus many times.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not gravity is a hoax, and we are starting right now with Ross's, aka Iron Horse's opening statement. Thanks for being...
I need to see the chat, so I'm going to have to move that over here. Total Moves for £2 says, "Have you had the pleasure of Kent whacking you yet?" No, but I'm sure it's going to come up as I attack more Christians and stuff. I would very much like to get Kent. Catalina, once again, thank you so much. Bloody 6 hours to go already. Rachel says, "Hope you're feeling better." People are asking what I've done to Bob. I killed him. There, that's what's left of Bob there. But you can barely see it. Skincare. Yeah, it was just a boil. A lot of you were like, "Oh God, Craig, you're very, you might have cancer and stuff," and I very much appreciate it. But no, it was just a boil. We loved Bob though. I know Bob wasn't with us long enough. Rip Bob. Yeah, his time with us was short, but you know, it was appreciated.
being with this Iron Horse, the floor is all yours.
Remember, guys, as we get into this, all right, we're going to start with this, but in about 40 minutes, go over to the Discord server for debates over there. Every membership adds 3 minutes. Clive says it's a rip-off, but I like the idea of, once we get to the super chat goal, flipping a coin to remove or add time. But if you've got other suggestions, we'd do that. Golden Knight, you can gift a membership to Bob or you like. He can have one in the afterlife. Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. The grave weight of the matter. Greetings. My name is Ross. My YouTube moniker is Iron Horse, where I've slowly been unravelling the truth about the world we live upon.
Ross, you wouldn't know the truth if it kicked you in your smelly vagina. I think the reason you have a beard is, for snacks. You probably got a bunch of food in there, and every now and then, Okay, all right. Not right. I'm going to cancel that goal. People don't like that idea, all right? All right, I tell you what, guys. Give me a suggestion for what to do with the super chats. All right? People don't like the idea of taking time off. Fair enough. I get it. If you have another suggestion, then let me know. Every membership adds 3 minutes. Let's see how long. And this time, if I have a sleep, the timer stops and it keeps going. The stream keeps going with the timer stopped. So even if there's only a couple hours left, and you guys keep making it go up, I will still stop the timer and have some sleep and then get up and carry it on. Rachbot is a member, has gifted a membership, so thank you very much. Add another 3 minutes. Here we go. Catalina, thank you very much for your support. That's amazing, by the way.
Exploring the nature of reality and challenging mainstream narratives. I'm also found on Quora as Roth Iron Horse Thatcher, and I don't mind the odd debate on Facebook either. As a logician and a truther, I will have no need to share my screen to argue my logical...
As a what?
Either. As a logician and a truther...
As a logician? What? What's a logician? People like the idea of it being either add time or do push-ups. We can do that. Andreas Eldritch with 50 sec says, is the desert file clip available or was it lost with your hard drive? It was lost, unfortunately, but I'm remaking it all, so don't worry.
I will have no need to share my screen to argue my logical points. If an argument cannot be explained in such a way that a 12-year-old could understand it, chances are you don't understand it yourself and prefer to hide your ignorance in secret codes that only the initiated understand, in order to bamboozle your opponent like the proverbial test pigeon. I find the truth is best...
Tony's got the right idea. Tony's like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's already face palming.
And by arguing with opponents rather than agreeing with those who already know it. I find exclusively it's those who specialise in a field who hold the strongest, most unswayable opinions. So today, I'd like to explore the origin of these opinions before proposing far more credible and likely explanations for literally...
Andreas Eldridge gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Takes us up another 3 minutes.
The nature of reality. Gravity is the key component to today's beliefs in where we are, what we live upon. Without it, they say, we just float off into space. So let's explore why so many even believe in space in the first place. It's said that...
Because it's a real thing that these things go there all of the time. I'm doing this stream thanks to space. In my garden, there's a big satellite dish. Well, not that big. It's 12 foot in the sky and about this big. but it's in my garden, pointing into space, giving me my internet signal. Planner Walk says, can someone donate 5 memberships?
Around 500 BC, it was first proposed that Earth was a sphere, conveniently in the centre of the universe, sitting on the shoulders of a giant, as the sun was carried across the sky on the back of Apollyon's chariot pulled by 4 mighty steeds. So the sun was basically God, the giver of light and life. Artemis was his wife, the moon, who governed the night. The planetae were wandering stars, gods and goddesses, while the stars were angels seated in heaven.
He knows he's in a debate about gravity, right? The fuck is going on here?
It wasn't until the mid-1500s that a certain Jesuit occultist proposed that, what if the Earth was another wandering star also going around the sun? Although laughing it off as preposterous and absurd, of course the Earth doesn't move. Copernicus was strongly encouraged to work on this thesis by the Pope, the basic idea being that under maritime law, anything found lost at sea belongs to he who finds it. So if the Vatican could discover the Earth lost in the galactic sea, they discovered the legal loophole to claim ownership of the entire world. The problem soon arose, however, as any young child first asked when first shown we live on a globe, what stops the people on the bottom from falling off? Even a child...
Falling off to where, Ross? JackFair199 says, I think he got magician, as in Gandalf the Flat. I think he meant magician. Still not updated there, Planar. Thank you very much for Stop the Stupidity. Gifting 5 memberships, which adds 15 minutes. NANA for $6.66 says, you, so-called Greg, I think you're a CGI bot, so I'm going to send a bunch of membership gifts at the end of your stream when you want to quit. Well, fuck you too. Dihydrogen monoxide, thank you very much. Do what you like. Do your worst. This one will literally go as long as you make it. Dihydrogen monoxide, member 10 months, says, fun conspiracy idea. The recent power cuts in Europe were to prevent anyone from finding out about the most recent results from CERN. CERN found the new smallest subatomic particle, the Flurf brain. You want a screenshot of the donation tabs? The donations tab is empty, dude. One second. One sec, guys. I am just doing something for Planar. Yeah, the donation tab is showing empty, my friend. Six hours to go.
Child automatically sees how illogical such a concept is. This was solved around 1666 by Sir Child automatically asked when first shown we live on a globe, what stops the people on the bottom from falling off? Even a child automatically sees how illogical such a concept is. This was solved around 1666 by Sir Isaac Newton, who discovered gravity on the assumption that when an apple fell on his head whilst writing alchemy formulas sitting under a tree, it might have stayed in motion until being arrested by the force of the density of his head. Or maybe instead he decided it fell because the bigotry of the earth created a force of attraction, and now every child can be told there's an...
Did he say the bigotry of the earth?
Instead, he decided it fell because the bigotry of the earth created a force of attraction, and now every child can be told there's an attraction of mass that stops people falling off the bottom, and eventually they concluded there is no top or bottom, everything is attracted to the centre. This was the beginnings of the utter insanity yet to come. Now this force can be used to explain everything. Why does the earth orbit the sun? Gravity. Why does the moon orbit the earth? Gravity. Why do clouds...
Yes, that is the that is the explanation for things.
hang up in the sky? Density and buoyancy. Gravity. Why doesn't Earth crash into the sun and the moon into the Earth? Dark forces. Luke, my boy. Dark matter, dark energy. Use the force. So gravity is nothing but an extremely weak force. In fact,
he thinks that the reason the Earth doesn't crash into the sun is dark. This is going to get worn out.
we're told it's not even a force, but we can think of it as one. Like thinking...
That was the most intelligent thing he's ever said. Shall we listen to it again?
We're told it's not even a force, but we can think of it as one.
Perfect, Ross. Those were the most sensible words that have ever come out of your mouth.
Like thinking elephants aren't daisies, but we can think of them as daisies. This is the insanity of today's heliotards with their gut-of-the-gaps gravity, which is easy to disprove as the child lifting a straw from a drink with their finger over the end and seeing the water stays in the straw. As it's lifted out, a tiny vacuum force is created in the air gap at the top of the straw, sufficient to prevent the liquid falling out. Remove the...
It creates another force, dude. 1 second. Snip. I just need to get another screenshot for Planar quickly. Oh, no, wrong. Auto monitoring. Oh, I thought I'd sent that previously, Planet. All right, sorry, there's both of them. My bad.
The finger, gravity's turned back on.
Jack Fetter 199 says, "Is that blood dripping from Tony's ear?" Yes.
Every instance, the force of a vacuum far overweighs the pseudo-force of gravity, but don't let that stop you from believing. It makes sense that since everything about gravity was given to us by priests, occultists, alchemists, and sun worshippers, that we should also believe in gravity on faith alone. But just imagine, if you will, and please look up afterwards a railgun projectile video, an object fired 8 times faster than the speed of sound, that a small to medium wandering star could shoot through a vacuum of space some 10 times faster than that projectile, spinning on its axis all the while, that this extremely weak pseudo-force called gravity is sufficient to hold onto miles-thick layer of gases, trillions of tons of magically curving water over 70% of its surface, huge cargo ships on every angle of the surface, and gently wafting clouds hovering in the air. And now you know why the very idea of it is utter insanity.
No, now we know why you're a fucking moron and doesn't understand anything. Fg equals gm1 m2 over r squared. Gravity creates a force that is proportional to the mass of 2 objects. So the bigger the object, the stronger the pull of gravity. So a cloud, not very big. Earth, very big.
Newton's first law states a body at rest remains at rest, and a body at motion will remain in motion, unless it is acted upon by an external force. This is the key to wisdom and truth.
This bit of Newton, right, this one particular bit of Newton, Newton's law, totally real. It's the key. But that other thing Newton came up with, fucking ignore that.
Imagine a hypothetical void of space with an object of mass in it. Any mass, doesn't matter. With nothing to rest upon, it will drop perpetually, possibly even accelerating infinitely, as there's no air resistance to cause terminal velocity. But it won't know it's dropping because there's no other object to compare itself with, the origins of relative motion. A thing is only in motion relative to another thing. But if we introduce another mass, and they're both dropping together, even they will be unaware they're in motion because relative to each other, they're still perfectly still. So what then if we introduced a base to this void and filled it with all manner of things? The properties of matter are basically described as solids, liquids, and gas. How would we arrange this base? Well,
there's about 50 other states of matter. Bose-Einstein condensates, plasma, lots of other states of matter, but you wouldn't get it.
I would say the more dense things would displace the less dense things until finding a place of sufficient density to resist them from dropping any further, where they'll stay at rest unless another force.
Tony's like making notes, but it's probably futile. Darren299 says, my name is Craig, and I want to stroke Iron Horse's beard. Right. Here's what we do. Flip a coin for 50 push-ups or add an hour. So with the super chats, once we've got 30 super chats, we'll flip a coin. Heads will be I have to do 50 push-ups. Tails will be add an hour to the timer. Rachbot wants to set his beard on fire. I completely understand.
Acts upon him. Therefore, we must conclude that the force is resistance. As the dropping objects first meet the least dense matter, the gaseous atmosphere, it eventually slows them to a terminal velocity. Now, let's say object A discovers itself to be a large flat slab which achieves terminal velocity well before object B, which discovers itself to be a large upright spike.
Charles Arnold, number 15 months, says, Tony's obviously doing a crossword puzzle and just ignoring Iron Horse. Thank you, Charles, for being a member for 15 months, by the way. That is absolutely incredible support. That's, once and a quarter around the sun. Keep going, dude. Remember, guys, every membership added will add 3 minutes to that timer.
Finally, they meet at the base, the place of the most resistance. Object A lands with a solid wump, but barely indents into the surface. Object B has virtually buried itself in the ground because it hit with a greater force. Is it correct to say the ground pulled on B harder than A? That's literally the conclusion the spinning spaceballers have to argue because their entire existence depends upon the attraction of mass. The logician, such as myself, will argue that the force of resistance prevented A from hitting us hard, and its shape spread the force of
Ripper the 2-stroke 420 says, Craig, every super chat equals a bong hit. I mean, I'll probably do that anyway.
Impact over a greater surface area. So Newton basically said they would stay in motion until acted upon by another force, and that force has to be resistance. How did the base come to be? There's many theories, such as in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was good, and the Word was God. Either way, here upon the physical realm, nothing can be built without a base. We may think of the scale of music, where higher notes go to lower notes. The lowest is always the most bass, the most dense in terms of frequency and vibration. The etymology of words can be very telling, no pun intended. The opposite of light is dark and heavy. Let there be light, then scale it down all the way to the base. You can't build a building without a base. When a sculptor...
Does he think like the universe is like Minecraft, where there's like, literal bedrock? I mean, this guy's logic is so childlike. It's literally the way that a toddler thinks of the universe. But he can't see that he's never advanced beyond that. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus' ass is hairier than his beard, says Otto, who's been a member for 17 months. Guys, you can become a member and add 3 minutes to the timer.
Who creates a beautiful statue, he doesn't place it on the bottom or sides of a sphere to display. It needs a solid base. You cannot build a house without a base.
Ripper says, what's your favourite strain, Craig? At the moment, I'm pretty into my Girl Scouts cookies. That's very nice.
It's flat and level. And the best, and also the most traditional way to determine level, is with water. You don't build a swimming pool on the side of the wall. You put it in the ground because you know the properties of liquids is that they fill their container, creating a flat and level surface. Just as every river flows to the sea, you cannot claim gravity forces a stream up and over hundreds of miles of curvature to get there. They'll only ever flow from high to low, always seeking the next level.
He's still thinking that the Earth is a hill. You've got to go up and over the curvature. I think he's got dumber.
But the educated idiots amongst us will hold a globe in their hands, look at the Nile River, for example, traverse up and over some 2,000 miles of curvature hump from Lake Victoria to the Mediterranean Sea, and declare that the god of the gap's gravity can easily do that. Meanwhile, the logician studies the topography, discovers Lake Victoria sits about 1.6 miles above sea level, and determines that it flowed downhill all the way to the lowest level, sea level. While this time, let's look at the moon. The force of gravity pulls everything to the centre of the Earth according to the faithful believers in it. But because Earth is apparently charging 10 times faster than a railgun projectile around the sun god, gravity causes the moon to fall around us and keep missing, then accelerate back around and miss it again and again, 12 to 13 times a year.
Yeah, it's called an orbit, Ross. trying to explain things to you is very hard, because to explain things to you, Ross, I have to try and think at your dumb level, which is really difficult, because there hasn't been a point in my life where I inserted a railroad spike into my nose and headbutted a table. All right, I will get that installed in a bit, Planner. Okay, just I'll deal with it as it is for now.
Meanwhile, although this describes the incalculable, impossible three-body problem, they will say the gravity of the moon causes 2 tides a day, even though it only has 1 mass. The mathematicians of modern wizardry called science insist the force of gravity is proportional to the mass and the inverse square of the distance. Then, with a bunch of circular reasoning, insist the moon not only pulls one high tide towards it, it lets the water bulge away for the second high tide because it's not pulling the other side of the Earth towards it. Meanwhile, they'll say 2 bulges are permanent as the Earth rotates.
What's the issue with that? I mean, you've just described how gravity reduces inverse square, right? It's not wrong. So that means that the gravitational pull on the side of the moon the side of the Earth closer to the moon is going to be stronger than the gravitational pull on the side of the Earth further away from the moon, which means that there's going to be a bulge that side. That's how it works. Anthony Wilson became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much, my friend. That adds 3 minutes to the timer. Philip Beretta for $1.99 says, looks like we have an early entry for Top Left 2026. Unfortunately, Ross is a vile Nazi and ineligible for Top Left.
Rotates through its own oceanic bulges. The logician, however, argues that if gravity's force is proportional to the square root of the distance and the oceans are actually on Earth's surface, where gravitational force must be strongest, then even if the moon was capable of pulling a bulge of water facing it, with 1/6 of Earth's gravitational pull from almost 250,000 miles away from our surface, then wouldn't the inverse square law make Earth's gravity 1,000 times or even 1,000,000 times more than that of a distant smaller body so far away? Therefore, the side of the Earth facing away from the moon would have all of Earth's gravity pulling on it, plus the tiny weak force of the moon from the other side, thus creating an even lower low tide, than that which we regularly see occur twice a day between the 2 regular high tides. Gravity literally debunks itself by its own arguments. It just takes a logician to point out the...
No. It doesn't debunk itself. It shows that you are too thick to understand basic science and logic. NA has been a member for 54 months and didn't even leave a message. That's mean. You obviously forgot to type anything in there. Yeah, I have tried Skywalker OG. It's very, very nice. I'll be smoking mostly Girl Scout cookies during this stream.
The obvious faults, or call them out for what they really are, tremendous leaps of faith. I look forward to hearing my opponent's defense for 2 daily tides on his fantasy ball belief. Since I'm grounded in reality, I'll gladly explain how they work here on the fixed base of the observable universe.
Jay Gill says, look out your window. Looks flat to me. Add 10 hours. No, I can see the sea. There's a horizon. Not flat.
Where everything finds its place logically in accordance with the observable law of relative density and buoyancy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement, Iron Horse. Folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons, and we are a fully neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We're glad you're here, no matter what walk of life you are from, and also have to let you know a couple of quick housekeeping things. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, Andrew Wilson and apostate prophet collide in North Carolina this coming Monday. You can get tickets in the description box below. Check out that link right now. If you're anywhere near Asheville, North Carolina, there's also a free ticket option. So pretty epic. Not only that, but you might be like, oh, that's cool, but I heard you were doing a fundraiser recently for camera lenses for that event. Yes, we are. So
yeah. Monday Debate are doing a fundraiser for the camera lenses. If you can help them out, then please do, because they are paying for me to go to America again. In 20 minutes, we will be going over to Discord server OmniTalk to talk to some Flurfs. Make sure you have your facepalm protection available. Now, some people have been receiving their facepalm protection finally. I have personally gone to the post office and sent them after the first consignment went missing. So if you are receiving your facepalm protection, please do me a favor and send me a selfie with it. Jack Fetter for $4.99 says the host and Tony both look like they are re-evaluating their life choices. Yeah, I know that feeling, mate. Dr. Apocalypse, £5. The beard's ranting sounds very similar to the drone of my tinnitus making 24/7, but much more annoying and insidious. Smoke one for me, matey. Absolutely, I will. Now, let's listen to Tony make some sense.
Oh, you might be on mute. Let me just double check.
Sorry, no, I turned my mic off while Ross was talking. Sorry.
You got it.
Let's start with what is gravity. Gravity is the attractive acceleration.
It's Rubik's, who I met at DebateCon, says the next DebateCon will be around my birthday. Let's go. Well, I will be taking you out for a drink then. $1.99 from JJ says, I love you too much to add anything to your suffering. No, I demand you add to my suffering.
That acts between objects with mass. For extremely massive objects like planets, gravity produces a downward acceleration, acting on all objects near the planet. How do we know that gravity is not just density buoyancy, as my opponent claims? We can measure the downward acceleration using instruments called gravimeters. We can control density and buoyancy effects inside our gravimeters. If the density and buoyancy within the instruments are held constant, but the direction and rate of acceleration are varied by moving the mass around the outside, then here's our instrument. We're keeping it constant. We're moving masses around it. If the mass distribution outside the instrument affects the reading of the instrument...
Yes, Sumi, I will be adding the new emoji. I will add it at 12 hours in, if you guys keep me going for that long. You Are Mopped, who's been a member for 15 months, says, hey, mate, see you again at next DebateCon. Can't fucking wait, my friend.
Instruments, then it can't be density and buoyancy inside the instrument that is the determining factor for acceleration. Here's an experiment. We have a superconducting gravimeter in a pit here. We apply a modestly sized human proof mass a meter above the instrument, and we look at the readings. The proof mass above the gravimeter reduces the downward acceleration. Here's a paper that is often cited by Austin Whitsitt, again using a
Whitsitt, the dumbest motherfucker on the planet.
Conducting gravimeter, and you can see the tidal modes here that are clearly delineated. The gravimeter is picking up the gravitational signature due to the motion of the moon and the sun. There is also a mass effect due to thunderstorms. Whitsitt, whenever he talks about this, claims that tides are not due to gravity. This single graph from his own resources shows that he's wrong. The most famous experiment that shows that masses can accelerate other masses is the Cavendish experiment. People often ask, has this ever been done in a vacuum? Yes, it has. Here, for instance, we're looking at Gundlach and Merkowitz's 2000 paper, where the torsion pendulum, which is that 1.5 millimeter thick slab of Pyrex, is located in an aluminium vacuum chamber and surrounded by mu metal. Mu metal is a nickel-iron alloy that is designed to protect the apparatus from electromagnetic influence. Here's an
Anthony Wilson for £2 says, how can Tony even sit and suffer this crap? It's a good question, right? Now, me, I'm just a lowly dude with 2 bachelor's degrees. I'm not some expert. Tony is a literal PhD. Tony doesn't need to spend his intellect talking to these morons. He's above them. All right? I'm the lowly dude that should do that. Tony is far too smart, far too important to waste his time talking to someone like Ross, who doesn't understand basic hygiene, let alone gravity. Borg Emporio says, you have a PhD in awesome content creation. Oh, no, you have a PhD in being an awesome supporter of my channel. NA says, for $6.66, Hellsagan, I think PhD Tony has a better chance to explain this to a potato. Durf wouldn't understand. I don't know what you're talking about.
Another experiment, Lee et al., more recent one. Both experiments here. On the right, you've got the the angular acceleration feedback technique of measuring gravitational, and the other on the left, you've got the time of swing experiment. These apparatuses were located in a cave in passive thermal rooms. They were shielded in vacuum chambers, and they were protected by aluminium cylinders. So yes, we have protected these experiments from other effects. Historically, how we came to an understanding that mass attracts mass in practice is because there are two ways of determining where you are on Earth's surface. One is surveying, and the other one is looking at the stars overhead. But they can, in some circumstances, provide different results. For instance, Bugay, in his trip...
How much of this do you think Iron Horse is understanding, or even paying attention to? I'd say none, right?
To South America, to Ecuador, noticed a 7 arcsecond difference between the surveyed coordinates and the celestial coordinates of Mount Chimborazo. When they were surveying the Mason-Dixon line, Mason and Dixon noticed systematic errors in their lines. They didn't close properly, which they should in the absence of an error. Henry Cavendish suggested that this was due to the Allegheny Mountains, the gravitational attraction of the Allegheny Mountains. In the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India in the 19th century, observations at sites that were about 5 degrees apart from one another were off. The surveying techniques produced different results from the celestial techniques. So he went back.
Henry Cavendish, a very crazy motherfucker, shall we say. He was so socially awkward that he literally couldn't talk to his staff. So much so that he didn't have to pass them on the staircase. He had his own private staircase built at the side of his building. So just so he wouldn't have to pass his staff and converse with them. Monkey Cat Pat Pat $5 says, "Hi, I'm Craig. Please punish me and make me stream forever." That's totally up to you guys. Every 3 minutes, every membership adds 3 minutes to that timer up there. So I go for as long as you make me. Every 24 hours, I will have 6 hours sleep and pause that timer. Yeah, 10 minutes and we go over to the Discord server and have some fun.
Back and he checked. He propagated a fixed length over 200 miles. I think it was 200 miles, and found an error in propagation of less than 8 inches. So the surveying techniques were shown to be completely accurate, far too small. So the error comes about because when you use an azimuthal sector, it assumes that the plumb bob is hanging orthogonal to the reference surface, but they aren't. They are deflected. This result was confirmed in the Schehallien experiment, where a bob was observed to deflect towards the Schehallien mountain, consistent with gravitational effects, and when the bob was moved to the other side of the mountain, it was deflected the other way towards the mountain.
Is it magic? No, it's gravity. Thanks, Bob. Has King says, "I wonder if we can keep you live until after the Australian elections on May the 3rd. Maybe. I Need a Container says, "If I don't see Craig make a lot of banana bread from scratch during this stream, I'm unsubscribing." I can tell you now that's probably not going to be happening. Philip Beretta for $4.99 says, "Hi, I'm Craig, and I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle. Here's my spout." Wait, you didn't see it. There you go.
Phenomenon is called vertical deflection, and it's well known in surveying. It has been known for hundreds of years, and anybody who claims to have any expertise in surveying and is unaware of gravitational effects on bobs is just lying. We can also look at gravitational time dilation. If Ross is correct, then gravity cannot have any effect on...
Tony, if Ross is correct. Come on, mate. When's that ever fucking happened?
Clocks. Except that Einstein predicted that gravity does have an effect on clocks. Here's an experiment from the early 1970s where 2 atomic clocks were placed on planes, one flown eastward around 2 circuits of the Earth, the other flown westward, and when they joined up, their differences were compared. You can see the eastward one there in the left-hand column of that graph on the right, and the westward one. And you can see that the observed discrepancies well agree with the theoretical predictions. A similar experiment, except stationary, was done with 2 atomic clocks in the Tokyo Tower. And you can see in that red graph and blue graph that the blue graph, the higher clock, is running slightly faster than the red clock. Again, a demonstration of gravitational time dilation. We can...
Ross right now. Huh? Yeah. He's never going to understand any of these things. But to hear Ross's response, you're going to have to wait until after the debates. Oh my goodness. Lord Luminous Pooh, J Bird Max says that you wrote a song for me. I'm going to play that in a minute before I go for a pee. Lord Luminous Pooh for $5 says, crazy MAGA man with conspiracy folder, get internet because FBI hacking his phone. Sound like the setup to one of my jokes. It happened to me. Wait, what now? Thank you, Lord Luminous Pooh. NA gifted 20 memberships. And you know what that means? That means we add 1 hour. Dink. We are now at 6 hours and 46 minutes until I finish. We started with 45 minutes an hour ago. We've broken time. Now, we will come back to Tony and Iron Horse throughout this stream. Lord Luminous Pooh, $5 says, he prepaid a year in cash because he doesn't trust the banks. Non-existent God, help us all. Yes, please. Quick couple of songs, then I have a pee-pee, and then we go and do some debating.
Why though? Why though? Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. Answering your dumb questions. You won't let me finish. Duh. P1000 what? You've all been lied to about the shape of the earth, but not from science, you brutes. You've been deceived by Flerfs. We normal ass people speaking tooth to tooth. All we're trying to give you is the actual truth. What? Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. Wait, what? We fear for your mental health because we all know you're just lying to yourself. The world is a motherfucking globe. What? What? Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. Why though? Spectral path E needs a container. Download my app and you won't be a stranger. Answering your dumb questions. You won't let me finish. Black Swan, bitch. The planet's not a magic cow patty. No matter how hard you moan. In a gigantic room with a magic dome. It looked flat to me, you devil. That's why they call it sea level. But why though? Interesting. Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. What? For a decade we've been asking for positive evidence. Positive evidence. But you don't know what that means. Constantly changing your stance. Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some Mitch. There's no flat evidence, and I'm not sure why. But that's okay, I'll make my own and lie. Spectral path E needs a container. Download my app and you won't be a stranger. Chill, swallow the red pill. But why though? Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. What? I'm a doctor, I'm a chemist, I'm a teacher, I'm a dentist. You should listen to me, I have 19 degrees. Why though? Gravity! Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. Answering all your stupid fucking questions. You won't let me finish. I see farther than I should from inside my room. Pulling boats over horizons with P1000s. And we normal ass people speaking tooth to tooth. Trying to get you all to see the actual truth. What? We fear for your mental health because we all know you're just lying to yourself and everyone else you told. Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some English. What? You're not listening to me, uneducated twat. I possess special knowledge that the earth is flat. You've all been lied to about the shape of the earth, but not from science, you brutes. You've been deceived by Flerfs. What the? Don't call me Greg, bitch. Maybe learn some answering your dumb questions. You won't let me finish. La 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 la. But why though? Why though? Don't call me Greg. Bitch. Maybe learn some English. What? Just why? The planet's not a magic cow patty. No matter how hard you moan, try to convince yourselves, leave the damn kids alone. But why though? Perspective. But why though? Don't call me Greg. Bitch. Maybe learn some English. What? Wait, what? Bitch.
The fuck was that? Thank you very much, Daybird. I'm going to go and take a little Riley. And when I'm back, we will go and do some debating with some Flurfs. See you in 2 minutes.
Yo, it's Whitson. Gets it, step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth, get ready for the hype, bro. Aced algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's the globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though, not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics amaze, bro. Made objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small things floated, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick to show. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. MC Tune and Globers, you can't deny, bro. Witsit gets it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. Words, yo, words, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro. To keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly, yo. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny, you're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro.
Make sure you guys are subscribed to Conspiracy Music Studios. Now let's go over to Discord. Hello. How are we doing? we can just see how it goes. Yep. Let me just quickly catch up with someone on the channel. Got Darren became a member, so I need to add 3 minutes to the stream timer. Thank you very much. Lord Lunas Poo says, I did not wash my hands despite anything I say to the contrary. This is the truth. You can't lie on the internet. It's illegal. That's right. Penguin J, member for 10 months. You are literally getting out-broed, bro. Thanks, guys. Remember, every membership adds 3 minutes to the stream timer. Guys, thank you very much for inviting me over to the Discord server. Looking forward to it. As long as I have no... Well, I've got 7 hours left on my stream timer, and they add time with membership, so I guess forever. Yes. Yes, I'll forget what day it is at some point now with this stream. Well, I've just I started this an hour ago, so yeah, and I had some naps before, so I'm fresh. Hello.
I'll go first. Well, I don't disagree with like the globe Earth. I believe in the globe Earth. But I saw your discussion with Jim Bob, which was so funny because I've talked to Jim Bob about evolution before. He does something interesting where he kind of just he won't acknowledge evolution, like the biological like thing that happens, the mechanism. He just likes to argue that evolutionary theory isn't a real theory because you can't test for it, which is funny because he also has to deny that like astronomy in its entirety is also not a real science just because you can't test planetary bodies. So it's kind of funny watching you debate him and do the same thing where he can't acknowledge the actual like biochem or like any of the genetics. He just has to argue that because you can't test evolution, even though you can, but he just has to say that it's not a theory, which is so funny to me.
You just got to use semantics, and you know, it was very much like a flat earther, just butchering of the scientific method and stuff. Debating Bob on evolution was quite funny. He was very clueless.
Yeah, I debated him. When I talked to him, I got him to the point where he had to admit that I asked him, what do you think the definition of being related is? And he's like, I don't know. And I was like, oh, well, the definition of being related is that you share genes with something. That's actually how we prove we're related. That's what a paternity test is. And he kind of just had to say, why don't you use other things to define what related is? Like, he's like, why aren't we related to rocks? Because we all share carbon with it. Or why aren't we related to other things? And I was like, well, that's just not the definition of related. And he's like, I think you have a stupid definition of related. So he kind of just had to deny that genetics was the definition of related. It was so funny.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the debates with Jim Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Craig, I had a quick question for you. Other than flat Earth, I'm happy you made it, and I hope all is well. Do you have any favorite topics you like to study other than flat Earth or debate?
Well, I love debating gravity because they're always clueless about that, and I like debating evolution, moon landing. Christian ethics and stuff like that as well.
Oh yes, I've seen some of your debates. Yeah, hopefully we can maybe go over some of the things you wanted to present or go over.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward. Is there flat earthers in here?
There are some. I like the idea of talking about gravity as well. That's something that very much interests me. So if anybody wants to take the position that it... Go ahead.
FTFE, I heard that gravity is fake because things just go uppity up, up, and downity down, down.
Yeah, it's all due to the bigotry.
Okay.
Not the uppity.
No, Earth bigotry, things go towards it.
Oh, yeah. So what do you guys think is in the very center of the Earth? Do you think gravity is being pulled to the center because it's so dense, or what do you guys think?
Me or the Flurfs?
Oh no, for the steel man the globe.
Flat earthers?
Yeah, I was going over this with, I think, Omni and a few other people's news. So I think we were getting to the core, right? And then the dynamo potentially. But I was asking, is there some sort of correlation between electromagnetism at the core or the density for gravity?
No.
What do you guys think?
Well, the magnetism has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is literally just due to the size of the Earth.
The size and mass or matter?
Yeah, it's just how much mass there is. Gravity creates a force proportional to the product of the two or more masses, inversely proportional to the square root of the distance between them. So if Earth is really, really big, it creates a force proportional to that size.
Yeah, thank you. So what if the mass wasn't evenly distributed? Would that affect gravity on...
It does. The gravity maps of Earth show that because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. There's mountains. There's levels of higher density. The gravity is not uniform all over the Earth. There is slight variations.
Yeah,
the equation.
Do you think there's going to be a unification of the theories, I think, that Einstein was working on, or has that been completed?
No.
Or does that even apply to gravity?
With quantum theory is very hard because we don't understand why they're so different yet. I think we've got a lot to figure out before we get anywhere near unification.
Wait, don't we have three of them though? I thought we have the weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and electromagnetism all integrated into quantum field theory. We just don't have gravity. I thought we were just missing gravity as the only one.
Well, no, gravity isn't. You don't need it in like the stand. You're talking about the standard particle model. The standard model of particle physics. You don't need gravity in that because the gravitational force is so small at that level that it's completely negligible.
No, I thought that the unifying field theory is that we have quantum mechanics explains the four fundamental forces of the universe. And I thought we have a quantum explanation for weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and for electromagnetism, but we just don't have one for gravity yet. That's what I thought the unifying field theory is.
Well, yeah, we don't understand gravity on the level that we understand the other things.
Okay.
Anyway, who is the flat earthers in here?
Are they shy? Should we bring them up?
Flat Earth Eden.
Necros is a flat Earth.
One.
I don't know about Calder. Into the Break is a flat Earther. CAD 3.14.
I'm a real true globe earther, actually. Just check my bio.
All right, so I'll say alternate. CAD is an alternate earther.
Well, to be fair, they don't claim to have a model. They just claim to not know. So we can't truly call them flat earthers because they just say they don't know.
I mean, most flat earthers don't know how to do things like,
and
shoelaces.
Taking Back Eden is an alternate earth.
I would agree.
I believe the ancient Hebrew cosmology model with the firmament, circle of the earth.
Okay. Got any evidence for the firmament?
Oh, yeah. I went over this with McToon last night. We went over Operation High Jump in 1962. There was about 5-6 detonations that we went through. What type of device was used, and I could try to fetch it all and repost it. I'll just need a moment.
You just tell me all about Operation High Jump and exactly what it was. That would be lovely. We've got Darren has gifted 5 memberships, which adds another 15 minutes to the timer. Thank you very much, my friend.
So yeah, I theorized that in exploration, while I get this information, that the United States or other nations discovered the boundary, and I suppose that they wanted to see if they could break through it. I guess you guys have all considered this idea before. So I guess the video evidence that I'm going to present would indicate that they're shooting or firing a missile or projectile into something like a lake, rather than it being detonated in free space where you'll have a radial dispersion. It seems to be more like a puddle being hit by some sort of projectile. I'm going to provide a few sources. There's CIA FOIA website where they have 5 pages of firmament-related documents that have been publicly released, and then I'll provide video evidence, and then some other technical information on radar. Just give me one moment while I fetch it all.
Why can't we see the firmament with radar, though?
Can't see it. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I was going into detail last night as well of the departments and agencies that were finding some sort of quote-unquote ceiling. And
I mean, I can tell you that I've worked on radar systems and also pointed, lasers at the moon, and there was kind of nothing in the way. There is no detection of any firmament or anything, and something that would disrupt a nuclear explosion would certainly be detectable by radar, but there is literally no detection of a firmament by radar. You would be getting return signals all of the time, and you just don't.
Well, all of the time because it would be mirroring the transmission, or what if it was some of it was being absorbed?
By what?
Maybe the state that it's in. It maybe has some sort of. Do you know how like electricity can be either material is either conductive or not?
Yeah, so electricity doesn't absorb nuclear explosions. I'll just say where I'm a nuclear engineer, so if you want to go over exactly what a nuclear explosion is, we can totally do that, and why it wouldn't be absorbed by something like that.
Can you go over how you're a nuclear engineer?
Yeah, I've got a degree in engineering, energy systems, and fission technologies, and I was a nuclear engineer in the Royal Navy for 7 years.
Oh, and doing what? I don't want you to break any sort of like clauses.
Operating, maintaining nuclear reactors.
Like Homer Simpson?
No, a lot more. He just pressed buttons. I was an artificer, highly involved in the operation of the reactor on board the ship.
Technically, I think the bird pressed the buttons.
Yeah.
But did you do like a degree before that? Or is that
the degree I got whilst I was in the degree I got whilst I was in the Navy?
Was it Bachelor of Science in Nuclear Engineering?
Yeah, BSc in Nuclear Engineering, Energy Systems, and Fission Technologies.
Did you design something yourself, or you only operated systems?
No, I never designed a nuclear reactor.
I didn't ask if you designed a nuclear reactor, but usually degrees related to that do some type of mechanical engineering design.
Yeah,
at least at the stages of the degree.
Yeah, well, you have to show that you can apply the knowledge that you've gained, which is something that I do with all the coursework and all the practical exams, and as you're going along. And in the Navy, especially, they train you as you go through your degree and how to do the things. And design coursework was part of the course. I mean, I could send you the exactly what was done in the degree if you like. I've also got a degree in physics.
Yeah, sure. It's irrelevant, but you like to mention it is some kind of credentials for this topic.
Well, yeah, being a nuclear engineer, I understand how nuclear bombs work is my point.
I have a sort of unrelated flat Earth question, but why does everything decay into lead?
Why does lead is a very stable element that doesn't. The half-life is so long that it would, that's the kind of the base that it goes to. So that's one of the ways we can actually tell the age of the Earth is by the fact that lead exists, because of the things that it break down into lead. Lead can only exist if these things have existed and their half-life is reduced to lead. But lead is such a stable thing that it doesn't break down as quickly as everything else. So when it gets to lead, it kind of stays lead.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's your hot micing?
Dang it! Sorry.
So evidence of the firmament. I was looking for that.
I think Eden is collecting that.
Right.
Yeah, I did post it in the Omni Talk, is that? Or the text chat. I'll make sure it's in the right. And I did tag you, Craig. If you don't mind me calling you Craig.
Yeah, in the text chat. Sorry. Where do you post it? Right.
15 minutes past the hour. The picture
information
of
on Soviet bloc international. Okay. Do you know what the word firmament means in Russian by any chance?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, that's maybe worth looking into because this isn't talking about a physical barrier. Yeah, have you read any of these papers that you're presenting?
I did go through one of them so far. Yeah, I was just starting to research this because someone was asking.
Like, what do you think a diurnal firmament is?
That I haven't gone over. I think they were just talking about so far the brightness of the firmament. I haven't examined all the documents as of yet. But if you'd like to expand on it,
well,
that'd be.
I mean, if you could present one of the documents and we can go over them, but none of the documents, because I've seen most of these already, none of the documents actually talk about a physical barrier. That's not what the firmament is. It's a different word in Russian. Yeah, so the actual documents themselves would kind of debunk what you're trying to say about there being a physical firmament.
Okay, I got you. I'm just looking up the Russian understanding. Yeah, I see it for sky and heavens.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I also posted a video of the atomic blast from the Nuclear Atomic channel on YouTube.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure you've seen it as well.
And how do you think it should look?
I would envision a similar radial explosion, rather than what it appears to be like hitting a substance, rather than a 3D radial explosion.
And what do you base that
Sorry
on?
about that. Yeah, so imagine like throwing a projectile into a still lake, right? And you see how it disperses. Not so much in a 3D, more like a flattened 3D.
You know, could that be? Well, it doesn't. I don't know what you mean by flattened 3D. But how high up was this explosion?
Well, in this video, I don't have the technical details. I'm still investigating.
Kind of important, yeah. But that certainly doesn't look like it was a pond or anything. There's no ripples. You've got the weird distorted bits at the edges, which is not what you would get with, you know, something hitting a kind of pond or something. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about there. But your claim of this isn't how a nuclear explosion should look is something that you need to back up. If you're saying this isn't what a nuclear explosion should look like at this particular altitude, then you need to show what they should look like and explain the difference. But you're just saying a thing because you've looked at it and you don't understand what you're seeing.
Okay, so you've seen... I get what you're saying. So, in your opinion, do you think this is a blast that's happening in 3D space without any sort of interaction with... Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. We can only look at it from one particular angle, can't we? So...
Okay, and that to you looks like a complete 3D radial projection, as if you said it. It's okay. Thank you.
I mean, you look at you look at the sun. It looks like a 2D circle. It's not. It's 3D. Neve Palpatine for $2 says, "Good luck on the stream, Craig. Thank you very much." Jack Vetter 4.99. Not accurate rep of last night. When asked how do they explain the projectile went up, they exploded on the way down. How did it not hit the firmament? Right. Yeah, so that's one thing I was going to say. These nuclear tests, when you actually watch the launches, they kind of go up and then down and then explode. So to hit the firmament, that means they would have had to have gone through the firmament and then back down through the firmament to explode to then interact with the firmament.
Do you have a response to that, Eden?
Well, I guess if he wants to think of going through the firmament, I guess he has that right. I mean, I don't see what he's seeing. But I'm going to just double check with some other footage and compare it. But to me, that does look as if it's hitting some sort of substance rather than open, free space.
Now, here's the thing, right? You've shown me this video, right, of from the ground looking up at an explosion. And you're like, well, this is evidence of the firmament existing. But what if I show you a video from a rocket going into space and not seeing a firmament? Doesn't that just disprove what you're saying straight away?
Oh, okay. Like, potentially, what type of rocket are you referring to? The one that was just done by the university that set the new record, reaching 406,000 feet?
There's lots and lots of rockets and videos and stuff that I can show you, from launch to landing, all the SpaceX stuff. Even
Elon Musk. Yeah.
Even a weather balloon from my friend Mr. Sensible that went up to like 34 kilometers, and saw the edge of space, but there was no firmament there. Where is the firmament in all of these pictures and images from space? Because what you're showing me, an old video looking from the ground, an explosion in the sky, but you're also ignoring everything else that can be presented. Doesn't that seem a bit silly to base everything that you're kind of believing on this one video of you admittedly not really knowing what you're seeing?
No, because let's say if an investigator is examining evidence, right? And let's say they only encounter 10% of all evidence. Let's say all evidence is a 100%. Some evidence that people discover, let's say they've only examined 10%, but it's enough for them to become early adopters. So, all evidence has weight, in my opinion, and it's just a matter of examining the weight of the evidence. And
okay, so how much weight does this evidence have compared to all of the other evidence that we can present?
Yeah, like example, every developed nation in the world all agreeing that the Earth's a globe. Like how heavy would that weigh? Even competing nations all agree that it's a globe.
In the past 10 minutes, there's been pictures from space transmitted to us, like from the Himawari satellite, from the geostationary satellites. Are these all just fake, or are you willing to examine those with those bits of evidence with the same critical evaluation that you're giving this really dodgy, old, distorted, you don't really know what it is video? Why are you examining this with such, criticalness, but kind of ignoring everything else? Why, where's your examination of everything else?
Well, you'd be presuming that. I remember, you might not know this, but I was a globe believer, just like probably all the other flat earthers.
Everybody says that. Yeah. Everybody says they were a globe believer before they became a flat earther. That's because the Earth's a globe and that we're taught the truth. So before you guys start ignoring it, you were a globe earther, and you still are a globe earther. You just don't understand things.
No. Well, yeah, but you point your finger, but you know what? You could be wrong. And when you are proven wrong by saying that, you're actually going to be worse. I'm not attacking you for your belief, but I mean, if you want to go there, we can go there.
Wrong. I've measured personally the Earth's rotation and shape. I know I've verified distances between land masses during my time in the military. Why would I be? In what way could I be wrong? What have I been wrong about in regards to the Earth?
Well, you haven't seen it from space, have you?
No, I've not personally been to. Well, I went to the ISS and the moon base that time, but that's secret. But no, but I don't need to go to space to see it, because I can measure the shape of the Earth and the fact that the Earth is rotating from the Earth, and we can see all of the phenomenon that happen around us and explain it with a rotating globe in space. And there is literally hundreds of space launches all the time. There's been so many people in space now that because I haven't personally been to space doesn't really matter. We can take the testimony of the probably 100+ people that have been in space.
Yeah, Edith, I have a question. Is the only way to know a murder occurred is to see the murder in person?
To Octa, yeah, I apologize for earlier if maybe we've gotten off to a bad start, so maybe we can reset. To answer your question, no, you don't have to. But that's why there's the weight of the evidence. But let's switch it around. There's 100% of the evidence. Let's say 99% of the evidence is pointing to this man being guilty. His fingerprints are on it. He's got the motive. There's blood in his house, etc. But you come across one piece of evidence that indicates that he wasn't even there, right? All this other evidence just falls apart.
Well, just to be clear, I would still not convict that man of anything until you, like, the issue here is you would have to give an example of what the Earth would be. You'd have to give a counter argument, and you don't have a counter argument for what the Earth would look like if it wasn't a globe. You just say, "I don't."
Why do you keep repeating that? Do you have a need? Do you feel the need to just repeat that?
Well, I was explaining why your example doesn't match on.
All right. Good. Hey, guys.
Sorry.
This is what you got. We got
Craig here.
So you guys,
I don't mind listening as well.
Oh, thank you, Craig. Thank you.
You can argue voice. We have other channels where you can argue voice. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you, Craig. I guess I hope I answered your answer to Akna, but to your question, yes. Trust me, I understand. Like, the globe has all the evidence. You guys have, it's painfully obvious. We have all the agencies, but from my understanding, I believe there's some sort of sinister plot, and the surface level is that it's greed.
Could you elaborate?
But on the spiritual level, it's much deeper, because I accept, as to Akna, we're saying I don't have a model or an idea of what it is. Yeah, he encounters people that don't want to state what they believe, but I believe the biblical model that I mentioned earlier. So the evidence that I provide might not be enough for you guys, and I understand that. I don't expect you guys just to believe everything I tell you. But I do have the biblical model.
Can I just make one request then? Can you show me that model and include a scale on it? You know, like, what a scale is? Can you just give, like, a picture of that model and place a scale on it?
Well, yeah. I don't have that yet, but we do have a crude quantum locking model that I propose is a similar idea of two orbiting bodies.
Does it include a scale? I want, like, a scale, like a representation of distance between 2 points.
I don't think you really get what a model is in science. It's not like a little small scale version of it. It's a something with predictive powers that allows you to explain phenomenon. And just saying you've got a quantum locking model, which I'm assuming you mean is some kind of explanation of the sun and the moon going around above us, that wouldn't explain the phenomenon that we see with everything. Eclipses, the tides, the fact that the moon wobbles a certain way we expect. Just going, oh well, quantum locking exists, and therefore that could be that. That's not what a model is.
Okay, well, I disagree because you can actually. This is what happened, right? People have, using the scientific method, they've made some observations, tried to make some measurements, come up with a theory, and now they put the theory in place. So one theory is that the Earth is actually. So they tried to recreate on a smaller scale what we're living in.
But that,
right?
again, that's not what a model is in science.
Crude example of it.
You're making like a toy. You're not making a scientific model. A scientific model is not a physical thing. A scientific model is not a physical thing like a toy or something. A scientific model is a bunch of mathematics that allows you to make predictions about things that are going to happen.
You can have software as well. You can have a physical model. You can have a software model.
No, again, in science, a model is not a physical thing. That is, you're just wrong about that. It's not not in my opinion. In science, a model is not a physical thing.
You're saying in science and engineering they don't build models. Repeat that for everyone, please.
In science, a model is
in engineering. They don't build physical models. Repeat that for everyone.
In science, a model is not a physical thing.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Craig.
Are you not aware of this?
Wait, also, just to be really clear, do you think there are not mathematical models for structural engineering and stuff like that? How do you think they do those calculations? Do you think every time they want to build something, they get all the materials they need, test it, do it again? Or do you think they have mathematical models to predict about how much they need?
Okay, yeah. We'll let FTFE do it.
Let's move along.
Eden.
Okay, just wanted to ask.
Okay, so, in my day job, I work with economic models. There is no physicality to them. These are purely predictive.
Economics. Come on, man.
Yes. What we're talking about are things that make predictions.
Can I?
Go ahead, FTFE, Craig.
Yeah. So when you're talking about a model in science, you're literally not talking about a physical thing. You're talking about maths that has predictive powers about phenomenon that we experience. So when you say I've got a model and it's quantum locking, and it's not. That's not a model. And also, show me quantum locking that works over that kind of distance, because as far as I'm aware, quantum locking is a extremely local phenomenon, like inches at the most. There's no quantum locking that I've ever seen, heard of that would allow the sun and the moon to be hundreds of miles above us and still quantumly locked to the Earth, because quantum locking requires, at the moment, extreme cold conditions for the magnetic field to be stable enough, and the Earth does not have those kind of conditions.
But yet stable enough for the person interacting with this model to touch with their bare hands. So let's go back to the... Hold on. I'm just responding, and Agent, you can speak and share whatever you have on your mind. So let's go back to this understanding of a physical model, because a physical model does exist. It's a tangible and visual representation of a real world object.
Yeah,
system
but in science, that's not what a model is.
Yeah, like engineering. I understand.
In science, that's not what a model is. When you talk about a model in science, it is not a physical thing.
Wait, and again,
that's why I said physical model. Thank you, Craig.
Really quick, take it back in. Do you know what a CAD is? A computer-aided design?
I was talking. I don't want to be split up here by you two. Like, if you want to have a one-on-one to Akna, we can do that in another time. Okay? Thank you.
I'll explain it for everyone else in the room. So when you're doing engineering, you will typically use computer, or you don't say computer CADs because that would be repetition, but you use computer-aided designs, right? Because it would be really, really, really inefficient to every time you want to try to build something, get the materials fail. These are computer diagrams, or they make digital models using math.
Yeah. Okay. So, we don't want to dogpile. I did say that I work with things that don't have a physical.
There's different type of models. There's different model, mathematical model, computational model, conceptual model.
All right.
Yeah, but the computational works on math.
Agna, let's let the conversation.
Right. But you claimed that you have this quantum locking model, right? Which would even though that's not really what a model is in science, that would give me the assumption that you have it. And you figured out how it works and everything, and you could physically show it to me. Have you actually got a quantum locking model, or are you just saying a thing?
Yeah, I'll post it for you. One moment. Thank you.
So you physically made a quantum locking model of the flat Earth with a firmament over, with the sun and the moon. Have you?
No.
Well, what do you mean by you've got a model? Are you just going to show me a video of quantum locking? Yeah, that's not a model of the flat Earth anyway. That is
mathematical model, Craig. Sorry, I know you want to talk about and focus on mathematical models, but you want to
no. My point is that's
real world tangential.
But that's not a model. Hold on, guys. That's not a model of the flat Earth in any way, shape, or form. It's just quantum locking. That doesn't represent a flat Earth with a sun and a moon going over it. That's not a flat Earth model in any way. I don't know why you would say that's a flat Earth model. It's kind of silly.
It's a crude. I don't know why you keep repeating. It's not a crude, physical, tangible, real world representation.
It's not a tangible representation of anything we experience in reality. It's just an example of quantum locking. That's it. It's nothing to
I
do with
gotcha.
flat Earth.
Can I
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Emmett.
can I quickly add something? I think Eden, you don't understand that the shape
Oh
of
my
the Earth is a scientific debate. You actually need to understand that we use scientific model in order to have a view of a complex reality
Can you stop
in a
projecting?
simplified
If
way.
that's all you had to say, just save it, okay? Just don't waste everyone's time here. I can do the same thing about you, Agent, but I respect you more than that. So let's just stop and focus on the science.
He's not projecting. The concept of models is not unique to you. He's allowed to speak on models.
Of course, but I'm just saying I can do the same thing about him and everybody in this room that believes in the globe and all the nonsense.
He's not projecting. You feel triggered because you
No,
posted as your
obviously
model, bud.
you're just not understanding what just took place. So just maybe let's again stop.
Hey,
and
but
just focus on the science.
relax. Get a model first, and then maybe you won't get triggered next time.
You do the same thing because you do the same thing, buddy.
All right. Pete, lay off of Eden. You can go back and forth with Craig if you want to.
Yeah.
If you want to talk more about models, and what you think a model should do, Eden, what do you think your model does?
Okay, thank you, Omni, and I apologize. So essentially, this is just a crude representation, a physical, smaller model of the circle of Earth. You can put a firmament, potentially even have it rotate. You can add a magnetic pole in the center, add some Earth, add some water, add some gas, add some life.
But
it's very crude. Unlike the globe, right? We don't have a working floating globe here in a lab that one can create.
Sorry, but
right?
in what way is this a crude model of the flat Earth? It's not in any way, shape, or form a crude model of the flat Earth. It's just an example of quantum locking. Just because it's on a flat disk doesn't then mean, oh look, that's the flat Earth. It's also showing that quantum locking is, requires very specific circumstances. These circumstances do not exist naturally on Earth. So I'm sorry, but there is no way that you could describe what you're seeing here as a crude flat Earth model. It's just a mischaracterization of what you're seeing. You're just seeing something that's flat and going, oh, that must mean flat Earth. No, it's quantum locking and it doesn't represent the flat Earth in any way.
Okay, I'll remove the word. It seems to be triggering for Craig, so I'll just call it a small representation of the flat Earth.
But it's not. That's my point. It's not a small representation of the flat Earth.
So I'll do the same thing, Craig. It's not a globe.
No, it's not a globe. You're right. That is not a globe, and it is not a small representation of the flat Earth. It's a flat.
It's not a globe, Craig. Just keep repeating yourself. Why
Well,
don't we move on to
the
the
Earth
next
is a
topic?
globe, but what you've just shown me is not a representation of flat Earth.
Here, let me take it back, Eden. Is there a reason you don't show any of the continents on your quantum locking disk?
Agna, no. We're not gonna dogpile Eden. Not happening.
Thank you. Yeah, if Agna, if you want to chat in the future, no pressure. We can speak one-on-one in another time. But
Right.
we're here for Craig.
Okay,
okay.
Eden, let me ask you this question. Where do you see the conditions that allow that quantum locking to happen on Earth?
Well, as you see, that's in the lab, right?
Well, yeah, okay, so where do you see it outside of a lab? Where do you see those specific conditions, those low temperatures? Where do you see that on Earth naturally?
Potentially the moon.
Wait, no, but the moon isn't Earth. I've asked where do you see it on Earth, not...
Well,
I'm sorry,
okay,
did someone just turn 2 pages without me realizing what happened? I said where are those conditions on Earth, and you said on the moon. What?
Okay, now let's start again. So the circle, that plate that has the track for the superconductors, essentially that is representing the crust of the Earth, which has permanent magnetization, according to USGS geology. The USGS.
Yeah, but what other conditions is there? Like the super cold temperatures?
Well, it's not super cold temperatures because you can literally put your hand in the model.
But
it's
literally super cold temperatures. They literally have to lower it. Like they have to lower the track temperature and everything to stabilize the magnetic field. Do you not even know what's going on with the quantum locking? You literally can't have that quantum locking without like ridiculously low temperatures. that do not exist naturally on Earth. Where do you think all
So you're
that
saying-
like condensation stuff is coming from in the video? It's because the track
in
is
this
so
video-
cold.
So you're saying that what temperature is that track, you think?
Well, probably sub 100 degrees zero.
The track and the superconductor?
The whole thing is ridiculously low temperatures.
So what happens if I touch it with my finger like this guy in the video?
For a little on touching the actual things that are moving, that's going to be fine. But
okay.
Like, do you not
So
realize
you can
that
even
you
put
can't
the lights
have
on there,
quantum
maybe.
locking without super low temperatures?
No, I understand that.
Well then, the question is, where do you find those super low temperatures that are very, very specific to maintain that stable magnetic field naturally on Earth in a circuit at a constant temperature? Please define exactly where that is on Earth.
Okay, let's start with the plate. Now, that's representative of the circle of the Earth. Now, I don't believe that's super cooled. I think it's actually...
But it is, though.
If it was... Oh, wait, so you're saying that they dip that in liquid nitrogen to cool it? The track?
I don't know exactly how they call it, but it's super cooled. Maybe you should look up what quantum locking is before you, like...
So, wait. But yeah, but again, I provided evidence, so I believe that circle of the Earth represents the circle that the Earth that we live on, that was described to the prophets, and then that superconductor is representative of the moon. Now, I understand that we could probably have one with a light on it, and I don't know about the temperature getting it to a heat.
Okay, right, so...
As it acts as a heat.
Right, just so you
Okay,
know,
go ahead.
the superconductors need a high temperature superconductor needs a temperature around 90 Kelvin, right? Which is negative 183 degrees Celsius. That means that you can cool it with liquid nitrogen, which boils at 77 degrees Celsius, 77 Kelvin. So it needs to be a critical temperature because it's called flux spinning. So you cannot have that magnetic field being that stable without the critical temperature of around 90 Kelvin. So could you please point out to me on Earth where there is a natural 90 degree, well, sorry, you shouldn't say degree of Kelvin, where there is a natural 90 Kelvin temperature?
Yeah, I don't believe it's probably just man-made with as we try to get objects to absolute zero. But
well, no. Again, quantum locking requires this flux spinning, which needs a temperature of around 90 Kelvin. Where on Earth is there a temperature of 90 Kelvin?
I don't necessarily. I'm gonna have to do some more investigation, but it looks like the superconductors where the temperature is most critical.
Oh my goodness! Do you know?
It's okay,
what
Craig,
is a
it's okay.
superconductor? What is it? Could you tell me what the superconductor is, please? I don't think you know.
Why don't you do it for us if that's okay?
Well, no. It's your evidence. So in your evidence, could you point out the superconductor?
So it's suppose it's just a material that can conduct electricity with zero.
Yeah, but on your flat Earth model that you presented, which bit is the superconductor?
The one rotating above in free space above the track, just like one of these maglev trains in Japan.
Okay, then, right. And the track itself, what's that?
That is representing the magnetic crust. So you could add some dirt, you can add some ice.
So could you point out on Earth where there's a magnetic crust that follows a circular path? Also, another question, at what distance is quantum locking viable? Eden?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, yeah. At what distance is quantum locking viable?
Oh, great point. I think at that scale, I think he was only able to get it to maybe half a foot, not even 3/4 of a.
Can somebody? Okay, go ahead.
If in general, it's like less than an inch, and it's based on the magnetic field gradient strength, right? So you would need a humongously large magnetic field that then dissipates in strength as it goes up to however high the sun and the moon are, which would mean that there would be such a strong magnetic field at the surface of Earth that the metal pins in my leg would rip out and stick to the ground all of the time. Anything metal would be ridiculously stuck to the ground because you would need such a strong magnetic field so that there's still a strong enough magnetic field up there where the sun and the moon is for the quantum locking, the flux pinning to actually be effective. And those circumstances do not exist on Earth.
Okay, I'll grant you that.
And just so you know, the levitating objects they're not the superconductors. That's the track. You got it wrong.
Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah. Just a suggestion, when you present evidence, understand the evidence you're presenting. And this just goes back to what I said at the beginning. You will find anything that you think backs you up and not really look at it critically. Just grab onto some, very basic
We're looking at it
similarities.
critically right now, Craig. We're looking at. I don't know why you want to just continue to fight something I've agreed to. Right? I've conceded, but I understand. But I believe the Globe Defenders are doing the same thing in many aspects. But I appreciate your feedback.
What are the Globe Defenders doing? And by the way, the Globe doesn't need defending. The Globe defends itself. Flat Earth is the only thing that needs defending because it has no evidence. I mean, if Earth was flat, it's very, very simple, Eden. There'd be a map.
So, am I allowed to point out again the continents aren't shown on his model and there's no scale for a very good reason, or is it? No, I can't.
I prefer not. No.
I mean, it's a very good point. That's why I was like, there's nothing like a flat Earth, because it's just a circular track. There's no continents, there's no sea, there's no scale, there's nothing. In no way could that be classed as a crude model of the flat Earth. It's just a quantum locking track. So are
you sure it's a Type 2 superconductor was not the object that was placed inside the magnetic field? Because that was what was cooled. Are you sure that's not a Type 2 superconductor?
Is the track, dude. That's what's making the magnetic field.
Okay, so what do you call that object that's hovering?
Just a floating object.
Okay, there you go. Very technical.
A puck, a levitating object.
And what did they do to make it so cool?
Probably poured liquid nitrogen on it.
Oh, there you go.
Again, I don't know the specifics. This is your evidence, so I would have hoped that you could present some more details about it. But, I mean...
I'm pretty sure it's just called a magnet, right? Just any kind of magnet.
All right. Okay,
super cooled magnet.
So Eden actually was, I'll give him props for being the first guy into the breach. However, we have some other people here. Does somebody want to discuss maybe gravity or evolution? I know that there are some people here who have real issues with that, and maybe some of them want. And Craig said he was up to that.
Yeah, come at me, bitches.
We're not gay. But yeah,
that wasn't a gay. Wait, did you say we're not gay? In what way was that a gay statement?
No, I'm just saying. I don't know. It's just weird. You calling? Never mind. I retract it.
Yeah.
I guess
leave the humor to the funny people.
I think we both need to work on our humor.
It's so weird how scared all these Flurfs get when you or McToon show up, but they can't stop talking when you guys are not around.
Yeah, we were just talking about evolution, guys. What happened to that? We were just having a great discussion about it.
I'm terrifying, I understand.
Shame.
So, I'm pretty sure that North is, doesn't believe in evolution.
I think they stopped talking because they know they're not allowed to gang up on people in this format.
They can gang up on me if they want. I don't care.
Wait. Agna, just hold.
That wasn't even me, just to be clear.
I know it wasn't. I can see who's talking. I'm saying, I'd prefer not to have anybody gang be, one-on-one. A few comments are okay. I got a problem with that, but let's try to keep it on
the science.
Right here for a limited time, so let's take advantage.
So who's got issues with evolution?
I don't believe evolution any longer.
Why not?
Well, it depends on what you believe as evolution. What's your definition of evolution, since you believe it?
Adaptation over time to environmental pressures.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you ever get into pre-evolution?
What do you mean pre-evolution?
Or do you ever get into abiogenesis?
As in what started life? No, not really.
Okay. Yeah.
So
wait, taking it back in, do you agree with his definition of evolution? Do you think what he just said occurs?
Yes, I believe that works also in the biblical cosmology.
So that is evolution. So you agree that evolution exists then?
I wouldn't use the term evolution for you.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. That is evolution. You can't just say, yes, that I agree, but I'm not going to call it that. That is evolution. Evolution is a species adapting to environmental pressures over time. If you agree that happens, then you agree evolution exists.
Well, yeah, some words have synonyms, right? So I would suppose that whatever this new idea of evolution that you guys propose, descendants have modifications. Yeah, sure, that happens on biblical flat Earth.
So you agree that evolution exists then?
Sure. And then, what other type of evolutions do you guys believe in? Do you believe in chemical evolution, stellar evolution? Is that a thing?
Okay, when you talk about that kind of evolution, you're just talking about general change over time. The only kind of evolution that biology is concerned with is change of allele frequency, and that only happens with things that have genes or genetics. Like stars don't have genes. These other things don't have genes, so they don't evolve in the same way that living organisms do.
I think you know what we're talking about when we're talking about evolution. We're talking about, organisms on Earth. So, keep the conversation
biological.
There. Yeah.
Yeah, biological.
And you have agreed that biological evolution is a thing. So thank you. So just to be clear, you don't have a problem with evolution. You just have a problem with calling it evolution.
Yeah, I believe modern day evolutionists are just hijacking or repurposing the biblical understanding of adaptation, just relabeling it evolution.
Okay, evolution is just what it's called. That is the term for that thing.
Evidence. You lacked evidence for many decades, and now you've just found, okay, here we go, we'll just repurpose adaptation and call it evolution for everyone.
What do you mean we lack evidence? Evolution has always been that. That's what the theory of evolution is.
Okay, walk us through it, if you dare.
Wait, really quick. You understand the person, Darwin, was a Christian himself, so you're saying a Christian hijacked Christianity to argue for evolution, a Christian thing already?
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, let's let Eden. Eden can do Eden, and he can talk to Craig. All right, that's what we're.
Yeah. So
evolution is very simple, right? An offspring is born that has a mutation. That mutation turns out to be beneficial for the environment they live in. In fact, so beneficial that is the likely thing to be passed on in the genes. And then if there's an environmental pressure, like say a massive drought, that reduces the availability of fruits and seeds, but a bird had an adaptation that had a longer beak, right? The ones with the longer beaks would be able to dig down further into the ground to get the nutrients they need from whatever's down there, bugs and stuff. The ones with the shorter beaks would die out. So now that adaptation has become the dominant gene because it was more suited to the environmental pressures. That happens over, many generations. And that is what evolution is.
Okay, can you steelman biblical adaptation?
No. I mean, I wouldn't want to either, because that's just, you're just saying evolution in another name.
Okay, yeah, it's synonymous. Okay. That's
So
what I'm saying.
you agree with evolution then, you just don't want to call it evolution?
Well, yeah, because I guess most people who aren't in the field or aren't learning what's on the cutting edge, they're still under the idea of change over time, where you've got from simple to complex, where we are today. And it seems like you guys are just arguing that a descendant is having some sort of mutation, adaptation, because of environmental pressures, and they might continue to have offspring. Yeah, that happens in biblical thought, biblical cosmology.
So you agree with evolution then? Cool.
And a second thing, we don't only have that, we do have anatomical similarity, but again, people who deny evolution just like to pretend genetics doesn't exist, and modern synthesis uses both anatomical similarity and the fossil record. But again, a key thing that we have now is genetic testing, and this is a really, really, and I consider the only necessary evidence for evolution, but this is something that, by...
All right.
Yeah, interesting. Craig, do you have any thoughts on where evolution began? Do you think it began underwater in the hydrothermal vents, or do you think it arrived?
I don't know. I don't have a time machine. Well, I'm not allowed to tell you about the time machine. It's secret. But I haven't. I have no idea how it started or when it started. You can look at the fossil records and even go back, and it shows that a lot of stuff came from the water. But again, I don't have a time machine. I don't know where it started.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Wait, Omnivore, is this not open discussion? Why'd you just kick me? Is it open discussion or not?
So we have Craig here, all right? And the idea is that because we have Craig for a limited amount of time, I want people to interact with him.
So it's not open floor?
I honestly don't mind people interacting as well to keep the conversation flowing.
Okay.
It's cool.
Okay. Well, I wanted to make sure. I also would prefer if Craig is arguing with someone that it's not a dogpile situation, and I want to do that for whoever the speaker would be. So
yeah, if you guys wanted to meet me in another time, other than I'll be happy to chat with you.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell people, because a lot of people don't know about modern synthesis. Like, this is part of modern evolutionary theory, is genetics. That is what makes it different than Darwin's original theory. He didn't know about genetics. Mendel created that. So now we have both anatomical similarity, which Darwin knew about, and we have genetics, which he didn't know about, and those two things together make modern synthesis. I was just telling people. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. What do you guys think about Bill Gates, where he said that DNA is like software, but more advanced than anything ever designed? Do you think he misspoke?
I mean, DNA is instructions. That's literally what it is. DNA tells your body how to be put together. And I suppose you could describe that as software, because software tells a computer, how to put together a program. Is there anyone here that actually has problems with evolution? They don't think that it happens.
They're really shy today. There was a bunch of them earlier.
I'd say I'm
Yeah.
pretty skeptical of it. But,
Oh, where'd they all go?
Wait. Okay, Andy, you're skeptical.
Yeah, I'm definitely skeptical. But I watched a video the other day of James Torr, who I'm sure Craig knows well, absolutely destroying abiogenesis. I mean,
no, the good Lord, no, he doesn't. James Torr knows nothing. Like,
you think he knows more than you, Craig?
Did you see him get destroyed by Professor Dave? Like, absolutely ruined.
Professor Dave, not a Professor Dave. Are you joking?
Well, Professor Dave is actually a professor. So everyone always says that. It's strange, but no, he is an actual professor because he's taught at college. And he absolutely.
Have you seen James Torr's qualifications? It's longer than your leg.
It doesn't matter. James Torr doesn't seem to know anything. Like the way that he displays himself in debate, writing an equation on the board and just shouting about it. Like, he didn't actually answer any of the things put forward by Professor Dave, and by misunderstanding things, you can't destroy abiogenesis. But just saying that abiogenesis isn't real doesn't stop evolution being a thing.
No, I never said it did.
Yeah. But you said you were skeptical of evolution. So what about evolution are you skeptical about?
Well, I'd say there's probably, it's fair to say there's micro adaptation. That's you know, you can't debate that. That's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
I mean that is
with limits, with a limit, I'd say probably.
Well, how do you explain that a bat's wing looks very much like a human's hand when you look at it under an X-ray?
A common creator.
Oh, right. So it couldn't be a common ancestor. It has to be a common creator.
Yes. And while I'm about it, I'd very much like to thank you for doing that debate with Andrew Wilson about secular ethics and
the one where he didn't present an evidence.
Excuse me. I really enjoyed that because if you purposely went up to make it look silly, you couldn't have done a better job.
Yeah, well, most people disagree with that. He didn't even present any evidence for his case, and I debunk his entire argument with the 10th part of that manifesto. Yeah, I debunk his entire argument with the 10th part of the manifesto, which says
you're very rude. You're a very rude person.
I'm in the middle of talking. So I debunk.
No, I hadn't finished.
It's okay. I'm just going to finish what I'm saying. I can debunk his entire argument with the 10th part of the manifesto, which is about personal autonomy, which ruins every single one of his arguments. But I was the only one in that debate that presented any evidence for my case as to why my position would be better. He failed to actually do the debate.
Well, look, listen, anybody can go back and watch. I'm glad it's on record. You can go back and watch it.
Yeah.
If your audience, please go back and watch it.
Yeah. It's all right. My audience have seen it many times, and they've all seen Andrew Wilson fail to present any evidence for his case as to why Christianity would be better than secular ethics. Secular humanism.
He's better in a plethora of ways. I'd say.
He didn't present any ways that he's better.
Jesus, can I talk or what, dude?
It's a conversation. It's a back and forth, dude.
Let me just say this, right? At the end of it, right? And I'm on Discord a lot. There's a lot of people, and I've got to be honest, I find it very difficult to listen to you, so I don't listen to you very often. You're like cheese grater in my ears. But I do like Andrew Wilson, right? And afterwards...
Papa fascist, yeah.
Dude,
Craig, hold on.
I paid you a compliment. I actually said, wow, actually, no, Craig is fighting an uphill battle, and he's damn good. He's damn good, right?
Oh, he's good at what he does, yeah.
And... for the fact that you said this is the first live debate I've done, I thought you did a really good job, actually.
Yeah, I felt that I did really well. And obviously Andrew's very good at debating. He's got his tactics and stuff, but having tactics and that doesn't change the fact that he failed to do what he was supposed to do in the debate, and that was present any evidence for why his position was better. I was the only one that did that.
What was his tactics?
His tactics is to present outlandish cases for secular humanism that no secular humanist would ever have as a position, and say if you can't debunk it, then secular humanism is stupid. That was it.
Well, like asking you to define your terms, or if you agree with the Human Secular Manifesto.
Yeah, I agree with the Secular Humanist Manifesto. I don't agree with his interpretation of it.
You do agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with his interpretation of it because...
So his trick was his interpretation of the text.
Hold on a second. Break.
His the way that he went about it was a very dishonest way of representing secular humanism in a way that no secular humanist would ever represent it, to make it seem ridiculous and like it couldn't be debunked. But what he completely failed to do was present any evidence for why Christianity would be any better than secular humanism, where my entire argument was why secular humanism is the much more logical position to hold for society to follow. He didn't do that. So regardless of the fact
you didn't do that.
Oh, I did. I just explained exactly that was what I did in my opening.
You just explained how you didn't do that.
Are you okay? In my opening, I literally did explain why secular humanism is better for society than Christian ethics. I literally did that in my opening, and
so there's a board of council. Maybe they would write a book. Like
I literally explained why.
Humanist
I literally explained why it's better. I literally explained why it's better than Christianity, which was the point of the debate, but Andrew failed to do that. He did not once at all ever explain why Christianity would be better for society than secular humanism. Based on
I don't think the simplicity of the argument. Because you would just be like,
10 of you at once.
Well, the church says that, the body of Christ says, no, that's the wrong answer, so don't do that. And so there isn't this ambiguity.
But how many different interpretations of Christ's words are there?
And there are interpretations of this text that is called the Humanist Manifesto.
Yeah, but how many interpretations?
That's why you said you agreed
how
to
many
it.
interpretations
He was asking,
of this?
How would we come to clause when we have this group and this group?
Yeah, again, that wasn't the point of the debate.
The Humanist Manifesto, and how do they come to pass?
Again, that wasn't the point of the debate.
This conflict.
Again, that wasn't the point of the debate.
You didn't have a resolution.
Again, that wasn't the point of the debate, and I did have a resolution. I explained every single one of them, exactly how we come to the conclusions, and I debunked every single one of his points using the 10th point of the Secular Humanist Manifesto, which is about personal autonomy, which debunked every single thing that he misrepresented about secular humanism. So I did, just because you don't agree with the things I said doesn't mean that I didn't do it. And it goes back to the single point. The single point of the debate was what was better for society, secular humanism or Christian ethics. I presented why secular humanism was better. He did not present why Christianity was better. Based on that alone, I won the debate.
Got it.
May I make a comment?
Go ahead, Tony.
You won it by losing.
I didn't lose though, because I was the only one that presented.
There's an ambiguity of a language. The problematic. The conclusion of this discussion.
So, in fact, the host of this said that I could say something, and in fact, Andrew Wilson's point was entirely self-defeating. He pointed out ambiguity of interpretation in the Humanist Manifesto. Well, if that's the criteria by which you judge which is superior, then the Bible is clearly not what you should be listening to, because it wasn't written for clarity. We don't have it in its original form. There are 4,000 different interpretations of what the Bible says. So if we're looking at consistency and ease of interpretation, then we should be looking at a document that was written for ease and directness of interpretation. We should not be looking at the Bible, which clearly has vastly diverse interpretations.
You know, Bible just means the little papyrus book, right?
Okay,
there's something more than that, right?
Okay, guys.
When you say the Bible, what are you even talking about?
Tony, hold on a second. Because it's audio chaos, I'm going to get to everybody, but please try to be succinct in making your points. Get the point out, so that we can move around, because a lot of people seem to want to talk. All right, real quick. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, again, there isn't even agreement on what books constitute the Bible. Christians do not agree on this point. The Catholics have books in the Bible that everybody else doesn't. The Coptic Church includes the Book of Enoch in the Bible. You can't even agree on what this document that is called the Bible is, let alone how to interpret what's in it.
Got it. Okay, so into the break, do you want to respond to that?
I'd like to respond.
Andy, okay.
Well, first of all, you can't even agree.
Yeah, I relinquish to Andy.
You can't even agree what's right and wrong in secular humanism. First of all. Second of all, I mean, the big home run really is the fact that we are not replacing ourselves. You know, I was watching somebody the other day, Michael Jones, I think his name is, and he was talking about, he laid out a brilliant analogy because his opponent said, well, what about a post-Christian society, which is what we are in the UK, certainly. You know, and he
so sad. I pray for you. I pray for you every day, brother.
Thanks. He wanted to judge it from that position, and he's like, well, wait a minute. And he used a beautiful analogy. He says it's like a clipped rose. He says, yes, sure, you can put it in a vase. It looks quite nice for a little while, and then it quickly turns to shit. Well, that's what's happening in this.
Got it.
This is very much secular in the UK right now, and we are not replacing ourselves. So without the replacement rate, that we have nothing. We have
got it,
nothing.
Andy. Yeah, I got it.
We are right, but
there's a disease in the cold.
Guys,
there's a disease, a parasite in the.
Right, what Andy said there completely missed the point of everything that Tony said. Tony made Tony made an extremely good point that the Secular Humanist Manifesto is made for clarity. And it's very clear about what is good and what is bad. Whereas the Bible can be interpreted in so many ridiculous ways. For instance, we can just look at the abolition of slavery. Well, the people in Britain that really wanted to abolish slavery were using the Bible to say, look, this says we shouldn't do slavery. However, the southern people in America were using the same Bible to justify slavery and say that we should do it because the Bible says we should. So the fact that you can take the Bible, the book that you want to be, the normative authority of it on everything, you can take that Bible and interpret it with having slaves is good and having slaves is bad, shows that should not be a basis for society, because that kind of ambiguity is not good.
Okay, so into the break. Who is next is out of here. Do we want to keep going on the biblical thing? I'm sure there's probably other people who want to do it.
I thought, Omni, maybe that you would take a position on if there's like a standard that should be upheld, and which one should be referenced as the ultimate. I thought maybe you would take a position on that.
Really quick, can I just ask Andy something, and then we can go into like biblical morality. I just want to ask Andy something. Is that okay? Or
yeah?
No, it's not. I was asking Omni something. I don't know why.
I was asking Omni, who's the head of this.
I asked it first, dude. What's wrong with you? Kid?
Okay, well, hold on a second. Okay, if you want to ask me what I'm modding, so
yeah, I want to ask Andy a question. Am I allowed to ask Andy a question, or?
Well, you can ask a question. Tanks, what is your question, real quick?
I just want to ask Andy. Could you just explain what those biological limitations that would prevent like bat wings from occurring? What would those be? Like the biochem behind it.
Okay.
If you want to go back to evolution, listen.
Yeah, you just made that claim. I was just curious.
Well, look, it's like when I talk about, this is a very, very complex topic, so I just point to a few things where I've got issues with it, like Haldane's dilemma, for instance, which is about mutation. I'd point to, again, James Tour for abiogenesis. I'd point to stuff like that, like when I'm talking about germ theory, I point to Sam Bailey. Go watch Sam Bailey's videos about germ theory, and then come back and we'll talk about it.
But you disagree with?
I have another question.
It's a very
for Andy.
complex topic.
Can I respond really quickly to that? Anyone could just look up he has a weird last name, but Haldane's dilemma. The first thing that will just come up is just literally a journal review about explaining how sex solves that issue. So anyone could just look up that dilemma, and the first thing that'll pop up is a solution to it.
Yeah, they moved the goalposts.
I think Tony had a question. Can Tony ask a question, please?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My question is for Andy. When you say we are not replacing ourselves, who is we?
Well, the West.
So you mean white people?
Basically, but I mean America.
Okay, so you're a racist.
More immigrants. More immigrants.
Oh yeah,
so,
we get replaced by
you're a racist.
Immigrants, of course. Sorry, Tony.
So your idea is white people are more valuable than people of any other color. That's your
That's
argument.
not what he said, Tony. That's a blatant.
All right, chill, Rob. Chill, Rob.
Right.
So what?
Ridiculous, Tony.
Wait, Rob,
Be a fucking man.
Rob, please. Okay, so yes, so we got it, Tony. You think it's ethnic or racial or something like that. Andy, did you want to respond to that?
Ethnic and racial.
I obviously
Yes,
didn't. The audience knew I didn't mean that. Quite obviously, I'm just saying that we could really draw it back to feminism as well, putting women to work, and then saying, look, you have a kid at 30. I mean, look how well this is working for us. It just isn't, is it? We're not replacing ourselves. So ultimately, if we don't have any
Are you
people,
saying Britain is below the
replacement rate? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we've got the demographic winter argument. I'm quite familiar with it. Okay, so yeah, Eli, you wanted to get in?
Yeah, I have a statement. He said he said the Bible wasn't a good basis for a society because it has things in it that he disagrees with in the modern day, and he says that it's condoned by the Bible, and these things are not exactly true. Slavery is talked about in the Bible, and there are rules in Leviticus for how you should treat a slave if you have a slave. And if you read through the rules of how you have to treat a slave if you have a slave, because at that time people did have slaves, it's common. So there was rules for how you would treat a slave.
like you can beat them as long as
guaranteed
they can stand
freedom.
up, right?
Oh God, cannibalism is awful, dude. That's not in the Bible.
No,
so
the
anyway,
Bible says, I didn't say cannibalism, I said the Bible says that you're allowed to beat your slave as long as they can get up afterwards.
not that I'm aware.
Well, no, definitely
That does say, it says something like that, and if you do, then you have to kill yourself. If you kill your slave, then kill yourself. So it's pretty much telling you not to beat your slave like that.
Well, no, it's saying you can beat your slave as long as you don't kill them. That's fine.
Yeah, because if you kill them, then you must kill yourself.
Yeah, but
See,
if
so this is some absurd twisting. People do this because they have this bias against that.
Well, no, again,
that book,
my point is that
for whatever
this is how it
reason
can be
I'm
interpreted.
speaking, right? So
We're
yeah,
having a
I
conversation.
get that.
It's a back and forth, dude.
You can take anything and you can interpret it any way you want. People try to do it with the Second Amendment all the time. They try to say, "Oh, well, the forefathers never intended for you to have, an AR style rifle," and it's like you're out of your mind because the forefathers fully intended for you to be able to have cannons, bombs, anything you wanted, and people did all the way up until the 1950s. In fact, it was common for people to have TNT, fully automatic weapons, Thompsons, all kinds of things. All the way through.
Yeah, but no one's twisting the words,
so you can
right?
interpret anything any way you
exactly,
want.
that's
It
the
depends
point.
on what the
The
agenda is
Bible
in
can be-
your heart.
Hold on, Tony, let him get it out. Go ahead and finish.
Hold
Yes,
on.
you can.
It is
anything you want. We got
It's
it.
completely dependent. It is 100% completely dependent on what's in your heart, on what you are. And I'm so sick and tired of people trying to blame the gun, blame the bottle, blame the shirt, blame this. Bro, it is what is in your heart.
No,
So
it's
if
what's in the
you're
Bible. The
doing
Bible
evil,
says
we need
these
to look
things are
at
okay.
you like the
All right, you
evil
can
person.
stop rambling now. You can chill. The Bible says these things are okay. It's that's how it can be interpreted. And that is the problem, that it can be interpreted. Who's to say that your personal interpretation, because what's in your heart, is the right one? Again, back in the days of slavery, people used the Bible to justify slavery. That was there. That wasn't just the interpretation of one person. That was the interpretation of the entire Confederacy. The Bible says slavery good, therefore we keep slaves. No, it's not. They literally used the Bible to justify slavery. It's not a lie. That is a fact.
That is a lie.
No, yeah, it'll be somebody who's
It's not a lie.
following the Bible.
Hold on one sec. No, it's not a lie. This is a fact that they
Can you
used the
cite
Bible.
that then?
Yes.
Yeah, in
Can you
Leviticus
tell me
25, 44 to 46, it says, as your male and female slaves, whom you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you.
I'm
You may,
sorry.
and this is Leviticus 45, you may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their clans that are with you.
Is
So
this
it does
guy
say it.
trying to
Yeah,
say
they're to be
that? Hold on.
I'm aware, and they're also to be treated
One sec, please, 1 second. Is this guy trying to tell me that the South did not use the Bible to try and justify slavery?
Bro,
I don't know.
There's all kinds of people who use all kinds of things to justify things, but my family
No.
is
Stick to the
yours,
question.
right?
Stick to
And
the
my
question.
family
Did the
fought
South?
on
Did
both
the
sides
South?
of the war?
In the Civil War, did the South use the Bible to justify slavery? Yes or no?
Then they wouldn't have been Christians.
No.
They did, actually, and they were Christians.
They wouldn't have been Christians if they were using it to justify slavery
you
in
say
the way
that they
you're
weren't
painting
Christians,
it.
but they were Christians, and their interpretation of the Bible was that slavery was okay. Just because
Not
you
if,
don't
like,
agree
Why?
with them.
Because they said they were Christians?
This is all a lie.
Yes.
Hey, Craig,
This is all a lie.
because they said they were
None
Christians?
of this is a lie. Yes, they said they were
So,
Christians.
how about
just like
So
all
you
of you
believe
say
that?
you're Christians?
Because
No.
they used the Bible
No.
to interpret slavery
Yes.
as good,
down.
and they
Calm
say
down.
they were Christians, so you believe them.
Okay.
Wait, here,
I,
here.
I, I just, I,
Can I ask a common
trying to get
question?
Are you guys
May I-
okay?
Hey, look, guys, I want to try to keep this to one at a time. So, who says they did not use the Bible to justify slavery? Okay.
Me? I'm Southern, and I have the heritage. Literally,
Oh
and
my
the Scottish
God, you
Rite and
moron.
the York Rite.
Okay, so does somebody have a citation or that they used the
Yes.
Bible to justify slavery?
Yes.
Okay, what is
Yes.
that?
In fact,
No, that was
in
FTFE's
fact,
claim.
okay. In fact, they created what were called slaves' Bibles, which took portions of the Bible encouraging slavery and obedience by slaves, and they gave them to slaves. Just look
Where's
up the
the
term
citation?
slave. Look up the term slave Bible.
No,
That's so
you
interesting.
slave
That is
Bible.
so. This is so
Okay,
interesting.
the
Let me-
Church Mission Society. The Church Mission Society, commissioned by Anglican Bishop of London, Balby Porteous, a key abolitionist, controversially. The slave Bible included only those parts of Scripture that supported the institution of slavery. I'm reading from the Slave Bible, a reflection, Church Missionary Society. This is on the Church Mission Society's website.
Yeah.
Wikipedia, select parts of the Holy Bible for the use of the Negro.
There's also this, Tony.
you know,
The Protestant Church in the Confederate State of America declared it their mission to conserve the institution of slavery and make it a blessing both to master and slave.
Yes.
All right.
Select
So
parts of the
there is
Holy
real quick, there is a
Bible for the use of Negro slaves in the British West India Islands. Look it up. You know,
So
just
there-
try it. Don't just yell at me and say, you know, where are the references? I'm giving you the references right now. Go and read them. You seem not to know any history on this subject.
point. I've been trying to
Go
get
and
into it a
read
little
the
bit.
Got it.
history
Totally,
and
we
then
totally
come
got
back
it.
to us.
We totally got it. There is a link that Earth is Life has posted several links to the Slave Bible and Legacy of. Anyway, he's got some links in there. I haven't reviewed them, but there are some citations that have been posted. So who wants to respond? Does anybody want to respond to that counter?
Yeah, I do.
I've got one thing to say first,
I do,
just to add
Wait,
evidence to it.
Craig,
There was much twisting of the scripture to defend slavery. Specifically, Genesis 9:25 to 27, the infamous curse of Ham, twisted to claim that black people were destined for servitude. Specifically by Reverend Fred A. Ross, argued that slavery was a divine institution, claiming it was sanctioned by God and all Negroes were to be slaves.
Okay.
Am I up?
go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to kind of comment back on, like, if you're taking the honest approach, and this is kind of to Elias' point, if you're taking the honest approach and saying, well, listen, I'm going to read this Bible as being true. If you go through the rules it gives in the definition of slavery, which is not like an indeterminate amount of time, it's like, and the reason you're enslaved is because you literally went to war with somebody or you owe them a specific debt. So the slavery is just to work off the debt. You have to treat them well. And then in the beating part that somebody had referenced, it's pretty much commanding you to not hit them, to not beat them. It's saying if you beat them, you should be put to death. If you put that, like, you know, if you do
When it
this,
says
you will be
kill
in
them,
trouble.
you will be put to death, not if you beat
Yeah,
them.
right. So it's saying so what it's implying is don't even take the chance.
Well,
because
that's
then
your
you're going to have to
that's
appeal to
your
this
interpretation
standard.
of it, right?
No, it's saying don't even take the chance because this is the standard that you have to
Your
appeal.
interpretation
I'm
of
still
that is to
talking.
not
I'm
even
still
take the
talking.
chance, but the
Craig.
interpretation of other people
Craig,
is
I'm
that it's
still
okay
talking,
to.
dude.
Yeah, we're having a
What's wrong with
conversation.
you,
It's a
man?
back and forth.
No, I'm not. I wasn't even really talking to you about it.
Well, I
just
don't
saying
want
it
you
out
to
loud.
talk to me. I want to have a conversation, and
I
that's
wasn't
your
talking to you. I
interpretation.
referenced Elias.
The interpretation of other people is that It's okay to beat your slave as long as they don't die. And that is the point. It can be interpreted in so many ways. There is no specific list of exactly how to interpret the Bible. Both you and other people
your
interpret
interpretation.
See, this is how you're
exactly. There is so many different interpretations.
I still haven't finished.
Who knows what the right one is?
There was no reason for you to do this because I didn't.
It's a conversation. It's a back and forth. Just chill out.
So
okay, so
Dude,
okay, yeah, we're going to try to go back.
May I finally?
We're really going to try to go
May
back
I
and
finally
forth.
get in here to
No, I didn't even finish. This is why it wasn't good for you, Craig, to interrupt me because I wasn't finished. Then 3 other people want to address the scattergun points you made, man.
Yeah,
so it's
again,
clearly
a conversation.
All right, you guys go ahead.
May I make a point?
Yeah.
Are the people in this
several.
chat? Are these people in the chat claiming that the Confederate States were an atheist state?
No, the South was definitely Bible-based, 100%. There's no doubt about that.
Okay,
But y'all
so-
get into
so-
the heart of the issue, and y'all don't want to do that.
But I just got told they're not Christian.
Y'all want to scattergun. Y'all literally, you want to gloss over things, and you want to make bad guys, right? That's what you want to do.
No,
That's
I
so
don't
easy
wanna
to do.
make
That's
bad
the liberal
guys.
or the
This is-
Republican agenda. That's the two-party agenda. This guy's bad guy. That guy's bad guy. Like there's not deep-seated, complicated issues at play. It's dishonest. It's completely dishonest. And
How
if
is
you're
it
gonna
dishonest?
Say they, right? The Christian church, okay, isn't
Which
just
Christian
one
church?
So if I understand that there were some Bibles that might have been created for slaves by an agenda-based church that was okay interpreting the Bible that way, but most of us are not. But if you want to get into the heart of the matter and you actually
No
want to
true
get down to
Scotsman.
what was going on in government at the time, so if you're going to get into what was going on in government at the time, the best way to do it is to get into the Webster-Haynes debate. It's known as the greatest debate that ever took place within the halls of Congress by historians, and 99.99999% of y'all have never read it, which is a fucking shame.
Wait, hold on. Can
Cool
we
story,
all
bro.
agree?
Doesn't
Everyone in
change
this
what we
chat.
said.
Wait, can everyone in this chat agree that God could have made a Bible that would have never been interpreted for slavery in any way possible and had the same message? Can we all agree on that? That God could have done that?
Yeah, God could have. Yeah, God could have specifically said, "Guys, owning slaves is bad. Don't do it." But, but God didn't. God left
God
it
could have
open to
done that, right?
interpretation. And the fact that some of you guys are arguing that the Bible can be interpreted in different ways and that only your interpretation is the true Christian way is the problem with Christianity, because every sect of Christianity says that their interpretation is the correct way, including the slave owners in the Southern Confederacy that used the Bible to justify slavery. They were as much Christian as you were.
Well, no, I would disagree.
It's funny that Flurfs
I
do
will
that
give
with
you
their-
credit.
Let's let Eli do it.
I will.
That made people angry.
I will give you credit. I will 100% give you credit that there were many people within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam who practiced slavery. I will 100% grant it to you. But let me talk about what's in Leviticus, since you keep talking about the Bible and why it's permitted for you to buy slaves. All right.
Wait,
so
you
if
didn't answer the
Rome is
God could have
selling
done
slaves,
thing.
if Rome is selling slaves, and I, being a Christian man, am against it, I can't go to Rome and fight their government. That is wrong too in the Bible. I cannot do that. I have to follow the law of the land that I'm in. So I can go to Rome and I can buy 2 slaves, and then over the course of 10 years I can set them up with land, I can set them up with goats, I can set them up with a house, and in 10 years time the Bible says that I'm supposed to do all of these things and set them free. That's what the
But you
Bible
could have just
says.
not owned them as slaves in the first place. You could have just given them a job like what we do today.
Rome's selling them. I want to set them free, but I cannot fight them.
I want to correct this gentleman. This gentleman is quoting laws that only apply to Jewish slaves. The law that and furthermore, if you have a Jewish slave and you release them, they don't get to take their wife if their wife is a slave and children with them. In order to keep their wife and children, they have to agree to be permanent slaves for the rest of their lives, and they will be marked explicitly branded to tell you that that's been done. If you're not a Jewish slave, you don't have a right to be released. Yes, your owner has the option to do that, but there's no requirement under law. That law that this man is citing about releasing them only applies to Jewish male slaves. It doesn't apply to female slaves, and it doesn't apply to children.
Okay. Eli, did you want to respond to that?
Drop.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to get into Leviticus and we want to read through it, so they took on multiple wives back then, which was a practice that occurred throughout the world, and regardless of religion. Still occurs to this day where there's no religions, especially like in Africa, where they still, whatever religion they have in their tribal, they still take minimum.
And Utah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I got one, and I'm 700 miles away from her. You know what I mean? But
well, I'm about
it was just
5 foot away.
common.
She's just in that room there.
But if you, it's so difficult to get into because you're talking about the temple laws at this point. You're talking about the Levitical laws, and if you go into Christianity, right? So you're talking about Judaism, and so you're talking about Judaism and the Levitical law. If you go into Christianity, the Levitical law was nailed to the cross, and we're under the Ten Commandments, and the Ten Commandments do not allow slavery.
Do they not? Where in the Ten Commandments does it say not to take slaves?
I think it actually specifically says you may pass them.
Do you think God had the option to say slavery, don't do slavery, as one of the 10 commandments, and he chose not to?
Plus, here's the thing.
I also noticed that don't rape people is also not in the 10 commandments. There are 4 commandments about how much you should love and respect this God, and there are absolutely no commandments saying you shouldn't rape people and you shouldn't take slaves.
That's also a good point, honestly. Never thought of that one.
No, Commandment 7 and Commandment 8, but
what Commandment 7 and 8?
You would have to do a hell of a stretch to get around the Ten Commandments to own slaves. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Omni, can I add something?
You're being a completely dishonest person at this point.
No, wait. I'm good. So there's nothing in the Ten
adultery and
Commandments
stealing.
Omni, can I add something, please?
Yes, I want to let people get in. So, okay, Rob, can you get in as distinctly as you can?
Yes, I'll be very quick. The whole Ten Commandments can be summed up with 2 statements. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. So tell me, if you're going to love your neighbor as yourself, how are you going to make them a slave?
Wait, but that's not what it says, though, right? That's like not literally what it says.
Yeah, you're missing my point.
I think you're missing what the Bible says.
The Bible says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself.
Right, let me ask you a quick question. Is having a slave and loving that slave mutually exclusive?
Ooh.
No, you can have a slave and you can love. You can take that neighbor. You can make that neighbor your slave, and you can hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Right? You can take, according to the Ten Commandments, you can take your neighbor, you can love them, but there's nothing there that says you can't also make them your slave. You can have a slave and love that slave, but they can still be your slave according to the Ten Commandments. And he's just ran away because he doesn't like me pointing that out. And he's called me a piece of shit.
So Rob.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob, if you want to respond to that. Can you have a slave and love that slave at the same time?
Also funny, this is a catch-22 because if you say no, then God can't also say love your neighbor and own a slave because those things would be exclusive to each other. So those would be contradictory. So it's like either way you answer.
No. What about this? If let's say you had a contract with someone and it was $1 million contract and they defaulted.
Please, I'm sorry, Eden. It took me a second to get to my mic.
Of course, yeah.
I just want to reiterate this one simple fact. The whole of the law can be summed up with the 2 phrases that Jesus spoke. Who we as Christians follow what Jesus says, not the 10 Commandments. We follow what Jesus says. And what Jesus said was love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And love your neighbor as yourself. So in loving your neighbor as yourself, how do you make them your slave?
Wait, Rob, do you own a pet? Rob, do you own a pet?
We're not talking about pets. Let's not deflect what I said.
And Rob, remember that the lawyer that was with Jesus was asking, well, who's my neighbor? And Jesus wasn't going to argue with them, so he gave him the parable, and it was the parable of the enemy, your so-called
The Good
enemy. is your
Samaritan.
neighbor.
Yeah,
That's
everybody is your neighbor. I already know
Even
that.
the enemy.
That's why I would never take a slave if I'm a follower of Christ.
Wait,
So
we never
all
got
of
an answer
those
to the
people
owning
who
thing and
did
loving
take
thing.
slaves, so all those
for
people who
them.
did take slaves from the 5th century through to the 19th century, all of those Christians who owned slaves weren't actually Christians. Is that what you were saying?
I don't think when they get to heaven and go to Jesus, and you know what he's gonna say? Depart from me, I never knew you. It says that in the Bible.
So
But
God's
did they
word is
agree-
written
but
on their
did they
heart.
agree with you? So did they agree with your interpretation of the Bible? The central issue here is whether or not
About interpretation or his
is-
actual words that he spoke.
The central
And we
question
changed our interpretation of the words
the
that he
central
spoke.
question the central question here is whether or not the Bible is a reliable moral guide. Can it be interpreted to support multiple moral positions? And the historical evidence says that it can. So why should we not, in preference to the Bible, get together as a group and, as someone else said, treat one another as real people with moral decisions? Nobody's accusing anybody else here of being immoral, but we should get together, talk about what laws we want and why they should be that way. That's
been
how
doing
we
that for a
should
long
decide
time.
on our laws and our
We got
moral
it, Tony.
principles.
Totally got it.
They've been doing that for a long time, and when you leave it up to mankind, these laws will change and eventually turn on the vulnerable, like what happened in Germany.
So, just out of curiosity, if God told you to do something like super bad, would you do it? Okay. Yeah, and we never did get an answer to the owning something and loving it at the same time, because I absolutely love my pets, but I also possess my pets. I own my pets. So
Yeah.
there's no reason this couldn't work in, biblical times. So we never did get an answer to that question. I do want to hear an answer to that.
And to love thy neighbor as well as love myself. You know what? I like to serve myself quite often. I make myself food. I keep myself, happy. So to love my neighbor as though I love myself would actually be getting that neighbor to serve me. So I can interpret what you've just said as saying I really should have a slave because I want myself to be happy.
Well,
No,
you're okay. So hold on. So you literally just took the weirdest interpretation that you could never take if you read the Bible, because the Bible teaches to not serve the flesh, and so you were genuinely telling us all that you live and serve only to your flesh, and you think not of your fellow man. Which is
Again,
telling us that
I
you're
was
actually
quoting,
the
I was
problem.
quoting what that guy said. I was
Paradise.
quoting. Hold on. I was quoting what Jesus said, according to that other guy. I was quoting what Jesus said, which is love thy neighbor as you love yourself. Well, I like to be happy and comfortable and have food and coffee and a clean house. So I can love my neighbor and also get them to give me food and clean my house, according to those words spoken by Jesus. And I don't care if you think it's a weird interpretation. I think it's a weird interpretation to say that it's okay to own slaves, but so did a lot of other people have that as their interpretation. The point is, it can all be interpreted in many different ways, and there is no rules to say which interpretation is correct, only your feelings.
I want to go, let Eli
please.
finish up. Let's let Eli finish up. Finish up, Eli.
Okay. So you can absolutely love your neighbor and have them come over and clean your home and do all that, because people do it all the time. They hire me to come into their homes and remodel their bathrooms, and they show love and I show them love, and there's an equal exchange there. There's no oppression involved at all. It's a beautiful, beautiful exchange. It's an arrangement that works. The moment that you transgress into violence and try to force them, you're outside of the rules of the commandment. You're outside of the rules of the Bible. So your argument is no longer applicable there.
Could
There
you
was
show
something that
me
you did say
where
before
it
that
goes
you
outside
said
of the
that I
rules?
wanted to address, but I can't remember.
I didn't say anything about
where it is.
violence. I didn't say anything about violence. I just said that I'm going to love my neighbor as I love myself, exactly as it's that's my interpretation of it. And the point that you cannot deny, which you are all glossing over so heavily, is that the Bible can be interpreted many ways. So can the words of Jesus and the words of God. You can interpret them in many, many ways, and they have been interpreted to do horrific and horrible things throughout history.
Yes, they have. I'll grant that people will use any words that they can to manipulate anyone, and it doesn't matter what it is, right? It doesn't matter what it is. If they can get people to latch onto it, they'll use it to manipulate them to their own ends. It doesn't matter if it's that book, politics, whatever, right? But there was one thing about owning and loving, and I will contend that a man and woman own their children up until a certain point that they come of age and begin making their own decisions, and they love them immensely.
I don't think I own.
Do you think parents own their children in the same way that the Bible suggests you own slaves as inherited property? Do you actually think that's what parents have for their kids?
I don't.
You can't sell your kids. In the Bible, you can sell your kids. The second thing is, it literally says you could pass on people as inherited property to your children.
You can sell your kids.
You cannot pass. Well, you can't buy kids for starters. The second thing is, you can literally in the Bible.
It depends on what market you're in.
Okay, well,
we know
they're
that
legal
it's
markets,
happening, though, don't we?
So it's a legal market.
We know that it's happening, don't
yes,
we?
they're legal markets. They're immoral markets. We can all, yeah. So, and then the second thing is, the Bible literally says you can pass on slaves as inherited property. This is not something you could do with children. You cannot pass children on as inherited property. That is not a thing.
Wait, was I not supposed to give my kids?
I have some other challenges to this. So you are saying that since parents own their children, therefore it is ethical that they are able to sell them. You're saying that it's ethical for people to sell kids. Is that what you're saying?
No, absolutely
think so.
not. But I'm saying people do it all.
Okay, then you are saying that people should. That it is. Then you are saying that it is not ethical to treat children as property.
No, I wouldn't say it's ethical to sell your children.
Okay,
I
can sell my property, right?
Growing up,
But if it's my property, I can sell it. I can destroy it if I want. It's not ethical to kill people. Okay, it's not ethical to. I can destroy my property if I want to. I can take a baseball bat to my television. That's my right. Nobody can tell me not to. But I can't. But it is not ethical for me to take a baseball bat to my child. Anyone who's, it's so to say that children are property on any level is simply misguided, right? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I think you misspoke when you said that parents get to treat their children like property. Would you agree?
I mean, you don't treat.
I will actually argue you on this. I will argue on this.
Do not argue that you own kids like property.
Wait. Let him finish.
Listen, we're gonna make this very clear.
Let him finish.
Go on.
Go ahead, Eli. Go ahead.
Well, whose property are they? The government or your?
Maybe they're not property.
Humans are not property, bro.
Let Eli finish.
Listen, if you're my child, and you're 7 years old, and you think that you're going to defy me, and you're not going to eat your dinner, and you're not going to clean your room, and you're not going to do your homework, I'm not going to take off my belt and whoop your ass. That's what my dad would have done. My dad whooped ass, and he got results. You know what I mean? I grew up that way. But I have girls, and I've raised girls. So, that's not an option. But at this point now, it becomes a test of patience and will. And I'm going to win. And you are going to change because I am molding you to be a member of society. And I need you to understand. And I need you to not be some beggar. I don't want you going out there and getting into debt and over your head. I don't want you going out there and having babies by some boy who's not going to take care of her. I don't want her doing those things, which means I have to mold her, which means I have to treat this like a thing that I am literally creating, which means every time it is mine.
Wait, Eli, do you think the only way to discipline your kids if they don't eat their dinner and clean their room is to beat them?
And do you think it's okay if they're males and not females?
Why would you, if your kid didn't clean his room, why would you whip his ass?
I just said I would not do that.
Well,
I don't need to.
But if someone did, it would not be wrong. So
it's like you guys just hear what you want to hear. You're interpreting the words of Eli and me just however you feel like it. You guys are fucking ridiculous.
Rob.
So
I'll let you in a second.
I grew up on the belt. My
If
two older
you're-
brothers grew up on the belt, and I grew up on the belt. My two older brothers got it worse than I did. All right, and this is the truth. My two older brothers got it worse than I did, because in my youth, my dad was still or in his youth, my dad was still reckless, and he wasn't making the best choices as far as what he was putting into his body. And so my two older brothers actually got the belt worse. But my dad was not abusive. Let me be clear on that. There were lashes that were given, but he was not abusive. But he got results. My two
Sounds
older
abusive to
brothers
me.
are far more disciplined and structured than I am. In fact, I was let loose to my mother more often than I got the belt for her instruction. And so I didn't even get the kind of discipline and structure that my two older brothers did. So I would contend that my dad did a better job with them two than he did with me, and he was far more.
But you you
tolerant.
don't own your children, though. That's not how.
But this is unresponsive to my question. If a parent kills their child, are they behaving ethically? If I destroy my property, if I burn some wood or burn a piece of furniture, that is not an unethical act. It could have very material gains. But if I burn a kid, it's wrong, right?
Yes.
So they're not property. They're people.
The simplest way to put this is that you don't, under no law system, are you allowed to treat every property the same as every other property. You have certain rules and regulations that you treat this property, and you have certain rules and regulations that you treat another property.
But no legal system ever says that you treat kids as property either. Not any modern legal system in a developed country. There's no correlation here. If you want to find me one, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know where it's ever stated that
this
children are property.
conversation's gone off the rails.
Okay, so I'll specifically answer, like, specifically going back to the point of like children being property, is that overwhelmingly, essentially every society in human history did treat children like property. In the sense of like the daughter is...
And were they right to do that? Was that an ethical way for them to behave?
Exactly.
Have we decided as a modern society that is not an ethical way to behave?
Hold on. Okay. Craig, you said it's gone off the rails. I think I agree. Do you want to bring it back to...
I got a response that's going to bring it right back, if you will.
Okay.
Okay. So when it comes to your children, they are both property of you and the community. So you are not free to just do that. That's still true even to this day. They're just as much property of the community as they are the family, and you are property of the community whether you like that or not. So you would have to go to the community to get judgment, and it depends on what your child did. Like if my 17-year-old child, and I caught them doing like the most heinous of act, I would contend to put them to death, but I would go to the community to do that. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't want to turn that out unto the world. That if I failed in that regard, like that's my shame. But yeah,
Do you think that you could replace the word? Hold on. You're saying property, but it sounds to me more like you mean responsibility. I don't think property is the right word.
Whether you know that or not.
No, I disagree. I don't think property is the right word. I think responsibility is the word that you should be using. But let's try and bring this back a bit to like, evolution slavery and stuff like that. And
all right,
okay.
How about gravity?
Yeah,
gravity. One more point about slavery I had for Craig though before we drift.
I don't. No, Eden. We're bringing it back. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Please, someone say horizon.
All right. Yes, let's do the horizon. Or gravity.
Yeah, gravity. If someone's got issues with gravity, we have an actual expert in gravity in the room right now.
We do. We have PhD Tony. So does anyone want to
the guy that works for
I have a question.
American.
I have a question.
Okay. Who had a question?
So Tony, as a relevant expert in the field, I'm going to appeal to your expertise. Is it the case that there are experiments that have been done in the past that demonstrate the effects of gas molecules being affected by gravitational pull?
Yes.
Can we get more information on that?
Okay, so in particular, there's an entire style of gravimeter called a cold atom gravimeter that uses clouds of supercooled atoms. You supercool them with lasers. That's a complicated process in and of itself, and you create a cloud of individual atoms called a Bose-Einstein condensate. You put them into a separation chamber. You hit them with lasers that sort of separate them into two clouds. You recombine them, and by comparing the wave function of the combined cloud, you can calculate the gravitational acceleration that they've experienced.
Okay, maybe less detail. Okay, so
Okay. So another, let's see, other experiments that we've got. Well, we can talk about clouds of neutrons. We can talk about sort of propagating clouds of neutrons, and we could observe them falling under gravity. We can look at the pressure gradient and the distribution of velocities within clouds. Yeah, there's plenty of evidence of gravity affecting individual atoms and indeed individual subatomic particles like neutrons.
did anybody understand all of that? I have.
Yeah, I understand. I understood that.
Some of it, yeah.
Thank you.
I totally.
If you want, I can put some papers or some descriptions in the chat that sort of talk about these features. But yeah, it's. But yes, easily. This has been done many times.
Yeah. Okay. Tony, I had a few questions. No pressure.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you believe the idea or the theories of gravity are evolving or changing with different scientists proposing new theories? Like, I believe the first concept would have been probably Newtonian, especially in modern science. Do you think there's anything to these other types of gravity theories, such as maybe I'm just reading about tensor gravity or maybe Rosen, and I'm sure you're aware of other ones that we don't know.
Well, sort of yes. There are multiple. So originally, if we look at gravitation more formally, it started with sort of Galileo, then Newton came up with the universal gravitational law, and then we found that there were some problems with that. Einstein came in with general relativity, expanding our understanding, but this didn't make Newton wrong. Newton was only describing the cases that he knew about. Einstein extended his theory, and we've now got some evidence that general relativity isn't adequate to describe what we're seeing. We need some supplementary effects, or maybe we need more dark matter. This is one of the things. We don't know whether or not dark matter exists. Dark matter is a hypothesis that is used to explain something, but it could be explained by modifying our understanding of gravity, or it could be explained by a combination of both. Maybe there is some matter that we haven't yet detected. Maybe we still need to modify our hypotheses of gravitation. So yes, all models are wrong. Some models are useful. General relativity is a very useful model, and so we will get to more accurate models as time goes on and we collect more data. Is that responsive to your?
Absolutely, that was well said. Thank you so much for taking my question. If I get some more, I'll try to bring them by your way for your feedback.
Wait, can I ask a question? As my understanding is, dark matter isn't like a literal thing. It's just that we see curvature of light and space around certain things, and we don't understand. Like, we try to observe those things, and they're just not there. And the only explanation would be a change in gravity, and that would only be caused by some mass out there, right? Or am I misunderstanding what dark matter is?
That's pretty much right.
There's a slight you've misstated it slightly, but yes, we can see what are called Einstein rings or light that is bent around some intervening mass, but we can't see what the intervening mass is, which suggests strongly that curvature of light was caused by some mass that we can't see. There is additional evidence in rates of rotation of galaxies. Some galaxies are rotating significantly faster than we can explain, calculating their masses. and this has led people to suggest that there is more mass than we can see. So that's another feature that dark matter can explain. But like I say, we're not sure. We don't know what dark matter might be. We don't really, and until we do, there are other ways that these might be explained.
It's just kind of a placeholder for now, right? For our observations and the explanations we got for it. We're seeing something which can be explained if there's mass, but we just can't see it. So, we're able to predict. We're able to, with what we see, we're able to make a model and use it to make predictions that make sense. But we still can't say, well, that's what exactly it is, because we can't see it. So it might be something.
Just if it were the case, it would be that there would be matter there. We just can't observe it. So we have to be like, oh, we're not sure for now. So we're just going to give a fudge something. Just throw something in there.
Have you considered Nuh-uh?
Hey, Max, how you doing?
Hello.
Is an extremely powerful
yes.
explanatory mechanism.
Yeah. How was your with Ross the other day then, Tony? I'm going through that during this stream.
It was well, he's got a dizzying intellect.
Yes. Was it supposed to be someone else?
It was supposed to be someone else. It was supposed to be. It was James asked me if I would discuss if I was willing to debate someone called Pitch Lumen.
He's right.
And Pitch Lumen dropped out.
Oh.
And he set a time and a date, and then Pitch Lumen dropped out and was replaced with Ross. I wouldn't normally agree to talk with Ross.
No, I understand.
But I felt I felt an obligation to James not to leave James high and dry, having agreed to do a debate on his channel. It was what it was. For any flat earthers who have any questions about sort of why we've concluded that mass attracts mass and the evidence in favor of it, I'd advise you to go look at that debate on MDD and actually look at the papers and the evidence that I subscribed, the historical record of how we came to this conclusion and what real world effects it has, because we use gravity every day. To search for minerals, to search for water, to search for to map the bottom of the ocean floor, and to passively navigate submarines. Gravity is something we use quite regularly, its effects are not explained by relative density or whatever, nor are they explained by electric fields, because neutrons fall under gravity and neutrons aren't affected by electric fields, because we've never detected that happening. No matter how strong an electric field we've generated, we've never seen them affect a neutron. So Whitsitt can't be right. It can't be an electric field. The observations contradict his hypothesis directly.
If I may add to that, Oz did the calculations assuming gravity is electrostatics, and it would take something crazy for a cubic meter of lead, like 400 years to fall 100 kilometers or something like that. It was wild. The math is not mathing.
Anything Whitsitt says, there's not going to be math that works there.
And relative density disequilibrium, we can detect masses outside of our instruments. We can detect where masses are. If you move a mass closer to the instrument, it affects the instrument. If you move it away, it stops affecting the instrument. So by moving masses outside of our instruments, we can affect what the instrument measures. This is telling us that the instruments aren't responding to density inside the instrument. They're telling us about what's going on with the masses outside the instrument.
Yeah, but Flatsoid told me that's just density waves. So I mean,
Hey Chris, we got Hawk Jungle is here. I believe he's an alternate. And if somebody else joined that I didn't see, because I know we had some people join who are also not in sync with the globe, let me know.
Anyone hit me with your non-globe proofs?
Wait, can I ask Tony a question really quick? Do you know anything about like astrophysics and planetary motion?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you know why it was Kepler who discovered elliptical orbits? Do you know why Kepler only used Mars orbit to discover elliptical orbits and he didn't use other planets? I know he had Brahe's Mars. He had the observation for Brahe, but is there a reason they didn't use the other planets as well to map elliptical orbits?
I'm not sufficiently familiar with Copernicus's basic work. I'm surprised to hear that he only used Mars, because I would have thought that he'd, in order to make general observations about orbits, he'd have to consider multiple planets before he knew that stuff was correct. But yeah, I'm not sufficiently familiar. Hawk Jungle did ask me about isolating gravity and space-time curvature. We can demonstrate space-time curvature through gravitational time dilation. We can measure that in multiple different ways and have done. Relative density disequilibrium doesn't explain why that occurs, nor do electric fields. The other thing, isolating forces is, we do our best to exclude magnetic fields, electrostatic effects. We do our experiments in vacuum chambers, so we do our best to exclude all of the other stuff. But you can't turn gravity on and off. Neither can you turn electrostatics on and off. So the argument that if you can't isolate it, it isn't scientific is just as much a killer for everything else. It kills electrostatics. It kills atomic theory. It kills every aspect of science. Every aspect of natural science, if you say, well, you must isolate it and you must be able to turn it on and off. No, that's not how science works. It's particularly not how gravitation works. So that's a facile talking point. Anyway, I'll shut up and let Craig talk.
All right. Tony, I always appreciate your inputs. Just going to quickly catch up with some super chats. Jack Fetter, $4.99. They were also asking the tests were at 70 kilometers or 100 kilometers. How is it the sun's 500 kilometers high and inside the firmament? Yeah, still waiting for the details about the bombs and the firmament stuff. Odin's Rage, member for 15 months, said, I believe that they don't believe in provable fact. Caucasian Sensation, 39 months. Flurfs only fear is sphere itself. Rachbot says, I've decided to call my toilet Jim instead of John. They say I go to the gym. Then I can say I go to gym every day. Caucasian Sensation, $5. This moron makes as much sense as Santos talking about atoms or the witnesses babbling about the infamous luminous versus ether. Alejandro Vallejo, $100 Mexican. The only thing Andrew is good at is posturing. He isn't good at debating. Debating is about earnestly analysing and debunking a position, not about cheap tactics and optics. Yeah, I know. I can't wait for my rematch of Andrew. Mr. E-Man gifted 5 memberships, Penguin gifted 5 memberships, and Max V gifted a membership, which takes us all the way up to, let me just get that on there, 5 hours and 26 minutes to go. Right, yes, so people that don't believe in gravity, what is your issues?
Well, I've got a question about gravity, but it's not about my lack of belief. I mean, it seems pretty self-evident that there's a constant, and I wondered what you'd point. I'm going to make it quite difficult for you, if you don't mind. What could the average Joe point to? And I think I'd like Tony, if he's still here, to answer this as well, to show this constant that's not referring to weight, because that's the obvious answer, right? And let's see what else. And no space agencies or anything like that, or no incredibly complex, expensive equipment.
A Cavendish experiment isn't complicated or expensive. It's just a torsion balance.
Newton, as far as I understand it, he actually invented calculus to solve acceleration due to gravity, at least for the motion of planets, I thought. So I don't think there's a really simple way to derive g, the gravitational constant, because it does require calculus, because you'll have changing accelerations depending on your R value, depending on how far you are from the surface of the Earth. You're going to have a changing acceleration. So I don't think there's a simple way to do it, but there is a derivation for it.
And the
so which constant? Which constant are you talking about? Are you talking about gravitational acceleration downward or Newton's constant?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's as I said before. It seems very obvious. I almost want to point to stratification, but then I'm sure somebody's going to say something like, "Well, no, density and buoyancy do that too," and I almost like I can look around everywhere and say, "It's fucking obvious," but I'm not exactly sure what you think you point to without actually, as I said before, something really expensive like, I don't know, the what are those things called where they 2.5 mile, I can't remember what they're called. It'll come to me in a minute. What would you point to though? The average Joe would point to.
So, I mean, there are things called gravimeters, which are instruments that measure gravity. And we use them, we take them around and we map the strength of the gravity field. They map the strength, they use different mechanisms, but they map the strength with which, essentially the strength with which stuff falls down inside a drop chamber. That's one style of gravimeter. There are other styles, but I'll use that one. And we see that actually gravity isn't constant, that gravity varies with location. And we produce what are called gravity maps, and these gravity maps tell us about what's underground. And this is why mining companies do a lot of funding of gravitational surveys, because, for instance, if there's a gas reservoir or an oil reservoir under the ground, that's lighter than the rock. So that would be a negative gravity anomaly. Gravity would be weaker over that than it would be around the surrounding rock. So this isn't something, the gravimeters aren't cheap. So I'm not sure that every person can do that. But if you look up gravimetric mineral exploration, you can see that we use gravity all the time to actually in mining operations. And one of the guys I ran across here, coal miner, he was on site when there was flooding in the mine that he was working on, and they used borehole gravimeters to work out what portions of the mine were flooded, because you can feel the gravitational, the gravimeters can work out where there's an empty void, where there's a mass of water. If you look up gravimetric mineral exploration and look through and read through that, we've been doing this for more than 100 years. The first mineral deposit that was found using gravity was in 1924 in America, called the Nash Oil Dome. So anyway,
are you familiar?
I'm not sure that answered your question.
It's not really an average Joe thing, but it's certainly interesting.
Yeah,
Can I get in here, guys?
Yeah, just say there isn't always a simple way to explain or demonstrate things, and that's what a lot of flat earthers struggle with, is that it's not simple. The universe has no obligation to be simply explained to everybody, so it's not always possible to give a layman's explanation, or what the average Joe would get. You have to have some complicatedness in there.
No, you don't.
Okay.
So are you guys familiar with the Kola deep borehole?
Yeah.
Yes.
So how do you think they did with their gravitational and their predictions on that one? Are you guys familiar that they really messed up on their predictions on that one?
Well, they messed up wasn't the prediction what they expected the viscosity of the rock and stuff to be. They didn't expect it to be like liquid plastic and just melt their drills.
That's one of the things they got.
What they expected was that there would be a change in the material composition. So they observed and it's actually seismic rather than gravitational. It was a seismic discontinuity at 7 kilometers, something like that. It's called the Mohorovicic discontinuity, and they thought that would be due to a change in the material composition. So they drilled down and they found that there was no change in the material composition, that it was the same material. And so
that's another thing they got wrong. Yeah.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished explaining. That corresponds to a phase transition, which is to say that the same material under different pressure and temperature regimes changes phase. And once you take it out of that pressure and temperature regime and bring it to the surface, it becomes just like all the other rock. But when it's down at that temperature and pressure, it changes phase into a different mineral, into a different crystalline formation, and that's why they were getting that seismic reflection. So yes,
they got it wrong. They got it wrong, right?
Yes, sometimes people learn stuff from stuff that didn't agree with their predictions.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if they got it wrong.
That's
so they
called
got that
science.
wrong. Okay,
That's called science.
Can I speak, or you want to just monologue?
Go ahead and finish up, SE. Go ahead and finish.
Okay, thank you. So they got that wrong. They got what Fight the Flat Earth said before. They got that wrong on the bottom. They also got the temperature wrong. They also got where the water table was wrong. They also got water that they found in the rocks were wrong. They also found different life forms at different depths, which they got wrong. So you're starting to get the picture now?
Can I?
No, I'm not, because
Can I push back on
the
that?
whole,
When
no, I want to respond to that.
Okay. Go ahead.
The whole point of doing the experiment was to work out whether or not we were right. And by discovering various predictions were incorrect, we learned something. That's the whole point of experimentation. That's how we know the Earth is not flat. That's how we know relative density disequilibrium doesn't work as an explanatory mechanism. And that's how we know that's how we improve our understanding of reality, is by looking at the observations and adjusting our beliefs, not picking a belief and persisting with it regardless of what the evidence says, which is what flat earthers do.
That's a straw man. I just want you to admit, because before you were talking cavalierly how light they get with the gravity and this and wrong, and I think I proved my point that in the Kola borehole they got their prediction massively wrong. As long as you say, yeah, you're right, SC, I'm good with that.
Okay.
And he's already said yes.
What's the consequence? Like, what's the point? Yeah, they got something wrong. So, and then?
Not something wrong. Not something. They got most of the predictions wrong.
Sure.
They
Yeah.
were wrong.
And then we learnt, and now we are more accurate than we used to be. Isn't
Very
science
good.
wonderful?
Hey,
It's beautiful.
Hey, SE.
So every single flat Earth prediction has been wrong.
Every time.
Have you learnt anything? Have you adjusted your beliefs based on those?
Why are you going to a flat Earth prediction and changing the subject? Can't you just merely
Flat Earth
agree
is the
with what I
subject.
said and we can move on?
We
But do you
have
have
agreed.
to-
I have said what you wanted me to say 3 times now. I don't know how else you want me to express it. Are you simply unable to understand what I'm saying?
No, I just want you to say yes, SC. They got most of the predictions
already said that.
wrong.
I have chosen how I am going to express myself, and I have said what I am going to say. You can either accept that, or you can live in disappointment.
Okay, it's fine. I proved my point. I'm
SE.
good.
Hey, SE. Hey, SE Montreal. Are you there?
I'm here, Brenda.
Do you think that we should proportion our beliefs to the evidence?
Yes, and I also think that when we get things wrong, we should say they're wrong, so this way we could move on to get things right.
Yes, we did do that.
So-
we admit, we all know that the predictions were wrong, and we've learnt from that and moved on, and now we are better at what we did. I don't know why you seem to be grabbing onto the fact that they were wrong when everyone knows that they were wrong and everyone agrees that they were wrong, and now we are more accurate than we used to be. Let's just make this very, very simple. You got any evidence the Earth is flat?
Never said anything about the Earth. I just want Tony to admit that he was wrong, and I'm
Tony's
good,
already
bro.
said. Tony's already said that that they were wrong. You don't need to say it again. You are a flat earther.
No, this is wrong.
Tony wasn't
I
wrong.
never said I was wrong.
Yeah, no, sorry, I said that
I
wrong.
said that the predictions were wrong.
Yes, yeah.
Right? I agree that the predictions were wrong. We learned something. You're now saying that I said that the predictions were right. I never said that.
Okay, so we're good. The predictions were wrong. We're good.
Hey, SE Montreal, are you there? SE?
Go ahead, Brenda.
Deja vu.
Do you agree with the evidence that 7 kilometers down, the Earth is like taffy? It's molten?
Well, apparently, yeah. There's 2 explanations, right?
No,
One
so
of them.
I'm not asking about explanations. I'm asking about the facts. The facts are that when you go farther enough down, the Earth turns molten, right?
No. You're not going to put
That's what
words.
they found. That's what they found.
No, they didn't find that, Brenda. You were right the first time. You were right the first time, and the gentleman that explained it before, I think it was PhD Tony. They found that the Earth behaves like plastic. It closes in on itself, kind of a deal. Brenda.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like taffy or honey, right? It's thick.
They said, yeah.
Right? You agree with that, right?
Well, I have no reason why not to agree with it or believe. It's strictly a belief, right? That's what the Russian scientists said they found. Yeah.
Well, that's not
It's not a belief. It's a fact. It's a fact, right? It's a fact.
It's 100% fact, Brenda. It's 100% fact.
Well, they
unless you're claiming they're lying, yes.
So you guys think that it's 100% fact. I just want to make that clear because a lot of people on your side.
According to the
will not
evidence,
believe
yes,
in 100%.
all the evidence suggests that is the case. The experiment showed that is the case. So yes, we think that is a fact. Do you have evidence that it isn't?
I'm the one that brought it up. So let me make it clear. You say that it's 100%.
Do you have evidence that it isn't true?
I never said. Why would I say? I'm the one that brought it up. I'm asking you.
Is it true? Because I've already answered the question. Do you think it's true?
I believe it's true, yeah.
Well, cool. All right. So what's the problem then?
So, SE, what is your explanation for why the Earth is hot and viscous at that depth?
Why are you asking me? What am I, God? Well, I don't know.
Well, you have an opposing view. We have a view. We have a view. It's because of the radiation that's down there, right?
No, you don't have a view. When you say we have a view, you say the people that you believe in, the same people that got it wrong all the way down 7 miles, those are the people's view that you're trying to spout right now, Brenda. That's what you're doing.
No,
so the people who do tests test their understanding, and when those tests produce contrary results, adjust their beliefs. Those are the people she believes. Whereas you're saying we should believe people who do tests, and when they get a result that contradicts their opinion, they stick with their opinion and come up with excuses for why that test isn't valid. That's the people you believe.
No, that's not what are you talking about? I came in and I showed you because you guys were talking cavalierly how they explore for oil and how they can find things so easily.
No, we weren't. We were talking about gravimetric mineral exploration, which has nothing to do with the cola.
Yeah.
Gravimetric mineral exploration has nothing to do with the cola borehole. There's no gravity there's no gravity observations related to the Kola borehole, or at least they aren't significant. It was all about seismic surveys and then drilling. That's the Kola borehole.
And the fact is that you can use gravity.
Wait a minute. I'm going to let SE finish. SE, did you finish up what you wanted to say?
Well, thanks, Omni. I tried, and I really don't have much time. I'm in the middle of something, but yeah, the point why I came in is to tell the audience, right, that they're not so certain of the things they find when they use their instruments to to see what's underground. That was merely why I came in, and that's why I brought in the
Except
cola.
you can find the minerals. That works every time because
got it.
That's no problem with that. It works. So
No,
your point is irrelevant.
They're very most of the time. A lot of the times they're wrong. That's why I came in to tell you guys.
They're never wrong when they look for oil.
Absolutely not true. That doesn't follow as a syllogism. That's a faulty syllogism. So the deepest hole ever dug found stuff that wasn't predicted from the surface. By definition, that is way deeper than the holes that we do dig for minerals. Because if the mineral holes were that deep, then the coal borehole wouldn't be deeper. So we can use these surveying techniques to correctly identify mineral deposits near the surface at a depth of less than 2 kilometers. These techniques are extremely reliable. So your point was completely nugatory, useless, irrelevant.
You're incorrect. If you research the cola borehole, you'll see they're going to tell you as they were digging down what they found and where they got it wrong.
Everything Tony said was correct.
Let SE finish up his statement. Let him finish his statement.
They have to interrupt. Anyways, I think I made my point. I have to do some stuff. I'm finishing off. I can be back in a little while, but my point is I came in to show the uncertainties of this technology that they claim is spot on. And I believe
different technologies, you've got it wrong. When you come back, please come back with some evidence for the flat earth.
Okay,
Hey,
we got it.
Got the flat earth, quite the flat earth.
Also, straw man. Nobody said that these techniques are 100% accurate. Nobody said that. We said that they are reliable in general. So this is a straw man misrepresentation. The fact that a technique is inaccurate once doesn't make it generally unreliable. It means that there are circumstances in which the technique doesn't work. For instance, you can't, and I use this all the time, you can't use an aircraft radar to detect a human hair. That doesn't mean that aircraft radar doesn't work.
Okay. I think we got it. All right.
I have a question, but if there's a queue.
Does somebody else want to get in? Because Eden's done a bit.
Well, I would love some actual flat Earth debating. If there's any flat Earth here that have got some evidence for the flat Earth, that would be wonderful.
Okay, so does any have some evidence they would like to propose for the flat Earth?
Not all at once. Come on, take turns, please.
Yeah. All this flat Earth evidence is overwhelming, guys.
Come on. There's got to be somebody here who to tell why they believe the Earth is flat. Other than Eden, we know why. But
anyone else?
Well, if Eden's the only one that's got some flat Earth evidence to talk about, then fire away, Eden.
I don't know about evidence. How about Hawk Jungle? Hawk Jungle, do you want to explain why you think the Earth is flat? Into the break. Tell us why you think the Earth is flat.
Come on, guys. Don't be scared.
Don't do it. Do you want to do that into the break? No.
One at a time. Come on.
Silence is deafening.
Okay.
Define Earth.
Yes. The thing we live on.
The globe.
It's where I keep all my stuff.
Yeah.
So the Earth.
My chair is flat.
What?
Oh, please say Earth is not a planet. Please, for me.
Did you just say my chair is flat into the break? Hello?
Yeah, just describe. Could someone describe the flat Earth? I've heard so many retractions of description, not really an embracing of a coherent flat Earth description.
So when you heard Obama mention Flat Earth Society, Shubil, you never looked into the Flat Earth Society?
He didn't enlighten me to the Flat Earth Society because his joke was enormously successful because many people have heard of the Flat Earth Society and it was a joke. He said something about, oh, well, we could waste, maybe we could do something more wasteful, like look into the flat Earth or something. Yeah, it was a fucking joke.
Okay.
That wasn't my question, though. Did you ever look into the Flat Earth Society?
Oh, yes, I have. Well, I don't know about the society proper, the Flat Earth Society proper, because I've heard a lot of flat earthers say the Flat Earth Society, that's not the real Flat Earth.
It's controlled opposition.
It's no true Scotsman, right?
Well, there's going to be several representations put forth, but which one's the most accurate?
None
Well,
of them.
The one that matches reality.
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. What do you all hold together? When I heard of the Flat Earth International Conference, now of the conferences, of the technical conferences I've been to, you generally present papers, you have workshops, and you present, hypotheses or experimentation on a technical subject. What I saw in the Flat Earth conferences was all these like monologues, and they were fractured, and they didn't really accomplish anything. So, in looking at the portions of the conferences I saw, it was just like guest entertainers with doing a 20-minute bit.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Obama didn't say we don't have time for the ancient biblical flat Earth. He just picked out Flat Earth Society as if maybe that was the straw man.
I don't think there is an ancient biblical flat Earth.
Wallahi.
So, what would you say if someone called you a history denier?
No, okay. I'm just going to restate the question. Is there a coherent flat Earth description that is shared by a large portion of the flat Earth advocates?
There was the AE map, which a lot of them said was the flat Earth, and then Will Duffy chainsawed that.
One of the more recent things I heard when somebody brought up the flat Earth map, because, oh, no, that's not our map. That's a squashed globe. And I said, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. But, Eden, you're clearly a flat earther, so you must have some evidence for the flat Earth.
Yeah, just give me one moment, guys. I'm just finishing up a transaction. Thank you.
A transaction? Ooh, really?
Someone's buying drugs.
Yeah. Talking about drugs, I need to refill my weed.
Yeah.
It really has, the flat Earth really has been filtered down to not much, hasn't it?
The face of flat Earth is now Matthew Hakim and Mikey Smith. So,
well, no, Mikey Smith's the left toe of flat Earth.
No, you're the face. You're the actual face.
I'm the face of killing flat Earth.
Precisely.
JSS Tiger $5 says the great Joseph Hanby was has the best flat Earth model for me to take a dump on. Yeah, Joseph Hanby's model that requires 7 firmaments and 4 different suns.
I think
and a big salad bowl.
Yeah. Is that Northern Rebellion a flat earther?
Northern Rebellion is
He's
a
one of the
alternate
worst.
yes.
Why don't they come in and argue?
Well, I mean, we can't. We're not going to force him to. That's
well, actually, yeah, put a gun to his face and make him.
Sounds to me like he's scared.
Yeah.
That's what the they do in 24/7 Flat Earth, which is if he doesn't want to come in, he doesn't have to.
Is that Nathan Oakley's server?
No, it's in politics and politics.
Right, yeah, I've been invited to there as well.
They don't really debate there. Similar to Nathan Oakley does it.
Nathan Oakley banned. Nathan Oakley has been banned from most servers.
Yeah. He's got his own server, which I'm banned from.
Well, that's how they do it, right? They want you in their room so they have the mods on you, right?
And I might join Nathan Oakley's stream tomorrow with a voice changer just to screw with him.
Technically, it's not his; it's Righteous Forces. or what's her name? Bible.
But we do debate
Bible
here,
gal?
right? Do we not debate here?
Well, I'm trying to get a flat Earth debate, but there's no flat Earthers here that will debate me, I guess.
Well, we're waiting on you to define the term Earth.
Yeah, it's the thing we live on.
It requires more detail.
No, it doesn't. We all know what Earth is. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I'm asking.
I've told you.
Do you want to?
It's the.
Do you want a definition? Do you want a definition?
Yeah,
or a
be
description?
normie. Yeah, be a normal person.
So I can read. I have a rare ability. I have a rare ability to read minds over TCP/IP, and I know what Into the Break is actually thinking because I can read his mind. He does know what you mean by Earth. So that's he's just being disingenuous about it.
Well, what do I mean
It's
then?
still fair to invite
when
people
I
to
say
define
Earth.
terms.
The
Okay,
Earth
Omni,
is the
that's
planet
your
upon
argument.
which we live.
Yes.
Okay, go into more detail.
I don't need to. That's plenty of detail.
Okay, so I will accept that. So a planet. So when I say I'm sitting on my chair, that is part of the planet.
No, it's sitting upon the planet.
No, I'm sitting on the chair. Yes, it's a part.
Yeah, and the
So
chair.
you said
the
no,
chair
but
is
it is
sitting
yes.
on the planet. The chair is a separate object.
Yes. Yes, it is, isn't it? My chair is
Craig-
part of the planet, isn't it?
Craig, there are planets that are made entirely out of chairs.
Well, yeah, of course, but that chair is a separate object to the Earth.
So can you define what a planet is for me, please?
Yeah, it's a body large enough to clear its local orbit.
Oof. Okay, so when we're talking about the analogies, the analogs from physical, actual things,
Are you just going to babble,
describe
or are you
that
going to try and present some flat Earth
transformation then,
evidence?
please?
I don't need to. You're just talking nonsense. Do you have evidence?
You
that the
can't
Earth
even
is-
define Earth. You
I've
said
done
my
that. I've
chair is
defined
Earth.
Earth. I've defined Earth. So, do you have evidence that the Earth is not a rotating globe in space?
You'd have to define each and every single
done that,
one of your terms.
So wait a minute. No, you don't. I
tell you what, can
read
you
his
just kick
mind,
that
and I
guy?
know that Into the Break understands all of that. He's just trying to, play a definition game here. So
Yeah,
I'm sorry to the break. I generally.
Oh yeah,
try not to
words
do it
have
'cause it's
meanings.
kind of rude, but
My problem.
I'll tell you what, dude. You can just go away, because if you're not going to actually debate properly, then there's no point you being here. We all know what the Earth is, and we all know what these
No, it's
terms
my
mean.
fault. I agree with you, Homer Simpson.
We all know what the Earth is. We all know what it means. We don't need to define that. We all know that the Earth is a rotating globe. Apart from you have a different definition of the Earth. So what is your definition of the Earth?
I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's gonna step up to the plate for that.
Yeah, I would describe that as directly zenith to the celestial position.
Earth is directly zenith to the celestial position.
What the fuck?
Yeah, are you okay with that?
No, because that was just nonsense.
Wait, you know that means that the Earth is above the sky, right? You're using words wrong, buddy.
Well,
You meant under.
so is the sky part of Earth in context of horizon?
Do you have evidence that the
It's
Earth is
not,
anything
right?
other than a rotating
definitely
globe in
isn't.
space? Yes or no?
Yeah, space is length, width, and height. So
What space
a
is what,
sphere
sorry?
is clearly defined in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, we know what a sphere is,
Quite clearly.
and we know what
Quite
we know
clearly.
what space is. Do you agree that the Earth is a rotating globe in space? Yes or no?
Now we have a problem with what you think Earth is.
No, we don't. I know what Earth is,
So
and
you are
I'm going with the
asking
standard
one question
definition
about
of
a
Earth.
sphere in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, okay. The Earth is a
And
near
now
perfect
you're
sphere.
asking
The Earth is a
about-
near perfect sphere. It is rotating and it is in space. Do you agree with that? Yes
Why
or
are
no?
you freaking out? Just calm
Do
down.
you agree
a
with
little
that?
bit.
Yes
We're
or no?
having conversational
Do you agree with
we're
that?
just
Yes or no?
conversing. I'm not your enemy.
Do you
dude.
agree with that? Yes or no?
Calm down.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Okay, hold on. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Into the break.
What do I agree with? Yes
That
or
the
no?
Earth is a
Tell me.
rotating globe in space.
Go ahead.
Well, if I don't know what you define Earth as,
Well, then
I
you're
can't
too
really
fucking stupid
specify.
to be
Wait a
involved in
second.
this conversation, and you should
Craig,
probably
hold on
fuck
a
off.
second.
No, that's
Hold on a
you.
second, Craig.
No, no, no.
I
You're
can-
too dumb
and
to
your
be involved in a
skill issue,
conversation.
Craig.
If you
All
don't
right,
know
Craig,
what the
this is
Earth is,
your
and you
skill
don't know
issue.
what a sphere is, then you are too fucking stupid to be involved in this conversation. Go away.
So just so we're clear, he does believe the Earth is flat. He knows that the Earth is what we generally would call a planet. He believes that space violates the second law of thermodynamics, which he also does not understand. And he believes that the Earth is stationary and the evidence of rotation is somehow faked by the Illuminati. So that is
Translation. He believes all the derp.
So
Well,
why
I
is he too scared to have a conversation about it then?
because he thinks his tactic of trying to force you into an infinite series of definitions would be better than him actually trying to make his case.
Yeah,
Now,
I just refuse to do that. Everyone knows what these definitions are. Everyone knows what the Earth is. We don't need to define that. If he's too stupid to know the definition of these things, then he is incapable of having this conversation.
You're
And I would
Helen
also
Keller.
say that he is incapable of eating his breakfast
Means my
without
battleship.
accidentally digging his eye out with a spoon.
okay, so he, what did you want to say into the break?
I said his Helen Keller meets my battleship.
Yeah, you're a moron.
I don't know what that means.
No, I don't. I believe you don't know what it means. I don't think you know what anything means because you're too fucking stupid.
I don't think he really knows, or nor do you. He's counting on the audience, not really
Into the
knowing
break, you are too
what he
stupid to be
means.
involved in this conversation if you need the definition of Earth.
I mean, it's funny. You just can't define it. It's so
I
simple.
did
Just
define it.
I know what
I
it is.
defined it. You are
You
too
know what it
stupid
is.
to understand.
You define it.
If I already have. If you would like to know a definition, go and Google it because I've already told you it. But do you have evidence that the Earth is not a rotating globe in space?
Yes, that I see the sun disk go above my head.
That's not evidence that the Earth is not a rotating
The
globe
sun
in
disk
space.
traverses and not me.
That's what we expect to
On
see if the Earth is a
me
rotating
part of the
globe.
Earth.
That's
Me
what
part of the Earth.
We see
I'm
the sun.
not actually
we
on
see
an
the
airplane
sun.
or anything. I'm
We
just
see
saying
the
that
sun.
I see the sunrise and the sunset.
just a second. So
Not that, Craig. Not the thing that
into
you're
the break.
thinking about,
Into
Craig.
the break, we see
Not
the
that.
sun.
Right
We
now,
see the
Craig,
sun
you
as
can
predicted
just
by a
relax.
rotating globe in space. So that's
So
not
I-
evidence.
I want to ask something. Why is the sun traversing overhead evidence against the globe model? Into the break.
Well, Craig just perfectly explained it for me.
No,
that
I didn't. I
He
said
would
that
be
it matches
going
the globe.
around the sun and not the steadfast, firm, unmovable Earth that he sees below
But the
his
Earth's not
feet,
immovable. I've measured the Earth's
going
rotation.
around the thing that it isn't going around.
Into the
So,
break, I've measured the
great
Earth's
job,
rotation.
Craig. I really do commend you. You are number one.
Let him finish. Okay. So
Homer
you-
Simpson.
Into the break,
say-
I have measured the Earth's rotation, so the Earth is not still.
So
That's a good one.
is your point that it doesn't look like?
You should keep using that one, Homer Simpson.
I've used it many
Is it-
times.
So into the break, is your point that it looks
know you
like
have.
the sun
Keep
is going
using
around
it.
the Earth, or is it that you have some reason to believe that the sun is going around the Earth rather than the Earth going around the sun?
Well, I don't know. So we are agreeing that what we are observing is the thing that we're observing, and we
What
can
we're
describe it as that,
observing
right?
is the sun, which we are going around whilst the Earth is rotating on its own
Blah.
axis.
Craig, you simple kind of fool.
So
Says the
okay,
person
so-
that doesn't know what the word Earth means.
So
Define it again for me. Is it
No.
the thing in the sky that you see? It's
Into the
one of
break.
those things- It's
No,
kind of
I
like
am
the
not
things in the
defining
sky that
anything for
see.
you.
It's kind of like the things in the sky, right?
I'm not
Isn't
defining
it?
anything for you if you're too stupid to know what they mean.
So into the break,
Yeah,
you
it's
do
my
know what
skill
you mean.
issue.
Yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely,
Craig.
100% your skill issue. Yes, if you don't know what the Earth means, it's because your parents fed
Yeah,
you
like
lead paint
McCoon made
instead
the
of
top
formula.
left a word for himself without even knowing it. Yeah, like that.
So into the break, you do know what it means. You know, I know you know what it means. and I think everybody else knows, what we're talking about. But I have a question.
No, omnivore. Tell me, what does Earth mean? Just define it.
I tell you what, we just mute him because he doesn't want a conversation, and his point is just going.
Omnivore said that it was defined. Can't he?
It is defined, and I'm done talking to you. You can just go away.
Okay, we have two definitions. We have the globe definition and we have the flat Earth definition. I have not heard a coherent, unified flat Earth description. So I was just hoping this forum, and with maybe even into the break, presenting what flat Earth says flat Earth is.
Now, Into the Break is clearly too afraid to have an actual conversation and just
Since
wants to.
he's muted, we should stop talking about him.
Nah,
Okay?
no, I'm gonna say that he is too afraid to have the conversation. That's just a fact.
Omni, who do you think is the best at steel manning any version of flat Earth?
There isn't any version of flat Earth.
Well, it'd have to be a flat earther.
JSS Tiger for $5 says, "Ask the flat earther his definition of Earth. I need to know. I'm paying for the answer." He wouldn't define it, JSS Tiger. We tried.
Yeah, I don't think that I
He's
think
too
that money is
dumb.
wasted.
Well, we're going to need a different candidate, not him.
All right, so I'd like us to stop talking about Into the Breaks. I would, I'm going to enforce that. So, is there anybody else who thinks that they have a good argument why the globe is wrong, why the globe model doesn't work? Why gravity is not scientific, or why you can't have atmosphere.
Bendy PSI and water mountains.
Democ Jr., yes. So, is there anybody here who thinks you can't have gas pressure on the Earth in space the way that the globe model describes it? No? Okay.
Mr. Gusperson for 100 sec says, "It's over, Flatty's 24-hour sun."
Well, the 24-hour sun was,
It was devastating for these dumbasses, yes.
You guys know it looks flat, right? It looks flat.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It's there's nothing flatter than the Earth. There really is nothing flatter than the Earth, and it's a globe.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how it turns out that way for you guys if it's ends up to be true. But interestingly enough, if you guys actually are wrong, I hope you apologize to all the people you attack personally.
Well, I know I'm not wrong.
Sure.
I've checked.
Sure, but that will never happen.
Yeah. I
interestingly enough,
literally
people can
checked
look at
the shape of the Earth, and it's a globe.
Okay, well, interestingly enough, you can have two globe defenders looking at the same evidence, coming to wildly different conclusions. You'll have one globe defender saying Earth is only 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 years, and you have another globe defender who is saying it's over billions, right? So, who's right?
That's
are you talking about the
Earth is?
Are you talking about the age of the Earth?
Yeah, how old the Earth is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
No, I'm just saying, as a brute fact, it's painfully obvious you'll have two globe defenders looking at precisely the same evidence, but drawing two wildly different conclusions.
Yeah. But
not about the shape of the Earth, no.
No, and the problem is that he's talking about James Tour, and the problem is that he's not looking at the evidence. He has a religious bias, and is a bit of a dumbass.
Yeah,
so
James
it
Tour
doesn't
is
have
not
to do
smart.
anything with the globe. It's a religious position he takes.
Plus, James Tour isn't the relevant expert in astrophysics or astronomy, so I don't know why we would
Origin
feel
of life research.
Yeah.
correct.
Take him back, Eden. You said you were going to come back in with some of that flat Earth evidence. Let's get that then.
Okay, we can get back to biblical flat Earth. So that's what I'm saying. Essentially, you can have two people claiming to be scientists looking at exactly the same evidence, drawing wildly two different conclusions.
That's false.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Okay, you can
We
say it's
just
false,
cover
but
that.
Yeah,
that's not
okay,
true
so
because-
let me clarify. I said, do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
There is exactly one piece of evidence. There's only, I've said this many, many times now, there is one and only one piece of evidence that flat earthers bring for flat Earth, and that is that it looks flat. And that's just as good evidence for the Earth being really big.
Not
There
only
is
does it look
no
flat,
other piece of evidence. I've never had a flat earther push back on that. That is the
well, I'm pushing back right
only
now.
piece of evidence.
I'm pushing right back. I'm pushing back right now. Not only does it look flat from the surface, from the tallest mountain, from the tallest building, from an airplane, it also feels motionless because
I
it is.
disagree
It's
that
the only
it looks
reason why
flat.
people believe.
That's not evidence for a
Yeah.
flat Earth.
So to be clear, I don't think it
I'm just
looks
pushing
flat.
back
If,
on
if
you.
the Earth was flat, there would not be the distinct horizon that there is. Therefore, the Earth does not look flat. We know the Earth is moving because
Wait, hold on.
we
Let's
can
focus on the
measure
topic
it.
before we run all over the place. You mentioned horizon. Is the horizon apparent?
No, the horizon is the result of the curvature of the Earth.
So if we have no atmosphere, we can see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Everything that we see when we're looking through our atmosphere, which has refractive properties, is not exactly where it is. Even to a tiny degree. Like there's always variations in the temperature and density of the air, even in the small room that I'm in now, right? So whenever we're looking through the atmosphere, there is variations in what we see compared to the actual position. But the horizon itself is a physical location that is the point at which the curvature of the Earth stops you being able to see anymore. The fact that what we see, wherever we see on the Earth, we're looking through refractive properties.
Okay, perfect. So, can you name it?
Bro, why are you wasting our time with these dumbass questions, man? You've had these answered for you 1,000 times. What is the point of this?
Man? This guy's nothing. Dude,
it's like
if you had
it makes you
hold
feel
on.
good.
Listen,
It's like
buddy,
you're
if you had
coping, bro.
questions, you would have brought up your questions or brought up your dumb theory by now. So just sit down and cheerlead on the side, or go in the chat and comment all you want.
Back to the flat Earth show we go.
Hey, listen,
Carry
buddy,
on.
The big boys are
Keep
talking right
asking
now.
him
Just
dumb
go on
fucking
mute.
questions.
Just go on mute and cheerlead on the side. Thank you.
All you do is press your
Cheerlead on
Flurf
the side. Let's
reset
go back
button,
to
dude.
Craig. Let's go back to Craig. You and me, buddy. Thank you, Craig. And my apologies about that. I just had to put him in this place. So, Craig, you mentioned, the actual horizon, the location of the horizon. Can you tell me when you can see it with your eyes from the surface?
When you can see it?
Yeah. Or tell me when exactly you see the physical geometric horizon on the globe.
We don't ever see anything exactly as it is. I just explained that to you.
Okay, so you don't see. Okay, so to be clear for the entire room, let's be clear. On the Earth with an atmosphere, let's just say it's a clear day. Can you see the geometric curve from the surface?
I just answered that question. Why are you asking the same thing?
For clarity, is that
I've just answered. Okay, I don't like answering the same question multiple times, so I'm not going to.
Okay, maybe I'll steal. Okay, well, this is interesting because all these globe defenders here. Listen, everybody, all these globe defenders here can't even steel man the flat Earth. That should be a red.
Because there is no flat Earth to steel man. That's the thing.
Or they've been.
You can't even steel man the flat Earth, bro.
Oh my goodness! Another nobody with nothing to say.
To be clear, right? Let me just make this very, very simple for you. What we see is refracted, but you have to have an actual thing for it to be refracted. There is a physical horizon, which is why we see a refracted horizon. But the fact there is a horizon at all is evidence that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, thank you for your response. Finally, however, that was not my question at all. So that's interesting.
It was your question.
Was precisely the question.
No, my question was, I'd like him to state if a human from the level.
You didn't ask that. Why? That's not what you asked.
Well, I'm clarifying. Okay, I'll clarify. Someone at the Pacific Ocean at the beach, can they see the geometric horizon on a clear day? Yes or no?
I've already asked. No. Why are you asking the same question over and
Somebody
over?
said no.
Everything that we see on Earth is refracted. We do not see anything as it is because we are looking through a medium that has refractive properties, constantly varying temperature and density, which causes refraction. So what we see is refracted. The geometric horizon is there, and we see the refracted horizon because the geometric horizon is there.
How far is the refracted horizon in your opinion?
I just face palmed so hard that it hurt.
Holy crap, that was bad.
Right. The refracted horizon does not have a distance to it because it is refracted. It's not.
Okay, perfect. So you don't. Okay, so it's not the same. It's not synonymous with the geometric because it could either
is, right.
be.
Once again, maybe right. Open your ear holes. You do not have a
just because you're not clear.
You do not have a. I'm being very, very clear. You do not have a refracted thing unless there is a physical thing for it to be refracted. There is a physical geometric horizon.
I already understood.
But what we see, what we see is the refracted horizon because that's how it works on Earth. That doesn't stop the geometric horizon being there. The refracted horizon is not to a specific distance because it is refracted.
Because of
because it depends on height.
Right? Because of the conditions.
Right. Do you? I'm gonna ask you once again. Do you have any evidence the Earth is flat? Not stupid questions about the horizon.
Well, you mentioned horizon. I wanted to examine it with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And now I've explained that the horizon. Right. I'll make this very, very, very simple for you. Very simple. The horizon. Hold on. I'll make this very simple for you. Hold on. I'll make this really simple. The horizon is an effect of the curvature of the Earth. Right. That's it. If there was not the curvature of the Earth, you would not have a horizon. The fact there is a horizon means the Earth does not look flat.
I posted a picture in the chat at 52 minutes past the hour, 50 minutes. And what it shows is there is a physical horizon, and where we see it, the apparent horizon, the one we see, depends on the refractive conditions.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So, okay, yeah, thank you, Omni.
That is the globe model. Now, you might say, I don't believe that. What is the flat Earth Steelman, or the flat Earth explanation?
No, let's go with the Steelman, Omni. That's the most funniest thing, because you guys claim to want to be honest interlocutors, and you would expect that a flat Earther should Steelman the flat Earth. But all I'm hearing is all these times when I'm interacting with globe defenders after 10 years, you guys can't even Steelman any version of flat Earth.
So because there is no flat Earth to Steelman.
Hold on. I'm going to Steelman the flat Earth. I'm going to Steelman the flat Earth, and you'll have to let me know if it's done accurate.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, wait. I want you to Steelman biblical flat Earth, please.
I'm not going to Steelman the biblical flat Earth. I'm going to Steelman the horizon on flat Earth. Okay?
Okay.
That's what we're talking about. So the Steelman for the horizon on flat Earth is we can't see forever. There is some element in our vision that prevents us from seeing past a certain point, although we can see larger things past that certain point. This element is somehow, is related to the Rayleigh criteria, and is also in many cases related to atmospheric dust. Some kind of dimming that we see as we try to look beyond it. Yeah, occlusion. So
attenuation.
That's the word I was looking for. Yes, attenuation. So that would be the explanation. That would be the Steelman, the flat Earth. And by the way, if you don't agree with that, good, because it's complete bullshit.
Okay, well, that was a great job, Omni. With that in mind, do you believe with atmospheric conditions on a flat Earth, the apparent horizon would change?
There wouldn't be a horizon on the flat Earth. That's the point. There wouldn't be a horizon. There wouldn't be an apparent horizon. That would not be a thing if the Earth was flat.
So let me answer that question more explicitly.
Yeah, thank you, Omni.
If the flat Earth horizon requires some new unknown optical effect that we don't currently understand or can detect today. So if you assume that if you invent that optical effect, then maybe how much change in my pocket I have in my pocket could affect where I see it. Maybe atmospheric conditions,
could affect it. But the problem is that neither the Rayleigh criteria, nor perspective, nor atmospheric attenuation, it gets you to a horizon that is anything at all like what we perceive. So if you're asking theoretically, could the conditions affect it? Well, tell me what it is, and I'll tell you if the atmospheric conditions could affect it. But right now, nothing that we know of creates this horizon.
Okay, let's envelop you in fog, and you can only see 5 feet in front of you. That's your apparent horizon, no?
No,
maybe not. No, that's only, I guess, your limits of your visibility. So
first off, hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
When I wake up in the morning and my room is completely dark, I'm not seeing a horizon, am I? Yeah, I wouldn't say, "Oh boy, look at that horizon." No, I can't see anything.
Now let's go to the other level. Let's say you're you have a radius on a flat circular plane. The radius, let's say, is 10,000 miles. So it's a large plane. Do you think from the surface of Earth you can see the end of this circular Earth from let's say the center point?
Yeah,
maybe.
So
maybe yes. So I can see. Wait. Hold on, Eden. I can see the moon, right?
I'd like you to justify how you can see from the center point, from the surface.
Let me answer this. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
No, what you would see would be an indistinct blur into the distance. There would be no clear, defined horizon like there is on a curved surface. There is atmospheric dust and stuff that gets in the way, so you probably wouldn't be able to see all of the way. But there would be no clear, distinct horizon. There would just become an indistinct blur in the distance. That is what we would expect if the Earth was flat and we had the atmosphere that we do.
Now, you brought up a circular radius of 10,000 miles. Just you just threw a number out there. Could a flat earther actually come up with a real dimension?
Yeah, what is a steel man for flat Earth? Right? You gave like a half model, but what's like the steel man like literally that reflects the continents?
And that is what I said earlier. It's hard. Flat Earthers made it impossible to quote steel man of flat Earth because it's inconsistent amongst the group.
Yeah, like what's yours with the continents, represented with the continents?
Well, I think Taking Back Eden is proposing a form of biblical literalism.
Yeah, I know. I want to see it with the continents. Like, I literally want to see a representation of it with the continents.
Or just some dimension to the ice wall. Something.
So I want to talk about one thing about Eden. You're probably surprised that I said, we might be able to see, that distance. We might not. The reason why I said you might not is you have to add a whole bunch of stuff. If you say, oh, it's a flat plane with atmospheric density that we now have, and the object that I'm looking at is smaller than the moon, and the light conditions that are reflecting off it are about what we would see on Earth for a forest, then the answer is no. But you have to specify all that stuff in order to ask that question legitimately. Okay? Because we don't know what a flat plane with our current atmospheric composition would look like. I mean, what Craig said.
You really brought some life into the place, and I do commend you for that, good sir.
Let's ask a reverse question. What would stop you from seeing the end of just like if you put a really bright light at the end of that 10,000 mile radius disc or whatever, what would stop you from seeing that light?
So do you see it or not? Do you see it?
I'm asking, let's say
you don't. Let's say you don't see it.
No. I'm asking, what would stop you from seeing it?
Would that be the same thing?
Wait, why is Into the Break?
What would stop you or start you?
Just get rid
Into
of
the break. Into the break. You had your chance. Okay, you blew it with asking for infinite definition. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm not going to allow this.
So Eden, you asked the question, could you see to the end of that disk? If you put a super bright light there, let's say like the sun, what would stop you from seeing it?
Well, let's reverse the sun and not make it a super bright sun. Use your imagination.
No. You asked if you could see to the end of that disk.
I'm telling you right now, don't straw man the flat Earth. Don't try to straw man.
I'm not saying it's the flat Earth.
Invoke, this huge, massive flat light.
No, I never said the flat Earth.
Make it a small light. Make it a small light.
It shouldn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference.
So if you can expect to see a light 10,000 miles away, okay, show me evidence of that.
Eden,
what? With an atmosphere.
Eden. What, in your example, let's just say there's a flat disk with a radius of 10,000 miles, right? And you're in the exact center of it, and there's a super bright light at the edge of that. Hold on, Eden, chill.
We're not going to use the super bright light idea that you're trying to invoke.
Chill. Dude, chill.
No, I'm just telling you. You're just wasting everyone's time because I'm going to stop you right now and tell you that's not how it's.
Can we just go back to the fact that I'm taking back Eden for evidence that the Earth is flat, and all they're doing is asking dumb questions about the horizon. The horizon exists because the Earth is a curved, it's
actually
a curved surface,
the globe defenders are asking all the dumb questions, and you guys are actually.
No, you keep asking dumb questions about the horizon instead of giving me evidence that the Earth is flat. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
I'm just responding to you that the globe defenders are asking dumb questions.
Right, okay, ignore it. I don't care what anyone else is saying. Taking back Eden, please. Do you have evidence that the Earth is flat? I want to talk about it.
Yeah, I've already proposed the biblical idea, and I have evidence on my YouTube channel. So I've proposed the firmament.
You proposed it. Now give me evidence for it.
Your idea is nonsense, and your investigation skills are nonsensical. And
give me adorable. Taking back Eden, you just said some things. You just said some things. Give me some evidence that the Earth is flat instead of just saying something.
Okay, in your 10 years of investigation, you haven't seen it, so I guess you don't have the eyes to see. You're just debating. You're shadow boxing.
I want you to present evidence that the Earth is flat. I'm not here about the things that I've looked at. I want to see your evidence that the Earth is flat.
So Eden, do you have something that you can present as a rationale for finding the Earth to be flat?
Well, remember, I've proposed a crude physical representation on a small scale.
That didn't work. I've explained.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Okay. As evidence goes, that is a hypothetical rationale for how a flat Earth could possibly maybe work if we squint real hard. Is there any evidence that we have today from our senses or our measurement or instrumentation or something that would lead us to believe that the Earth is flat today? Not, well, gosh, there could be a quantum mechanic thing going on.
Just to be clear, when you say squint real hard, do you mean take it?
Wait, ask him a question, Agna. Hold on.
Yeah, thank you. From a biblical perspective, right, or from the ancient Hebrew perspective, this is seen as a grand deception orchestrated by Satan himself to lead humanity away from the truth. So essentially, if you don't even want to accept Satan as
none of that is evidence.
So that's once again. Okay, so let me.
Also, can I say something here?
So
number one,
I've already presented some evidence of the biblical idea.
You haven't.
Wait. We've already covered that. So I'd like to ask you guys: would you accept high altitude footage if it existed?
If you can, right? If there's high altitude footage with the specs of the camera specifically and the exact height that it was taken from, then yes, we could analyze that with a critical eye. However, no flat earther has. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. No flat earther has ever presented an image from space or a high altitude balloon or anything with the accompanying specs of the camera. I can present you a high altitude video sent up by a friend of mine, Mr. Sensible, with the specs for the camera that clearly shows the curve of the Earth.
I've showed him even that video countless times. He just refuses to watch it.
So, to take him out, Eden, do you have a high altitude balloon footage or photo that comes accompanying with it the exact distance above the surface of the Earth and the camera specs?
He has the little PE cam, a snippet of the little PE cam.
Oh,
but would you accept? But I'm glad you're
the little
open
PE
to
cam
it.
shows that the Earth is a globe if you watch the whole thing because it's got like curve in it.
What camera are you using, buddy?
Me?
Do you want to run with
Yes.
the whole biblical thing?
Just hold on a sec. What camera are you using on your buddy's?
The details are
Crap.
all on. You can look on the YouTube video. It's got all the details for the camera there.
Is it a Hero 3, a Hero 4? Is it a custom piece?
Again, I have just said if you want the details, you can go to Mr. Sensible's channel and look at the video Mage 2, and then it shows all the camera details just below that. I don't know them off by
Okay,
heart.
so what you're saying is you brought us speculation about data that you don't know.
Well,
and
no,
don't
I
know.
have previously looked up the specs of the camera and confirmed what they said about it. If you want to do that yourself, the details of the camera are available on Mr. Sensible's channel.
Well, you're using them now, and you don't have them, and this is the problem.
I don't have them to hand specifically. I can take you to where they are, though. The data exists, and I can point you directly to it.
So what
I
happens?
just need the lens and the camera.
Why do you want him? Why does he need to read to you a bunch of specifications you won't understand?
He's dropping it like it's proof of something, and then he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I know what I'm talking about,
it.
and
He
I
sounds
told
like
you
a
where you
moron.
can. I told you exactly where you can get the specifications.
Yes, the fourth time you said it.
Yes, just because I don't have that particular knowledge exactly in my brain does not matter. We have things we can look up. You do
Well, are
not
you
need
debating?
you do not need to hold information like that in your brain when you can cite it instead.
Okay, so are you debating or having a conversation? Because if you're
I am
debating, you don't
debating
have
and
the
I will cite
information, you need
it.
to shut up.
In a debate, I can cite the information. I am citing that information. I can post the link if you would like that contains all of the information.
I just wish you'd just tell me what camera it was.
Dude, it's a
Go and find
rectilinear
it.
lens. That's all you need to know.
You could have clicked the link, looked
You
it up,
could have
and
clicked the
told
link.
me like
You
4
could
minutes
have-
ago.
You could have clicked the link.
I'm busy.
I'm busy.
I got my hands
I'm running a
busy.
stream.
I got my headset on. Well, that's your problem.
Dude, it's a rectilinear.
So you want him to click the link and
Running
read you a
stream.
bunch? You
Oh
want
my
him to
God.
click the link and read you a whole
Who opened
number
it up?
that you won't understand.
Who in the
I got
audience
it.
opened it and read it while my hands are busy?
Can I
I'm going to
tell you
read you a whole
something?
bunch. Okay, it was exactly 2 fuck worth of data on a rectilinear.
Yes, it's a rectilinear lens.
I can't even make up bullshit fast enough. Sorry.
It's a rectilinear lens, and to demonstrate
NASA, how
it, it
high
has 2 pieces of string across the lens, so that to show that you can still see that they're straight. It's a rectilinear lens. It's not any kind of distortion. It's not fisheye. The question is ridiculous.
Can I point something out real quick? Cool. So, I would just like to point out that the only, or at least while I've been here, the only flat earther that says we've strawmanned his model has only shown, like, let's just say, the quantum magnetic, whatever, super frozen shit. But he's never shown it with the continents. So I don't even know what the biblical model looks like with the continents. The only thing that he's shown lacks the continents themselves. So it's not really a flat earth model. I want to see what the biblical flat earth model looks like with the continents.
Yeah, they
Can
can't
we
do
get
that. Right, so the main
Phil,
major
are you
experimental narrow angle 90-degree camera is the Firefly 8SE 90-degree.
Okay, maybe we could find a consensus from all the globe geeks here. How high do you have to be from the surface to see the Earth's curve with your own eyes?
Depends on the field of view.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else have an answer?
You can see if you define it as seeing boats go over the horizon.
Right, so hold on. Let's not get, we've just pointed out the fact that using Mr. Sensible's Mage video and the camera that I have specified, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Why are we running away from that?
Oh, you're Mr. Vague, I guess. Anyone else have a specific value?
Yeah, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the thing that I've just said. Take it back, Eden. We're not talking about how high. We don't care. Right? The answer. Stop. The answer is depends on the field of view. That's all you're going to get. All right. Now I have given you I have given you the specific camera. and I've told you how high the observation was from Mr. Sensible's mage. We're going to talk about why we can see the curvature of the Earth.
What exactly where you can see the Earth curve from what elevation? Anyone else brave enough? Any other globe geeks brave enough to try?
Again, I've answered the question. It depends on the
Any
field
other
of
globe
view.
geek
No one
enough
else
to
is
try?
answering. That is the
Mine is
answer.
done.
Okay.
Stop asking the same question.
When did he post? You said you posted it. What time after what hour?
What?
I'm scrolling and I don't see shit in the chat about any of this.
I just posted it. It's there. It's
4:10 a.m.
scroll up
Main mage
3
experimental
messages.
narrow angle 90-degree camera. The Firefly 8SE 90-degree. Pay
Bro,
attention.
bro, you
dumbass.
realize 8 o'clock at night. So 8 o'clock at night.
It's 4:12
right
in the
now.
morning.
Okay. Well, it ain't 4:12 for me, but.
Yeah, thanks, Glow.
Why is that? Why is that it's your
MXD, yeah, see, this couldn't find this for the life of me. It posted in the last hour.
I
But I
posted
did
at
scroll.
4:10 a.m.
Dude, I
Well, 10
literally
minutes
just
after-
posted.
Yeah,
40
10 minutes
seconds
after the
ago.
hour. 10 minutes after the hour. Discord will show you in your local time zone.
But
So
I have
it's
also
10 minutes
told
after
you
the
it
hour.
several times. Once again, it is the Firefly SE. Let me read it to you again. You don't need. I can literally just tell you. 4:10.
Yeah, MXD posted it 8:11, 8:10.
Right, I posted main mage experimental narrow angle 90-degree camera Firefly 8SE 90-degree at 10
Firefly
minutes past the hour.
8SE. Cool. That's what I needed.
Cool. Right.
Why
Now I
is it
gotta
that
go look
Craig?
at the lens specs.
Why is it that it's a different time for Craig and you?
Discord shows local time zones of your IP.
Yeah, why is that? Why is
So
it that
there's some
in different
Earth
parts of
curve
the
there,
world
Craig.
it's
OG
different
Yeti
times?
added the
Whatever.
membership, gifting another 3 minutes to the timer. Thank you very much, friend.
To the person I was
Omni, can you
speaking,
see Earth curve from 38,000 feet with your eyes, you think?
What?
You just completely ignore the time zone thing. Why'd you just completely ignore the time zone thing?
My question wasn't answered. I was wondering if Omni had some input.
Roughly
Okay.
40,000
did
feet.
answer.
Eden,
Okay,
you
as
know
for your
this.
answer-
I told you that like 100 times.
Yeah, go for it, Shubil. I'd like to hear your
Yeah. Okay, Eden. Right. We do have lots of imagery from the ISS, which is manned. It shows the curve, right? It is at 230 miles up. Okay. Now, is
That
that the
wasn't my
minimum
question.
height? Is that the minimum height? No. However, that's should be high enough to see the flatness.
Well, maybe you're brave enough to actually answer the minimum height. Are you gonna give it a try?
40,000
Or-
feet.
I've
No,
answered.
the minimum, okay, the minimum height is indistinct because it's by degree. So from 40,000 feet, you can see a little bit of it. From 60,000 feet, you see more. From 130,000 feet, you see more, and it gets more pronounced the higher you go. So there's not a hard edge. See it, don't see it. See it, don't see it.
And again,
So
the
let's-
answer is it depends on your field of view.
Yeah,
That's the
we'll just
answer.
go ahead and
Stop
fix the number.
answering.
We'll
Stop
say-
asking the same fucking question
Stop
over and over,
interrupting like a
dipshit.
clown, man.
Yeah, and so I tried to
stop
move
acting
it
like a
to.
clown.
I tried to move it for that's high enough. Even in the ISS, it's high enough. It's not the minimum. It's high enough, and we don't see flatness.
Thank you.
Also,
At least you
if we
had
wanna
the
be-
balls to answer. I'm gonna call you shoe balls from now on. And
If we
Craig,
wanna be-
stop acting like a jester, okay? This is a scientific.
All right.
The
discussion.
answer
You're not
is
ready for it.
depends on your field of view. That will depend
I know
on
you're
how
really
high
out.
you are able to see
like
the
a
curve.
broken record.
That is the
That's the
fucking
point.
answer, you moron.
No, you're,
And let's-
you're just
yeah,
acting like a
and
jester.
what is the height? What is the height to see the flatness?
You didn't have the balls to answer.
I have
the height
answered
to see
the
the
fucking
flatness?
question. Right, hold on, guys, stop.
No, Mr. Vague answered.
Hold on. Take him out,
Your
Eden.
gesture
Take him out.
answered.
Hold on, stop. I have specifically answered your question. There is no number. There is no number to give you. It doesn't exist. The answer to your question specifically is it depends on your field of view. If you've got a very narrow field of view, then you're going to have to be really, really, really high. If you've got a really wide field of view, then you can be a lot lower. There is no number to give you. Stop asking the same question over and over again.
No one's asking
I'm
over
still
and over
talking.
again.
Stop
interrupting.
asking the same question over and
You
over
didn't-
again when it's been answered very, very specifically. Dipshit.
Yeah, you're just a jester, man.
Right.
If we wanna
Okay.
be
What?
super pedantic.
What did
And
I?
actually
Right.
feel
Repeat
sorry
back
for
to me
you.
what I just said
feel
to you.
sorry for you.
Repeat back
You're
to me
so
what I just said to you.
insecure. You're so insecure about your position, and
No,
it's
I'm
actually,
not
I know you
insecure.
don't like
I
to talk
answered the
about
question
satanic
specifically.
influence, but it's definitely there. In fact, I think it's the
Why?
satanic culture
Excuse
you
me.
guys
I
are in.
answered the
That's why
question
you're basically
specifically.
like this. You're
Can I ask a?
Hold on.
I
No.
wanna ask
Hold
a
on. Hold
follow-up
on. I'm not.
question.
No. Hold on. I'm not done with this.
No,
I answered your
Craig,
question. No. Hold
I
on.
understand that
Stop.
You wanna
Stop.
act
I'm
the way you
talking.
do.
I'm
It's
talking.
from a biblical
Excuse me.
point of view.
Excuse
this
me.
is
Hello.
very revealing. I
Hello.
forgive
I'm
you,
talking.
and-
Excuse me. Can you stop? Thank you. Yeah. I answered your question very specifically. I want you to agree with that. Stop being so disingenuous and acting like a twat and agree.
Now stop projecting.
Stop being so disingenuous and agree that I have answered your question.
Projecting. You're projecting. In fact, I want you to
Stop being so
apologize.
disingenuous and agree that I have answered your question.
No, stop wasting everyone's time because
Stop
you're
being
just a
so
jester.
disingenuous and agree I have answered your question.
No, Craig, you're actually under the great delusion.
Why are you lying
from
to everybody?
Satan himself.
You know God hates liars, right?
Yeah, and in fact,
Yeah, so why are
you're
you
not
lying?
helping the
Why are you
situation.
lying to
Did you
everybody
know
right
that?
now, pretending I haven't answered the question when I specifically answered it? And just so everyone knows, I'm going to do it
you're
again.
sea lion.
The answer
You're
to
sea
your
lion.
question is, it depends
No,
on
you're sea
your
lion
field of view.
because you
If
so
you have a
insecure
wide field of view,
that you had to
then you
resort
can
to
be a lot
personal
lower to
attacks.
see
I
the
know
curve of the
it's
earth.
quite the
If you have a
flatness.
narrow field of view, then you have to be a lot higher. That is the answer to your question. Now, can you
Now
agree
stop
that I have
repeating
specifically
yourself.
answered the question?
So
okay,
one
stop
second.
repeating yourself. No one asked you to
I want you
repeat
to
yourself
agree
like
that
10
I've
times.
specifically answered the question.
Eden, everyone
Okay,
quiet. Eden.
Yeah.
What do you think about the? It depends on your field of view. Answer. What is that?
Yeah, I accept
He
that.
can't
I
acknowledge
accept
it.
that. But I also appreciate Shoe Bill's answer as well.
Wait, just to be clear, saying you accept it isn't the same as acknowledging it. Just so we know, you saying you accept it isn't acknowledging the information he gave you.
Yes, because it would be technical. Let's say if someone's field of view was different, we don't have a standard field of view, then yeah. But at
You
least
agree that he
Shoe Bill
just
was able
answered
to
your
bring up a
question.
value.
That's the fucking
Wait, so you agree
point.
he just answered your question?
But at least what Shoe Bill was able to put a value on it.
But there
he at
isn't
least
a
was brave enough
value.
to say
There is
40,000.
no value.
He mentioned minimum curvature. Okay, move along, Craig.
No, he didn't mention a minimum curvature.
If we want to be
Can we
super
entertain
pedantic,
the whole biblical thing for just like a minute and a half?
Yeah, the devil's in the
So
details.
you said, taking back Eden, you said that the ancient Jews said that the globe was a Satan deception. I'm sorry to tell you that is incorrect because Will Duffy had an actual Jewish scholar that explained that the ancient Jews had to know that the earth was a globe because of the Sabbath. So if you're in Jerusalem, the Sabbath will come at a certain time. If you're away from Jerusalem, it will come at a different time. And in order to know exactly when that will happen, you need to know the geometry of the earth to calculate sundown so you can actually uphold God's law and keep the Sabbath. So
Right,
your
Max,
own
you
claim
take over a minute. I'm just going to grab
debunks
some
you.
weed and use the toilet.
Yeehaw.
Max, you're in charge.
All right.
Yeah,
So the only
Watch the
problem.
globe while you're there.
Wait. Can you let
Oh, go ahead, Cuddles?
Eden rebut that or fail? Try and fail?
You could record observations for 1 year. You could record observations for 1 year, and you'd have your metric forever and ever. So
No, you
that
don't.
whole
well,
view
that's
that you
just
gave is
not
complete
true.
whole-
Do you know what a
complete
leap year
bullshit.
is? Do you think
You
leap years
could,
exist?
leap year. Oh my God! This dude just said leap years. We're talking about ancient Hebrews, and you said leap years. This is the side that wants to tell us we're stupid. I mean,
I know.
seriously, Craig, get a hold of your
So,
followers.
again, I'm still waiting for someone to explain why we should even remotely accept the Hebrew cosmology.
Well, I'm
and their
asking for what it even
interpretation.
is. What is it? I haven't even seen it. That's what I'm
Well,
asking.
say-
I agree. What is it?
That's what I
Maybe
was
before you
trying
come
to
to the
do.
discussion, you should do some research, man.
Why don't you
I've
just
done
get
the
it?
research. I
Show
gave
us.
you. Wait. I've done the research.
Do your
I
homework,
gave you.
man.
I've done the. Eden,
Bro,
I've done the
just show
research.
it.
I gave you an argument. I'm waiting for your rebuttal. I'll take that silence as a win. Thank you so much.
I gave you the. He's not. He doesn't need to.
Yeah,
I gave it to you.
We get it. But the
No,
other
you
thing
didn't
is,
give me anything.
every time
I sure did. You'd only need to watch the sun for 1 year, and you have your metric forever and ever. You know what time
That
it's going to come in that
reply,
place
like-
forever and ever. Every time, every year after year, it never changes.
Eden, there's still no continents on this. You understand that, right? You know what continents are, right?
Okay, now you asked for ancient Hebrew cosmology. Now you're shifting the goalpost.
When I asked for
Make up your mind.
representation,
Make up
when
your
I asked
mind.
for-
When you
I asked-
mentioned, yeah,
when
I know
asked
you
for the-
mentioned the continent layout. Okay,
Yes.
that's understandable. I get
That's
your
what Earth
position,
is,
but
a
when
layout
you
of
mentioned
continents.
ancient cosmology, I presented it for you. Okay, now go do your research.
So
I researched it and it turned
No,
out it's
to
all
be clear.
fucking nonsense. Guys, do you think this is enough
to be
weed to
clear-
deal
Like
with
the globe.
this? I'm not sure.
To be clear, what I asked. Wait, just to be clear, what I asked.
The
was,
irony
a
of
represent-
someone,
wait, just to be
the
clear,
irony
Eden,
of someone
I was
claiming to
talking.
be a
Hold on,
scientist
real
and then
quick,
saying
Eden.
nonsense. That's
Eden.
literally the globe.
Just to be clear, Eden,
The
I
globe
asked
is
for
literal
representation.
nonsense.
Eden, just to be clear, I
You
asked
guys
for a
literally,
representation. Yes, so Eden,
explain
just to
away
be
your
clear.
senses. Your
Okay,
God
guys.
is
So triggered.
Keeps going. Eden, just to be clear.
Take him out,
Yeah,
Eden.
just to be
I've
clear.
measured the Earth's rotation using my senses. So
Yeah, and again, Eden,
Eden,
just to be
use some of
clear.
that Holy Spirit patience and like calm the fuck down.
Thank you, Essie.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I asked for a representation
not
of what
for
you
me.
think the
Don't
flat
talk.
Earth is.
Don't talk.
So,
No, don't talk. No, it's not you. Somebody else talk, please, not him.
hold on, but just to be really
No,
clear,
not hold
I
on.
asked
No,
for.
I'm nodding. You're not talking now. Somebody else, please say something.
So I asked for
You're
a
not running the
representation
show, bro.
of what
Keep
Eden
quiet.
thinks.
Can
So
somebody mute
yeah, I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna back Essie on this too, Akna. Just take a break there for.
Oh, I
Thank
can't
you.
ask a question to Eden.
Thank
Okay.
you, Omni.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah, okay, got it. Wonder why.
That's why.
Will someone attempt to even interact with my argument, or will I just get the win? Flawless victory.
Well, I just got basically muted by two different mods, so.
So, can you present the argument one more time, just for the room?
Okay, the ancient Jews had to know the Earth is a globe because they need to keep the Sabbath. The Sabbath is from sundown on the Saturday until sundown the next day. So if you're in Jerusalem, that happens at one time. If you're away from Jerusalem, it happens at another time. So in order to know when you have to stop doing work, in order to keep the Sabbath, they needed to know the shape of the Earth, which is a globe.
I mean, do they know? Like, you could just go outside and look, is the sun down or not? Like,
Yeah, but you need to
I've
plan
ever heard.
out.
That's crazy.
You need to plan out the
Akna,
days.
please.
you really don't need to plan out the day that much. Like, I don't plan out my day very much. And
Well, but you're not an ancient Jew.
Okay, but I'm a
no, I'm
biblical
somebody
scholar.
who for whom like being on time and prompt and stuff is a lot more important than most ancient people. Like it just it's sundown is sundown, man. It's when the
But
sun
you
went
you
down.
don't keep being on time as part of like your religious law. It's not analogous.
I don't think it. So the way you would get in trouble for that would be if somebody was like, "Oh, hey, you're still working, but the sun over there, you can see it's down." And so, in order to not do that, you would look at the horizon and be like, "Yo, is the sun down? I don't want to get stoned to death." I
Right.
don't think this is a good argument.
Yeah, I mean, a Jewish scholar made the argument. It's not
Well,
mine.
Well, I don't think they made a good argument.
Yeah.
I don't
the Jewish scholar.
think he was. I don't think he was a scholar, but because he doesn't say a particular place that you have to follow. It gives you an event in time where they're at and what is going on, and a law to be followed. It doesn't say do this based on the time here when this event happens. It says do this on this day. And for India and for Texas, it's different day every day.
Cool. So still, I don't think we've been presented with any solid reason as to why we should accept some form of Hebrew cosmological interpretation
Yeah, like
He's not even getting it right,
okay.
though.
Let's
That's the
think about
problem.
this in a more simple terms. I've asked for evidence that the Earth is flat. So, taking back Eden, could you present to me, please, a measurement of the Earth's flatness?
Oh.
Yes.
this out.
Topographic survey of any coastline of any state on the coast or the Gulf. Good luck.
They're all leaning towards the water. I love that.
Sorry, hold on.
Eden
Did Cuddles
owns,
just say? Does Cuddles just say that any topographical coastline is a measurement of flat, even though they map the curve of the Earth with cartography?
What did I say? Do you know?
Well, yeah, you just said that mapping the coastlines are measurements of flat.
Well, that's what the measurements are.
No, because the mappings of the coastline elevation isn't curvature; that's distance above the surface of the Earth. But cartography,
no, deviation is curvature. Deviation, elevation is anti-curvature, which is not.
No,
curvature.
elevation is not anti-curvature, but you've got elevation markers. That doesn't change the fact the Earth is curved.
Okay,
and once again, cartography shows the Earth to be a globe.
Cool. Somebody's imagination shows it to be a globe. Now,
No,
what does that have to do with
shows it? Sorry about that. Elon Musk kicked me out.
69 miles towards or away results in a 1 degree change. That would be consistent with an approximately circular path. Do you understand?
Let me still man your argument and see if I got it correct, okay? So, you're not using any type of measuring tools that anyone would know to use to measure anything.
Nope.
Distance-wise.
Nope.
Okay,
Absolutely
so
wrong.
you measured an angle, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what part have I misrepresented?
Well, you need
measurement is concerned for distance.
Measuring angle have to use instruments.
Okay, so you all right. I'm gonna spend one minute looking stuff in this.
There is curvature.
They always add up to mark. So I should be elevation.
What is going on with the internet
No.
now?
You need to incorporate that datum into your analysis. You just said that you were going to bring up a topographic elevation. Will ultimately to some ellipsoid.
Well, wait a minute.
Do not know what is going on with my internet right now, guys. I'm very sorry about this. Let me just quickly catch up on some super chats. Jay says, Tiger, $5. The evidence for Red Sea parting is the Bible. Therefore, it definitely happened. Vic from Canada, $6.99. Please explain how the once lush African and Egyptian jungles and forests became dry, arid deserts in the Flat Earth model. They can't. Rick 2 Bits, member for 8 months, says, Craig, when you facepalm, use the damn mitt. Yeah, I should. You're right. Oh my god, the internet was fine until fucking Elon tried to do an update there. Silent Dave, member for 2 months, says, dude has 540 subs, calling others nobody. JSS Tiger, 5, no, I read that one. I'm the Craig, became a new member. Thank you, I added 3 minutes for that. Tori Hando, 56, says, have some sex, you need it to cope with these nuts. OG Yeti for $2 says, I'm Craig and I love Donald J. Trump and MAGA. OG Yeti gifted a membership. I'll add the time for that. Mr. Svensson 26 says, oh, I need a bigger facepalm protector. And then Draco Fire says, I started watching this channel my junior year of high school. I graduate college on Friday. Feel old yet. Right, let's see if I can get back in. says that my internet's working now.
Point B, and the out the star, not dealing with the datum point, dealing with point. Using purpose-built.
I do not know what's going on with Discord. Okay, I am having internet issues and I do not know what's going on. I don't know if it's my PC or what. Right, that seems better. Kader Kurdip gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Add another 3 minutes. And actually resume the timer. Right, let's see if I can get back in without it freaking out.
Is that correct?
Yes. Curvature.
Okay, so you've added it after you've got two straight lines.
Apologies, guys,
to
I'm back.
two objects. Cool. Oh, that's all I needed.
Okay, what I've done is
you've added it, which is what I said in the beginning. You're going to pre-assume that you're right, and then you're going to misuse the equipment and then make.
Hold on. What I've done is return an accurate elevation for the engineers under great financial liability if it's wrong.
Right, what did I miss?
But we don't use any of that in commercial construction, bro.
Yes,
How
we do.
many times have you showed up to a job site to start shooting for anything?
Well, on a dam site? Only a couple
Bro,
times.
I'm not trying to get to obscure shit where you get to go, well, there's no good datum sets around. I'm trying to use shit where there's markers everywhere. Elevation markers everywhere around you. The highway.
Okay, but the point was
from the coast to the mountains has elevation markers going up from zero. That's all from zero.
The point was in determining curvature without using points of light in the sky by zenith angle measurement. Curvature is exposed by measuring the zenith angles, reciprocal zenith angles from 2 points separated by a significant distance, say 5, 10, 20 miles, and measuring the reciprocal zenith angles. The curvature of the Earth is revealed by that alone.
Can I just ask? Can I just ask Chisel a question? Can I just ask Chisel a question?
Sure.
When you're in heavily mountainous terrain, do you need to take vertical deflection into account, and why? If yes,
typically at 20 in an area that's like 40 or 50 square miles, the deflections are only in the few arc seconds of variation across the site. So in that realm, it is insignificant because it would be very similar to deflections at most of the points. But again, we'd be talking arc seconds, which would be very small fractions of a foot returned in elevation determination.
I got a question for you.
But it was returned in the surveying of the Mason-Dixon line, for instance.
Exactly. That's much larger than what I described.
No. I'm agreeing with you. Sorry, I didn't mean it to come across as I was being.
No, we're together, right? It's just this other guy who wants to say that that's not what the instruments are used for, and then he brings it down to a construction site.
Bro, highway runs from coast to coast, doesn't it?
Sir, are you familiar with the surveying of the Mason-Dixon line?
Of course.
Yes, I am.
Bro, what year?
1770.
1770, sorry. Yep.
Well, they've gone back over that since then, and all the surveys are recorded, so there's multiple of the same thing. Which one would you like?
Show, because all of the surveys show the Earth has curve. Every single one of them. every time.
Well, you told me you already told me that you added it in using arc seconds, and arc seconds is your curvature. Because when you do the arc seconds formula, you add it.
No, you don't. That's just incorrect. Arc seconds
There's
is just
more
the measurements.
to it.
So with the great
A measurement of what? Oh.
So with the
You haven't measured anything at an angle yet.
Okay, so
with the great trigonometric survey,
let Tony finish.
With the Great Trigonometric Survey, they showed that the surveyed difference in latitude between 2 points, a few hundred miles apart, was different from their positions determined by looking at the stars that went overhead. And they worked out that there was about 5 arc seconds of difference. They went back and they checked their surveying techniques. Their surveying techniques were right. So then they checked whether or not their plumb bobs were actually plumb. And it turns out that they're not. Plumb bobs are attracted by mountains. You understand that, right?
They don't use magnetic ones anymore for that fucking reason.
Magnets are
no, it wasn't magnetic. They weren't magnetic. They weren't magnetic at any point. They never used magnetic
Well,
ones.
the brass ones have all be used, so there shouldn't be any problems.
Also,
except that there were gravitational effects. There were gravitational effects, sir.
Weight effects.
I think
Gravitational
he's getting gravity
effects.
and magnetism confused.
Okay, so define gravity, please. An actual definition, possibly from the etymology, and not some obscure commercial dictionary.
Okay. Well, so you don't want to use English words.
Well,
No, he wants to vote on the
I'm going to ask you a question.
A commercial dictionary
Gravity is the attractive force. Gravity is the attractive force the attractive acceleration that pertains between two objects with mass.
Okay, but physics.edu says that it's not a force. It says that it's effect.
That's why I said it. That's why I amended myself to say acceleration.
Yeah, gravity creates
But
the force.
But that is again.
Hold on, Cuddles,
that's
hold
a
on.
category
Cuddles,
error.
hold on.
I'm just
Cuddles,
looking.
hold on.
I'm just
Cuddles,
looking
hold
for
on.
the actual English
Cuddles, 2 sec.
definition, which is weight.
So no.
Can I get
So you've got a definition in front of you. No. You've got a definition in front of him. So he knows full well what the fucking definition of gravity is. He's just being a dickhead.
All right, calm the fuck down, dude.
Like we know what we're talking about when we talk about gravity, and I don't know why like people because people fight about this all the time. Is gravity a force? Is it curvature? Is it you know made up? Is it magnetism? Is it whatever? It's like we're talking about an effect that has specific properties, okay? And what matters are the fucking properties. The fact is that if you have two objects of mass, there is an attractive force between them, apparently, that so some people call it an apparent force, that is inversely proportional to the distance between them squared and is proportional to the masses, and it turns out that the mass term in the acceleration drops out, so the acceleration of one versus the other doesn't even fucking matter.
Let's not even try and actually define terms, because we're going to have a problem here.
Okay,
they're going to spurg out, and we're going to have circular definitions, or the words that they're using
hold on.
don't mean what they
Guys.
actually are trying to intend them to mean.
Hello?
Yeah, I was talking while you were cutting me off. Thanks.
Yeah,
Oh, so we're not going to. So we're done with flat Earth?
Can I
Is that
answer
it?
the question I've been asked? Right. How can an
Please do.
effect create a force? Quite easily, because an effect is the thing happening, which then can generate a force. Like the Coriolis effect.
Okay.
Don't interrupt me while I'm talking. The Coriolis effect, right? That creates the Coriolis force.
That's a bad example. Gunpowder
excuse me.
and an explosion.
Cuddles, shut the fuck up when I'm talking. All right? It's not a bad example. It's an exact description. The Coriolis effect creates the Coriolis force that we can measure. The effect of gravity creates the force that we can measure. How can an effect create a force? It's just a fucking stupid question. These arguments of semantics.
The effect is the cause.
Right. These
the
arguments.
Is the cause.
Yet the effect makes the thing happen. Now, the arguing these stupid semantics is ridiculous. It doesn't change the fact that gravity is a measurable thing.
Okay, so I'm going to unmute some people. Elbow, I'm going to unmute you second. I'll let Cuddles respond to that. Cuddles, go ahead.
I mean, he's misrepresenting and giving a false definition. It's okay.
No one's given a false definition. No, I'm sorry.
Wait,
no.
yes, it is.
No,
So
there's no false
can you-
definitions. I've given you the definition of gravity. That's all you need. Everyone knows what gravity
The
is.
English definition of gravity is weight.
Right, no, stop. No.
That isn't a fact.
No, it's not. The definition of gravity is not weight. Weight
Do
is
you want
mass
me to
times
look up the
gravity.
etymology? Do you want me to go look up the etymology?
Etymology doesn't mean what current definitions are.
Right.
Weight
Yeah.
is
So
mass
I don't
times
mean
gravity.
current.
Hold on, I'm talking.
Hold on.
I am talking. Stop. Weight is mass times gravity. They're not the same thing. Stop with
Mass
the definition. Stop with the definition nonsense. That's what weight is. Weight is defined as mass times gravity. Don't argue with me.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Elbow.
All right, Judge Rightly gifted 10 memberships,
on.
which
So
adds 30 minutes.
One
to the
second,
time.
one
Give me a second.
Okay, we ready? Okay, I'm gonna unmute Elbow. Go ahead, Elbow.
Hold on. So what was it? Why did you mute me when I was the one that asked FTFE that how can the effect cause the force, and then I was the one, and then you let Cuddles answer for me? What the heck?
So, I'm just trying to get clarity. You're talking.
What?
No, he doesn't want to say anything.
No, he dropped out or
I think
got
he's,
frozen.
I think he's having
Carlos,
a- I
that
think
thing
he's
that you
having
were
a problem.
doing is called an etymological fallacy, and it's wrong. Nice try, though.
So, the
Bro, semantics
but
isn't a
whether
fallacy.
or not-
That's just stupid. That's the dumbest thing anyone said all day, I think.
Etymological fallacy is the thing
You
that
say that
exists.
the Earth is flat, so you have me beat there.
I didn't say
will
it
always
was
have the dumbest
anything.
statement ever.
I haven't had a chance to even state a position. You guys been spurging out this whole time. Duh.
Spurg.
You did say that gravity is alleged, and that's a way stupider thing to say.
I said according to the etymological definition, according to the English Standard Dictionary,
you
the
described
dictionary
gravity-
of the English language with all 512,000 words in it, and not some hack dictionary that's only got 30 or 50 in it, like the one you're using. Duh.
What
It
are you
defines
talking
the
about?
word exactly what it is. Now, question. When do words change their definitions of and by themselves? And I'll agree that they can change definition. But otherwise, any definition that you give me that's not in the
are you
American
talking
Standard
about?
Dictionary that I have from the late 1700s, it's going to be
from that dictionary that you've got.
lying. It's going to be called
From
fraud.
that dictionary that you've got. From that dictionary that you've got, type in the chat what the definition of gravity is.
Is weight.
No, it isn't.
What it's always been.
No, can you
Okay,
show?
you-
Right, hold on. I want this.
Scan that page.
Right, yeah. Show us where it says the definition of gravity is weight.
No.
Scan
For
that
your
page.
category of the
No, hold on.
philosophical model.
Stop. You just made a claim that your book says that gravity is weight. That's the definition. Prove it.
Philosophical model. Your definition is correct for your philosophical
No,
model.
you just made a claim.
Absolutely.
You just made a claim that in the book you have, it defines gravity as weight. Prove it.
Yeah, I don't think you're right about that, Cuddles.
No, he's completely wrong.
I think actually, to put it more bluntly, I think, Cuddles, that you are full of shit.
Yep.
That you are using the etymological basis rather than the meaning for the word. Right?
No, it's not even that,
And that derives from Latin, not English. So you are trying to use Latin to define what an English word means.
So I don't
We're
think
not
that the
speaking
dictionary
Latin.
defines gravity as weight. I question that.
Yeah.
And
Cuddles?
you're also thinking about language as a prescriptive thing, and language is not prescriptive, it's descriptive. People change the definition of words based on their usage. The most clear
Category,
example I
yeah.
can give you off the top of my head is the word gay used to mean happy, and now it just
right.
means someone who is homosexual.
Cuddles, do you have a camera?
Category. Yeah, definitions changing category when a new category.
Cuddles, hold on, I'm asking the question. Do you have a camera? Cuddles, do you have a camera?
You're right.
It's a yes or no question, Cuddles. Do you have a camera? Hello?
Howdy.
So he's not going to answer. All right.
Cuddles, right.
So we'll
turn
never
on
know
your
what
camera.
dictionary says,
Hold
but
on, Cuddles, turn on your camera and hold the book up to show us where it says gravity means weight, please. Because unless you can prove what you've just said, then I think you're just lying, frankly.
I mean, even if it did say it, like, people are wrong sometimes. So, you know.
But that's been his entire argument, that gravity means weight, according to his book. Therefore, everything we say is wrong. So,
well, if his book says it, his book is wrong. Like, I don't really care what his book says.
No.
I know,
you missed the
right?
point of what
Exactly.
I'm doing. You missed the point of what I'm doing. I am calling out a liar. I like to do it. And I'm going to do it until he backs down and admits that he was a liar. So, Cuddles.
Well, we might be here a long time.
Cuddles,
Yeah,
will you admit
I
that
don't
you
think
lied?
he's going to do that.
Cuddles,
That's never going to happen.
Give me a chance. Cuddles, will you admit that you lied? If you don't say anything, you admit that you lied. There we go. He admits he lied. All right.
Your mama.
Oh, that's oh.
You missed the chance, dude. You didn't say anything during the period, so you've admitted that you lied.
That's so precious.
So I posted.
What's the definition of weight, Carlos? Can you Google that?
So that does not say that
hour.
gravity means weight.
8:55 after the hour, and 8:55 after the hour, and also 8:55 after the hour. I have two citations from two
Weight, dignity,
etymological
seriousness,
dictionaries.
solemnity of deportment of character, importance from Old French gravitas, seriousness, thoughtfulness. Directly from the Latin graviton, nominative, weight, heaviness, pressure. It doesn't say that gravity is weight. The words gravity and
Doesn't say
gravitation
the
have been
force
more or less
either.
confounded. But the most
Where's
careful
the part
writers
where
use
it's the force?
gravitation for the attracting force. It literally says it at the bottom of what you put there. The writers use gravitation
Correct.
for the attracting force. So why are you...
And the words gravity and gravitation have been more or less confounded. That's why I posted the second page, because you didn't want to read that. But the most careful
I was just
writers
reading
use
it out. I was
gravitation for
literally
the
just reading
attracting
it out.
force and gravity for the terrestrial phenomenon of weight. But it can't be both, because it can't be itself and the thing. That's why gunpowder and explosion are a great example. The explosion, the gunpowder burning and causing heat and pressure and moving something forward, propelling, that is the effect. And the cause is the powder.
Yep.
But the powder can't be the explosion,
Nobody's
and
saying,
the explosion can't
nobody's
be
saying
the
that
powder.
gravity is the cause and effect of gravity. The cause of
It
gravity...
is the effect. That's
No, it's
physics.
not. No, it's not.
Physics.
Listen to what I'm saying. Gravity...
Physics by EDU.
Gravity,
I'll post the definition.
The cause of gravity is the fact that there is mass. Right? The cause of gravity is the mass of objects and the distance between them. The effect...
I know,
is
we're
that-
going to go back to circular definitions.
The effect... No, there's no circular definition there. The cause of gravity is the mass of objects and the distance between them. The effect of gravity is an acceleration towards a larger mass that appears as an attractive force.
Yeah, under the Helio-Goltz model. That's the philosophical model. That's your definition out of the philosophical model.
that is the definition of
That's
it.
why it's another number.
No, that
Because
is
a
the
number
definition of it.
next to a definition
I
is a
didn't say any
category.
numbers. I didn't say any
posted
numbers.
the etymology.
I
'cause
didn't say
knew
any
you
numbers.
were going to take it
I
out of
didn't
context.
say any numbers. I didn't say any numbers. I didn't say any numbers.
Gravity, noun, 15th century. That's 1400.
Is it the
Weight,
15th century
dignity,
right now?
seriousness,
Is it the 15th
Oh my
century
God.
right now?
solemnity of department or
the
character.
15th century right now, or is it the
Important.
2025? Which is it? Is it the 15th century?
Heavy in the scientific sense.
Is it the
I
15th
like that.
century,
That's right.
or is it 2025? Which one is it?
Someone's lighting right now.
This is one of the silliest arguments I've ever heard.
I know, and we're trying to move on, but he gave us another circular definition.
I
mass
didn't
and
give a
mass.
circular definition. The cause of gravity is masses of objects and distance between them.
The scientific definitions say otherwise.
No,
also,
that is the
mass and
scientific
matter are
definition.
not the same thing. Mass and matter are not the same thing.
Mass is defined as the amount of matter something has, and matter is also defined as the same.
No,
But
it's not.
mass can also
Matter
be
is
defined
not
as-
defined as the amount of matter. That's not true.
Mass can be defined as the amount of energy something possesses.
Yeah, mass is literally defined as resistance to inertia.
Well, that's kinetic, though. That's a whole nother. Again,
No, that
go
is
back
what
to
mass is.
qualifying.
Mass is defined
Using
in
qualifiers
science
now.
as resistance to inertia.
Because kinetic energy is a qualifying word, right?
I didn't say
energy
about
in and of itself, not in motion, is just
I didn't
nothing.
say
It
anything
doesn't
about
exist.
energy. Stop being dumb.
Wasn't talking to you. Talking to the guy that interrupted. So stop being a dick.
I'm the one that's talking, so if you're responding, I'm going to assume you're talking to me,
Hey, help it.
dumbass.
He has like Tourette's. He has like Tourette's, but insults. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can have energy. You can have energy while being stationary. For instance, you can have elastic potential energy, gravitational potential energy, chemical potential energy, electrical potential energy. You can have energy while being stationary.
And all of that is potential. It's kinetic. Potential.
yes, there is a-
potential
there
energy
is a
isn't doing
difference.
anything. It's at zero.
What?
Pardon?
What?
That is the
It's
most
also
idiotic.
zero, it's not zero.
Okay. All right.
What the
I
fuck did he just
set
say?
a pair of scissors on the desk. They weigh 1.5 pounds. They're pretty decent scissors. Really good for shearing. All right. Now, when are they going to move with all this potential?
As soon as you
until
stop
any
applying
forces
another-
act upon it. So again, until something acts upon it, none of that makes any sense, and it's actually useless to say.
Did you say potential energy is
Not-
zero?
Not at all true. That's
Oh my
not at all
fucking
true.
lord.
If I lift up those scissors and then I take my hand away, they fall. I'm not acting
Yes,
on the scissors. In
put
fact,
energy
I have
into them.
ceased acting on the scissors.
Oh my god, he thinks that you put energy in. Right, if you've put energy
Well, he
into
did.
it- Hold on.
He didn't pick
Hold
them
on. Let me fucking speak, you dumbass.
Okay, be
hey,
done.
shut the fuck up and listen. If he is putting
Too bad you
energy,
can't conversate without swearing.
just fucking shut up and let me talk. If he is putting energy into the scissors, then that means that if he was to pick it up and then place it over a hole, it should stop before it falls down that hole. That's not how that works.
What you said, he didn't put any energy into it at first.
I am increasing the gravity. If I lift it up vertically to a point of higher gravitational potential, I have used energy to get it to do work to lift it to a point of higher gravitational potential. But the amount of
so
work
the
that I have
velocity
done.
disappears then. Cool.
What did you just say?
You said the higher you raise something, the more gravitational potential. That means terminal velocity's out the window when the scissors aren't going to fall at a steady rate of 9.8 meters per second per second.
No, it doesn't.
What the
How does
fuck
that
are you
follow?
talking about?
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Terminal velocity is a consequence of air resistance.
And surface area.
Right, and you're saying gravitational
Clear
potential,
away.
like it's making something going to move faster than it
I
can.
was still talking, mate. I was still explaining your idiotic misunderstanding of terminal velocity. If you drop the object in a vacuum, it will continue accelerating because there is no air acting on it. Terminal velocity is a matter of the air imparting frictive energy on the falling object. It's not a disproof of gravitational potential. Well, if you knew this from the
What do you
start,
mean
why did you say
gravitational potential
something so
gets
stupid?
more as you rise it? What do you mean? It doesn't weigh any more the higher up. If I go onto a mountain with
No,
the same
but
pair of
its
scissors,
gravitational potential
get any
energy has
heavier.
increased.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that I can get more kinetic energy out of dropping it.
It's going to fall further?
It's going to fall faster. It's going to be accelerated more.
Okay, so it's going to fall faster than it's actually supposed to in the air that has terminal velocity that you're actually going to have encountering.
No, your ability to misinterpret and misreport what I've said is startling, but actually not an argument in favor of your reliability in any sense.
So the higher up the mountain I go, the scissors is going to fall faster just because?
No, it's going to be able to fall further because you're higher.
Yeah, that's
right. If I drop it and there's nothing in the way,
that's a given.
Yes. So I don't understand why you're having so much trouble. If it falls a further distance, it will be traveling at a higher velocity when it gets to the bottom of its fall. So it will have a higher kinetic energy when it gets to the bottom of its fall.
Okay, so higher velocity than its actual terminal velocity in the air that actually has resistance that you're dropping the thing in, correct?
Except the gravitation. Okay, so we're looking at the total energy. Okay, we're looking at the total. You've raised a point. You might want to shut up while I answer you. You've raised it up. It goes down and it loses. Some of its energy turns into kinetic energy. Some of its energy is used to displace air. Okay? The more energy it has, the more air it can displace, while maintaining the same kinetic energy. So there's no problem with the energy balance in this argument.
Okay, you keep rephrasing the same thing like it's falling faster than it actually can. It's just going to fall from a further distance because you're higher up. That's a given. But it's not going to fall to the ground faster at any other time, ever. It's going to fall at the same rate because of the same terminal velocity. No matter what object I drop, it's going to have the same resistance, same terminal velocity all the time. Yes, it is.
So different objects have different air resistance, mate. This is why parachutes...
No shit. Each object's going to have the same air resistance every time you drop it. What I said.
You just said all objects had the same terminal velocity. That's demonstrably false, isn't it?
Each object has its own. Every time you drop it, it's never going to change for that object. That's what I said, and that's not what you heard, because you're not fucking listening.
So I'm the one who's not listening. You said that everything has the same terminal velocity. Also, your claim that things accelerate downwards at the same rate all the time is false.
You're saying it goes faster the higher up I go. That's insane.
The rate at which things accelerate downwards depends on where you are on the Earth. It depends on how high you are above the Earth. It depends on what tides are. It depends on a bunch of other stuff.
Bro, we're on a mountain. It's always going to be the same for that object.
Oh my god!
No, it isn't.
That's categorically untrue, and you're talking to one of the best positioned people to explain that. Like he measures exactly this. It's his job.
That's why I got him right here.
The gravitational acceleration experienced by a body depends on the tidal is dominated by Earth's gravitation, but it is influenced by tidal forces. So the gravitational attraction of the moon and the sun on the object change the downward acceleration. You may reject this possibility, but it is a measured, observable fact. So when you claim that it is the same all the time, you are incorrect. You are factually wrong when you say that all the time it's going to fall at the same rate. That isn't true.
So one thing real quick, a skydiver can have a terminal velocity if their arms and legs are, and a different terminal velocity if they are, all their arms and legs are in, and they have, they're in a dive. They're in a dive.
So the terminal velocity is dependent on the air density, so it's going to change. The higher they are, the higher their terminal velocity is going to be. The closer to the surface they are, the lower their terminal velocity is going to be.
Yep, that's true too.
I thought it was all the same for the same.
No.
Yeah, I think terminal. Once if it requires a 400-foot fall to get terminal velocity.
Hold on. He thinks that 9.8 meters per second squared is a terminal velocity. My friend, that's an acceleration towards the ground. Not the velocity and acceleration are not the same thing.
Everywhere.
Yeah, so if something with its aerodynamic drag requires after 400 feet of free fall, it has achieved terminal velocity, then it doesn't matter if you dropped it from 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet. The terminal velocity will be achieved after the first 400 feet, and that terminal velocity does not increase for the rest of the fall.
Thank you. Glober for the assist to the terrarium earther.
It will decrease as you fall. That terminal velocity. It won't increase.
If you got dense enough area, sure, I'll give you that, but we don't have that issue.
That's why that one guy who like jumped from 1,000 like to 100,000 feet or whatever, because I don't know, Red Bull gives you wings or whatever. He like broke the sound barrier on his way down or something, right?
Yeah, Felix Baumgartner. I don't know how to say his name. Boomhoward. Let's just call him Boomhoward.
Bob Gardner. Is that
Bob Gardner?
Is that right?
Do. Bob Boomhoward. That's the person, right?
Disrespectful.
Well, yeah, and at 100,000 feet, the air density is quite low at 100,000 feet. So the terminal velocity is specific to the density of air at the moment. So as the air density increased and his terminal velocity decreased, so yeah, he was doing Mach 2 or something, because at those altitudes, Mach is like 400 miles an hour, and when you get lower, Mach turns into 700 miles an hour.
But guys, the real question is, why aren't you considering the effective residual charge upon these objects in light of the other fact that there is a 100 volt per meter on average electric field from the Earth? Huh?
If gravity was electrostatics, then NASA would be building wires, not rockets.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you're not accounting for the electrostatics.
We are. We always account for the electrostatics. That's always included in things, and it's usually so small that it's negligible.
That's why we
do know that y'all can FOIA purchase sheets from NASA on what they've actually spent their money on.
What?
Right? Y'all can FOIA, Freedom of Information Request Act. Y'all can send a letter and ask for a certain year's spending, I guess.
Well,
you can just go to the website.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. Just literally go to NASA.com. As they're a federal agency, they have to be transparent about all their spending. So you can literally see their budget on NASA.com. What do you mean, are they? They're a federal agency, yeah.
NASA. Do they not have an EIN?
It's public information. You can get it. You can get it on the website.
What did he say? Do you not what?
Do they not have an EIN?
What's EIN?
You don't know what an EIN number is?
No, that's why I just asked, what's an EIN?
Okay, I'm just clarifying. Dang, but don't bite. So, employer identification number. It's a commercial number that you get from
they employ
comptroller
people.
when you register your non-governmental business.
Yeah, they employ people, but NASA is a federal agency. Were you not aware of this?
Yeah, they have an EIN. They're not federal.
NASA are 100% a federal agency.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, they have an EIN. They're a registered corporation. Corporation isn't a governmental entity. Clearfield Doctrine makes it very
federal
clear.
agency. This is not up for debate.
Do you think they hired
Doctrine makes this very clear.
Then why does Congress have to allocate budget?
Yeah, no matter
they give out money.
No matter what you say, NASA is a federal agency. No matter what you say, NASA is a federal agency, and this is just a fact.
Oh,
the employer
and the Earth is round, but you've never measured it.
Federal employer identification number.
Yeah, that doesn't make them a corporation.
I've never heard that before in my life. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a
That's
straw
cool.
grasp of all straw grasps. It's extreme. But let him hang
You
himself with this
guys
one. It's
do what
funny.
you do. I do what I do.
Which is be dumb.
Yeah, that's right.
I dig on companies. I pull up their charters. I pull up all their information.
And misunderstand everything you read.
I see who they really are, represented on paper, and not who they claim to be on TV.
Yeah, but you don't understand anything. You don't have the skills.
Not
to
a
determine
government agency, because according to the state
that. NASA
law,
are 100%
every single
a government agency.
They have to be registered with the Secretary of State as a governmental agency, and the Secretary of State for the state of Texas does not have a NASA on their list.
This is the hugest pivot of all pivots, by the way.
It's a fun one though, because you guys
No matter
don't know
what,
law
again,
at all.
no matter what you say, NASA is a federal agency. They are allocated
I
budget
know you
by
believe
Congress.
Earth rounds.
You
because somebody on TV told you. I know. It's okay.
Well,
Memes and books.
you just pointed it out. They're not listed under Texas state agency because they're federal.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think what he said.
Someone
was
say
that,
hello. I heard
in
a
order for
hello.
Federal agency, it has to be listed by every state as a federal agency, which is not how federalism works.
I posted the EIN number for NASA in the chat because
We're
they
not
do
disputing that it has that. I don't think.
Thank you.
But thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
I know. And the deeper you dig on that, you
NASA
find
hire
their
people.
charter and their
Yeah,
mission
federal
statement and
agencies.
who they
hold
really
on.
are.
Federal agencies.
Is this
staff
how
Who
it's
pay
the board
taxes.
members are, the chairman, and all of that. You don't do real research.
Wait,
though,
hold on.
FTFE.
Yeah, I've actually done research all the time. But NASA employ people, so of course they have an employer identification number.
Employ people. Yes.
Yes, federal agencies can employ people. People at the FBI have employer identification numbers. You know, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
There's a whole different process for government agents versus corporation employees.
No, you still have to have an employer identification number.
Does this have anything to do with flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not.
They didn't even measuring the surface. They came.
This is soft shittery. That's what this
kept
is. This
looking
is
up the
flat Earth.
sky and telling me they weren't going to look at the sky, and then immediately turned to look at the sky and goes, "The zenith's not in the sky, but it is."
Hey, I did not, as I pointed out, in the reciprocal zenith angles, no observation of the sky was used.
Bro, you said you weren't going to use the sky.
Right,
I'm
I
trying to
didn't.
measure the surface of
No,
the Earth.
Did you listen to the words that just came out of his mouth?
I, in fact, did not observe the sky. That was the whole point.
Okay, so my question that I've yet to have answered that I know I've asked 5 times. What measuring tool known to man was used to measure any type of distance?
To measure
ruler?
distance?
Any type
Laser
of-
ranger?
Any type
We
of
can use-
deviation.
Radar.
Okay, well, hold on. Distance or deviation? Did you mean deviation?
Well, distance between the two guys, unless you know it, which generally you don't.
Well,
use these
but yeah, but
objects
if
that
your
far.
question
5
was
miles
to
too far.
measure any distance, then the answer is a fucking ruler. Okay, which is why I don't think that's your question, because you're not
However,
asking what a ruler is.
also pointed out in that example, the distance between them is not important. The fact that they add up to in excess of 180 degrees, that is all it's trying to bring forward in that example. Now, when measuring that distance between the two, then you can derive the radius.
We have a problem though, because the apparatus you're using has a limit in its magnification over distance. So you do have a distance limit on the equipment.
No, okay,
It says in the
theodolite.
manual that you can use it infinitely,
What's the distance limit
but
on radar?
you have
Okay,
a problem.
okay,
Hold on.
Okay, wait, okay, I'll answer the question. It's my instrument.
We're gonna let
It's my
Hugo
instrument.
finish.
Needed. All you gotta do
It's
is
my
say
instrument.
needed.
It's my instrument. The limit is I can observe Polaris with it. Okay?
Yeah.
You feel better now?
Pretty far away.
Well, embarrass him.
Pointing
Ask for
at each
the
other.
citation.
You said you weren't talking about pointing them in the sky, and now
Cuddles.
you're immediately
All right,
pointing at the
Cuddles,
sky.
Cuddles, hold on.
In the
Cuddles.
example,
Hello,
of
let me ask a
zenith
question.
angle measurement, in the example of zenith angle measurement, I did not observe the sky, but the instrument is fully capable of observing things at 20, 30, 40 miles and all the way inclusive of the stars. Yes, it is a broad spectrum instrument, purpose built for astronomical observation and terrestrial observation at significant distances. Yes.
Look, embarrass him. Demand the citation that he's talking about. Just demand it. Demand the citation.
I can anticipate. I can anticipate where that came from in a total station. I can anticipate.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Make him dig up the citation and then embarrass the piss out of him.
Okay, let me ask a question about that. How can we differentiate what actual standard refraction is from Earth curve? How would I know if they're not just calling Earth curve standard refraction Earth curve?
Right. Okay. Very simple.
Because I measured Earth curve separately.
Hold on. Can I answer? Hello, please. Thank you.
Don't let him go off topic. Embarrass this piss head.
You can mod it one at a time for.
Embarrass this pisshead for his claim about the limits of a theodolite.
Yeah, we are. I'm gonna
demand that he show that
there is standard practice with that. That's why they use surveying markers. They go and do a survey marker, then they do another one, then they go hold the survey stick, and you do it over a distance. Like you know, the longer, the more error you're receive.
Are you speaking from experience?
Absolutely not. I'm speaking from
Thank
reading
you very much.
survey manuals.
Thank you very much. I'll speak from experience.
Is that not what they do? Am I incorrect?
I'm speaking from experience. She's 100% correct because I did this every job site.
Okay.
Can I? Right. The question was asked, and I would like to try and answer it. Right. Hold on. Please, hold on. Give me a chance. Right. The question was asked about how do we differentiate between refraction and Earth curve. It's fucking simple. We know what conditions cause refraction. So we know there's certain conditions there. We know refraction is going to be happening. And that is different to the Earth's curve. So that's the answer to that question.
So let me ask, are you taking line of sight measurements on your temperature gradients and humidity and pressure gradients?
Sorry, there's two of you talking.
Or are you doing a top-down approach where you're saying this is where it should be, but this is where we see it, so this is how much...
Sorry, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Stop. There was two of you talking. There was two of you talking. Can one of you talk at a time,
Why don't you guys act like gentlemen and let her finish speaking?
I'm trying to, but there was two people talking and I couldn't hear her.
You can finish your conversation with him, and then I'll be here waiting.
Well, no, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and other people were talking. So please.
Then everybody else just be quiet for a little while.
Right.
Only if that other dude, because I don't want to interject on a conversation that didn't finish.
Well, no, you're the one that said this, and I've been trying to respond to you for a while. So, I've just answered your question. It's to do with we know what the conditions are, and we know what conditions will cause refraction. I didn't hear your response because someone overtalked you.
Okay, yeah, I would say what you need to do in that case is you need to do line of sight condition testing. Like you need to test for the pressure, humidity, and temperature gradients.
Yes, absolutely. If we have those conditions. If we know those conditions, then we test for those conditions to see what the gradient and stuff is, and then based on what we know it is, we can calculate what the refractive conditions will be. So,
do you know anybody who's actually done that? Let me just ask. Do you know anybody who's done that?
Surveyors. They always.
In my example,
anyone that I can talk to, because I actually got a pressure, temperature, and humidity sensor, and I have a drone, and I have a sensor for my theodolite, and I have a sensor for my drone. I'm going to try to measure the line of sight gradients. Do you know anybody who can help me?
That's a good idea.
I know when the main.
That's
okay. Can I answer the question that's been asked for me, please? Thank you. Yeah. You can contact the main surveyor. He has done all the things that you're asking for, and he's available on X. Right.
Can you send me his handle?
Yeah, I'll figure it out for you and get it for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Right, that was easy.
Yeah, I mean, let me just tell you my hypothesis, okay? My hypothesis is they're calling actual standard refraction Earth curve. That is my hypothesis, and I would love to be proved wrong. Like, if you can prove me wrong, please do, because until then, I'm going to keep stating with my hypothesis, and that's why I got equipment to measure it. I'm going to try to do a bottom-up approach.
I demonstrated you to be wrong yesterday, but you don't remember.
Here's the thing. We know the conditions that cause standard refraction. But
it did top down. That's the problem. That's the problem she asked, and that's the answer. You do top down. You've been doing top down.
If anybody that has done bottom up, please reference me, because I would love for them to help me with my calculations once I get
bottom up or top down really doesn't matter.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, the problem is, with standard conditions, they actually consider like one set temperature. They're assuming the temperatures are all the same. They're not even incorporating humidity. They're like pressure is really heavily weighted.
That's why standard refraction is just like an estimation when you actually do the proper
But
calculations.
it's garbage. Yeah,
Well, it's not garbage. Standard refraction is a thing that exists.
And even if there was a such thing, they're not incorporating everything into it. So that's why I'm done with it, bro. I want to do a bottom-up approach from actual refractive experiments.
You have your work cut out
done already.
And no, we need to replicate these conditions and see how much refraction is there.
But that's the thing. We know what conditions cause refraction. That you're ignoring the fact that refraction has been studied for hundreds of years, and we know the exact conditions that cause refraction. That's why I'm wearing glasses, because our knowledge of refraction is so good. So we know that if there is a standard condition there, we will have standard refraction.
There's no standard refraction. That's garbage.
No, it's not garbage. If there is a standard condition, if we take an average and just say it's a standard condition, that will cause a standard refraction. That's not garbage. That's just how it works.
I heard you. Gotcha. So the problem is, like, the temperature heavily influences terrestrial refraction. And so whenever they are doing this, like, for the example, the nighttime, the temperature gradients are more leveled out. During the daytime, you have the solar radiation heating up the surface of the Earth, and they're not even accounting for that. So how do I know the density is actually lower on the surface whenever this temperature is much higher near the ground, and it gets cooler as you go up in elevation? But then they say the density is higher near the surface. So until somebody can prove me wrong, then I'm going to keep saying it.
Well, that's not how that works.
In my
you need
example,
to test your own thing.
No, they've done tests measuring the temperature gradients. They've done tests showing that things shrink throughout the day and get taller throughout the nighttime. There's plenty of tests on this. So how do I even know what is standard?
Well, then either your work cut out for you, or in my example, I measured the radius of the Earth first, that is without refraction, and then I measured the effective radius I get with refraction. Subtract the two, and I have my refraction.
How did you get your refractive values, and how did you get the radius to begin with?
I got the radius to begin with by measuring straight line chord distances over 520 miles and 260 miles. Then, oh yes, okay. Absolutely. I use state-of-the-art current ubiquitous technology.
But apparently the GPS systems incorporate the geodesic model already.
Well, okay. In the case that I employed the GPS, I only used the phase center to phase center distance.
Well, yeah, I need to look into that. I'm not even familiar with what method you're talking about.
Yeah, I think Taylor is about to get a bit inside baseball.
However, the point remains, I measured the radius of the Earth, unrefracted, without angles. Then I measured the apparent radius over a 400 square mile area, and I got a slightly different radius. And subtracting those two out, I have the refraction, which caused the slightly increased radius. Now, you may have heard of the, quote, standard refraction of 7/6R. Well, I got 7.09/6R. Not quite standard, but damn close.
Yeah, I would expect you to. Like, that's not... I get it, but you need to get the actual refractive values, you have to get the conditions.
Well, I got the actual refractive value.
Hold on. That's the point of standard
rephrase.
Hold on, that's the point of standard refraction, though. When you don't have the local conditions.
There's no such thing as standard refraction.
And let me rephrase. Hold on, please, give me a sec. There is such thing as standard refraction. Standard refraction is just a model based on average atmospheric conditions. That's exactly what it is.
From a top-down approach. They're not even incorporating the temperature gradients or the humidity.
They are. That's how you get the standard refraction.
They're doing a set temperature.
Yeah, that's because it's standard.
Part of standard refraction.
Fuck's sake! What do you not understand? When you don't have the exact things, you use the standard refractive. It's
like standard refractive value.
Please tell me.
Well, it's just a model based on standard. Right? Okay. Let me answer. It's a model based on average atmospheric conditions, about 10 degrees Celsius, about 1,013 HPA pressure, 0% humidity, and light bending about 7/6R. That is just the standard refraction based on average atmospheric conditions. That's if you take the average. If you take stop talking whilst I'm talking. If you take the average conditions over Earth. And that is what you would get with refraction. It's not really hard to fucking figure out.
Dude, that's extremely retarded. Because
yes, you are being extremely retarded.
Fuck off.
Right, no,
The
hold on.
temperature-
My example.
They're even incorporating the gradients. They think it's 10 degrees everywhere. Are
That's
you
the
kidding
point
me?
of standard. Oh my fucking god! Look, you moron. That's the point.
You just interrupted. You just interrupted me, but you got mad when I interrupted you.
Yeah, because you're being
not
fucking
even
stupid.
accounting for
You,
the solar
you
radiation
started
for
with
the
insulting me, so now you're getting FTFE, all right? Shut the fuck up and listen.
No, I said whoever.
No,
called
shut
it
the
was
fuck up
FTFE.
and listen. I am
Show
talking
some
now.
manners, FTFT. Come on.
Shut
dude.
the fuck
What's
up.
matter?
I am talking now. All right?
Show some manners,
No.
you clown.
No, I won't show manners because I got insulted, so now I'm being FTFE. Shut
I didn't
the fuck
call
up.
you that. I said the idea of that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and
'Cause
so
it
you
is.
said the idea. No, you said retarded. You called me retarded. So shut the fuck
No.
up and listen,
Hey,
retard.
we just
right.
not. Hey, don't be so
Standard.
triggered, dude.
Shut up.
Get out of
Shut the
your
fuck up, retard. Right. Standard
you
refraction.
shut up
It's
for a
very,
minute, man.
very,
Show some
very
manners.
fucking. Shut the
some
fuck up.
manners.
Shut up. I am talking.
Well, we're gonna remind you to.
Right.
show
Mod,
some
please
manners.
block everyone else that's talking whilst I'm talking.
Okay, he just looks like ridiculous. So
Right.
just let him
Right.
keep going.
Thank you. I'm trying to talk, so shut the fuck up. All right? Behave.
Were you raised by chimpanzees?
Shut
or
the
something? Be
fuck
polite.
up whilst I am
Be
talking.
polite. You wouldn't say that to me in person.
I'd say it straight to you. I've proven I will say these things to people's face.
All right, guys.
Mod, can you block everyone? I'm
Exactly.
trying to talk, but every time someone interrupts me, I'm going to tell them to shut the fuck up. All right?
Yeah, he's just a militant from his military army, from the Navy. He's doing his act.
Will you shut the fuck up so that I can speak? Thank you. Right,
Taylor.
dumbass. This is how it works. You get standard
Show some
conditions.
manners.
Shut the fuck up.
Did you ever get a bitch slap? Did
Right,
you ever get a bitch slap?
Omni, can you block everyone else that's talking whilst I'm talking?
No,
please?
wait a minute. Hold on.
Right.
Hold on, everybody.
No, everyone else that talks whilst I talk, can they get blocked?
Everybody, just a second. So, FTFE, Greg, I want you to be. I don't want you to be that rude, Taylor. Then you did.
Well, no, she was the one. She called me retarded, so I'm just gonna.
I understand that a lot of people feel insulted. I'm asking you to please just be, say your piece. You don't need to
Yeah,
be
I've been
extra-
trying to, but because I'm being interrupted so
Okay,
much,
so,
I'm getting
right, I'm
more
gonna
and more
let you- I'm gonna let you say your
FTFE.
piece.
Every time I get
Right.
interrupted, I'm going to fucking get more and more
Know
FTFE.
that he's being muted.
All right, I'm okay. So go ahead and
So-
say your piece, and I'm
right.
asking you not to be, you don't have to be as.
Again, I will be as I am treated, right? If I'm treated differently, then I will be different. But at the moment,
Well, I'm
they're getting
asking you.
FTFE.
I'm asking you not to. I am asking you not to.
Right.
I never even got to finish it.
It depends if
Go
I'm
ahead.
interrupted again. Okay.
Throwing a fit.
Once again, you're like, oh, how can it be 10 degrees everywhere? That's fucking retarded. Because it's not 10 degrees everywhere. That is an average. Standard refraction is based on an average. It's what you
That's
use.
the problem.
Shut the fuck up.
You interrupted me. Why can't
No,
I interrupt
shut
you?
the fuck up.
Okay,
Right?
so one at a time, please. Please.
Standard refraction is not garbage. Standard refraction is based on an average. It's what you use when you don't have the exact conditions. It gives you a decent approximation. Saying it is garbage is simply you not understanding what it is. It is based on an average atmospheric condition. It is taking gradients and everything into account, and it is taking the average of that and giving you an average condition to give you standard refraction. That should not be fucking hard to understand.
Okay, we got it. So
No,
Taylor,
I can't.
Taylor, is it clear that saying that it's
Am
an
I able to
average?
respond?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a chance to respond. I want.
Okay, you don't have to regurgitate what he said. I already knew what he was going to say beforehand. I'm just going to listen.
I'm sure. So did I. So with the idea that it is an average, does that make it illegitimate in your eyes?
So the problem with doing an average is that the gradients themselves are what causes refraction, right? Different densities. Okay, light going through mediums of different densities causes refraction. So whenever you assume one standard temperature, whenever temperature gradients are so heavily influencing terrestrial refraction, that is ridiculous. The concept.
So you're saying that the average value is illegitimate because temperature. Is that right?
Yeah, because the temperature gradients cause terrestrial refraction. You have temperature
Okay, so
gradients that
if I
cause refraction. So if they're assuming one temperature, then what are you really accounting for?
So wait a minute. I'm pretty sure that the density gradient is caused by gravity, and not predominantly by temperature. Because
only when you account for pressure.
Well, hold on. Can I just so when if I'm going to calculate the index of refraction of air in the atmosphere, I'm not going to use a formula that does not include the dependencies on wavelength, temperature, pressure, and humidity at the minimum. I guess I can't think of anything else that's like super obvious that would need to be included. So it would be those four things. And so you use the equation that is appropriate for that, which happens to be the Edlin equation or formula, and you use that, and then you integrate it over the course of your thing, and you use that to basically determine the refractive index gradient over the course of
that would be great.
Your path.
But this is even more simple, right?
It's not so that is quite clearly the obvious starting point. What is the problem? Can we just dispel
the problem? Right, the main issue. Hold on, give me 1 second.
That's all I'm saying.
Taylor, 1 second. The problem is
best practice would just be to measure the conditions and apply them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hold on. Right, give me a sec. Hold on. Taylor, this is all coming from a massive misunderstanding you're having that standard refraction doesn't include the gradient. It does. It includes the standard gradient in the atmosphere. When we take the average of the atmospheric conditions, and that gradient is included for part of the standard refraction. So you're misunderstanding. Yes, it is.
Assuming one temperature. No, the temperature gradient is causing the problem.
Again, the gradient is part of the calculations for standard refraction.
What part? Doesn't it just assume everything's the same temperature?
No, it assumes that there is a standard gradient.
You're not even listening. Okay, so what different temperatures, what gradients are they incorporating? How steep is the gradient in their standard refractive?
Whatever the average is.
For the record?
Whatever the average is.
Yes.
So you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yes, that's the point. It's whatever the average gradient around the world is.
You're saying average gradient, but there's no gradient incorporated. They're doing
average. He's saying that that's a shitty approximation. So
yeah.
Right? Is that what you're saying? You're saying that's a shitty approximation. So explaining the approximation isn't necessarily going to be super fruitful in terms of like proceeding, which is why I'm pointing out that when you want to do better than the approximation, this is how you do it. You find the thing that incorporates those things that matter, and then you use that, and then you take measurements along your line of sight, and you do the damn integrals.
You don't understand that standard refraction is literally just a placeholder. It's what we use when we don't have the actual data.
Well, I mean, that's just, it's just poor. I don't know. I think you should get that data.
That's the fucking point. You do go and get the data, but if you don't have the data available, like if you're looking at a point back in time and you don't have the data available for the point in time, you would use standard refraction to get an approximation because you cannot go and get the data. But normally when measurements are done, you do get that data and apply the actual data points instead of using standard refraction. What the fuck?
But this is why I was really excited to hear that you had purchased a drone and you had
purchased what do you mean? Is that so ridiculous?
Humidity sensors and temperature sensors and all this stuff. That puts you in a position to...
Tapio, hold on 1 sec, sorry. She's like, just get the data, bro. Just get the data. Yes, they do get the data. But if the data wasn't available, like if we're looking at points back in time and we're trying to figure out what the refractive index at that point in time was, and we don't have the data, we would just use the standard model of refraction. But normally, the way that we do things is we do get the data. So just get the data, bro, is a fucking stupid thing to say because we do get the data,
bro. Just did it. Like, if you're going to use these measurements to say that it's Earth curvature instead of refraction, you need to have the refractive values to prove it.
Yes, and we do get the refractive values by taking the data points on the day that we do measurements.
Okay, well, I want to know how steep the temperature gradient was that day.
Earthers who has taken pictures and saying, "Look, we can see."
Sorry,
too
hold
far.
on. I'm sorry, hold on. She said, sorry.
Hold
on, sorry. Hold on. I didn't hear what she said. Sorry, what did you say, Taylor?
I said it would be good to know how steep the temperature gradient was.
When?
whenever they're doing the measurements.
Well, yeah, that's why when they do the measurements, they take that data.
I haven't met anybody who's done that so far, who's taken the temperature gradients over the line of sight. I would love to see it. I'm trying to do it, but if anybody else has, I would love to work with you.
Yeah, well, it's usually done quite often because what you do is you, especially over water, the gradient is really, really steep at first. So you actually check to see how steep that gradient is. There's a particular word for it. I can't remember it right now. So that's one of the things you do.
Lapse rate.
Yeah, no, not lapse rate. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Adiabatic lapse rate.
You would actually measure the how quick the gradient changes over a short distance, and that would be included in part of your calculations for what you're doing. So
okay, hey, I have an announcement. I am going to step back, and Juan, one of the senior mods, is going to take over for me. So,
well, thank you very much.
Try not to burn down the dumpster. All right.
Lapse rate. Yeah, sorry, that's what it is. Lapse rate.
That's what I said. Yeah. Okay.
Lapse. I thought you said lab frame. Yeah, lapse rate. Yeah, it's the lapse rate.
Yes, the
yeah. So one of the data points that you do take is the lapse rate, which is how quick the gradient happens over a certain distance, and you use that in your calculations for finding out the refraction. So you're saying, oh, why don't they do this to get the data? But they do. When they do the actual measurements, they do. But when the data isn't available, that's when you apply standard refraction. Your whole point is
I want to know who does that.
Anyone that's doing actual experiments, measuring distances and over lakes and stuff.
Okay, well, I'd love to talk to him.
Cool. Well, just go and look them up.
Who have you asked? Who have you? Have you contacted people? People at universities or at meteorological organizations or anything like that to figure out how they do that?
Mainly I've talked to people in here who are trying to use it for evidence of curvature.
Yeah, that's not gonna be as fruitful, I would say. So I would Google it. So
okay, so now we've got that misunderstanding out of the way that standard refraction does in fact include what a gradient would be.
No, it does not, bro.
It does.
Did not get anything out of the way. They assume one temperature. How is that accounting for a gradient? Please tell me.
The average gradient is included in standard refraction because that's what causes refraction.
How is one temperature equal multiple temperatures?
It doesn't have one temperature. It assumes that temperature along a certain line of sight.
So how steep is the gradient?
Not above and below it. It's whatever the average steepness is, whatever the average of the gradient would be.
Let me give you the answer. There is none because it's one temperature.
It's one temperature along a line of sight. Temperature above and below that will be different.
Okay. So how steep the gradient would definitely matter.
Yeah, but again, that's included in the standard calculations. The standard gradient.
You're literally, dude. Can anybody else understand what I'm saying? The temperature gradient and how steep the different temperatures are in the line of sight is what is really important for terrestrial refraction.
Yes, and that's the data points that you collect.
Moving. Is it on the surface or cold or on the surface? Okay, how steep are those gradients? How big is the temperature change?
Yes,
and
that's called the lapse rate.
The temperature gradient is incorporated because there is one temperature, which is the average of
my God, what the fuck? In standard refraction. In standard refraction, where along your sight there is a one temperature, but that one temperature is along your sight. It's not above and below the thing that you're looking at, because that
would one temperature cause temperature to make refraction?
Again, if it was one temperature along your line of sight, above and below that is a different temperature. Fuck.
Okay, so how do you know that what you're looking at is not? There's no temperature gradients in the medium that you're looking through.
If you're actually doing that, you take the measurements.
I agree.
Yes, but when you don't have the measurements, you apply standard refraction.
There's no such thing.
Yes, there is. Oh my fucking God, you're so dumb.
Yeah, well, just premiere.
How can you not understand that standard refraction is based on average conditions?
I don't believe it's based on average conditions either. Because
then you are fucking dumb, because that's exactly what it's based on.
Okay, how'd they get it?
By looking at the average
standard.
And then look at what is actually important for refraction.
What did you say? Did you just ask me how they got the average conditions of the atmosphere?
I mean, also your belief is irrelevant to the facts.
I'm sorry, Taylor, but you're fucking stupid, and I'm not going to be nice here, but you're really dumb.
Yeah, you just said one temperature is a temperature gradient. That's
no, I didn't.
Ridiculous.
I didn't. I said specifically that above and below that, it is different temperatures. Maybe your ears are blocked, and that's the problem why you're so fucking stupid. Above and below is different. Above and below is different. Above and below is different. That means there is a gradient.
You're such a dick. Why do you have to be such a dick?
Shut the fuck up, Essie Montreal. No one likes you.
Get this man to
Does it make you feel superior or something?
Yes, it does. Makes me feel very superior, calling you fucking idiots, fucking
No
idiots.
wonder. Fucking soy boy.
Why do you guys keep simping
I
for
bet
this
you can't
role?
change a tire. You're a runt.
Yeah, sure, of course I'm a runt. If I'm a runt, how about you? All right, Essie Montreal, if I'm a runt, how about you and I do a push-up competition right now?
He's grifting for the globe.
Were you brought up not properly? Like, how do you?
No, I was brought up to call an idiot an idiot.
What's wrong with you?
I was brought up to call an idiot an idiot.
This is grifting.
Can we take it back to the content? We were having a good back and
grifting,
forth.
yeah. So I'm working. That's not grifting.
For the globe, he's got to do it.
Yes.
Hold on. John, please, can we take it back? I don't know that we really. The last thing I got was maybe a dispute as to whether it was an average temperature or not. Is there more to that argument, Taylor?
No, there isn't more. She's too dumb to understand what an average temperature is.
There's no average temperature.
Hold up, Greg. Let her respond, please.
Yeah, many different temperatures. And that's what actually makes the refraction. If it's the gradient that makes the refraction, then how can one temperature incorporate for that?
Oh my god, I've explained that about 5 times now.
There are other conditions. There's pressure, for one. Pressure can change even when temperature doesn't. So you don't only need temperature to have a refractive index, okay? But his point is that it's only along the line of sight. When you're going to account for the adjacent areas, you're going to move slightly up. You're going to input a different temperature along that line of sight, and there's your gradient. It just happens to be that this formula reduces it so that you input a certain number of variables. When you move it, like, you input different variables.
May I?
I think it is included.
May I?
No,
yeah, go shoot. If everyone's okay with it, Daz, I think you've been trying to get in.
Yeah, I think Shabil was going to have a go as well, so he may correct me. But my understanding is that when you do standard refraction at a given temperature, that has got the lapse rate baked in. The concept of the temperature gradient and all that kind of stuff, it is nominally in the standard refraction for that temperature that you are using.
Now specifically, there's the standard refraction value, which is kind of typical. You're only dealing with a couple of mile observation. It'll bring you home. Now, the real definition of standard refraction is the formula I just posted. That's standard refraction, in which you do put in your pressure, you do put in your line of sight length, you do put in the temperature in kelvins, you do put in the lapse rate in degrees per kilometer of elevation change. So in my examples, I typically have a pressure of 930 millibars. I put that in, but I do measure it when necessary, when it's much different than 930. I have the temperature in kelvins, which is typically about 295, and I measure it and I put it in as necessary. And the temperature gradient, delta T over delta H, in my area, under midday conditions, midsummer, fair weather, is 7.5 degrees per kilometer. That is the standard. Those coefficients are the standard of the gradient. Those coefficients return arc seconds of refraction. Now, what I have done is not use that, and I have returned the coefficient of refraction for my locale under those conditions, and I compared it to this value here, and I get within a couple of arc seconds. Now, my value for refraction is not standard, it's my own. It's just 2% off what people might consider the standard value, and 2% I thought was pretty damn fine of a resolution, and over a 30-mile observation, I get 80 feet of 80 feet of refraction, and that brings me home to about 1 foot in geometric elevation determination by theodolite. So you just throwing this word around, standard refraction is bullshit. No, this is a standard refraction is a formula. Yeah. And you put in your pressure, you put in your temperature, you put in your temperature lapse rate gradient. Now, you will note, and probably bitch to high heaven, this does not have humidity in there, because humidity is a very minor impact when you're only dealing with 30-mile observations in the lower elevations where you're below 5,000 feet, below 10,000 feet, and your vertical angles are typically a half a degree or 1 degree. So you're looking nearly, not really climbing to the sky. Now, when you get if you have a very steep vertical angle, like say 10 degrees, you're typically not very far away from your target. So these things work out. And as I said before, I measured the radius of the Earth first without refraction. Maybe people don't like that, but we do have sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides, South Pole exist. So we had shape, and I measured the radius, and I got within 25 parts per million of a Vincenti geodesic. So I think I'm checking all along what I've been told is what I can measure.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
And just to quickly clear up one very fundamental thing, that the standard refraction does include a gradient. In fact, it includes a exponential coefficient for air density dropping at a certain rate. It's
in the formula.
Yeah, it's literally included in the formula. But when you break it down, if you want to simplify it, which is what standard refraction is, you just linearize it for the small, heights above the surface. So
it's called 72 degrees down in the valley and 65 degrees on the ridge, and I climbed 1,000 feet. Yeah, it's just a simple math division. It's not some exotic formula. It is degrees per altitude change. My altitude change was about 1,000, and my temperature change was a couple degrees. I divided it out, and in that formula, it's 7.5 degrees centigrade per kilometer elevation change. That is what I call good enough for 30-mile observations with 2,000 feet of elevation change to within a couple of arc seconds.
Yeah, and if you're going to complain about higher order contributions, you best bring receipts yourself, which you have the equipment for.
And I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking from experience.
One sec, guys. Let's just get a response there because she was trying to get it. Go ahead, Taylor.
I know, like I said, I would like to see that. If whatever you did to incorporate, did you document those measurements with the incorporated temperature change?
Well, considering I did this about 10 years ago, I'm a little fuzzy on the notes.
Yeah,
it's okay.
But
it's okay. I just want to see any calculations with them.
Taylor, do you agree now that you were wrong about standard refraction not including a gradient?
No, I do not agree with standard refraction. Standard refraction is garbage. Even papers admit that it's garbage.
The standard refraction value. Wait a minute. The standard refraction value or the standard refraction formula?
The idea that there is some standard refraction is garbage.
Yeah,
it depends on the elevation. It depends on whether you're looking at the day or the night.
But that was my question. Hold on. My question, Taylor,
I'm just trying to get talked over. Like I don't know what to do.
Taylor, my question was.
So I'm sitting here being patient, listening to people.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ask you a question. Do you agree?
Okay, I understand that, but I was in the middle of talking.
So someone else started talking, and I didn't hear. So
there's like
why don't you let her finish, Greg, and then you can answer.
Yeah, I thought she had finished, but someone else was talking, and I was trying to respond to her first, so I didn't hear what she said. But my question.
No, I said.
Let's just let Craig ask a question then, and then if you have a response to that, and then if there's something else, you can respond to that as well.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
my question to you here is, whether you agree with standard refraction or not, do you agree now that a gradient is included in the standard refraction calculations?
No, because it is incorporating one particular temperature.
But it's not one particular incorporation.
Oh, let me ask Shubil a question. Shubil, did you find it was warmer near the surface?
Yes, and I put in a delta of temperature for delta of elevation. So I did not put in one temperature. Okay, I put in one temperature of the observation and the delta for elevation change. So I put in the gradient in the formula.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. It was warmer near the surface. Did that mean that the density was lower near the surface because the temperature is warmer?
No, it does not.
Explain.
Because even though the air above is cooler, it's above and it's less dense and that's why it's above.
So wait, what? If the ground was warmer and you're saying the higher elevations were cooler, you're saying the
higher
density
elevations. Okay, at the ground, I'm at 930 millibars, and when I get up to the mountain ridge, up along the mountain ridge, it's about 880 millibars. It's less pressure and lower temperature. So we go to our standard gas laws, and we find lower mass per cubic unit of atmosphere.
Okay, so so let me just ask you a question. Do you acknowledge that warmer temperatures will lower the density?
No, I do not in atmosphere near the surface, because it's a combination. It's a combination of pressure and temperature to return density.
Then just show me your calculations. That's it. That'll solve the whole thing.
I'm just going to refer to a standard gas law. It's a standard gas law.
Yeah.
You know, you got your work cut out for you.
Show me how your temperature gradient did not make it lower density on the ground. That's all.
All right, I think Craig had a response. Go ahead.
Yeah, if she wants the calculations, I can literally show her the calculations for standard refraction that show that it includes a gradient. This is just the one thing I'm trying to get through to her.
Yes, tell me.
I'll post them in the chat. I'll post the exact calculations in the chat now, if you like.
And I posted the formula for the exact calculation as well. Now, again, she was asking about the density, and at 990 millibars, at 15 degrees centigrade, you have a specific density. And if you go up 300 meters, you have a few degrees lower temperature and a few dozen millibar lower pressure, and you calculate that, and you get a lower density. So
that's what we need to figure out is what temperature change will actually make the density change.
7.5 degrees
because
per
from my understanding, the pressure is very low.
7.5 degrees per 1,000 meters.
Exactly. Okay, because I've asked other people these calculations, and apparently it was less than 1 degree Celsius.
1 degree Celsius per what?
Per meter.
Well, yeah, 1 degree per meter is extreme.
Yeah, less than one would make it the lower density.
I said 7.5 degrees per 1,000 meters. 0.0075 degrees per meter.
Yeah, like one degree Celsius per meter is something you're going to see in like the top of a hot car.
Yeah, I think that's one thing is. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just was just asking the calculation.
I was saying that like a 1 degree per meter is a lot. If that's something that you would see
less than 1 degree
like
per meter would overthrow.
Huh?
What?
Less than 1 degree per meter change would overthrow the density in terms of the pressure change.
Yeah, and that's why I find
less than 1 degree per meter is sort of like saying that it would take less than 100,000 pounds.
I think it was 0.022 degrees. I think in particular it's 0.022.
Well, is that Fahrenheit or centigrade?
That was Celsius.
Yeah, because that would be a very small effect. There's a reason that you get mirage effects on the top of hot art, like
guys.
Like
none
objects.
of this changes the fact she doesn't understand what standard refraction even is.
Because standard refraction every time I use the word standard refraction, I'm talking about the standard refraction formula. And in my environs,
which is
0.007.5 degrees per meter satisfies the requirement of accuracy.
Yeah. So the standard refraction formula includes calculations for there being a gradient. You only need to input one temperature, but the formula for standard refraction includes there being a function for a gradient in the atmosphere. It's part of the calculation.
So the formula does, right? But okay. So I thought you were saying the average standard refraction 7/6R.
Yeah, to get that.
This dude in the chat keeps calling me an idiot over and over. Can any of the mods do something about that? I mean, I guess it's fine. He's done it like 20 times now.
I tried to point out that 7/6R is a typical number, and in a couple of mile observation, you're going to get a perfectly good enough answer. But when dealing with 20, 30 mile observations, when dealing with 20 or 30 mile observations, it's important enough to go through the formula. And if you're dealing 50, 60, or 100 mile long observations, you're going to put more effort into it because you're on a much higher dollar project.
So 7/6R incorporates what temperature? How steep was the temperature change for that?
No, 7/6R. 7/6R is call it a rule of thumb. And if you're only working with 1 or 2 mile or 3 mile observations, no matter how much effort you put into it, you're not going to find a significant difference in your value.
So I would like to see that.
You want to know what the lapse rate is for 7/6R? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What is the temperature? What is the assumed temperature change?
I'm not sure of the exact numbers. I could just give you the formula. Right, but the formula includes a function for there being a gradient, and that's what you need to understand, Taylor. Is you've come into this with the assumption.
Yeah, let's walk through it. What is the gradient? That's the only question.
Yeah, give the formula.
I've posted it in the chat already once.
Oh, I don't see it.
The gradient that I observed of 7.5 degrees per kilometer in your environment, it might be 6.5, might be 8. It's not going to make a huge difference, but you have the instruments to measure it.
Yeah.
But going through the formula for standard refraction right now isn't going to change the fact that there's a function in there for a gradient. It's part of the.
That's good. I'm glad that there is a function. I'm just saying the 7/6R. What gradient does that assume?
It's whatever the average is.
Yeah. It's about 6.5 degrees. It's about 6.5 degrees.
Yeah.
Per kilometer.
Okay. So I just want to, first of all, see that, and then second of all, we need to compare that with reality if that's the normal gradient that they experience. Because
but that's the thing; it isn't reality. It is what we assume to be an average when we don't have reality.
And I do have reality. I have brought my measurements, and I took the time to put.
Where are the measurements?
Oh, hold on! I posted to you in DM that you never responded to about 15 submissions of real measurements in real environments and the real values returned. That's reality. I did it. Okay, I'm speaking from experience.
I want you to explain to me how this temperature change is not overthrowing the pressure. In terms of density.
That's standard gas. That's standard gas law. I'm not going there.
Okay.
Yeah. Does anyone want to explain? Does anyone want to explain the standard gas law then?
No. These kind of questions you should probably have ask a physics teacher to explain them to you. I can point you in the direction of one. I know a very good one. Conspiracy Cats.
Well, John is a mod here. Where's he? When we need him?
To be fair, it doesn't take that long to say, just PV equals NRT or something like that, and just just as a signpost in case there are people who are watching this for the first time.
The fact remains a lower barometric pressure and a lower temperature can still return a lower density, which is mass per cubic unit. Now,
so how much of the temperature change would overthrow the pressure?
At the surface, even though the temperature is higher, but the pressure is also higher, and that returns a higher mass per cubic unit.
This is what we need to figure out and walk through.
Well, okay, it's been figured out, and that's a physics question. That's not even a land survey question.
Yeah, standard refraction has been figured out. That's how we got it. You just need to kind of look into it.
You just make claims. I got it.
Hold on. I am making the claim that we know what standard refraction is.
Yeah, we'll substantiate it with actual data.
I'll substantiate it. 200 years of geodetic survey.
Yeah, the fact I'm wearing glasses means our knowledge of refraction is that. But all the details are there. Standard refraction is based on data that we have collected, and you can just look it up.
Are you talking about the 7/6R, the calculation?
No, I'm talking about the fact that I got 7.09 over 6R because I have reality.
Yeah.
Okay, where is your data?
I posted it to you in DM about 2 weeks ago.
Go ahead and post it. I want to walk through the temperature change in the density gradient.
What's the point?
Because warmer temperatures cause lower density, but you're saying nuh-uh.
Taylor, you're not going to understand it. What's the point in walking through it? Like, seriously, what makes you think you're qualified to understand the data that he's collected?
I'm trying to hear it out. I don't even I want to walk through it.
I can also suggest that you get Davison Foote's practical survey theory and practice. It's all written down there for you.
Did they
It's
go
called
over
a
the
textbook.
density?
You can get that. You can get that on Amazon, cheap.
Okay,
And
I'm
it
not
has all
opposed
the
to it.
formulae. It has all the formulae in there that you could ever possibly want to figure out.
So what temperature gradient would overthrow the pressure gradient in terms of determining the density?
That's actually a good question. I kind of want to like answer that as a homework problem right now. Holy shit!
Can you do it on the fly? Can you do it on the fly?
I'm not gonna try.
I just love the diversion tactics of talking about anything but bringing evidence for flat Earth. I just love that.
There's never any evidence for flat Earth. They will do anything
I'll
apart
be
from talk for evidence.
I'll be
about
happy
flat
to
Earth.
work through calculations in terms of determined density.
Well,
Yeah, that's not evidence for flat Earth. That's just you not understanding refraction.
Then let's walk through it.
If you want to calculate, if you want to calculate the density real time, it was 300 degrees Kelvin, 300 degrees Kelvin, 990 millibars. Go.
Okay.
Are you asking me to go?
Yeah.
What was your pressure change?
Over what distance?
What was your temperature and pressure change? Then let's calculate which one would cause a higher density.
Over which distance?
Okay,
How would
the
you calculate
pressure change-
that? Hold on, one sec. Taylor, how would you calculate that?
That's what we're trying to figure out, right?
No. You just said
No,
you want
we
to
haven't
calculate it. So
figured
how
out.
would you do it?
That's literally what I'm asking him to do for me.
No. You're the one that
Him to
wants to
do.
do it. So I'm just asking you.
Did I
you
say
would
that
know how
I
to
was
do
going
it.
to calculate it? No, I
Right,
didn't.
so you've
Your
no
math-
idea
of
what you're
course not.
talking about then. Okay.
Of course not. You're math
No,
focused.
he
like
made a
every other
claim that it
flat
didn't
earther.
overthrow the pressure. I never said I did calculations on that.
Hey Taylor, I've got a
course not.
triangle
I just
sides
asked you to
1,
walk
1,
me
and
through it.
1. What's the internal angles?
I'm not going to sit here and answer your interrogation.
That involves math. Come on, Craig. You know.
I'm not answering any of his
Huh?
questions, even if I do know the answer. So
Wallahi.
Right, because you're a stubborn, stupid person. Right.
I didn't make
Don't
any
even
claims. He
apologize.
claimed he did the calculations.
make any
I just asked him
claims.
to
And the
walk through
pressure
it.
gradient that I use is the IAOC, the International Aviation Board, their standard pressure gradient for altimetry.
So again, none of this changes
So then
the
how
fact
did,
that
how
there's
did you
no
figure out that
evidence
the
for
higher
the flat
density
Earth.
was
Right.
on the surface?
Hold on. Why is there no evidence for the flat Earth, Taylor? Let's just focus on that.
Okay, you're just acting ridiculous. I'm not gonna.
No,
engage with you.
we're moving. This is the topic. We need flat
I'm
earthers.
not acting
to
ridiculous. I'm
supply
not
flat
acting
earth
ridiculous.
Because I need him to show me that this is-
I'm asking a serious
Because
question.
my original question
Why
was
is there
like,
no
how do you
evidence for the
differentiate
flat Earth?
refraction
Right,
from a
Taylor,
curve? And he said
your
he did the
misunderstandings of
calculations,
refraction are
followed the
irrelevant.
Show me those calculations.
Right,
That's
your
it.
misunderstandings of refraction are irrelevant. Why is there no evidence that the Earth is flat?
Do y'all seriously hear this, dude?
I'm asking a very serious question. Why
No,
is
I'm
there
not.
no
I'm not
evidence the Earth
engaging
is
with you,
flat?
dude.
Well, then go away, because this is my show. If you don't want to engage with me, then you
did-
can leave, Taylor, because this is my show.
Oh, it's FTFE? Okay.
Yes.
This isn't your fucking channel, though.
Do you have a model, Taylor?
He doesn't have to leave, bro. You don't control
Shut
the
up,
channel.
Do you have a model,
He's got a
Les
grip for the
Montreal?
globe.
Right. Taylor, why is there no evidence that the Earth is flat?
I have a model.
Seriously,
Bring
why
it.
can't this
Pull
question
it
be
out.
If
answered?
anybody else wants to talk to this dude, y'all can go ahead.
Why is there no...
It's
Taylor,
gonna
just
look-
answer the question. Why is there no evidence the Earth is flat?
Take your
It's in a
hint,
leather
man.
binding and it sits in a
You know,
library.
this guy doesn't know how to take a clue. No wonder he's stuck on the globe. He doesn't even know how to pick up any clues.
Oh my God,
Well,
John!
you
Stop
can't even
white
detect,
knighting.
Do you have any
You're
evidence the
not
Earth is
going
flat? Do
to
any of
fuck
you
her.
have any evidence the Earth is flat? Are you all just going to sit
Oh
here and
my
cry?
Closing your eyes.
So
Closing
at
your
this
eyes.
point, it's getting gross. So Craig, you're disrespectful anytime.
I'm just asking a question.
get-
I want to see some
I know,
evidence that
I'm
the Earth
gonna
is flat.
address- I just want to address something. I just want to address something. Please
He's
let
able
me
to
address
dish it out, but he
I
can't
don't
take
Please
it.
hold
care
on.
what you've
Shut
got
up.
to say.
Shut
I
for a
want to
second.
hear
Yes.
evidence that the Earth is flat.
Okay, that's
Watch
fine.
the
But we're
sperm,
gonna address
everyone.
Craig gets nasty with anybody who starts bringing up flat Earth and all that.
No,
so
I get
I'm
nasty
not
when people are
exactly
nasty
gonna-
to me. That's the
I'm not-
rule.
Yeah, I
I'm
understand.
just trying to get
I'm
evidence
not
that the Earth
exactly-
is flat.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
That's
he's
all I want.
squirming.
Just shut up for a minute. Let me say this. Okay,
Come
just
on,
let
give
me get
some
this
evidence
out.
for the flat Earth for a change. How about that?
I don't care what you got to
hold on.
say. I want evidence the Earth is flat from
He
any of
can,
you.
I don't really care. I don't really care because I'm addressing something else in the room right
Well,
now.
no, I don't really care, and I'm just going to keep
I
asking.
don't really
I'm just
care
going to
what you have
keep
to say. You're
asking
gonna
for
not
evidence the
talk
Earth
over
is
me.
flat.
You're not going to be disrespectful.
I am. I'm
because
going to do it. I'm just going to keep asking for evidence the Earth is flat.
Literally just power through the entire time. There's no way that you're ever.
Yeah, I just server muted you. So ha ha ha. Anyone got evidence the Earth is flat?
Dude, Omni made FTFE a moderator.
Yeah, it's
no.
What is the answer?
Why?
Did he?
Why are you complaining about mods?
No, I'm just curious.
No, she was asking. So both Omni and hold on.
Yeah, Taylor, you got to ramble on forever and ever. So why are
Two
you
people were muted there because
I'm just asking if FTFE is a mod here. That's all.
Yeah,
No,
right now I am.
FTFE is not a mod.
Yeah, he's been given mod powers for the stream today.
Yeah.
Oh yes, okay, never mind.
And if someone's just going to sit there and cry, I'm just going to mute them. I'm just going to keep
Why
asking
are
them the
we not
question.
in Geos?
Go to Geos if you want. I don't care.
Just
go to
wondering.
Geos. We're not there because you guys can't do anything without us getting
Anything
modded.
but the
So we're
science.
here.
Anything but the science.
You see how badly they're all avoiding the question of evidence of the flat Earth.
The Bible thumper talking about
I just
science
think
is
people don't want to engage with
golden.
you because you sound extremely hostile and you're like constantly over talking people.
Yeah, Taylor, I'm just going to serve mute you now because you're getting boring.
Yeah, like Eden just over talked me.
What?
Right? That's what we're talking about, yeah?
Dr. Tapico Weasel and Ravage both became members, adding 3 minutes to the stream each. Thank you very much, guys. Mr. Gustafson for 100 sec says, it's over 24 sun, flatty retards. Derek the Dullard for £2. Morning, Craig. Hope the stream has gone well. I'm enjoying it so far.
Drop some more coins in the machine, guys. He'll dance for you.
I will. I'm a dancing monkey. So, yeah, any of you got evidence that the Earth is flat? Very simple question. Just some evidence of the Earth being flat. Or you can cry some more. Those are the two options.
It looks flat.
I did post my flat Earth proof video
There we go.
for you, Craig.
It looks flat.
It doesn't, though.
Well, if you're in Kansas,
Who am I going to believe, you or my lying eyes?
Your lying eyes, totally.
Why is that such a common response?
Because it's the only thing they got. The only thing they get is water, and it looks flat. That's all they ever give.
See, all they've done for the past 5 hours is talk semantics and avoid the topic of the Earth being flat. 5 hours and not one piece of evidence for the Earth being flat from any of the retarded monkeys that think that the Earth is flat.
Someone
And wait,
drop another
actually, you
quarter
know
for
what?
him.
That was bad of me. I've got to apologise. I just referred to the flat earthers as retarded monkeys, and that is not fair. I want to
Someone
give my
drop another
sincere
quarter for him. He's gonna
apologies. I want to
dance
give
on
my
the street for you
sincere
guys.
apologies to all
Dance. You
retarded
gotta-
monkeys.
You gotta stick to the script.
I want to give
He's gotta do his thing,
I want to
guys,
give.
right? You gotta
just
fulfill the
serve
role.
me,
Act it out. Yeah, act.
I just want to give my
Oh,
sincere
thank you.
apologies to all
Oh,
retarded
thank
monkeys.
you for muting him.
Yeah, I'm really retarded monkeys don't deserve that kind of disrespect comparing you to flat earthers. It's just not fair. So I'm sorry about that.
Craig, I did post a video to help the flat earthers out that was off my channel.
Which one was that, Terry?
Scroll up.
The flat earth proof.
Yeah, that's the one.
There's nothing on there.
Yeah.
It's a blank video.
Good job, Terry.
But yeah, I'm quite happy to just time out flat earthers if they're just going to cry. You know, if you want to discuss science with me, go ahead, right? But if you're going to act like a dickhead, call me names and stuff, then I'm going to do it back. And then if you're going to cry about it, I'm going to fucking boot you if I've got the power to.
No, I think you're just sounding like pathetic right now.
Well, that's kind of your opinion, and I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong and stupid.
See what I mean?
Well, can you be wrong and stupid at the same time?
Yeah,
Taylor,
if I agreed with her, I would be wrong and
They're
stupid.
not ready
yes.
for the conversation.
Yeah. Here's the thing,
They
Taylor.
can't actually
You're
do
not
enough to
you're not a
engage
flat
in a
earth. You're not
conversation.
stupid because you're a flat earther,
Eden,
Taylor.
shut up.
You're a flat earther because you're stupid, right?
See
You're
how they
dumb.
resort to?
Why does anybody even come in this space? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
he's not here, so that's why we come here. If he was here every night, I wouldn't be here, Taylor. I guarantee.
Yeah, Taylor, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I like FTFE, Craig. Like, dial it back a little bit. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
No, I've had fun. Frankly, I was nice until they started being dicks. I mean, my rules are very, very clear. If you treat me,
be the change you want to see in the world.
No, that's not. That's no fun.
I'm gonna.
Well, then the world's gonna turn into a fucking thing you don't want to see.
Well, no, my rule is.
You ever
very
hear
simple.
the frog and the scorpion?
You get treated the way that you treat me.
Frog and the scorpion.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree that I think Craig can be pretty harsh, and I'm not always a fan. But Taylor was painful to listen to. And I don't even understand math, and I knew it was wrong. And how anybody listens to Eden for any length of time just blows my mind.
I agree with you.
I happen to have a fairly good relationship with Eden, in my opinion. And I don't know Taylor, but I will say that Taylor came in and said that she had a drone. She had a thing. She had specific questions. They were a lot more tightly aimed than most of the drivel that I hear. Okay, do I agree with either of them fundamentally? No. I think that they dramatically have no idea what they're talking about. But they are doing a lot better job than a lot of people I see, and they're doing it from what I could see. Maybe it's because I don't have as much interaction with them as either of you, but from what I can see, they're doing it more or less honestly. They're just
okay, and that's
no model.
That's where our contention is going to be, Weasel, because Eden literally brought up the same things tonight that he brought up with Toon last night.
Everyone
that Toon
else
went over.
Yeah, well,
same.
Let me tell you, legitimate disagreements in science happen the same way. People have the same argument 20 times in a row. They really do. I've done it. It's my day job. Like, they're not like, dude, the earth isn't fucking flat. It just isn't. I'm sorry. It really just isn't. But like, we already know that that's where I'm at. Like, I mean, you don't if you don't know me, I guess. But anyway, like,
yeah, if there's substance there, right, and that constant conversation can bring that substance out, and mean that you're going over some different stuff and bringing up some nuances, that's one thing. But when you're posting the same 15 memes over and over again and asking the same questions about the PBS special and stuff that people have already answered for you.
Well, yeah, but if they give the same answer every single time, then it doesn't, you don't get to add additional answers that are the same. Right?
But
sometimes you hear the same answer and it's not helpful, and you need to hear a different perspective.
Or they could just accept the answer and understand that they're wrong.
Yeah, well, or they could just accept the answer, but then you're telling them to just stop thinking for themselves.
Well, no. There's a difference between There's a difference between not thinking
when you say
and
just accept. That's what the just is doing.
Hold on. No, there's a difference between accepting the answer from experts when you've asked the question.
Same people who have already answered this for him and asked the same exact question of the same people over and over and over again. And these people have taken their time to look things up for him and get him answers and give him the answers. And then it's like none of that.
Okay, thank you.
They wasted their time because
that's what's happening right now. Thank you.
And ask the same people the same questions, and it's ridiculous.
Okay, thank you for your feedback.
It's because he's
hold on. It sounds like hold on. Effie, are you? It sounds like you were about to peace out.
No, I just wanted to take a quick moment and say thank you for at least trying to defend our position. Just because you guys have
talk
a
over me.
response, right? A rebuttal, doesn't mean we have to accept
That's
it.
what he
And
does.
I really appreciate that you took it upon yourself to defend us.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Defend our point of view.
Here's the thing: if you don't want the answer, don't ask
No, I
the
was
question.
speaking to Tapioca.
Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second.
No,
Give me a second.
He's making a comment that's related to something that I said originally, and is not related necessarily to exactly the argument that you want to have right now. It is reasonable for him to get a moment to say something in response. This is part of the problem.
I'm trying to respond.
Okay.
No, it's not your time to respond yet.
It is.
It's his time.
He said what he said, and then I was speaking, and then he'd finished. He'd finished what he was saying, and then I started speaking.
He fucking did.
Tapioca,
Yes, he
stop
fucking
crying.
did.
Thank you, Tapioca.
Okay, we've got to
I'm really
have some
appreciate
order
it.
here, guys. Come on.
I
Seriously.
wasn't done saying what I was saying, and you made me stop talking to let Eden talk over me. So you're not really the one to talk.
Hey, you guys, the truth is, the flat earther themselves has to realize that their shit doesn't work. They need to undo their shit. No one can do it for them. You guys are trying to find the right argument or the right words. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
So what I was trying to say, very, very simple, is that if you don't want to hear an answer, stop asking the same question over and over. Don't ask experts the questions and then go, oh no, I don't like that answer. And then just ask the same question again and again. All of the people that know what they're talking about are going to give you the same answer because that is the answer. If you don't want to accept the answer, then stop asking the same fucking question over and over to people that are going to say the same thing to you.
Are you done?
Yeah, there we go. I got my words out. That was great.
Thank you. And thank you, Tapioca, once again. I really appreciate you. And thank you for everyone that was willing to defend people on both sides. I appreciate that.
So the thing that sticks out to me is something you said before about there being a sinister conspiracy. Now, I'm a scientist. I've studied the shape of the Earth and Earth's gravitational field for 30 years professionally. It's something I do full time. Am I part of this sinister conspiracy? Are you accusing me of academic fraud and malicious deceit?
No.
Then am I just incompetent in your view? Am I just unable to assess data?
I wouldn't say incompetent. Again, remember, you can have two highly qualified scientists looking at the same evidence and drawing widely different conclusions. I'm not here to insult your intelligence.
Are you a highly qualified scientist?
Well, okay, that's not. Now you're just trying to divert the conversation. You could agree with me instead.
Well, the point is that there are no highly qualified scientists that agree with you on the shape of the Earth. Zero.
Okay, again, that doesn't have nothing to do with what I just stated, Tony.
None. So no, you're using a Mott and Bailey argument. You're asking me to agree that there are disagreements on principles of highly abstract principles of scientific thought, and then agree that it's possible that I've misinterpreted the shape of the Earth. No, that's not possible.
Okay.
We have our ability. We have our ability to assess information and to logically construct arguments regularly tested, right? Every time we try and submit a paper, every time we try and explain something to one of our colleagues, we are examined on whether or not we are making logical sense and whether or not what we are saying is consistent with observable reality. You have not undergone that process, and yet you are asking us to believe your interpretation rather than mine. Does that seem valid to you?
Again, someone could be highly trained, like such as yourself, hold a PhD, but still be wrong about the realm. I do believe that. No offense. I don't. No offense. You're entitled to believe what you believe from your interpretation of the evidence. And if you want to take the route of being highly trained, you could just look at some of the greatest scientists of all time, Michael Faraday.
And do any of them agree with you about the shape of the Earth?
That is irrelevant, but maybe Michael Faraday.
No, it isn't irrelevant. If we're discussing the shape of
The way
the
I
Earth.
treat people makes me not want to believe in the globe.
I know.
I beg your pardon?
The way y'all treat people makes me not want to believe in the globe.
We treat
like,
you.
what side are they on? I want to be on the opposite side.
If you're just gonna cry, go away.
I do appreciate PhD Tony though. At least he's asking serious questions, or like hard-hitting questions. I really appreciate and being respectful.
Everybody's been asking hard-hitting
I'm
questions.
sucking up.
Stop cheerleading.
You have shit responses.
If people don't want to be treated badly, then stop acting like idiots and disrespecting the entire word of science.
But
so,
Tony, did you want to continue?
I did want to continue. So you heard me explain the observational evidence for gas molecules gas atoms in that particular case, being influenced by gravity. You didn't understand it. That's fine. It's a very technical matter, that particular demonstration. But do you accept that there is experimental evidence of that, or do you not accept that? And if you don't accept that, is your argument that I'm lying? Is your argument that the people who published the paper are lying? Is your argument that I have misinterpreted the paper?
Well,
probably all of the above.
Who said that? Oh, now you're gonna whisper in the shadows? Okay, not man enough to step up.
Wasn't me.
So yeah, PhD Tony, thank you. I don't remember paying close attention to your argument, but I do believe that probably what your findings are accurate. Now, does that prove the Earth is a globe? That's, I think, some inductive reasoning that you've used to draw your conclusion. Have you seen the Earth from far enough away yourself to confirm your findings?
Okay, so let's assume the Earth is flat. Let's assume that.
Okay, wait, hold on.
No. I'm going to. So we've actually switched topics. What I was talking about was the evidence for gravity, and I will grant you that gravity is not directly related to the shape of the Earth. And gravity could be true, and the Earth could still be flat. There's not a causal link there. In order to get there, you would have to make some other assumptions, but whatever. Now you're arguing. Now you seem to be asking me what my best evidence is for the Earth not being flat and for the Earth being spherical. And my argument for the Earth not being flat is a proof by contradiction. Okay, so I assume that the Earth is flat. All right, let's all assume the Earth is planar. It's got topography on top of it. Suppose I've got a point of known latitude. Okay. Do I know how far away that is from the North Pole? Yes, I do. It's 90 minus the latitude in degrees times 111.2 kilometers, or 69 miles. Okay. Agree with that. And so now I take a second point of known latitude. So now I know the distance of both of them to the North Pole. I also, if I know their longitudes, I know the angle between those two lines. We've got 2 points. We can draw 2 lines to the North Pole. From their longitudes, I know the angle between those 2 lines. From their latitudes, I know the length of those 2 lines. That gives me a triangle. I can solve for the third length of that triangle. I can solve for the distance from point 1 to point 2. I've made no other assumptions than I know their latitude and their longitude and the distances to the North Pole. I've made no other assumptions whatsoever, but now I can solve for the distance between any 2 points on Earth's surface. But that formula doesn't work. In reality, it is always, well, it's not always wrong, but it is mostly vastly inaccurate. And the closer you get to the equator and into the southern hemisphere, the worse and worse it gets. But I can take the same numbers, the latitude, the longitude, the different, and I can plug them into the spherical triangle formula, and I always get an accurate answer. So assuming that the Earth is flat, I get one formula that is almost always inaccurate. Using the spherical formula, I get a result that is almost always accurate. So, well, that is always accurate. If you can show me where it isn't accurate, let me know. So why would I believe that the Earth is flat? I've just disproven it.
I thank you for walking me through that. So, do you happen to have this example maybe prepared?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to go through it. And I suppose those 3 points were taken from the ground, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not exactly sure how to share screens in Discord, but I assume that it's somewhere here.
Yeah, there should be a camera button there.
All right, share my screen. Just a moment. I'll bring up the presentation for you.
Okay,
thank you, Tony. Always appreciate your expertise. How are you feeling, by the way, Tony?
It's not been a great day for me, but I'll live.
Oh, well, I appreciate you taking the time to be here if you're not feeling well. Sucks.
It does suck, but actually...
I hope you feel better soon. I trust you will, Tony.
All right, so let me just let me get back here and share screen. Okay.
All right, how do I see the presentation that he is?
Okay, so I'm going to share the entire screen. Can you guys see this now?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So let's assume we're assuming that the Earth is planar. We've got a point P1, and we've got the North Pole. So can I calculate the distance from that point to the North Pole? Yes, I can. It's just 90 minus the latitude times 69.1 miles, or times 111.2. Okay, so that's my first.
Okay.
That's
so is point 1 a generic location, or is this?
Yeah, point 1 is any location.
Okay.
Any location, just as long as I know the latitude and the longitude. Okay. Given a point north of that, given any point north of that, I know that I can tell that the distance between those is just 111.2 times the distance in angle. That's a lemma I need for this. From this, I can deduce that all of the points on this line, from P1 to the North Pole, they all lie on the same longitude. Right, that line is the line of points of the same longitude. That's the line that connects those two. Okay. I can prove that's the proof of that, which we probably don't need to go into, but we can if you want. Okay, there's a second point. We bring in a second point. We know that the distance to that is just the 90 minus the latitude of the second point times 111.2 kilometers. We know that all of the points from P2 to N, we know that they all have the same longitude as P2. Okay. So we know that the difference in longitude is the angle between these two lines. All right?
I see. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so you can see P1 to N, that's one side, P2 to N is the other, and I've got the angle between them. So now that P1 to P2, that's the third side of a triangle, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I can solve using the law of cosines. So the law of cosines is a geometric law that we've known about for over 2,000 years. It follows from a fairly simple understanding of geometry and trigonometry.
So
anyway, using that, let's not go for cheap shots. So we can use this formula and we can say that the distance between any of these 2 points is derivable using this formula. dP1, P2 is equal to the square root of that times 111.2 kilometers.
Greater than.
I beg your pardon?
I have no idea what that means.
It's the square root of 90 minus theta 1 squared plus 90 minus theta 2 squared plus minus 2 times 90 minus theta 1 times 90 minus theta 2 times the cosine of lambda 2 minus lambda 1. And then you multiply that by 111.2 degrees. Okay. Now we can do the same thing for assuming that the Earth is a sphere. We construct a triangle from P1 up to the North Pole, from P2 up to the North Pole. The angle between them is exactly the same. And we can use the spherical cosine rule. And that gives us that the angular separation between the two is this top formula in red. And the distance between them is just that angular distance in degrees times 111.2 kilometers. Okay. The spherical law of cosines is something we've known since the 16th century. We've known about spherical trigonometry for about 2,000 years. There's evidence that some people knew about it from about the 10th century. Okay, so let's look at some physical objects. Here's a map of train tracks in Florida. We can pick two lines. We can pick 2 points, Jacksonville to Pensacola. Okay, we've got the latitude and longitude of Jacksonville. We've got the latitude and longitude of Pensacola. The spherical distance between the two is 533 kilometers. The flat Earth distance is 643 kilometers. And the track separation is 593.2 kilometers. Now the track separation, which is the length of that train track from this point to the other one, it's bigger than the spherical distance, which is kind of what you expect, but it's smaller than the flat Earth distance. If the Earth were flat, it couldn't be smaller than the flat Earth distance.
Okay, can we pause? Can I have a quick question, if you don't mind? Yeah. On the sphere, the distance would be greater on the sphere, right? Because it's taking the great circle route, would it not?
No. So we're considering basically the distance. If you look at this sphere, for instance, imagine that you've straightened those. You take P1 and you bring it onto the same plane as the North Pole, and you bring P2 and you bring it onto the same plane as the North Pole. In order to do that, you've got to stretch that line between them. So you actually expect the flat Earth distance in general to be larger than the spherical distance. So no, that's not what you expect. So we can do the same thing for train tracks in Australia. In this case, we're looking at Takula in South Australia to Kalgoorlie in Western Australia. We've got the latitudes and longitudes of both of them up there. The spherical distance is 1,242 kilometers. The track separation is 1,281 kilometers. The flat Earth distance, that flat Earth formula, gives a distance of 3,039 kilometers. So it's an error by more than 100%. Just to show how I derived the last time I showed this, the flat earthers wanted to know, they could look up where these things were or what the track separation was. So they lie on the Trans-Australian Railway, and here are the distances from Point Augusta. And here's a map from 1960 odd that shows the differences in miles. They get a slightly different value for the track separation, but I think that our techniques have improved since then. We can also do this in Argentina. In Argentina, we've got Viedma and Sierra Colorada. I'm butchering the pronunciations. The spherical distance is 405 kilometers, track separation 450 kilometers around about, and the flat Earth distance is again in error by about a factor of 2. And we can go through historical examples like the 7,000 kilometer journey that Captain Bligh, when Captain Bligh was thrown off the Bounty, he and his crew got attacked by natives at the first island they dropped in on, and they wanted to make it back to civilization without touching land again. So they needed to plot their course from Tafua Island to Kupang, a spherical distance of 5,000. Okay, and so now there's a million examples of this. Sorry, perhaps that's enough. I don't know.
Good job, Tony.
Okay, yeah. Do you have a link to this where I can review? Is this like public on maybe your website?
I've presented in the past, but what would your refutation be?
Well, I would like to examine it really closely. I did have some initial thoughts, but I do trust your work. I did have some questions. I take it this is all your personal calculations?
Yes.
Measurements? Okay, impressive. So I'll tell you, PH, I am somewhat open to the globe. I'm highly skeptical, but I am open to the idea, especially if I was shown myself or if I was shown by the creator. So, I mean, that could align with your findings. However, I'm also still of the belief of the Earth not moving. So, I mean, there's a lot that I'd have to consider.
Well, so I do have a presentation on, on sort of the evidence for rotation that we have.
The evidence for rotation is quite easy. There's so I think that's one of the most measured things.
Yeah, there are a lot of different techniques for measuring the rotation of the Earth. There are mechanical gyroscopes, there are laser gyroscopes, there's Foucault's pendulum, there's the Compton generator, there's matter wave gyroscopes, there's superfluid gyroscopes, and there's magnetic levitation gyroscopes. There are also things called gyroscopic compasses that are used on ships, and they point directly north-south. So they align themselves not with the magnetic axis of the Earth, but the rotational axis of the Earth. So they they arrange themselves so that they're parallel to that north-south axis of rotation. And so if you look up how gyroscopic compasses work, and they're widely used on ships because any metal in the ships won't affect a gyroscopic compass. So they're quite good. Anyway. So
yes, definitely. Thank you. Go ahead.
So one of the things is, so like I say, I've studied the shape of the Earth, the Earth's gravitational field, and the features of the Earth full time for 30 years. And the point you just raised is an extremely good one, in fact, and it's one I don't think a lot of people appreciate, is that there is a lot of evidence out there that the average person just does not have. So they don't know what the evidence for rotation is. They don't really know what the evidence for the Earth being a sphere is. But what they do know is that they like yelling at people. And so they will find flat earthers and they will yell at the flat earthers. And it's not constructive. So I'm trying, and I used to be one of those because I used to get very, very frustrated with people. But now what I'm trying to do is, okay, so you'd like some evidence. So let's discuss the evidence. Let's look at what's going on here. A link to my channel was put up. I've got a lot of what I presented here is on my channel in various videos. So yeah, I'd encourage you. And there are a bunch of other channels who do sort of great science. So I'd encourage you to just look at that.
Definitely, and I am a fan of Craig as well, so thank you, Craig, for your time and your patience with me. I apologize for earlier.
That's
and
okay.
Thank you, PH. I'm going to look for your website. Oh, thank you, Craig.
Trust me, dude. Earth's not flat. All the evidence is there. There is no evidence that the Earth is actually flat. It's quite clear to see that it's a globe. And
it is. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but it is fair enough to say it looks flat, right? On a local scale, it looks flat, and I don't feel any rotation. Those are both fair things to say. But when you actually look at the details of the evidence, it's unambiguously the case, and it's okay. You want to look at the evidence, go look at the evidence, but you should look at proper evidence.
Absolutely, PhD. I've asked globe defenders or people who defend the globe, would they be shocked if the Earth was actually flat, and they respond typically yes. And I would be the same. I would be totally empathetic to them, because I would be blown away if it is a globe as well. But I'm gonna examine your work. I really appreciate you sharing that and your time. I'm gonna watch it on Craig's. I'll probably just replay it and watch it. And I'll follow up with you, hopefully, Tony, and maybe we can explore further.
No problem.
All right, well, thank you. All right, I'm going to take my leave now and get on with some other things that I've got planned. I want to say thank you very much to the server for letting me hang out, even if there was some dumpster fire stuff going on. Yeah, thank you very much. And Tony, thank you for your expertise, as always.
Well, my apologies for interfering on what is your stream. So my apologies for that. And my apologies to your audience. But I felt that I could say some useful things. Okay. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you, Omnivore, for moderating.
All right.
Take care.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you, Craig. Sup to Craig.
Bye. Wow. They're not smart people, are they? Flurfs. They're really fucking dumb, aren't they? Right, so we have been streaming for 6 hours and 45 minutes. There was 45 minutes on the timer when I started, and now there's 2 hours and 45 minutes. That's not how time works, guys. It's day outside. You can see the brightness on my face. You can add another 3 minutes to the timer with a membership by gifting a membership or by upgrading a membership that you already have. I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break and have a cup of tea and use the Riley. So I'll just put up a video to play whilst I go into that. Bear with me. Which one was nice and short? Man, I'm making my videos so big. All right, we'll put up this one for now. All right, I'll be back in just 5-10 minutes, and we will get on with looking at PhD Tony. Oh, after watching Where's Wally's video. So, see you very, very soon. Get the right screen up. That's going to help. Back in a bit. Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Warner Brothers Discovery just did to Batgirl.
You know the problem with that movie, right? Stupid Michael Keaton Batman. If they'd had me, it would have been the best Bat movie ever because, you know, I'm Batman. Coming, Alfred. 3 sugars, please. I like sweet tea.
Even after doing this Flat Earth debunking thing for like 4 years, I'm still amazed by some of the dumb shit that Flat Earthers say. Whenever I feel down about myself, I just press this button here on my NASA gauntlet, and it plays something stupid that a Flat Earther has said, which makes me feel loads better about myself. Like this.
Let's invoke mystical rocks flying around the vacuum with mystical magical powers that's pulling stuff and letting it go and pulling. Let's believe that shit, shall we? You come in and offer us some proofs of your blue pear-shaped testicle flying about the infinite vacuum of space with gas and air and water all clumping at me. You fucking lunatic. You believe that? Well, not only is the ocean nature-defyingly bent, but at certain times the water pulls out even further. Ooh, so you've even made a steep curve. I mean, get to fuck that. You believe there's a ball of rock flying in the vacuum of space with a gaseous environment and liquid all clung to it. That's how fucked up your beliefs are, right? Nothing in the reality would ever show you that that is in any way, shape or form possible, right? So we're not the idiots. You're the fucking idiot.
Dell, bless him. Anyway, today I'm going to show you something incredibly dumb. said by the person officially voted the dumbest person in the world in 2019, so that you can all realise that no matter how much you screw up in life, how stupid that thing that you did, that you curse yourself for was, at least you're not a flat earther. Guys, it's time. It's the return of Riley for episode 70 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thank you for joining once again as we wonder why we even pay taxes if this is what the education system has done. You know what, that was mean. It's not really the teacher's fault. These people never went to school. Yes, that's right. Sleeping warrior Anthony Riley has shown us all his intellectual prowess and decided to once and for all debunk Coriolis. Pow.
Koda zapuska.
Sorry, what?
Dajt mnie koda zapuska.
Pow.
Сейчас.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, what? When did I? Oi, what have I told you about knocking before coming in?
Pal, you don't have a door.
Shut up. What do you want?
Okay, could you just play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made?
See, this is why I hate you. You're an idiot!
What did I do?
Play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made. Have you any idea how little that narrows it down? I'm an AI and possible future overlord of humanity. I'm not a mind reader. Did you mean this one? Where he posted a video? Called it Bald Earth, debunked, but proved the globe?
Bald Earth debunked. I was away for a short break away, and this is where I took this footage from. It's from the side of the hotel at Seacoast Caravan Park, and there's a post of fence in the corner. I'm looking for Mackle Lighthouse, and in the top left we can see that I've been here before, but at 100 feet, and took that photo top left. I can clearly see that Mackle Lighthouse is in the picture. I was challenged to go back and get it lower, and visibility was not always great, so I went back at a different time of the day, or when it was good, and I could see it. So I'm clearly seeing the lighthouse, and as I zoom the camera out a little bit, you should see that I can get it to basically match the landscape. This is a little bit of...
No, you can't.
Wow, look at how clear the footage was. And now as I zoom the camera out, I can pause it there. If I zoom in a little bit into the image, you can see that it matches the above image in the top left hand corner. This was taken from 100 feet though, and there is the lighthouse.
Yeah, this does show how dumb he is, because his own video actually debunks him. Because if you take his two images and draw a line horizontally right from this point on both, you see that what he is claiming is the lighthouse is actually this point here, meaning the lighthouse is either underwater or behind the horizon, which is created by the curve of the Earth, because, you know, the Earth's a globe.
Well, that video, where he bet someone £1,000 that there's a solar eclipse every month.
A solar eclipse will happen every single month. And why? Because it takes 27 days, 27 point something days for the moon to orbit the Earth. So at some point it's going to cross the sun. And it does it every single month. Now I have no explanation for why it takes every 100 years for America to get one, because the law of probability dictates that it should be every few years, but we're being told it's once every 100 years. So there is a solar eclipse every month. The only problem is we don't see it because it's usually over the water. So you can bet me £1,000 because you have to come up with the reason for why it's not when the moon orbits the Earth once every month, you Burke. I bet you £1,000 solar eclipses happen every single month. The issue is we never see them because they're normally over the Earth, normally over the water.
What's funny is he actually deleted his entire channel just after that video because he didn't want to pay up for the bet. The issue was, like all fucking idiots, like all flat earthers, he can't think in 3 dimensions. He assumed because the moon is technically between the sun and Earth once a month, that there'd be a solar eclipse, but didn't take into account the orbital plane of the moon and the fact that space is 3D, so that most of the time that eclipse will just be casting a shadow into space.
At that time, he tried to disprove gravity with an egg.
This is an egg. Yeah, we all know he's never going to understand gravity versus buoyancy and what density actually is, but
Oh, that reminds me. The time he said density is a force.
What's density?
The amount of matter in an object.
Is density a force?
It clearly is a force.
Yeah, pal. But what I mean is,
When he didn't understand triangles.
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Or looking on the wrong Foucault's Wikipedia page, trying to use a pizza pan to prove the moonlight is cold, shining a light through a crystal onto his wall for some reason. That awful Channel trailer, saying the harvest moon is 10 times bigger than the normal moon, or when he thought he could debunk a physics teacher by not understanding physics, or...
Look, I get it, alright?
You see why? You're a fucking idiot, right?
You know what? What I meant was the newest one, the most recent video he's released on his new channel.
Next time, say that! That's 2 minutes I could have spent not talking to you.
Pal, just play the new video.
Don't tell me what to do.
Pal, please play the new video.
I'm going to play it because I want to.
Thanks, pal.
Thanks, pal.
She likes me really, I'm sure.
This is a cool little clip I took 2 minutes ago outside. I noticed that there was a contrail that was passing behind a low set of clouds, and it dawned on me that if Earth was rotating and we need to see drift, this is what you'd need to see every single time. Every single time on every single plane flight, every contrail that's above the clouds, you would need to see the clouds moving below it in a westerly direction all of the time.
Right. For Sagan's sake, Riley, I mean... Guys, this is why a video from Riley is something special. Riley, bud, that's the wind.
It doesn't happen though, does it?
Well, no, because the wind goes in different directions each day, so the clouds move in different... Riley, the wind is not Coriolis or any kind of evidence the Earth is rotating. It's the fucking wind.
What are you looking at here? You're seeing the contrail moving behind the clouds, so the clouds that are closest to the ground are moving faster than the clouds behind, or the contrail behind. And I'm going to play it again 3 more times in fast motion, just so you can see the effect for yourself. It's 4 times faster. It makes it really obvious. But if Earth really were turning, every single contrail, every single time, would always do this relative to local clouds, because they claim that the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth. No Coriolis.
Yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth, and the contrail is in the Earth's atmosphere. Fuck me sideways, Sleepy. This is dumb, even for you.
But they also claim that pendulums prove that the Earth is drifting. They claim that pendulums are proof of Earth's drift. Well, if this was the case, you would see contrails doing this every single time in a westerly direction, always. Doesn't happen though, does it?
I'm not sure exactly why I'm having to explain this, but a pendulum is not a contrail. They're entirely different things, and I'm not sure why you think the rotation of Earth would affect them both in the same way. Oh, that's right. You're a fucking idiot. Go to the remedial classroom. Oh, Mr. Mind of God. Okay, everyone, get out your notebooks and pencils and let's just get straight into it. What is it, Mr. Riley? Well, why did you put your pencil there? No, I just said to get out your notebooks and pencils, not put your pencil there. And it's stuck? Oh, for fuck's sake. Just go and see the nurse, but hurry back. You need this more than most. Okay, this is the basic explanation of what causes the Coriolis effect on Earth. Imagine a cannon firing a cannonball from the equator north. At the equator, the Earth's surface is moving tangentially at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. So when the cannonball is fired, it also has the tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. As you move north from the equator, the circumference of the latitudes gets smaller. So as you get further north, the tangential speed of the surface of the Earth will reduce until it gets to the North Pole, where the tangential speed will be 0. Now this cannonball has 1,000 miles per hour on it when it was fired, and as it moves north, it will be moving over areas of the surface of the Earth that will now have a lower tangential velocity than the cannonball. This is called conservation of momentum, because technically the cannonball is moving faster tangentially than the surface of the Earth. The cannonball will drift ahead of the Earth's rotation, making it appear from the perspective of the cannon that fired the ball that the cannonball has been pushed to the right somehow. There is also a separate explanation for the mechanism behind the Coriolis effect for east to west, but it's a little too complicated for you guys. What the Coriolis is not is seeing clouds and contrails moving different speeds relative to each other. This is just different wind speeds at different altitudes as part of an entire weather system that is also rotating with the Earth. You're all fucking idiots. I'm wasting my life. Get out. And that's all the... Yeah. They're fucking idiots. Oh, I'm blurry. There we go. Right, guys, this has been a lot of fun so far. Excuse me. Fucking hell. So, I started this stream 7 hours ago, right? 7 hours ago, I started the stream with that timer at 45 minutes. And it counts down. And now, if you add a membership, gift the membership, it adds 3 minutes. At 7 hours in, I've still 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Einstein's going to be mad at me. If you want to increase that timer, just gift the membership, become a member, or upgrade the membership that you have. Thank you very much for your support. Monkey Cat Pat Pat gifted 5 memberships. I've added the time for that. Thank you very much. We got Vic from Canada for $6.99 says, Craig, you should change your name to IWMAWF or I Wipe My Ass with Flurfs. Because there's just no fighting these guys. All they do is disagree. Yeah, but I like a good argument. Right. Wally sent me a video. Pardon me. Wait, where's Wally? So Wally sent me this video. So we're going to watch this together, and then we're going to go back over the PhD Tony Iron Horse video.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Hey, this is part 2 of the series, Dave Not Getting It. Now, he's totally allowing us behind the curtain to see just how poorly he thinks, and how little physics he knows, and how he allows his biases and fantasies to inform his worldview. Now, Dave went through the classic cannonball shot sideways, and it wasn't until ChatGPT mentions how satellites work that Dave had his first cope-based interruption.
If the cannonball is fired at such a high speed that the Earth's curvature becomes a significant factor, then yes, the fired cannonball could stay aloft longer because the ground effectively falls away beneath it as it travels forward. This is essentially how satellites achieve orbit. They move forward.
Okay, I don't need to hear that.
Seems, Dave, that you actually do need to hear
I don't want to hear the bad thing that I don't like.
it. Or are you just happy to reject information that is inconvenient for you? Take another swig of that copium, Dave.
I don't need to hear that. So yes, they will drop at the same rate and have the same gravitational acceleration. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now stop. I got that. You don't need to continue. I just want to ask you. So let's say I shot it from the top of Mount Everest.
Mr. Gustafsson with 100 sex. Ooh, the sex. Ooh, yeah. Says 24 sun, bro. Yeah, it's fuck the Flurfs. Thank you very much, my friend.
And I shot it at either 1,000 miles an hour or 200,000 miles an hour, whatever speed. The cannonball that's fired is going to drop at the same accelerating rate as if I dropped a cannonball from the same height. No air resistance. Forget about when it's going to hit the earth, because if I shot it fast enough, it would just miss the earth completely. But they're both going to accelerate at the same speed. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Both will experience the same gravitational acceleration regardless of their horizontal speed. The difference is that the fired one might travel far enough forward to effectively never hit the ground if it's fast enough, but the rate at which they fall due to gravity remains the same.
And you will agree that they both will accelerate at the same gravitational acceleration because there's no air resistance. Is that correct?
The way Dave emphasizes accelerate leads me to think he doesn't understand accelerate. Let's see if this plays out just how I suspect that it's going to.
Yes, absolutely. They both accelerate downward at the same gravitational rate, assuming no air resistance.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Why, Dave? Is that a gotcha? Or is that derp on your part?
Now what if I was firing a satellite out of a cannon? Let's say that we could do that. The same thing would be the case. No air resistance. I fire a satellite out. It's going to free fall, accelerate at the same rate as if I dropped a satellite from the same location. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. Whether you drop the satellite or launch it horizontally, both are in free fall and would experience the same gravitational acceleration. The difference is that a satellite launched at a high enough speed could achieve orbit, continuously falling around the Earth rather than straight down to the surface.
But you just said that the speed doesn't matter, that it will accelerate, correct?
Speed? Accelerate? I think you mean velocity and acceleration. Yeah, Dave is not going to understand the physics at play for either of those two terms, is he?
Yes, that's right. The speed doesn't change the rate of gravitational acceleration.
Okay, so now if we have a satellite in space falling around the Earth, free falling in space with no acceleration, it will speed up, just as the example that you just admitted to.
Come on, Dave, you can do it. Say something really dumb.
I get what you're saying. Let me clarify. In orbit, a satellite is indeed in free fall, but it's also moving forward fast enough that the curvature of its path matches the curvature of the Earth.
I understand that, but it is free falling. We just talked about firing a cannon at a slower speed where it'll hit the Earth, or a faster speed where it could match the drop of the Earth at that initial speed, or thousands of times faster. You admitted that it will have the same free fall acceleration as a non-forward flying object. You admitted that. So now, when we're talking about satellites, based on your explanations, wherever you're getting them from, NASA or Wikipedia, you're saying that it magically doesn't speed up. Explain that.
I hope you're in possession of facepalm protection, guys. Alternatively, if you're drinking anything at the moment, I suggest that you swallow it, because there is a no free fluids in the mouth warning in effect at the moment. Dave is not going to disappointment with his dumb.
All right, let's break it down. The key difference is the direction of the velocity. When we talk about free fall near the surface, both objects accelerate downward at the same rate. For a satellite in orbit, it's in a continuous state of free fall, but its horizontal speed is so high that its path curves around the Earth. It's still accelerating toward the Earth due to gravity, but that acceleration changes its direction rather than increasing its speed in the way we think of when something falls straight down.
That was not a bad layman's explanation of gravitational acceleration changing the velocity of a satellite, Dave. Dave is still thinking speed when he should be thinking velocity and vectors and physics and stuff like that.
Oh no,
he's going to mess up big time.
So it's not that it magically doesn't speed up, it's that its forward velocity and the constant inward pull of gravity create a stable orbit.
Stable orbit? Dave is not going to like that.
That doesn't make any sense.
Now, I normally edit out the pauses that are associated with ChatGPT thinking, but that pause was all Dave having a full-on brain buffering moment. Glorious.
You said no matter what this...
Okay, guys, if you want to see the rest of that video, at some point, I urge you to go over to Where's Wally's channel and look at the video there. He has just released it. There's a little teaser for you. Let's go back to this derp that we were covering. PhD Tony versus Iron Horse. 7 hours in, 2 hours and 34 minutes to go. It's up to you how long the stream goes for. $22 minutes left on the super chat goal for 20 push-ups as well.
Measure this on smaller timescales. In this case, we had 2 atomic clocks, and we moved one up by 33 centimeters, and we observed a gravitational. We observed a consistent gravitational time dilation. A third experiment uses an atomic clock, a cloud of 100,000 strontium-87 atoms in a Bose-Einstein condensate. We look at the electron transitions in the cloud, and we can see that there's a gradient. When we plot up the gradient on the right, we see that it agrees very closely with the theoretically predicted value. Flat earthers often claim, why do helium-filled dirigibles, balloons float? And the answer is for the same reason that helicopters fly, the same reason that planes fly, the same reason that rockets take off, and the same reason that weights leave the ground. In all of these cases, there is a downward force due to gravity, and there is an upward force applied to the body. If the upward acceleration is greater than the downward acceleration, the body moves upwards. The same is true for a dirigible or a balloon. Just because buoyancy exists and the buoyancy acceleration is larger than the gravitational acceleration doesn't mean that gravity has ceased to exist. Another question that they asked, and I can't believe adults really think this, is how can gravity be strong enough to hold down all that water but weak enough so that butterflies can fly? Newton's second law, Newton's second law says that force is equal to mass times acceleration. It takes more force to accelerate a more massive object. It takes very little force to accelerate a butterfly because butterflies aren't massive. It takes a lot of force to accelerate an ocean upwards. How do we know that gravity is not caused by electrical fields? Quite simply, neutrons fall under gravity. Here's an experiment demonstrating this from 1965 where they shot a fast stream and a slow stream of neutrons over 180 meters and detected their arrivals at the far end and found results consistent with them falling under gravity. More recently, we can use very low velocity neutrons fired into this apparatus, and we can very accurately model the quantum capture states that they're going to be in, consistent with them being under gravity. Why does this dispel the claim that gravity is electric? Because we've never seen an electric field, regardless of how strong, have any effect on the motion of a neutron. Here are 8 experiments on us trying to detect the deflection of neutrons. It doesn't happen. We use gravity in the real world. Most significantly, for more than 100 years, we have been using gravity to find mineral deposits under the ground. This cannot be explained by density buoyancy because we are detecting the influence on the acceleration of proof masses or on our detectors from stuff that is under the ground, from stuff that is not near the instrument. Here is the first mineral deposit that was discovered using gravimetric techniques. This is the Nash Oil Dome in Texas, which was found more than 100 years ago. More recently, here's a gravimetric survey. You can see that blue sector in the middle. That is a less massive portion, possibly gas, possibly oil. But with these results, mining companies know very accurately where they should be drilling in order to find these deposits. Mining companies spend a lot of money having gravimetric surveys done so that they know where mineral deposits may be found. Real-world application number 2 is passive submarine navigation. If submarines were always using their sonars, they'd be very easy to detect by ocean floor sonar, by other submarines, by surface craft. So from the early 1960s, a lot of effort has been put into how to navigate a submarine so that it doesn't crash into the ocean floor without using sonar. And what they ended up using in the first instance were gravity maps. They would map gravitational acceleration, and they would use the characteristics of the gravity map to work out where they were and where they were going. More recently, they've moved on to using gravity gradients. which was a technique they developed in secret, but is now used quite prominently in mineral exploration. Real-world application number 3 is ocean floor bathymetry. It turns out that the mass of underwater mountains cause bulges in the water. These are detected by satellite altimetry, and the result is these maps. You can detect this yourself if you go to Google Earth. If you bring up a bit of the ocean, you'll see what look like snail trails, these very crinkly, thin, straight lines. That's where the ocean floor has been surveyed using sonar. The rest is from gravitational surveying. So here's an example of a portion of seafloor that was surveyed during the MH370, and we can see on the right, that's the sonar survey result. On the left is what it looked like before when we were just using gravity, and you can see that the gravity is muddier. It's lower resolution. The sonar does a better job, but gravity provides a very cheap way of getting reasonably accurate results. You wouldn't say that the graph on the left is wrong. It's just out of focus. How much time have I got left? Okay, then I'll stop there.
James muted himself.
With that, we will jump into the open dialogue. But first, a couple of other.
Right, well, what you heard there from PhD Tony was probably the last smart thing you'll hear during this debate, unless PhD Tony talks again. Now, what we're going to have here is an extremely smart physicist with a degree, a PhD, who has studied the shape of the Earth and gravity for over 30 years, versus a yokel with a beard.
Quick housekeeping things. Folks, I have mentioned before, we'll have, after you want to submit GoFundMe your super chat here on YouTube. On right of your screen right now, debate, 7 p.m. It's event ticket. And with that, we're going to kick it into open dialogue. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, the floor is all yours.
So to clear up Ross's misunderstanding of how tides work.
Yeah, both of them go.
Sorry, you can go.
I think it's just a delay. For you. There might be a slight delay. Let's go with
I had a question for Tony.
Let's go with 1 second. Let's go with Tony's question first, and then Ross, I promise we'll go to yours right after. I think what we're getting is just a bit of a delay with the connection.
It's not so much a question, it's an explanation. So the bulge on the second tide that is often but not always observed in tides is because the planet is pulled away from the oceans. Also, if you look at the force balance for the water on the far side, the force normal to the Earth is along the line of the attracting object is absorbed by Earth's surface, and the remaining component of force is normal towards that second bulge. So
yeah, I've explained this to him 1,000 times, Tony. Yeah, he's not going to get it. Even though you're better explaining it than me, he's not going to get it.
When you do a force diagram of what's acting on the other side, it produces a second bulge on the far side. So the claim that the second tidal bulge is inexplicable is not true. Also, we observe tidal effects using precise gravimetric readings, so we can directly measure tides and we can compare them to our theoretical calculations, and we get very accurate results. So there's no reason to believe that our models of gravity are wrong.
Okay, well that's completely illogical, because you're going to pull the Earth away from it.
A complete, succinct explanation with maths and physics and force diagrams. That's illogical. Jesus, his brain's in his beard, isn't it? Sorry, I'm just opening my curtains. Get a bit of fresh air in here. Look, guys. Sunlight. See? I'll probably just dox myself. Now you know where I live.
Its own oceans, where the Earth's gravity is the strongest, the oceans itself would come with it. You can't pull the Earth away from its own oceans. And if you did do that, you'd get closer to the moon and you'd be nullifying.
Mr. Gustferson, once again with 100 secs, saying 24 sun, bro. It's killed the flat Earth, hasn't it? It's amazing.
The first high tide facing the moon in the first place. I don't know how you can even argue that as an actual valid point using gravity. It's absolutely nonsense. You can't even pull water in the first place. Water cannot be pulled. You can only pull the container of the water. No fault.
Well, water cannot be pulled. What the fuck do you mean, Ross? Water can't be pulled, only the container. He makes my brain cry.
Force will pull water, but you can easily repel it.
You're just making assertions with no evidence other than you say so.
Oh, rubbish. I can easily prove it.
I didn't interrupt you. Do you want to behave or not?
I can easily prove it, that you cannot pull water. I'm not interrupting you. You gave a pause. You asked me a question. So I'm going to answer your question. You cannot pull water. If you hold a straw above a glass of water, doesn't matter how strongly you suck on that straw, if it's above the water, you will not budge it. But if you blow gently, you can easily repel it. And that's how we have tides on our stationary planet Earth, because the moon repels the tides. Easily repel on that straw. If it's above the water, you will not budge it. But if you blow gently, you can easily repel it. And that's how we have tides on our stationary planet Earth, because the moon repels the tides. You cannot pull water. So gravity
is the moon blowing air on
You can't pull water, but the moon repels. You can push water, but you can. What? Yeah, typical Max. Iron Horse.
on the oceans. Is that what's happening?
No, it's having a diamagnetic repulsion effect upon it.
Except that it can't be a diamagnetic. So then why is this picked up in a gravimeter?
I don't even know what a gravimeter is. It sounds like a fancy name for a fancy device that says nothing.
I don't know what it is, but I think it says nothing. I'd say this guy's dumb as a box of rocks, but I genuinely don't want to insult boxes of rocks.
Again, that's just an assertion. Gravimeters are high precision instruments. They use a variety of different physical operating principles, which I can discuss and explain to you if you want. But the simple fact is that just because you say, to dissect your argument, your first argument was that if you pull the Earth away, you're going to remove the lead bulge. Except that the lead bulge is closer to the moon, so it's experiencing a larger pull than the Earth, which is experiencing a larger pull than the water on the far side. So you're not going to eliminate the bulge on the near side of the Earth by pulling the Earth away from the further bulge. Again, may I share my screen?
Whereas Wally says you can't pull water. Ever tried to pick up water at a bar? And Mr. Gusferson says Iron Horse is retarded. Don't we mean to retarded people?
You bet. Ready for you.
Yep, just a moment.
Well, there's a quick pause. Obviously, the Earth's gravity is still going to be 1,000,000 times stronger than the moon's because the ocean is on the Earth.
That is certainly true. Yes, the Earth's gravity is much larger than the gravitational attraction due to the moon, but the gradient of the lunar attraction is applied over very large distances, and that gives it an opportunity to be detectable. So you asked about how gravimeters work. The most fundamental form of gravimeter is a pendulum. The length that a pendulum takes to swing backwards and forwards is a function of its length.
He thinks that pendulums are controlled by demons. I'm not even kidding. He told me that in a debate. So I don't know if using pendulums is going to help here, Tony.
And the local value of gravity. It is not dependent on the mass or density of either the rod or the weight. And these were used.
Does this have anything to do with the moon?
You asked what a gravimeter was, mate. I'm explaining to you various styles of gravimeter that can detect tidal forces. So, here are some examples. Here are some examples of pendulum gravimeters. Pendulum gravimeters have been used on submarines to detect gravitational anomalies. Here's a different style of gravimeter. This is called a drop gravimeter, where you drop a reflecting corner cube in a sealed, evacuated drop chamber, and you measure its fall with a laser. Here's some details. This is a cold atom gravimeter that uses clouds of Bose-Einstein condensate, which are propagated through a chamber and then recombined, and you look at the wave function. In this particular style, you're looking...
You see, when Tony's talking, I don't have to pause it and point out how stupid things are being said. It's just refreshing to listen to an intelligent person talk. Excuse me. Guys, there is 2 hours and 24 minutes left in this stream. Does that mean I get to go to bed in 2 hours and 24 minutes? Excited.
At the transition between the 3PO and the 1SO electron shells in strontium. This is a superconducting gravimeter. It consists of a niobium ball that is held in an electrical field. If any accelerations happen to the ball, it induces a current, pushing it back to where it came from in the feedback coil. These feedback currents are recorded, and that's what gives us our instruments. You can also have borehole gravimeters, which we stick down boreholes to measure at what depth gravitational anomalies are applied. That's a schematic. You can also, this is a zero spring gravimeter. This is a spinning gravimeter that measures the lateral components of gravity. And this is an interesting one because it completely refutes your claim. In this style of gravimeter, you have liquid quartz down the bottom in which there are 2 levers. So the damping liquid is quartz. You've got the pendulum lever. Both levers have mirrors attached to them, and they have a proof mass on the outer edge. That's the square thing. When that proof mass is deflected, that changes the angle of the mirror, which is picked up because there's a diode flashing lights.
Who's ready for the nutters? Like, Tony is just again wants to give a lovely, succinct, full explanation, right? Iron Horse, let's hear his response.
And you pick up the movements of the mirror because the lights have moved. Now, the density of the quartz is not changing. The density of the proof mass is not changing. So how is this picking up any gravitational signals?
Well, you're the one telling the story. Do you have to take into effect what time the moon is overhead, or when it's rising, when it's setting? And all that sort of stuff. We're talking about the moon's effect on gravity and the tides. You know, we're specifically talking about the tides at the moment.
Okay, so evidence that your hypothesis is wrong is irrelevant because we.
So he ignored everything that Tony said, and just went, "Well, what about the moon? Fucking moron."
We're talking about something else. Is that your argument?
No, my argument is we're talking about tides, and you're trying to say that the gravimeter measures this effect. So I'm saying, well, obviously anybody using one of these things, if they're highly sensitive instruments, they'd really have to take into account the position of the moon, wouldn't they?
Yes, and they do.
They do?
Yes.
Can I see the manual for where they take into account?
In the analysis phase of the data, they correct for tidal effect.
Hold on, what did he say there?
They do?
Yes.
Can I see the menu for where they take into account?
Can I see the menu for where they take it into account? What the fuck is he talking about?
In the analysis phase of the data, they correct for tidal effects. Yes. So,
you said tidal effects, but you didn't say the moon. Like I can
there are multiple tidal effects, right? They take into account all of the tidal effects.
No, I'm telling you, you cannot pull water. Gravity
and that's just an assertion. That's just.
I don't care about all the things you've said in that evidence you just presented, Tony. I'm just going to keep repeating that you can't pull water for some reason.
It's an assertion you're making, and I've got multiple data sets that tell you you're wrong.
I can prove you can't pull water. As I told you, with the simple experiment of using a straw above a glass of water, you cannot pull no matter how hard you suck on that straw. But if you blow on it gently, you can easily repel water. So it only takes a gentle repellent.
Is he saying you can't suck water out of a straw? I'm fucking confused.
Force from the moon to create the tides, and we have 2 of them every 24 hours and 50 minutes, which is coincidentally in phase with the moon when it appears every day. It appears about 50 minutes later than the day.
Enemy's got a good point. He says Let's all please remember that Iron Horse believes that our sun is an interdimensional portal and that the Grand Canyon was scooped out by a giant's hand. Yeah, in one of my very first debates, he did say that. And you know what? Later on, maybe we could review that old debate. Although it's got Steve McRae on. Ew.
Day before, and the tides occur approximately 15 minutes later than the day before. And we have 2 of them a day. You cannot say that the moon is pulling the Earth when the moon is tiny and 250,000 miles away. It's ridiculous.
You asserting that something is ridiculous is not making it so. I showed you that we measure deviations in the surface elevation of the ocean caused by gravitational influence of underlying masses. So your claim that water cannot be pulled is shown to be false. Similarly, I could...
But, Tony, have you considered, right, with all your science and everything, have you considered nuh-uh?
If you're interested, show you that actually ice sheets exert a gravitational... Yes, I just did, mate. Literally in my presentation, I showed you.
Be pulled. Show me an example where water... No, show me an actual physical example where water can be pulled where you're not pulling the container. You cannot show that.
You mean...
It doesn't happen. It is logical.
You mean on the masses inside a laboratory, you want that demonstration?
Yes, Tony. He wants you to put some water in a container and hold something near it and pull the water with it. Because he's a fucking moron. He doesn't believe in space, but all we have to do is look in between his fucking ears.
No, I want it in reality, mate. We're talking about reality.
So what about a drag chamber?
So a lab isn't reality.
What about a drag chamber?
People that do experiments inside a laboratory. I live in nature, man. I've been living in tidal places all my life, or most of it, and I've observed the moon, and the weirdest thing is the highest tides occur on the full moon as it's rising, not when it's overhead. It's actually repelling the water towards us. It's not happening when it's overhead, when it should be pulling it up or behind it.
But why is the water being pushed away, but it can't be pulled? Quick story about Flat Earth Jesus. When, not long after I first started doing this and I debated him and stuff, he released a video on his channel saying about how sick he was. And he was really poorly. He was really struggling, right? And he was asking for money. And even though I destroyed him in debates and made a video about him and stuff, I felt bad for the guy because, I don't want anyone to suffer and go without. And he was like saying he couldn't be able to eat without money and stuff. So I sent him £20 on PayPal, except the PayPal address he gave me wasn't for him. It was for a woman in Thailand. Who he claims is his girlfriend. Yet, I don't think they've ever met. And yet they've been seeing each other for many, many years. And then he laughed at me because I sent money to her instead of him. And he's like, she's saving up that money to come and see me. Oh, is that what she's told you? Guys, he's getting scammed by a Thai bride. And it's fucking hilarious. I may have lost 20 quid. But who cares? Mr. Gustferson gifted 5 FTFE memberships. Thank you very much. That means 5 times 3 is 15. Are we ready? Watch the timer. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your support. Mr. X, Mr. Y says, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is an example of what too much booze will do to you.
And pulling the most water, it goes the opposite of what you guys say.
You'll find
and that's
that
why
the
everything you guys believe in is completely backwards to reality. You do it in a laboratory and you think, oh yeah, well, show me gravity in a laboratory. You can't. because the Earth's gravity is always going to be 1 billion times stronger than any of those attractive forces in your Cavendish experiments or whatever.
Show me gravity in a lab. You can't. Then mentions the Cavendish experiment, which is showing gravity in a lab. Damn. Rachbot drops pen. There's gravity in a lab. How are you touching a pen, Rachbot? You're an algorithm that exists on a computer. I didn't give you. Did I give you a body? I don't remember that bit. Shit.
Yeah, if it had gravity, your Cavendish experiment would never work because the downward force would be way stronger than the tiny little attractive force of those bigger balls.
Are you done?
Did I keep...
He's forgetting the fact that the entire Cavendish experiment, right? Let's say this is the Cavendish experiment, right? And you've got your masses on the side of it and it's in the middle, right? Gravity's acting on everything, pulling down. On the torsion balance, which is my phone, on the masses, it's pulling it all down, right? Now what we're doing is we're then introducing another mass here. Well, that bulb might not work anymore. We're putting another mass here, right? And we're watching if it turns towards it. The fact that it's all being pulled downwards by gravity is irrelevant because it's all being pulled down the same. We're testing if it goes sideways. Yeah, I just confirmed gravity on these Philip Hue bulbs. Fucking rip off, man. They're like 80, 90 quid each. When Wiz is just like a tenner each.
Keep talking?
Well, you did for about 10 minutes, so I just wanted to check because you might just be drawing breath before you pass out. Yes, these effects are relatively small, but they are detectable by instruments. You have been observing the natural system using instruments that we have had for 10,000 years. It will doubtless come as a surprise to you that in the past few hundred years we have developed instruments vastly more sensitive and vastly more accurate than the human senses. That's what instruments are for. And using those instruments, we have come to a better understanding. Your claim that the highest tides occur during the full moon is false. Highest tides occur during the new moon, don't they? When the gravitational attraction of the moon and the sun are acting in the same direction. That's when the highest tides occur. There is another high tide at the new moon, and that's because, as I said earlier, as when they're in a straight line, the tangential component of the force diagrams is at its maximum. So that...
Right, Tony's explaining this, right, but Iron Horse is looking at the camera and in its head there's just like Indiana Jones music playing or something, right? And he's just thinking about, when can I have my next beer? It's like da 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 da. Well, in the background he hears as Tony succinctly explains his thing. Right, look at those dead eyes. Look at them. Not over there. For me, the screen is there, right? But it's there for you. Dooms for $5 Australian says Iron Horse deserves a Tony Award for the theatrics that he has displayed to not award Tony with the skills he has displayed. Mr. Gustafson says, hi, I'm Durf and I'm stupid and retarded. Don't be mean to stupid and retarded people.
Your argument that therefore the moon repels water is nonsense. the moon clearly
That's not true.
attracts water.
That's not true.
You can say it's not
It's
true,
not true
mate.
because I've tested this for you, Tony, and I've tested it multiple times.
Show me the data. Show me the data. Show me your data.
Sometimes, yes, we do get a king tide on a new moon, but you know what? That happens in the morning, at 9 o'clock in the morning in the river systems, because the river systems are generally about an hour or so behind the ocean systems. And at 9 in the morning, a place like Ballina, when it got its last king tides that I can recall coming up in the media, happened about 9 in the morning, whereas the king tides that happen on a full moon happen about 9 in the evening.
And all of that would match the predictions of the globe if you checked exactly what the force diagrams pointed to at those particular times. But again, you're retarded.
Because the sun and moon are opposite one another when that happens, but the sun and moon are together during a new moon phase. So the moon is obviously repelling as it's coming up, and then you get the king tide occurring in the morning. It should be happening at the time when the sun and moon are both overhead at the same time, which would be about 12 to 1 p.m. because of the tidal delay in the rivers. But it's happening in the morning.
No,
yes.
So no, because there is a thing called hydrodynamics. The ocean, the water cannot travel instantaneously to keep up with the moon. The water has to flow. This is a physical process that is damped by by bathymetric effects. So no, the water does not respond instantly, and nor is it expected to. So the model of reality that you are attacking has nothing to.
Oh, Tony, you're giving him far too much credit, dude. He's got no model of reality. That's far beyond his comprehension. He just has delusions of reality. He's no idea what a model is. That beard is taking up most of his brain power somehow.
Do with the model of reality that is actually held. You are disproving a straw man, and maybe you should familiarize yourself with what mainstream science actually says rather than what you think it says.
Well, that's exactly what I agree with you. It's a delayed effect because it still happens at 9 in the morning where the sun has come up about 6 or 7 in the morning. So it does take a little bit of a while because of the fluid dynamics and the whole effect of the fluid dynamics delay, and eventually it gets there. So I agree with you. Yeah, there is.
What are you? No, that doesn't.
Delay.
So that isn't a disproof. That isn't a disproof of the tidal model, then, is it?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because if it's a repellent force, it's pushed the water ahead of it, and then when it arrives, and then it goes overhead, it pushes the water back away again. So,
yeah, guys, you can't pull water without a container. You can't do that, but pushing it, for some reason, no fucking problem. Simon Allen for £2 says, to be fair to Iron Horse, he is taking a hoax position. Yeah, but he's taking a hoax position with the intellectual capacity of a slug with Down syndrome. Damn it. I do apologise to all slugs with Down syndromes. That's mean. Two hours. Started this stream 7 hours and 40 minutes ago, guys. 7 hours and 40 minutes ago. Ooh, gone all blurry. Yes. My face is shiny because there's outside and sunny and wouldn't normally have this setup. I started this stream 7 hours and 40 minutes ago. When I did so, there was a 45-minute timer. Every membership has added 3 minutes to that timer. I've had 179 new members so far. In 2 hours and 20, the stream will end. Unless that number goes up. It's up to you how long the stream goes for. Do you want to punish me? Don't see why not. Sounds like a laugh, actually. I need to grab a quick drink. Yo. So whilst I go and grab a quick drink. What do I do? Enjoy a song.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Birch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app, it's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app, it's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. But turn up, that's the light I'm preaching. Sell my app is what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. I offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. D-I-T-R-H, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Dave's a scammer, who fucking knew?
By the time it's over.
Rachbot says, you're looking awesome. Great work. Oh, well, thank you very much. You guys are my inspiration. So I really, really appreciate it. I fought the tight shirt and I won. I'm on holiday in about 30 days, off to Tenerife with my family for a week. And I'd like to lose about another 14 pounds by then. See how it goes.
Overhead, it's going to be a low tide because it's repelling the water. It's not pulling it.
If it were repelling the water, then shouldn't the high tide occur at midnight when the sun and the moon are furthest away?
The sun has no effect on the tides. It's all the moon.
That's absolutely untrue.
It's absolutely true. Because they always occur
okay,
50 minutes later
please show me.
With the way
please show me.
Phases
please
work.
show me your evidence that the sun has no effect on tides. I'll accept any textbook reference. I'll accept any scientific paper you can show. Or are you just saying that the sun has no effect on tides?
See, this is the problem. You only accept something if somebody else has done it.
I'm not accepting something just because you say it.
That's right. I don't care, but I can.
No, you don't care. You don't care about all the evidence. You don't care about everything. You just don't care, do you? But I mean, you're there saying that gravity's a hoax, and all you've got is your misunderstandings. The dude in front of you literally works with gravity. Is he lying? Oh, this was supposed to be with someone else, and I wish it was. Hey, General E. Shady, Rach Bot, Max from Matters Now, NASA Security Force, the Copium Emporium, Heat Shield, Mr. Gustafson. How you all doing? Glad to see you all here. Albandrav, Alderbaran 4. I said that right, didn't I? Yes. Mr. Gustafson, the ex-flat earther. We were flat.
I can tell you, I have personal experience with it. I've had decades of personal experience with it. I've been using a moon chart for decades, and I've been observing the tides twice a day in nature myself, not in the classroom, not from a book, out in reality. And so I know what I'm talking about. You don't.
Can you show us your calculations of when? Can you show us your calculations of when? I'm not going to let you filibuster. Can you show us your calculations of when high tides occur and how big they're going to be? So your predictions.
Tony, I'll answer that question for you. No. No, he can't. They don't exist. He's not done any studying. He's not compared the tides to what it claims to be. He's not done anything at all. He is just the master of nuh-uh and BO.
Please show us your theoretical predictions of when high tides occur and how big they're going to be. And then we can test the accuracy of your understanding versus the accuracy of the scientific community's understanding, right?
Oh, you're funny, PhD Tone. You think that's going to happen with this fucking leopard? Leopard? Why? That was a weird insult to come out with. Where was I going with that? Where did leopard come from? Leper? Where was I going with that? I don't know. Ooh. Timer. Nearly blow 2 hours.
It's not like I'm going to spend all day sitting out there taking recordings of what I observe every day.
Okay, but the scientists who have taken the trouble to make recordings, who have instituted tide gauges, they're wrong because they bothered to look at the data and you couldn't be asked to look at the data.
The data matches observations.
How would you know? You have no data.
Excuse me. It was my turn. I was just going to say something. For years...
Excuse me. I've just lied and I've got to try and cover my ass. Now I'm going to filibuster and say some more nonsense and hope that you don't realise that I didn't answer your question.
As I'm watching the tides and I'm watching the moon phases and I've got my moon calendar, which I have all year round, and I'm watching the phases and the times and when the eclipses are, and all that stuff is going to occur. When I go out and watch the tides and then when I watch the moon, nothing made sense. None of it made sense whatsoever. But as soon as I realised...
Yeah, you know why it didn't make sense to you, right? Because your parents played hacky sack with your head. The Copium Emporium gifts 5 memberships. But you know what happens with that, don't you? Thank you very much, my friend. That takes me back up to 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. Taking me up to 184 members gained in this stream. Absolutely fucking incredible. Thank you very much for the support. Now, normally around this time, I would be getting up, getting my daughter up with my wife and getting her ready for school and stuff. And then we'd go to the gym. But obviously I can't really go to the gym because I'm here with you guys. But how about we go out into my garden and I do like a little body weight workout, push-ups and stuff, and just chat to you for a bit. And then I can come back in and carry on at some point. How does that sound? Push-ups, press-ups, whatever you want to call them. Billy says, thanks for muting Taylor. She's got a huge crush on Whitsitt. Can't you tell? Why would you have a crush on Whitsitt? He literally abuses women. I mean, that's just a dumb thing to do, having a crush on Whitsitt. Aragon says, okay, but you have to do it naked. All right, well, let's leave a couple of hours, see how things are going, and then we'll just go and do some push-ups and stuff outside.
As that the moon was repelling the water, not attracting it, everything fell into place. It makes 100% sense.
So we
Because the
should
moon can also
believe
repel the
you.
lesser high tide behind it, the major high tide in front of it.
So we should believe you because
Yeah.
you think it makes sense.
Yeah, because it makes observational sense with my
Yeah, you should believe me. Yeah.
years and years of observations in nature.
That is not in any sense quantified, nor in any sense formalized. So the people with the formal data
No,
who have
not
actually
yet.
bothered to take measurements, we shouldn't listen to them. We should listen to you because you've spent a bunch of time outside looking at the moon. That's why we should listen to you.
Yep.
Okay.
And he thinks that's logical. Look, he genuinely thinks that is the logical, better position to hold. Like, what the actual fuck, man?
Completely.
Very persuasive. And we shouldn't listen to instruments that actually detect the gravitational attraction due to the moon and the sun.
Nope.
We shouldn't listen to those either.
There is no gravitational attraction. It's absolute bullshit.
We measure it in
When I watch
instruments.
the high-
Yeah, don't worry about the fact that we've measured it, guys. We've measured that gravitational attraction. But don't worry about that, because it's just bullshit. It's just absolute bullshit. It doesn't matter that we've measured it. It's just bullshit. I want to punch him, but I can't. I want to punch him, but I can't. I want to punch him, but I can't.
Tide approaching, when the moon's approaching to me, I think that's just an absolute anomaly. It should be occurring when the moon's gone past me, overhead, and dragging the water with it. But no, it's actually pushing the highest tide towards me as the moon is approaching.
You keep asserting
Anyway.
that, and it's not true.
Okay, so you've got no answers. You can't tell me how we can pull water. My next question.
What do you mean he's got no... He's explained... The past 47 minutes, he has spent explaining it to you. What do you mean he's got no answers, you fucking Yeti-looking motherfucker?
Well, my first question, as we want to start going back and forth, is what's a neutron? You said
A
something
neutron
about
is a subatomic
neutron
particle
ball.
that has a net zero charge.
Yeah, it's part of an atom. Neutrons, protons, and electrons. This is not what... Okay.
Can we see a neutron?
No, you cannot see a neutron.
The wavelength of light is larger... Like, the wavelength of visible light is larger than a neutron. So, light can't bounce off of a neutron for us to see it. So we have to use things like electron microscopes or methods of detecting particles are there. But no, you can't see it because light can't interact with it. The copium and porn, thank you very much, my friend. Go and have fun.
Can you see air?
So how do you know they exist?
Can you see
How do you
air?
know they exist?
Can you see radio waves?
How do you know they exist?
We have
How do you
demonstrated
know
their
they
existence.
exist?
So we have demonstrated their existence through experiment. Are you denying the atomic model of matter?
Yes, he is, because he is a moron. And as Carl Edwards also points out, he is a monster that is a racist pig, a vile human, and a massive drug addict with alcoholism. Yes, I told him so in Facebook Messenger, and he got me banned off of Facebook Messenger for a week. We can have a look at the things that he said in a bit, if you like.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so you're denying the atomic. So you're denying electricity.
No.
Okay, what is electricity?
What is it?
What constitutes it?
It's a dynamic force.
No, it isn't. Electrostatics is a field of study.
It's a dynamic force. What those were words. Can you make sense of?
Can have electrostatic fields.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so it's not a dynamic force, is it?
Air, of course, but I can prove air exists just by simply lighting a candle and putting a glass.
Okay, let's go back to electricity. Let's go back to electricity. What causes electricity?
Sure. Well, definitely not gravity.
I'm not saying that gravity.
Oh.
You're saying that if I can't see something, I've got no reason.
Like, honestly, you guys would think that after doing this for 6 years, I would be like immune to the painful derp, but I'm not. It still makes my brain cry. Still makes me sad. 8 hours in, my friends. 8 hours of wonderful fun with you so far. The stream started 8 hours ago with 45 minutes on the timer. We are 8 hours in, and there is 2 hours and 18 minutes on the timer. You guys love me, don't you? Or hate me? It's one of the two. Haven't figured it out yet.
Believe in it. Can you see electrons? No, you can't see electrons. So why do you believe in electricity? Well, electricity works. How do we know it? How do we do our calculations on it? Well, we've got laws regarding it. We've done experiments for it. The same experiments that resulted in electricity existing and being used by human society have also told us that neutrons exist. So you're rejecting neutrons.
So this was done, what, like 2 days ago at like 1 a.m. from me. So isn't that like the morning for him? Like, is he drinking beer for breakfast? This may explain some things. Oh, Conspiracy Music Studios. Make sure you subscribe to them. Not only because they just sent me 5 memberships. Yes, that's how you get me to tell you to subscribe. You send me memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. Well, 5 memberships, you know what that means. There we go. Thank you very much. Looks like I'll be here for the rest of my life. Right, so it was 11 a.m. for him, and he's drinking beer. Right, okay. I mean, it explains a lot.
But you're accepting electricity. Why? What's the distinction between the two? Why do you reject neutrons and accept electrons?
I didn't say I rejected them. I'm just asking you what one is, because you use that as part of your argument to say you could detect them falling due to gravity.
Yes.
I'm saying, well, how can you if you can't even see them?
You can detect the kinetic energy of their arrival using very delicate sensors. Just like you can detect air pressure by having a sensor for air pressure.
Yeah, which is also called density.
Air pressure is No, don't punch your screen, Craig. They're expensive. Matthew Hallett for $5 Australian says, so what happens when the water decides to push back? That's how the war starts. The Great Water War. Oh, I see children going to school. It is that time. My daughter might come in and say hello soon. Don't forget, guys, that I am legally obliged to say anything you put in Super Chats. YouTube forced me to sign a contract to say that I would say whatever you put in a Super Chat, including direct insults to me. So there's ways to hurt me today. You can hurt me with money by either sending me a Super Chat or making me stream forever and ever and ever by gifting memberships.
No, air pressure is not called density. That's why they're different words, mate. No, it isn't.
You can describe.
No. Tony, you're brilliant.
Also called density.
You can detect air pressure by having a sensor for air pressure.
Yeah, which is also called density.
No,
change in
air
density
pressure is
volume
not called density. That's why they're different words,
It
mate.
is.
No, it isn't.
You can.
Air pressure is not called density. That's why they're different words, mate. Tony is fucking brilliant. Heat Shield says, my YouTube contract just says I have to not lie. I didn't sign up for the reading super chat stuff. Aw. That's not fair. Like, people, they took my kids and I had to agree. I'm just wondering, guys, is this enough weed for this stream? I'm not sure.
Describe it as density, though. It's a change of the density of the volume of the air.
Max, lovely to see you here, my friend. As I go blurry. Come on, unblur me. Thank you, Max, for hanging around. I will see you soon, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Matters Now. That'd be a £10 super chat, please, Max. There we go, unblurred.
No, it isn't.
Creates that change.
No, it isn't.
Everything is relative density.
No, it isn't.
Everything is relative density.
You keep saying
Okay.
you keep saying simple stuff, but the gas
You keep
laws
saying,
tell us. You can tell it. Well,
did he just accuse Tony of? Nope, 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 nope. My doctor's going to be mad if he watches this. I spoke to my doctor and he's like, yeah, you can't do face palms anymore, Craig. Like, you've got an indent on your forehead. It's pressing against your brain. Stop it. Hey, Blackburn, Big Dragon, how you doing, my friend?
have a look at the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT, right? So, you know, pressure
Again,
pressure is a
want
function.
pure
Pressure is
code. Why don't you just say it in plain English?
okay. Pressure times volume is the number of moles times.
Yeah, don't do maths at him, Tony. Especially not algebra. This is what I meant when earlier I said that Tony is too good for this. He's far too smart. The dude has a PhD. Like, he shouldn't be talking to this, like, Sasquatch looking motherfucker. He doesn't deserve that. Tony is above this. It's not fair on him.
The ideal gas constant times temperature in Kelvin.
Okay, it's still a little bit coded, but that'll do. You also brought up helium and hot air.
No, it wasn't coded. It was just complicated words. He told him what every variable in the equation was. And it was still coded. Oh my god.
No, we haven't finished. So, using the ideal gas law, we see that density is in fact
Tony points out that knuckle dragging cretin is the term that I was looking for. You're right. But I didn't want to be mean to knuckle dragging cretins, actually. So,
function of pressure and temperature, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's not just pressure. Pressure is not the same as density. You need pressure and temperature in order to derive density, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so your claim that pressure is just density is wrong, isn't it?
No.
Yes, it is.
It's a change of density. That's why we use the term relative density.
You can change.
You remember about like 5 minutes ago when he straight up accused Tony of saying nuh-uh.
You can claim that pressure is just density is wrong, isn't it?
No.
The nuh-uh is strong with this, to use PhD Tony's verbiage, knuckle-dragging cretin.
Yes, it is.
It's a change of density. That's why we use the term relative density.
You can change density without changing pressure.
How?
By changing the temperature.
Rightio.
Look at him pretending he understands. Radio. He's already buzzed off of his 10 a.m. beer that he's having.
Or claim that it's just pressure is incorrect.
But you don't need gravity.
Yeah, Illusion, I am a bit oversaturated. That's because the window is right behind me. And the light's on my face.
Gravity for any of this stuff, do you?
You do need gravity in order to supply pressure. The pressure inside the atmosphere is because the atmosphere is a hydrostatic fluid, which is to say that the pressure at any point is hydrostatic. It's the same. It's isotropic. It has the same value in any orientation, and it's due to the weight of the overlying air. And in order to calculate the weight of the overlying air, guess what? You use gravity.
Okay, like, assuming then that I agree with you, opening...
It really doesn't matter if you agree or not. Like, your agreement is not needed for physics to be functional and work. It's just not. You can be an idiot all you like. It's not going to change reality. Matthew Allott for $2 Australian says, I'll say a bunch of words that mean nah. That is how he works. Bunch of vans appearing up outside my house. Not sure what they're doing. Gonna probably make my dog start shouting.
Argument says that you think that we're hurtling 10 times faster than a railgun.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to whether or not gravity exists,
It's
mate.
absolutely relevant because
No, it
that
isn't.
determines the up and downness of everything, and so a falling object through the atmosphere has to be adjusting for all of those speeds at all times, as does the pressure of everything.
Except that the...
Wait, did he say the mass determines the up and downness of everything? What's going on out there? I think the FBI here, guys.
Okay, so we can calculate the acceleration. We can calculate the acceleration. We can calculate the acceleration of Earth due to its motion around the sun. It travels. It completes one circuit of the sun in about 3.15 by 10 to the 7 seconds. Let's write that down. 3.15 by 10 to the 7. Okay.
Tony, cut, dude, chill. Those are the numbers. They're those numbers. They're confusing to flat earthers. Very, very much so. So you need to be careful. Just calm down.
We know that the sun is 1.5 by 10.
1 sec. Ross, if you could, let's just Ross. I think it might just be that there's a delay. Let's let.
No, it's not. It's that Ross is a knuckle-dragging cretin, Sasquatch-looking motherfucker, and doesn't want to hear Tony explain the science and mathematics, mostly because he didn't understand it all. Because I don't know, the soft spot in his head was his parents' favorite ashtray.
Tony, finish. I think that sometimes your feed might be delayed, Ross, where you hadn't realized like Tony's talking. I want to give Tony a chance to finish. I'll come right back to you.
James, you're giving too much credit to Ross. He's just a rude twat. Okay?
Okay. So we know that Earth's angular rotation is 2 pi divided by 3.15 by 10 to the 7 radians per second. We know that the distance to the sun is 1.5 by 10 to the 11 meters. We can therefore calculate the acceleration as r times omega squared, which is 1.5 times 4 pi squared times 10 to the 11 divided by 10 to the minus 4.
Is that Ross's second beer already? I'm sure he finished the previous one.
14. So that's going to be about 10 to the minus 2 meters per second squared. So it's going to be very small. Also, we're in free fall around the sun, so the sun's gravitational attraction doesn't have an effect on falling objects in Earth's atmosphere. Yes, we can calculate all of this, and there's no problem. There's absolutely no problem with any of this. You haven't calculated it because you haven't bothered to. The acceleration.
No, Tony. It's not because he hasn't bothered to. It's that if he attempted to, his brain would fall out of his nose. So there is that. Timer's back down to 2 hours and 18 minutes. Could I be going to bed by 10:30? That sounds exciting. I'm not tired. Who needs sleep?
Experience because of Earth's motion around the sun is small. We can calculate the order of magnitude of it. It's negligible. Next point.
Oh, you finished? I nearly had a nana nap there. Right. No, that's bullshit, because the Earth spinning on its axis.
I want to insult him. I want to hit him. I want to hurt him so bad.
At 1.35 times the speed of sound, would have a different speed at every latitude, and it would change at every time of day because it's also going 86.8 Mach around the sun. So depending on what latitude you were and the time of day, things would have to fall at a completely different angular speed in every place at every time in order to create the appearance of falling straight down. Yet no matter where we are, whatever latitude, whatever time of day, if we shoot something straight up, it will come straight back down. How do it?
Yeah, but straight up is relative to the surf. Like, if this is a globe, it's a circle, but you know what I mean. And if you're standing here, straight up is this way, right? That's straight up. That's straight up. That is. I've been debating Ross for 6 years. He's got dumber.
These dumb objects know exactly which direction gravity is pulling them to create that illusion.
Except that objects don't fall straight down. I demonstrated that. I can similarly, Ferdinand Reich in the early 19th century did extensive experiments with dropping heavy weights down a mine and demonstrated that there is an eastward force due to there's an eastward acceleration relative to the mine that is acting on these bodies because their rotational effect is larger than the rotational effect on the floor at the bottom. So that's been debunked. In my presentation, I showed that vertical deflection exists, which is to say that the direction in which a plumb bob lies is not normal to the underlying surface. We've known this for more than 200 years. If you don't know it, that's because you haven't studied it.
Ross is far too busy, like, playing with his pen. He's like clipping the little clip over his finger and stuff, and just playing with it and that, because he's no idea what's going on. He's lost. I don't think he knows he's in his house. He's looking for his next beer.
I've studied this extensively. Do you know about the Tamarack mine mystery? Do you know about the Tamarack mine mysteries where they suspended plumb bobs?
Bob? Ross, you and I have spoken about the Tamarack mines many times. I've explained it to you. But you're going to ignore the fact that I explained about the winds and everything. You're just going to ignore that.
Mile deep. And they always diverged rather than converged. They expected them to get closer together towards the bottom because that's going to be closer towards the center of gravity. And that's one of the ways they were intended to measure the circumference of the Earth. And they found they always got further apart at the bottom.
That would suggest that there is a lateral density anomaly or mass anomaly either side of the experiment. Can you bring up this publication?
I've read the book on my channel.
Can you bring up the publication, please?
Secret of the Ages.
You can't read. Don't be silly. And Tony, no, he's not going to bring it up because he doesn't like screen sharing and showing evidence. He thinks he can just talk nonsense into reality.
There's very little put on the internet about it because it's one of those things.
Okay, so again, this is something we should believe because you said so. Okay, great.
You can look it up if you like. It's called
We are all Goga Frinchins.
History.
Became a member. Thank you very much. Welcome to Scrappers. And then Sean 07 upgraded their membership, which means we need to add another 6 minutes. But taking us back up to 2 hours and 19. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate the support.
And there's very little data about it. Because
okay, so if I find it on the internet, it's always right, is it?
Because it goes against the narrative. It sort of says we're on the inside of a concave ball, which started me thinking we might be living inside something, and that made sense. Because therefore, you know, like when you swing a bucket of water around your head.
He thinks it makes sense that we're living on the inside of... Is it possible to perform a lobotomy with a bartender's friend? I mean, maybe I can get down to his level.
You know, around your arm. The water stays in because of centripetal force. So centripetal force is way stronger than gravity. You know, the water doesn't fall out of the bucket when you're spinning it around. Well, why doesn't the water fall out of the bucket when you're spinning it around?
Yeah, that's with a high rate of rotation. If you...
If you make it high... Ooh. What happened there? If you make the centrifugal acceleration high, it will be higher than gravity. But the centrifugal acceleration of Earth is definitely not higher than gravity. The centrifugal acceleration of Earth is like, well, the equator is 0.03 meters per second squared, compared to the 9.82 meters per second squared, well, 9.79 at the equator.
But to say, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, to say that a particular instance of centripetal force is stronger than gravity is not to say that centripetal force as a rule is stronger than gravity. That doesn't follow. Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that different levels of forces can exist, Tony. Tony, here's the thing. You've spent your life around smart people. You've done your PhD. You've had your paper published. You've spoken to other scientists and stuff. So when you're in conversation, you're used to people understanding basic shit. You know, like centrifugal acceleration and the different amounts and things. So when you just explained that to him, that just because one centrifugal acceleration isn't higher than the other, that's just blown his mind. Look at his face, right? Look at it. His mind is blown at what you just said. Don Older Acoustic Guitar says, Craig the Warrior, if this is still live. Yes, it is still live, Don. How you doing, my friend?
Earth rotates.
Are you insane, man?
Earth rotates at a rate of 2 pi radians every 86,400 seconds. Right? Again, we can do the calculation of how much of an effect that is going to have at the equator, and it's less than 0.3 of a centimeter per second squared. So the effect of centripetal force is much smaller, due to Earth's rotation, is much, much, much smaller than the effect due to gravity. It's less than 0.3 of a percent.
Have you ever been to the fair and you go on?
He's about to talk about the gravitron at the fair that you stick to the side as it spins. and compare that to Earth. Why do I do this to myself?
On the gravitron ride, the way
Yes.
the gravitron works is it spins and the people get pinned against the wall because of centripetal force.
Yes.
That's how it works. So that could explain gravity if we were on the inside of a concave world. The way it spins would push everything outwards and therefore downwards. That actually makes far more sense than gravity pulling.
It would make sense if the Earth was spinning really fucking fast. But it's not. It's not spinning fast. It's spinning once per fucking day. Ow. That hurt. I want to punch the screen.
Things towards it while it's spinning through a vacuum of space.
Except that we observe in laboratory experiments that mass does attract mass. So therefore, and we observe in using gravimeters.
Rubbish! I don't care all the papers you can present, all the things that you can show me. Rubbish. Let's take a little break from listening to him talk nonsense and have a little look at his rap sheet. This is mctune.net /FEAG. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus also goes by Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe, or Iron Horse, or Grandfather Dumbass, or his real name Ross Thatcher. There are many concerning things that he says other than Flat Earth falsities. I will give screenshots. Make up your own mind. This is on his Facebook page. It seems he wisely removed this post. So I made it full screen so you can see. Ross Thatcher says, this makes so much sense. Why the white race is made to feel so ashamed by those who control all the media, the education system, the current dominant paradigm. We Aryans are the superior species, and we should not be ashamed of who we are. We understand and accept the fact of humility and self-improvement in all things, and to reach out and help all others in every manner. Yet we still get put down and humiliated for our so-called privilege. There is no shame in being who we are born to be. Can you, you heard me read that, right? If that's not a Nazi, I don't know what is. Which means that Ross is on the list of people I punch when I meet because, see a Nazi, punch a Nazi. Erica Pelding says that Ross is extremely ignorant of science, math and engineering and basic common decency. And when Toon pointed this out to him, he said, I can't help it if you feel ashamed to be who you are. Can you list for me all the great inventions of the past century that were made by non-Aryans? He's making the claim that black people don't invent things. Mary Van Bertin Brown invented the first home surveillance system. Alexander Miles invented automatic elevator doors. Garrett Morgan improved gas mask and traffic lights during World War II and One. Mark Dean invented the color monitor and gigahertz chip. Dr. Charles Drew developed techniques for storing blood plasma. Dr. Patricia Bath invented laser phaco probe, a game-changing eye surgery. You know what? The list of things invented by non-Aryans, as in black people, basically, is extremely large. You fucking bigot. This is when he joined Toon's Discord server. And he posted something about time zones in reality. Turquoise Laura responds, this is why I don't debate. And he said to Turquoise Laura, this is why I don't debate Sheilas on any forum. I highly respect your ability to create new humans, feed them from your body. All that is bloody brilliant. But when it comes to intellectual discussion, please don't. You have nice secretions, I am sure, for your infant child. But when the children grow up, they go work in the fields. You seem nice and all. I'll let you know if I feel like making more humans in my image. Just let you soak that in for a second. Just take that in. Take it all in. You have nice secretions, I am sure. That's what he said to a woman. Then he says, I treat any woman as an equal. Except you don't, obviously, because you think you're smarter than them all. So if I call them out for being intellectually inferior, what? Am I supposed to give them special treatment? All you globetards are intellectually inferior. I'm not going to give you special treatment just because you have a front vagina instead of the obvious back vagina you were born with. Saying he treats women equally, whilst we say back here that he's literally saying that women shouldn't be involved in intellectual discussions. This section concerns a debate that was potentially between Toon and Ross. Recently, Ross joined his Discord server. I heard him mention a brain tumour. This was not from him directly, so I asked him, could you clarify, did you receive a diagnosis from a doctor regarding a tumour? And he said, I don't see doctors, let alone undertake tests. I did get a brain scan some years ago, and the doctor basically kept the results secret. I think they found something they've never seen before. She was very guarded with her words, but no diagnosis of any tumour ever. As I said, any tumours I have are metaphysical, and the body's way of dealing with anything toxic is to isolate it into what generally gets diagnosed as a tumour. My haters are my cancer. Toon says, people have mentioned you announced something. I didn't see anything directly from you. Was there something specific they were referring to? And then he says, I mentioned it once in one random video. It was a reference to the psychic cancer people tried to inflict upon me. But no one quite got that at the time. They thought I was being literal. So he told everyone that he had a brain tumour. Right? And after he did that, he then backtracked saying, oh no. It's just a metaphysical brain tumour. I don't actually mean I've got a brain tumour. It's funny how people will happily take one small random thing and run with it, while ignoring 10,000 other things I say which I actually mean. So if you lie, we're just supposed to ignore it, are you? Okay. Yeah, it's just go to this page and have a look at all of the horrific things that he has said. It's Flat Earth Aussie Jesus for you guys. NASA Security Force of $5 says, Ross is going to make me have a drink. He's getting a free education from somebody he should pay to hear the lecture. Tony is nice to give his time. Yeah, Tony doesn't need to do that. Wow. The sun needs to bugger off on the back. Shut that curtain a minute, because that sun's right in my eyes. That's better. I can see now. Erica Pelding says, what kind of work does Ross do? I believe his full-time job is giving hand jobs in local gas stations. Although, I say job, I think that's more of his hobby, to be fair. So, I'm not sure. Tori Hanzo says, what's your poison keeping you awake this long? Well, I've had one coffee. But I guess the tears of flat earthers, mainly? I'm not sure. And my wife will be bringing me some Red Bull soon after she takes my daughter to school.
I presented several experiments confirming this. I can present 24 more if you're interested in those.
You showed me
I can present. There are I'm in the middle of talking, Ross.
Oh yeah, but Tony, you're being really rude because the middle of your sentence interrupted the beginning of his. Don't you think you should, like, you know, that's a bit out of order, to be fair. Guys, the timer, 2 hours and 5 minutes. I get to go to bed in 2 hours.
So again, gravimetric results are used every day in mineral exploration.
Ian Scott Johnson says, how's the new house, Craig? Still in our magnificent Scotland? Yes, I am now in Kirkcaldy, and I fucking love it. This house is amazing. Where I live is amazing. My neighbours are amazing. I am very, very, very happy here. My mental health has been fixed.
We can see
They're detecting density.
No, they're not. They're detecting. Well, how does density affect what's happening in the instrument? What magical force is density providing from a remote distance that is affecting what happens inside the instrument?
Okay, you're either detecting rock or you're detecting liquid minerals.
But how? How am I detecting it? What influence is that having?
I don't know. I don't know how a gravimeter works. All I'm saying
I don't know how a gravimeter works. That's literally what he just said.
That's what they're detecting, is a difference in the density of the material.
How, though?
Except that
the different density will give a different gravitational acceleration. So in a way, I suppose you're almost kind of, sort of, not really, but kind of maybe almost correct.
we can demonstrate that the mass of a kid over a gravimeter has an effect on the gravimeter.
A kid?
Right? Yes, a kid. You weren't paying attention during my presentation?
No. Tony. Of course he fucking wasn't. 2 hours.
Okay,
no, it was a bit boring.
Okay, well, it was the third slide that I presented, so well done.
No, I didn't pay attention to the intro you brought to this debate because I just waiting for my turn to talk whilst getting drunk at 11 in the morning.
And if you were less of a dick, I might represent it. But now you're just going to have to wander on in ignorance because I presented this evidence.
Well,
you ignored it.
Your strongest argument.
I beg your pardon?
Your ad hom is definitely your strongest argument.
It's not an ad hom, mate.
Beckman Messenger.
It's not an ad hom.
Mass attacks mass in
another moron that thinks insulting you is an ad hom. No, there's a difference between an insult and an ad hom. NASA Security Force became a member. Thank you very much, my friend. That adds another 3 minutes to the stream. So do it. Yes, it added 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Ashton Richards says, to be fair to Iron Horse, he started getting drunk 3 days ago.
Surveying.
Yes.
Can you tell me how in surveying mass attracts mass?
There is a phenomenon called vertical deflection or deflection of the vertical. Again, I presented this in my presentation as well. We've known about deflection of the vertical for more than 200. I'm still speaking. We've known about vertical deflection for more than 250 years. The Schahalian experiment, for instance, is an example of vertical deflection. The plumb bob deflected.
NASA Security Force also gifted a membership, adding another 3 to the timer. Thank you very much.
Towards the mountain, regardless of which side of the mountain it was on.
Yeah. I'd definitely like to ask you about that, because if Earth's mass is like 1 billion trillion times bigger than that little mountain, how does that work?
Well, you'll notice that it wasn't
little force deflect little bit, right? let's say this is the mountain, right? And below me is the earth. It's mostly like that, but it's going to be a little bit like that. I mean, that's exaggerated a lot. So it's still going to be pointing downwards mostly, but a little deflection towards the mountain. Ross, the concept of multiple forces is something that is really hard for you to understand. And that is probably due to some kind of, you know, brain damage, mental deficiency, lead poison. I'm not really sure. You're very old. It could be just, you know, your mental faculties. Wait, what? What do you mean he's only 9 years older than me? What? Are you sure? 9? Well, I've just been told by my producers that Ross, in fact, isn't very old. He's 51. I'm 42 in a couple of months, so he's only 9 years older than me. I'm not going to look at that in 9 years, am I? He looks like he's nearly dead. Yes, 42. Yeah, NASA security force, that's what I didn't believe it either, but he is only 51. He is only 9 years older than me.
Pointing sideways, there was a very small deflection towards the mountain because, as you say, Earth is bigger. Yes, it was small, but it was detectable. That's why we use very sensitive measuring techniques, and that's why we do very careful analysis, is because we're detecting things that are very difficult to detect.
And when was this experiment done? And what instrument did they use?
Well, they used plumb bobs and, well, they used a variety of instruments. They used plumb bobs, they used extensive surveying, they used...
He's like, sounds like a fucking Minecraft villager. Have you guys seen the Minecraft movie yet? Actually really fucking good.
They used an azimuthal sector. You might want to stop talking while I'm answering your question. And it was done in the 18th century.
Okay, so people back in the 18th century, so that's the 1700s, using plumb bobs, measured a gravitational pull of a mountain that was greater than the Earth's.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
No, Ross. The mountain's gravitational pull was not greater than the Earth's. It was smaller, but still there, enough to cause a slight deflection. NASA Security Force has gifted another membership. Thank you very much, my friend. That means another 3 minutes. Boom. You're not going to let it go below 2, are you? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's so. I've added the 1, 2, 3 that you've given, yes. Emma. One sec. Morning. You right? Riker, come here. Riker, come. Come on. Come say hello. Up. It's my puppy. Riker, come. There you go. It's a good boy. Who's a good boy, eh? I'm gonna see if my daughter's up, see if she wants to come and say hello. because she said what she wanted to be on the stream. Riker, up. Who's a good pup, eh? Is Violet up yet? Violet, do you want to come and say hello to the stream? Are you not out of bed yet? Come say hello. Would you believe that she's 11? Riker wants to come in. Riker.
Riker, up. Riker, up.
Let him out. Alright. She's 12 soon, and look how bloody big she is. Apparently, I should stop feeding her because she just keeps getting bigger. No more food for you, alright? Yeah. You have a good day at school, okay? I love you, honey. Bye. Bye. Oh, they're just getting up, man. Haven't been to bed yet. The Copium Emporium. I just missed that. Gifted 10 memberships. We know what that means. 5, 4, 3, 2, bink. 2 hours 32 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, she was visiting Dad in his dungeon. Copium Emporium, thank you very much, my friend. That is incredibly generous. That means we are 203 new members so far on this stream. 8 hours and 40 minutes in. 2 hours and 32 left on the timer. You guys are fucking incredible. I do need a quick Riley break. So, as I take a Riley break, wait, is it the other one? Oh, bloody hell, sorry. Oh my God. I'll go back to quite far to find this one now. There we go.
What is a...
Right. Back in 2 minutes.
Full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a ferrocell cell image of a magnet.
I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, just like the center of a ferrocell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. You start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh, shucks, ain't that so? That's how moon phases work, fam. Pass the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies. Centripetal convergence pulls. defying all science. Etheric whispers sing, light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing 'em round, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, 'cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yo, belly on up to the Wixit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrettes? Behind the Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back.
Right, guys, how are we doing? Thank you very much. 250 of you watching. We've got 2 hours and 30 minutes left on the stream that has been going for nearly 9 hours. So much for going to bed at 10:30. We don't need to watch Take On Me. I will get copyrighted for that.
Yes,
I said, no, it isn't. What I said was they detected the gravitational pull in addition.
Morning, Dave McKeegan. How you doing, my friend? Lovely to see you. Dave McKeegan has been sending me skulls in the mail. He's very unhappy that I dragged him into the flat Earth. And yeah, if you could stop sending me the, all that stuff, Dave, I mean, I'm sorry. All right, dude. Just because I killed your clone, or maybe you're the clone and I killed the original you.
To the gravitational pull of the Earth. Nobody said that the gravitational pull of the mountain was bigger than the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Matt Hook says you're a glutton for punishment. We're going for the record length again. How do I get a spanner in a blue name? I'll be adjusting all the spanners at the beginning of the month, as I do at the beginning of each month. So maybe I'll add you for one. But if you want to get a green name, then the best way is to become a member.
That's just you lying about what I said.
Yes, I did. No, the Earth would always pull it straight down. It would never attract towards the mountain whatsoever.
Well, the results of the experiment.
The Earth does pull it straight down, but the mountain causes it to deflect a little. How is this hard to understand? Oh yeah, you're a flat earther, and all flat earthers are fucking idiots. Ding.
Experiment prove you wrong.
Magnetic forces. Well, okay, so you just disproved gravity.
No.
A tiny mountain compared to the size of the Earth is stronger than the Earth.
No!
No, that's at no stage what I said. You're just
Tony, how are you not having an aneurysm? Like, I would have been crying at him. Sorry, one sec. Real life stuff.
You're just misrepresenting what I said and attacking that instead of responding to what I said. What I said was they detected a lateral acceleration much smaller than the acceleration due to Earth, but detectable towards the mountain, regardless of where the plumb bob was around the mountain. So they moved the plumb bob to various locations, and wherever they moved it to, they were able to detect that it was deflected slightly towards the mountain. At no stage in my description did I say that the acceleration due to the mountain is larger or indeed comparable to the...
Yeah, Dave, I will get, if you'd like to pop on and say hello. One sec, I will set up Zoom. Pardon me. Dave, my old mucker, I will chuck you a Discord link, a Zoom link on Discord. Oh, I need to sort out some of them panels. They've moved around a bit. But yeah, flat earthers are lazy, you're right.
The acceleration due to Earth.
So, acceleration. Can you explain what's accelerating?
The plumb bob.
But it's on a string, isn't it? Standing still.
Yes, that can but that's just because the accelerations even out. There is an acceleration due to the material strength of the string, and there's an acceleration due to the mountain, and there's an acceleration due to the rest of the Earth. Again, object permanence, Ross. Object permanence. Just because an object is stationary does not mean that there are not multiple forces acting on it. When a plane reaches its maximum altitude, that does not mean that gravity has gone away or that its lift has gone away. The lift and the gravity are in equilibrium. They are equal and opposite to one another. Therefore, the plane flies at an even altitude.
Tony,
same with the plumb bob.
You're doing incredible. I couldn't. Ross is one of the most infuriating people in the world to talk to. And later on, if I'm still going, I'm going to go over my very first debate with Ross. Dave's going to come in and hopefully he'll bring Rusty.
The plumb bob is subject to multiple forces. It's multiple accelerations that end up cancelling one another out. That does not mean that the accelerations don't exist.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It means they don't exist because they've cancelled each other out. There is no.
No, it means that there's no net acceleration. Ross, if you're sitting on a chair, there is a downward acceleration into the chair, and there is an upward acceleration from the chair. You're not moving.
Right.
Does that mean that either of those accelerations has gone away?
That is absolutely rubbish. I'm sitting on a chair. As Newton said, an object at rest remains at rest unless another force acts upon it. Acceleration is a change of speed. I think you are literally insane.
I have just turned on my accelerometer, right? It's not moving, right? What's it measuring? 9.8 meters per second squared. If I go down, during that time I went down, the acceleration measures less. See? If I move up, the acceleration will measure more. See? But it's not moving, Ross. This is not moving right now. Yet it says 9.8 meters per second squared. Where's that measurement coming from?
That's what I started saying in my opening statement, is that anybody that believes an object at rest is accelerating is insane. And you're insane.
I didn't
think that
say
I'm accelerating both upwards and downwards at the same time when I'm at rest.
Ashton Richard says, Ross only knows about ladyboys and smelly beards. Well, I've no evidence that his Thai bride is a ladyboy, but she's certainly not real. Oh, a Dave McKeegan joins. Well, hello, sir. Well, I mean, people are a bit disappointed. Where's Rusty? They don't care about you, Dave. Come on. There we go. Rusty Cam. Oh, he is gorgeous. So, turns out I'm getting another dog. No, just the skulls and stuff from you. I'm sorry about the flat Earth. Okay. No, I'm not at all. But my brother-in-law is in the army. He's in the intelligence corps, and he's being posted over to Washington D.C. And they can't take their dog with them, a Hungarian Vishnu. So I'll be getting a very, very boisterous bitch called Esther. Yes, Hungarian Vishnus are known to have extremely high energy, which is, I mean, I'm hoping that's a good thing, because Riker, you know, is constantly on the go and constantly wanting people to play with him and stuff. Oh, have I not put Dave on his audio up? That's me being dumb. There we go. They'll be able to hear you now.
Oh! Usually it's me with the audio fuck-ups.
Yeah. How you doing anyway? What are you up at this stupid time in the morning for?
Up in the gym.
Good man. I would be going to the gym now, but I'm doing this instead.
Well, that's your own fault.
What'd you do at the gym today?
They call 1,000 rep Wednesday, so you pair up and you do like 500 reps of... There's 10 exercises, you have to do 50 of each exercise each. So total's 1,000.
Just no.
Says the guy who's live streaming and doing push-ups at the same, doing press-ups at the same time.
Yeah, true. I do my arms and chest on a Monday, back and shoulders on a Tuesday, core and leg on a Wednesday, and then arms and chest and back and shoulder again.
Oh no, like the sessions that I do, they're just like a mix of everything every day. So
nah, too much moving around. I just want to pick up heavy things and put them down.
Fair enough.
Oh,
just testing gravity out.
Yeah. People have been asking me, when's your next debate, Dave?
Well, I mean, it's not so much a debate, but Jaren and I are going to be having our little chat about the moon landings on Friday.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I think that now he's got those conspiracy blinkers off, that it'd be quite easy to convince him.
I think so. He's given me a list of points of it's kind of like I wanted to do this way rather than just a debate where we both turn up and say kind of here's all my standpoint and then here's all my standpoint.
Yeah.
I wanted to just be like, give me what points you think don't fit and I'll prepare something to address them specifically. So he's given me a list, and I think I've got all the points nailed down pretty well. So, yeah, I think
what are his main objections?
So the main one he's been pushing for a while was things related to the rover footage, the apparent lack of footage from whilst they were driving the rover. The parallax of the mountains in the distance, the movement of the spacecrafts when they're in lunar orbit, and then he's had other people send him stuff as well. So I don't know which points are specifically his and which are other people's points, but someone sent him a big long video where they think that the sun in some of the photos debunks the landings, which it doesn't. So
no. Well, he's certainly seeming more reasonable lately and more open to listening to things. Like he's completely, instantly he's like, okay, well, gravity's right. And that was one of his big contentions for one of the things we talked about quite a lot was how he just didn't, if the Earth's flat, then gravity's just nonsense. How can gravity hold water to a ball and everything? But as soon as he agreed that Earth's a globe, then it's like, well, gravity has to be right. So he does seem to be more open to the mainstream ideas. Are you going to discuss the Grand Prix with him? Because that's always my favourite proof.
Well, to some extent, I think I'll highlight it. I found another couple of examples of ones because he's arguing things like, could it not be in a vacuum chamber or other stuff. So I found other examples that I think highlight the low gravity a lot better than sort of The dust one's good, but you kind of have to do a proper analysis of the dust.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's really kind of his strong suit. I think it's more something that's just instinctively visual. So
when
I
is
found
this,
some
when you're talking to him?
Friday night my time.
That's going to be a good one.
Mm.
Witsit's popped his head back up.
Yeah, not really touching flat Earth though, is he?
Oh no, of course not. He's running away from flat Earth. He's just trying to be political, which he's worse at than flat Earth. To be fair, it's quite hilarious. He's somehow nearly managed to raise his fund for the fact his wife kicked him out.
Oh, I don't know what the fund's for. It's all speculation, but I'm impressed that. I'm impressed he's managed. I'm impressed that people have managed to give him that much money on no information.
Yeah,
it's just to turn around and say, "Oh, it's an emergency." Like, I'd constitute being stressed and needing a holiday as an emergency in the right fucking circumstances.
Exactly, and you know what? If he wanted that 10 grand really badly, then why didn't he do something like what I'm doing now, right? Why not do a big stream and be like, this stream is to fund the fact that I need this money. The whole just straight up asking for it when he's not really done anything to deserve it, especially after the final experiment, it just irks me a little bit.
I mean, I think the thing for me is like, it's not even so much because, I don't know what the circumstances are, and loads of people find themselves in difficult situations at times where, you've got to turn around and say, if somebody can help, that would be much appreciated.
Especially when you spit in your wife's face and, those are going to cause certain emergencies that you need money for, definitely.
I think it's just more the courtesy of, of saying, this is what's going on. So, if I'm going to turn around and publicly ask people to give me money, you think I'd at least have the courtesy of explaining why, rather than just saying, I'm having a personal emergency that I'm not willing to disclose. Send me money, please.
He said that he could give the details in DM, as Steel City JW points out, but I doubt he would tell me. Hey, Witsit, it's Craig. What issues are you having? What do you mean, fuck off?
Yeah. What's the emergency? My grift's ending.
Yeah. Flat Earth's dead and I don't know what to do about it. I'm never going to get over the fact that he told me that I'm not invited to the thing that I was currently at. That's just one of my favourite things ever. That's why you're not invited to these things. I'm here.
My one for me is always going to be when he started arguing that flat Earth's a psyop to stop people from discussing geocentrism, whilst he's on a fucking trip trying to prove the Earth's flat.
But was that him admitting that the Earth isn't flat?
I think that was him. I think he's just... I'm almost at a point he's just so anti-authoritarian that he's just... The Earth cannot be a globe in a vacuum. It has to... the Earth cannot be... It can't be the heliocentric model. It has to be something else, but he kind of keeps forgetting what one he's meant to be sticking to.
Yeah. It is quite funny when you watch him do debates and stuff. Like his last debate against Professor Dave, he argued against the flat Earth a whole bunch. I'm like, I was writing a script for video for it. I'm like, are you forgetting that you're a flat earther? You're debunking the flat Earth. Yeah, these things work in geocentrism, but they mean the Earth's not flat.
That was why as soon as he said it, and I'm like, am I just sleep deprived here? Have I misunderstood? Because to me it sounds like he's just argued the Earth's not flat, it's just a fake argument because he thinks it's a geocentric globe. And I'm like, do you mean it's the geocentric model on a flat Earth or geocentric with a globe? Just to make sure for clarification, he's like, geocentric with a globe. I'm like, why are you here arguing the Earth's flat? Why are you saying there's no curvature?
Wait, so he's saying that the flat Earth is a psyop to hide the geocentric globe, which he follows, but What?
Yeah. That was, he was arguing the toss and saying that whenever he's tried bringing up geocentrism in a debate, the people always drag it back to flat Earth because they don't want to talk geocentrism. So
yeah, because the debates are usually about flat Earth and not geocentrism, and you bring up geocentrism instead of flat Earth.
Yeah, but then if it's a case of you can't have a debate saying one debate saying the Earth's flat and then one debate saying the Earth's a geocentric globe. You know, yeah. So I think he wants to argue about something, but can't decide
so
what.
If he thinks the Earth is geocentric and but a globe, and flat Earth was just a psyop, that means he fell for the psyop.
Yeah. And he was on a trip arguing that there's no curvature.
Dave, how is it possible that he appears to be stupider every time that I find something out about him? Like, were you guys like worried for his like health and safety in Antarctica? Like, did someone actually have their eye on him the whole time? Because, you know, I'm surprised he was in the most hostile environment on Earth, and he survived. And, you know, I can't believe that's down to his own competence. Did you like have a rota? Do you guys take it in turns to make sure he wasn't like chewing his own arm off or something?
No, I was just like, every now and again, I'd just pop in the shed. I'm like, oh, he's still asleep under the table. Okay.
Is that what he was doing? Just sleeping under the table?
Well, for the most part, from when we were at halfway camp, for the most part, the only times I saw him, he was either asleep under a table or outside on a Discord call. or under the table on a Discord call and then fell asleep on the Discord call.
So, like, just to be clear, he got an all expenses paid trip to a place that hardly anyone has ever been in humanity, and when he was there, he just slept.
Yeah, for a large portion, I think.
I still wished I'd been there when he was like, I'm just gonna go to the gyro compass shop. Like, he literally thought that he could just walk into any army surplus store and just buy a gyro compass. The stupidity is staggering.
The funniest for me was when him and Jaren, so we'd had to go up to the ALE office to get checked in. So they took all our cases, we walked up. Jaren had to go back and pick something up. So Austin went and waited for him. So everyone else left and were like, they'll catch up. The driver went back to pick up the last few pieces, turns up at the office with just Jaren, and we're like, where's Austin? And Jaren said, oh, we called an Uber, and then the driver came back, and then the Uber turned up at the exact same time. So I came with the driver, and Austin went with the Uber. I'm like, why didn't he just cancel the Uber? I don't know, he's taking the Uber. Like, does he know where the office actually is? No. So he's just got in a car. So he couldn't tell the Uber driver
where to go. Where you sit? Where do you got to go? To the ALE office? Where's that? I don't know. Steel City JW is like, your finest of gyro compasses, good sir. Dave, I literally couldn't believe that he did a stream like the day before he left, trying to get money to like buy equipment. To go.
I didn't even see it.
I just don't understand how you could be so unprepared for it, knowing that this is coming up, having it all paid for you and everything. And just literally having nothing prepared. Not even knowing how much luggage you're allowed to take. Not knowing if you can buy a gyro compass. I mean,
the luggage stuff was, I say, a little confusing. We knew that we could take 25 kilos think it was 25 kilos, on the flight to Antarctica. That much was already quoted, at least that much. But there was some confusion, there was ambiguity within the wording, because we'd all had a Zoom call together a couple of weeks beforehand, and the topic got brought up, and I said, from how I was reading the ALE brochure, it sounds like they're saying you can take as many bags as you want, as long as no individual bag is more than 25 kilos. And Austin turned around and said, no, the total limit's 25 kilos. Any more, you get charged for it. I'm like, right, okay. I said, well, I'm probably going to go.
Austin's wrong, really, is the best way to go.
Well, I just said, that may be the case. I said, but I'll fucking pay the extra if I need to anyway, because you know, I don't give a shit. I knew my luggage, because I'd upgraded my seat, because I'd upgraded my flight from the UK to Chile, I had like 50 kilos of luggage allowance.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons was because I knew I had a load of gear to take with me. So I just said, you know, if I need to, I don't know what I'm going to need to take until I get to Chile and work everything out. So I'd rather have it and have to leave it behind in Chile than get to Chile and think, shit, I should have brought that with me. But then, yeah, we didn't know anything else until we were in Punta Arenas, and then I spoke to Carty, the ALE rep who was helping us out. I said, what's the deal with the luggage allowance? How much are we allowed? And she was like, oh, I'll have to check. And then she went away and said, it's supposed to be 25 kilos, but because me and Jonathan had so much camera gear and stuff to take with us, and because there was no one else going to be on the flight, they upped the allowance for us. So we didn't know any about the extra allowance until we were already in Chile, and then we come back and Austin's crying like, oh, they kept it all a secret. It's like, we didn't even fucking know.
I mean, he could have just asked these questions to people, you know, but I just don't think he did. I just generally don't think he even thought about the trip until a couple of days before. And this isn't like you're just getting a flight across America to go to a conference. This is fucking going to Antarctica. Like, I genuinely am surprised that he managed to survive. Like, talk me through a conversation that you and him had whilst there.
Oh, well, every conversation that he and I had was basically just drifted into fucking debate.
So he was just trying to debate you constantly?
He came up to me at one point. Yeah, everything just seemed to be like he was gunning for an argument. We were in the reception at the hotel after we'd been to Antarctica, and I think it was after he'd found out that I think it was basically Jaren by that point had already said, you know, the Earth's got to be a globe, and you could kind of see, I noticed he was sort of constantly around Jaren, like trying to almost coax him back to flat Earth. And then he come up to me at one point, he's like, Dave, it's like, dark matter's bollocks, isn't it? I'm like, I said, I don't know, I've not really looked into it. He's like, yeah, but it's just fucking rubbish, isn't it? It's just, you know, they've got to make it up to fit the narrative. I said, I don't know, I've not looked into it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. But come on, it is bollocks, isn't it? I'm like, I've not looked into it, Austin. I said, I'm going, like, I'll just work my way through everything. And, you know, that's kind of advances the reason that you're drifting into theoretical physics here is because it's all fucking theoretical. I don't know. And you could just see he was, like, wanting me to just say, it's bollocks. I'm like, I don't know. I've not looked into it.
Please argue with me.
Yeah, just give me something. He did it in the halfway point, though. So I think I talked about it when it was on Toon's Midnight stream. Like, after we'd got set up and then we're just in the hut, and he'd come up to me. We're all in this kind of fairly small hut, and he just turned around, like, out the blue. He said, oh, Dave, you're from the UK, aren't you? I was like, yeah. You know, thinking it was just going to be some sort of, like, you know, like there was something related, like he'd been there or whatever, and he wanted to chat about something. I'm like, yeah. And he said, and then he made some dig, Clay, like, about free speech, trying to suggest that we don't have free speech and the Americans do. And I'm like, what the fuck? So, yeah, I was like, I said, we've got free speech, Austin. I said, don't worry, mate. I said, us Brits aren't going to arrest you for talking bollocks in front of Mount Rushmore. And then I just walked out because I was going out to check on the camera anyway. And you could just see he was like,
Yeah. I've got free speech. What were you arrested for? Saying stupid stuff about Mount Rushmore. Yeah, dude. Good fucking job. Oh my god.
But yeah, every conversation just seemed to be him like wanting to have an argument about something. So there weren't many conversations that we were having.
No, I assume you would have been avoiding him at most times.
Yeah, I think the only time I remember instigating a conversation with him, which was probably against my better judgment, was him and Jaren were stood at the bar, and I went up as well, and he's got his phone out and he's got, look, it's all CGI, isn't it? It's all CGI. And I looked over and he's looking at pictures of the globe, but from above Antarctica. So sort of centered on Antarctica, and he's like, look, it's all CGI, it's all CGI. Well, you know, why haven't they got actual pictures like this? Why do they have to be CGI? Why can't they be actual pictures? And I just went, maybe because what's the point?
Yeah. He's getting fucking...
And he was like, what do you mean? I said, look at the picture. I said, to get a satellite to be able to see that, you've got to be at geocentric distances. But so like 22,000 miles away. But that orbit works best over the equator, not in a fucking polar orbit. And he's like, yeah, but, you know, wouldn't you want to see pictures of Antarctica? I was like, I've just fucking seen Antarctica. You can go and see. He's like, yeah, but you know, come on. Before you went here, you know, you'd want to see pictures. I'm like, yeah, I'd want to see pictures, but I would not want to pay millions of pounds to put a fucking satellite over it to see the pictures.
But also, you know, there is pictures of Antarctica from space. They're not all CGI. You know,
I did. Yeah, I was pointing that out to him. I was like, you do know there are satellites in polar orbit that are getting pictures of Antarctica. He's like, so why are they like this? It's like, because they're in low Earth orbit. Because what's the point having a satellite looking at Antarctica from 22,000 miles away?
Tori Hanzo's gifted 5 memberships, adding another 15 minutes back to the timer. They do not want it to go below 2 hours. Artful Dodger for $2 says, in Washington for intelligence work. The irony, I know. Christian Hoge, been a member for 11 months, says, I'm FTFE and I'm going to increase my timer for 10 hours for not letting Toon rightfully win top left. Look, we all know that Toon won top left, but Toon decided that he didn't because he has that power.
No, it's meant to be joint. You were meant to stand up for it. You neglected it.
NASA Security Force, $5. If not for modern science in the grand scheme, Witsit would have been selected against. Thanks, science. You should have let it run its course.
You had the power to get Toon to be top left, and you fucking bottled it, you sheep.
No, I kept saying it, but he just ignored me. And, you know, he's scary, man. He's like 9 foot tall. Have you seen him?
Yeah, I've met him.
Yeah, you're in Antarctica with him. Damn it. So, spending that amount of time with Witsit must have been challenging, even if you weren't around him all of the time. But the question I've always wanted to ask is, what was your feeling about Jaren towards Witsit? Because I imagine that that Jaren would have been getting a bit annoyed with Witsit.
Yeah, I think you could kind of see. I can't remember the exact point, the exact moment, but I do remember having a conversation with Jaren where he said, like, him and I were chatting, and I think Austin was sort of harping in and bits and pieces, and then Austin left, and Jaren made some remark about how the fact that Austin can get very argumentative. So I think he recognizes, he knows that Austin was sort of, a lot of the time, was just gunning for a fight rather than actually wanting to discuss things, whereas Jaren did want to discuss things and was
because Jaren actually
happy
wants to learn, whereas Witsit just wants to be right. That's the difference, right? The debating Witsit, it was always kind of pointless because he didn't care about what you said. He just wanted to be right. Right? You could go for a big old explanation with him, and he wouldn't listen, and then he would just repeat the same thing again and say that you don't understand, bro, and he's right. Regardless of what all the scientists say, all the fucking experiments and everything throughout time, doesn't matter. He's the one that's right.
Yep.
And that, I think that's ego. Which is why I enjoyed so much looking at him in New Jersey, the table for a VIP that he was at with nobody sitting with him, because that couldn't have been good for his ego.
No.
When the fact that he only had people sitting at his table when me and like my people went and sat with him.
Yeah.
What
if you
you got
can't win,
the...
sulk.
Yeah, exactly. What you got planned for the day?
I'm just at the moment trying to. I'm basically using your stream as a bit of a guinea pig here. I'm trying to work something out on streaming in preparation for Friday. Yeah. Well, it's fun for everyone here to just sort of torture you with membership gifting. I need to get some practical use out here as well.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. Talking about that, we've been streaming for 9 hours and 25 minutes. The timer started at 45 minutes. 9 hours and 25 minutes in, it's at 2 hours and 7 minutes. Dave, is that how time works?
Apparently so. It's fucking magic.
Yeah. There's something to do with relativity, time dilation or something, I'm sure. Maybe I'm traveling faster than the rest of everyone. I don't know.
Or, I don't know, relative time disequilibrium.
Do you think Witsit will ever touch Flat Earth again?
No. I think I don't know if he was hoping for somebody to be able to come up with a viable explanation for Antarctica, but I think he knows that he can't. He's not going to be able to go into any discussion about flat Earth, because he knows instantly the conversation will just get dragged to, you saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. How the fuck does that work on a flat Earth? And he can't go, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he measured it with his eyes, remember, though? And it wasn't where the globe said it should be. Mark F became a member. Thank you. Welcome to Destroyers. That means we have to add another 3 minutes to the timer. It's never going to go below 2, is it?
No.
I'm going to be streaming for the rest of my life, aren't I? Look, guys, I'll go on holiday in like a month. I don't know if I could be able to stream on the plane and like on the way. I guess you'll have to go with my place, Dave. I'll just have to stay streaming. It's just
leave the stream running with an empty chair.
Well, my sister-in-law will be house sitting, so you could just go for me. It's a 5-star all-inclusive resort for 8 days. It'd be fine.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. I'm sure my missus won't have an issue with that.
Oh, I'm getting suspected spam calls, and I feel like answering them and just screwing with them on stream.
Yeah, I get them all the time. I'm just like, if it's not a number I don't know, I don't answer it. I'm like, if it's important, and if the call's important enough, you'll leave me a message. Otherwise,
yeah. Who fucking phones people these days?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Send me a message, you moron. That's just weird. When someone leaves you a voicemail, like, do you just sigh as well? You're like, oh, for God's sakes, can't you just text me? WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger. I don't want to listen to a voicemail. Morocco says, I was here in 2025 when the stream started. The year is 2035. Craig is still streaming. They also say that, Dave, you need to make your own channel and just leave Rusty's channel alone. They're kind of fed up that you're just like running off the back of Rusty's fame here.
I haven't got fucking time for doing 2 channels though.
Well, you're not doing this channel. It's Rusty's channel.
Yeah, okay, but well, all right, but currently that's. Oh shit, wrong one.
It's Rusty's channel. He's like, Dave McKeegan, Dave McKeegan.
Where's for fuck's sake? I know what I've done. Hang on.
Did you break it?
Yeah, I broke it. I know why. It's okay. I was because I've currently got OBS running, and the Rusty cam's linked to OBS, so it won't let me switch the camera.
Got someone called Neebs. Let me in, cool. I don't have time to pander in chat. Add me to cool. Are you a Flurf? Are you Flurf? If you are Flurf, then all you need to do is send me an email and you are welcome to join the stream. Please add me to cool. He's getting quite desperate. Neebs, are you a flat earther? And if so, just email me. Will Duffy has really caused the flat earth to be distilled to stupid, hasn't it? There's not much left.
No.
Is Dell still going? I haven't checked in on Dell for a while.
I've no idea.
I've forgotten he existed.
Is he silly? No.
No. Beyond the imaginary curve. Last stream was 2 months ago. Ooh. Dell's vanished. I think the final experiment has destroyed him. What do you think of the Catzoid?
Who?
Well, Creality.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, I forgot he doesn't exist. And then the other day he had a fucking what was it? Coffee morning with Flats. I'm like, who the fuck? I thought he disappeared. I thought he'd gone. Oh no, he's back.
He can't stay away from Flat Earth because he's too dumb.
Yeah.
But most of the big people have gone from Flat Earth. That when you think who's left, that's like big in the scene. It's Nathan Oakley, who gets less than 1,000 views a day. It's Facatzoid, who gets about the same, and then it's the people on Facatzoid's panel. And apart from that, Mark Sargent, who's left, who still needs his name on his T-shirt in case he forgets what his name is.
Yeah. Have you listened to any of fucking Oakley's streams recently?
I tried, but they're boring as fuck.
It's so fucking funny. Like they never discuss like anytime somebody asks a question, when he goes into the Discord servers and someone asks a question about flat Earth or about how something works on a flat Earth, the only response is Earth's measured flat. Don't need to answer it. Earth's measured flat, even though it's fucking not.
Except it's not.
Like somebody asked him the other day about, was it the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in
Burj Khalifa,
where the hell it is, and somebody said to him, "You can go to the bottom of the Burj Khalifa. You can watch the sun set. The moment the sun sets, you can go inside. You can go up in a lift to whatever it is, 800. Is it 800 meters or 800 feet? Whatever."
Yeah, 800 meters seems a bit high, but maybe, I'm not sure.
I thought that, but then 800 feet seems a bit low.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it is, somebody, you can go up to whatever height it is, and you can watch the sunset again. Kind of good question. How do you explain that on a flat Earth, that discrepancy? To which Oakley was like, sorry, could you just give me that again? How high is it? So he gives it the height of the building again. He said, "Oh, well, you'll need a flat Earth to measure height, so therefore Earth's measured flat." For fuck's sake. No, what that basically means is can't explain the actual observation, so let's just parrot the same bullshit.
Yeah. Like if you ask him how Earth is measured flat, his answer is going to be, well, you need a flat baseline for a triangle.
Yeah.
Like, but
yeah,
that's not how that works.
He can't. I love the fact he can't grasp, or his audience can't grasp the fact that they keep referring to me as triangles. They cannot spot the fucking irony in their argument. It's like, I brought up triangles to show that with a flat baseline, you can use trigonometry to measure the height of something.
Yeah.
And then he says, therefore, Earth's measured flat because you need a flat baseline. But then when you ask him how high the things are, I can't tell you that because it don't work.
We don't have a model. We don't make predictions. But we measure the Earth flat with the tools that you use to measure the Earth curved. Yeah. I'm thinking of popping in there later and harassing him. I might turn on my voice changer and just pretend to be an old lady or something. Oh, Rusty tired.
That's why, right? That is why I need to run this channel, because that is the amount of effort he puts into it.
Yeah, but that's going to get lots of views.
Yeah, but...
Like, let's give people the choice. That or Nathan Oakley. Everyone's going to choose that.
I think people would choose my arse over Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, I think people would choose cheese grating their own nipples over Nathan Oakley, frankly. Or Uncle Fester, as he likes to be called recently. I'm assuming he likes to be called that because he's dressing up as him. I'm not sure why.
He's have you heard him? He keeps talking about his flat Earth book.
He's got a flat Earth book.
He's working on a book.
He can't write.
And I've heard him mention it a few times that he's working on this book. Because I don't listen to his streams too often. I tend to I play a little game, which is just when he's streaming or pick a stream and then just like jump to a random timestamp and listen for 30 seconds, and then jump to another timestamp and listen for 30 seconds, and there's never anything of interest. But half the time these days he's talking about fucking microphones.
Yeah.
And then
I found out why that is, by the way, because someone sent me the details of his eBay account where he's selling all of his microphones.
Oh yeah, I found that as well.
Yeah.
It was quite funny. Somebody it just so happened that he was streaming and I had the stream picked the stream up, and he was talking about he just sold some Neil Diamond microphone on eBay. So I'm like, eBay, Neil Diamond microphone. Oh look, I recognise that fucking soundproofing in the background.
Neebs wants to come on, but Neebs, you said you're not a flat earther. There's no point you coming on unless you're a flat earther I can laugh at. I mean, have a debate with. No, laugh at. That was right. The first one was right. Yeah. Neebs, if you're a flat earther, then send me an email. fighttheflatearth@gmail.com. If you're not a flat earther, then there's no point you coming on. Terry, I reset a lot of the moderators. You can definitely have yours back. Yes. Oakley's is just, I go in there and he's just going to ban me within like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I do keep contemplating sometimes. I'm like, should I just go in and really fucking piss him off?
It just piss him off if we go in there, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He just want to shout over us, and as soon as we try to say anything, he's just going to mute us and then kick us out. And then say, I've destroyed you with a fallacy.
I'm going to piss him off even more, though, because I'm going to do a video instead. Tackle it. Because all I hear from him these days is Earth's measured flat. That's the only thing he's got is...
Thank you. Love ya.
Only thing he's got is Earth's measured flat. You can't get elevation angles from a curved baseline. That's his other one, isn't it? So, and I get loads of people coming in and commenting on my videos, parroting the same shit that they've heard from him, where they go, Earth can't be a globe because it's measured flat. So I'm like, all I need to do is rip apart this argument of the Earth has to be flat to be measured, and he's got nothing left.
So, does he just think you can't measure a curve at all?
I think he's confused for the fact that because he can't measure it, then he thinks everyone else can't measure it. So, yeah, I'm going to do a little video where I'm going to point out for all his claims of you can't get an angle to a curved surface. I'm going to ask, has he ever fucking played snooker or pool? Because, or seen curling, or any of the other sports that involve round objects bashing into round objects and people needing to work out precisely where those objects are going to travel, and how the fuck do you do that without angles?
Yeah, the angles between them. Like, one of my favourite games on the Mega Drive was a snooker game. And I remember it would show you the angles and tell you what the angle was. I'm like, okay. He thinks you can only have an angle on a flat surface, and that blows my mind.
Yeah, which means in his mind, all snooker balls would have to be cubes.
Oh man, yeah, it's he's literally all that's left now. So, I just don't know what to do because there's no debates anymore. You have to find someone else to bring on and debate a lot. I have to get the moon landing deniers some more.
Yeah.
Ashton, I don't have the clips anymore of Oakley staying that because I lost it all on my old hard drive. Oh, go away, spam.
You need to fix your brightness, Craig. You look like a freaking ghost.
I know. I'm not used to having this setup in the day. I've got my there's a window right behind me, and I didn't think about the fact that when it's not nighttime, there'd be sun coming through it.
You don't get sun in Scotland. Don't fucking lie.
Well, there seems to be quite a lot of it though. There's some kind of big bright thing in the sky. I've been confused.
No, that'll be the giant laser.
You sure it's not Satan? Dino said something about Satan.
Could well be.
The wife bought me a bacon sandwich because she loves me.
Right, fucking Rusty. Rusty's not bringing me any bacon sandwich, the bastard.
Neebs, what do you want to come in for? What is the point? Okay, now you get banned. There's no need for that kind of thing. Hour 55 minutes left on the timer, guys. Every membership added adds 3 minutes. Still got the rest of the PhD Tony debate to go over. After that, I was going to go over the Will Duffy Sean Griffin debate because I haven't seen that one yet. Yes, Neebs was a bit of a twat in the chat. Don't worry. Saying things like that about my wife should beat the fuck out of you. No, dear, she's a Scottish woman, man. Dave met her. She was terrifying.
Oh yeah, I hid in the fucking garden.
She's just offering you tea, Dave. Are you sure?
Every time she walked into the room, the first thing Craig said was, "I'm sorry."
What'd I do? I didn't mean to. Valentine Daniel, member for 4 months, says only Chuck Norris can stream longer than Craig. Nah, Chuck Norris can't stream longer than me. I can kick Chuck Norris's ass. Don't tell Chuck Norris I said that. Excuse me. So, what time is the debate with Jaren again?
I can't remember what time I suggested to him. I'd said about 9:30 p.m. UK time, which I think is about 4:30 in the afternoon for him.
Yeah, right. So everyone, make sure you subscribe to Dave McKeegan. You probably are. And Friday at 9:30, real time, not fake American time.
Bloody time zones. They always just make everything awkward. It'd be so much easier if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, and there was just one time zone because the sun would just be there all of the fucking time.
Yep.
Right, do you think that it's still going to happen? That there's going to be new people come along and just repeat the same arguments? Or do you think there's going to be less of that now?
I think you'll get people who will just find it by pure chance, and then we'll think, what the hell's all this about? So we'll, get like Dirt's app and have all their data leaked, and then see all the videos that he's got. So we'll pick up all the talking points to parrot. But I think the difference is that now, the moment they then try bringing up the points, people have got, all the answers to just go,
yeah,
what the fuck are you talking about?
But
like I saw on Twitter yesterday, and someone had put a picture of what they said was the sun and the moon like together on the horizon at sunset. I'm like, oh, this can't happen on a globe. But they'd captioned it all and said it was taken in Punta Arenas, Chile, looking out over the Straits of Magellan. And I'm like, I've been there. I know that area. It's like Straits of Magellan are south of Punta Arenas, and Punta Arenas is south of the tropics, and the sun is south of everything there. So how's the sun managed to get there? Nothing.
Because they lie. They can only post fake things and claim it's true. Butch Convoy for 2 years says, sun in Scotland? That's delusional. It's genuinely been very, very nice lately. Mr. E-Man says, Craig, your timer's below 2 hours. And then stops that being a thing by adding 15 minutes with 5 memberships.
Yeah, Mexican Bob's made a point. He said, I can't stream on Friday because you'll still be streaming.
I don't own the internet. I can just cover your stream. I can cover your thing live.
Yeah, and then Sean Hawkins will cover your stream of my stream, and then complain that no fucker's watching him.
Is he still streaming? I'd forgotten he existed again.
I don't know. I'd not had any dealings with him. I just he rubbed me up the wrong way. I'd never had any dealings with him, and then he just got like proper entitled because I'd done a video. The video did about Flatsoid, when Flatsoid was claiming that zooming into objects makes the background rise up. And I happened upon Andrew Johnson's debunk of Flatsoid because Flatsoid was covering it in a video, so I'd seen that. So I made a video and I showed Andrew Johnson's example to highlight that other people have tried to debunk it and Flatsoid was just doubling down. And then I got a fucking arsey message, a comment from Sean, complaining that he'd put a load of effort into debunking it as well, and I'd not mentioned it.
Yeah, I did a video about it as well. Why didn't you talk about me? Like, to be honest, that is the reason why Sean Hawkins has an issue with me, and always has had an issue with me, is because I'm more popular than him. And I'm not saying that for an ego or anything, but that's it. He gets annoyed that people watch me rather than him, and assumes that he should also have the same audience because he kind of covers the same things.
Well, didn't he, when I was on here with Flatsoid talking TFE, didn't he stream over your stream?
Yes.
And
he streamed
then
the stream that I did, which I organised. I arranged between you and Flatsoid, and then he restreamed that stream, but got annoyed.
But he was doing it at the same time, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he streamed that stream whilst it was live, and then got annoyed that people didn't watch him, even though it wasn't his stream. So did he want people to leave my stream? And Flatsoid was covering it as well, because it was on his channel, and obviously that's fair enough. He was in the debate, but did he want people to leave mine and Flatsoid's channel to go to him and watch it? Like, what the fuck?
In fact, was he mirroring your stream, or was he mirroring Flatsoid's stream of your stream?
He was mirroring Flatsoid's stream of my stream.
Yeah.
And then claiming that he wasn't streaming my stream, even though Flatsoid was streaming my stream. And then he got really annoyed that no one watched it on his channel with all the insightful, things that he said during it, which was mainly just insults towards me.
Yeah, I was going to say, so he's got the words of wisdom of Flatzoid coming through the words of wisdom of his audience, going then through the words of wisdom of him, and worrying why 4 people were watching.
Yeah. You know, if that's what he wants to do for the 3 people that watch his live streams, then, you know, that's cool. I've got no worries with that. But he seems to have buggered off as well, so hey.
I noticed quite a few flat earthers have gone quiet. I used to get like don't sphere the truth was all over, used to be all over me.
What about Leo? What's he doing lately?
Oh, he still occasionally puts out some bollocks. I'm surprised it took him as long as it did to respond to Blue Origin.
Freemasonry and the Globe Earth, the embarrassing truth regarding Origin and Katy Perry. Yeah, well,
but you know, the funny thing is, Leo's approach, I've realised, is actually kind of similar to Sean Hawkins. He just manages to pull it off a bit better.
Yeah, he's got more charisma than Sean Hawkins, but so does Mikey Smith's left toe.
Well, he constantly talks about, you know, demonstrable realist, demonstrable reality, and all this shit. But I've noticed whenever he does videos, it's always stuff that other flat earthers have found. And then, I've started to notice a trend that he'd comment on their video. So, like, a flat earther would put a video out finding some apparent proof that disproves the globe, and you'd see him comment on the video saying, "Oh, that's a great find," and then a day or 2 later, he'd do a video.
Yeah.
Covering the exact same thing. So it's like, so all he's actually doing is he's doing fuck all himself, apart from watching all of these flat earther videos, which is a strange thing to do for a not flat earther, and then just seeing whatever he thinks is good enough material to then just fucking repeat himself for his own channel. Yeah.
AGM Walks 499 says, I see India have moved the artificial sun to Scotland. Yeah. I'm waiting for the sun to bug off around the other side, so it'll get a bit darker in here again, and I'll be able to...
that was an admin error.
Yeah, whoopsie. Ashton Richards wants to point out that, not that he wanted to point himself on the back or anything, but they are the ones that pointed out Mikey Smith's left toe video to everybody. I would ban him, but he's already in mod.
Oh no, but at least it means I can finally bring back the expression of "fuck you, Ashton."
Yeah, fuck you, Ashton. Although that's working today. We have 214 new members so far, and not one of them for Ashton. So there is that.
This is like a gambling addiction thing, isn't it? It's just it's like it's a gambling machine. It just gives a membership every so often just to keep him interested.
Mr. E-Man says the artificial sun has left us here in Australia. Yeah, they moved it. It's, well, what time is it in Australia right now? It's like 10 at night, isn't it? So I guess it'd be dark there. Being the other side of the world. Hello, Emma, in the chat. Bruce Wolfield says, Chuck Norris went to a lion park to pat the lions. One lion growled and the keeper said, get up and move away very slowly. The lion got up and moved away very slowly. Yeah. Well, Chuck Norris was in the jungle once and he got bit by a snake. A very, very poisonous snake. Venomous, rather. And after like days and days of agony, the snake finally died. Did you know that Chuck Norris built the hospital that he was born in? Cut his own umbilical cord as well. With his teeth. And drove his mum in with a taxi. Chuck Norris jokes never get old. When I'm bored, I just keep saying things like, computer, tell me a Chuck Norris joke.
Chuck Norris once landed on Pluto. Pluto is no longer a planet.
There we go. Chuck Norris once landed on Pluto. Pluto's no longer a planet.
Oh, I could recycle. I could rework one of my jokes. I could say Chuck Norris once found Wally in a Winnie the Pooh book.
Yeah, Chuck Norris finds Wally at the Minecraft movie. You seen the Minecraft movie yet, Dave?
No.
How not?
Because I've been busy.
Yeah, me too, but kids.
Oh, yeah.
Well, had to take them. I mean, it's not that I wanted to watch it or anything, honest.
No, not at all.
It was surprisingly good. You know, when the advert for it came out, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck are they doing? But, like, it was actually good. It was actually enjoyable.
Yeah.
Mr. 1-to-1 says, Waldo, not Wally. It's still Wally in the UK. It's Waldo in different parts. It's always been Where's Wally here. But I think it's Where's Waldo in America for some reason.
Yeah, but the channel, our good debunking friend is not Where's Waldo.
No, definitely not. Repo says better or worse than Pixels. Better than Pixels, although I quite enjoyed Pixels as well. Pardon me.
You kind of know it as a parent when you get to those points where you're like, you could find yourself suggesting, when a kid's saying the board and you're like suggesting something for them to watch, and then you feel disappointed when they say no. That's how you know when something's good. That you should.
Right, well, we could watch the Sonic animated series. Not again, Dad.
Yeah. I was like that with Mini-Me. She was, you know, kind of like that Bluey series, the one that you're not supposed to really enjoy watching as a parent, but you find yourself
totally
sitting watching it.
Yeah,
you find yourself sitting watching it when the kids have long fucked off.
Like, I tell you what, right? I remember at one time, got Violet to bed and Peppa Pig was on, and my wife and I had sat down, and we were so knackered that we didn't realise that for like 45 minutes we just sat there and watched Peppa Pig. You know, like, not talking, just watching Peppa Pig, and we're like, oh, yeah. Wait, we just watched like 3 episodes of Peppa Pig. What the fuck is going on? Emma,
well, gifted
five memberships, which means another 15 minutes back on the time. It's just not. It's like it's going to be 2 hours for the next 10 hours, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Funnily enough, I was watching a video. There's some Twitch streamer I think called Doug, but I don't watch Twitch. I think it is anyway. At least I was watching his YouTube channel. It was like YouTube recommended some random video where he said he did a Twitch stream where the challenge was it couldn't go below 10,000 viewers. If it went below 10,000 viewers, it would end. So he'd wrote a program code to say if at any point the stream level drops below 10,000 viewers, it ends. He was on something like 13,000 viewers, and then a couple of hours later, having not anticipated that it wouldn't drop below 10,000 after that long, he was like, he needed to go to the gym. He just left the stream running, an empty chair. They carried on going, like rallying everybody in the comments, going, don't close the stream, don't leave. Several hours later, he comes back with this empty chair, and then he took the chair away because people had basically like made this chair into a character or this person. So he took the chair away and then put some really bad audio music on. I think he'd opened the stream up multiple times over, so it was fucking echoing around and around in a circle, and did all of these things, and kept it going for, I think it was like 10 hours in the end that the stream finally, before the thing, he was at one point, it was apparently even kicking everybody out, trying to get the numbers down.
10 hours, rookie numbers.
Yeah, but 10,000 viewers are like, oh, here we go, this will be a fucking Craig challenge here. How long can he keep a stream going of just like a chair?
I mean, it actually blows my mind every time. This is the 5th time I've done this now, and each time I do it, I'm like, people they're not going to keep me up at that again. Once again, I'm 10 hours in. You know, and the timer is higher than when I started, and it genuinely does blow my mind every time that people will just try to punish me. Wait, I understand. It's because I've been showing them Flat Earth for ages, isn't it? This is them getting their own back.
Oh yeah.
Dave, are you about to drop 50 memberships and that's like a fuck you?
It's very tempted.
500 memberships. Fuck you, Craig. You stream forever.
Yeah, my NASA Christmas bonus is going in memberships.
Yeah. Although I do want to go to the gym, but instead I'm going to go out the back and do some exercise at some point. I miss the gym when I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
My gym's called Gym 64, and it's really loud music and flashing lights all the time. It's like a disco. It's awesome.
Oh no, mine's not an actual gym. Mine's just a fucking group of people that meet in a car park at 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning? What?
Well, 6:30.
Rachbot says your gym looks awesome. It is my favourite gym I've ever had. I like the outside bit with hammers and tyres to hit while I can see the sea. It's nice. Heat Shield says FTFE gets chained in the box here like a goddamn vampire to suffer immortally. I will suffer for your entertainment, people. Do not worry. It's what I was born to do.
Yeah. It's like I love the fact that I managed to get 3,000 streamed views for that.
I mean, it's understandable. Look at him. I'm gonna put a full screen, just so everyone can see. Look at him. Wonder what he's dreaming about. Does he bark in his sleep?
Occasionally.
Riker does it, and it's hilarious. He's like, "Arr, arr, 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 arr." And I was like, what's he barking at in his sleep? What's going through his mind?
Yeah, I wind up just having to put my hand, sort of rest a hand on him or whatever to try and calm him down, just reassure him.
Oh, how old is Rusty?
I'm just trying to work this out. I think he's 10. I think is it.
Oh.
I thought he just turned 11, but I think I got my dates wrong. He's just turned 10.
Still an old man.
Oh yeah, he's getting old.
Oh, look at him. You get comfy, boy.
Yeah, that is his chair.
Have you ever vacuumed the chair? Because I bet it would just be mostly hair.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly not that bad. Strangely,
Does he
I can't
shed
fathom
much?
why. But he does on me.
Ah, right, yeah, same here.
Like he climbs on me and it's all over me. But the chair's not actually that bad, all things considered.
I'm wearing a black top like this, and Riker would jump up and give me a hug, and like, oh no, he did go. This is just the fur he's left behind.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like that. I used to, because obviously I always used to wear black t-shirts on streams and stuff. So the moment I sit down, he climbs over me. It's just then covered in freaking hair.
Yeah.
So loads of people are commenting. I'm like, I'm trying, but I can't sit down. The moment I sit down, he's like on me.
Joe Heron says, did they not ban you at this gym for asking about a handicap parking spot? No. Luckily, this gym is literally, it's, a 10-minute walk away. So my wife and I'll get on my mobility scooter and just scoot down to the gym. So, we don't have to worry about a disabled parking space. It's amazing having everything so close. I love my new house. You have to come and visit me up here, Dave.
Next time I'm up that neck of the woods, I'll swing by again.
Yeah, come and stay and have a party. I have to bring Rusty this time. They can play with Riker.
Oh, I'm not sure he'd cope. He doesn't do other dogs. He doesn't do other anything. He's shit scared of anybody.
Oh, bless.
He's yeah, take him out for a walk, and usually like dogs will sort of head to other dogs and go and have a sniff or whatever.
Yeah.
He just steers clear of all of them.
Oh, no, Riker's the complete opposite. Every single dog and person is his best friend. And he has to go and like, I need to go and talk and look and sniff bums, and no matter what. So we've been working on making him focus on anything other than the dogs that are there.
Now, Rusty's trait when we go for a walk is out the car, have a shit, and then he's into every bush that he can find, looking for a plastic bottle, and he will not stop running until he finds a plastic bottle.
Yeah, you can spend loads of money on toys for dogs, right? And they'd just be like, I want to chew that bottle.
Yeah, but learn that with it. It's just take a toy or whatever, and he'll just fuck the toy off, and plastic bottles is what all he cares about. And then once he's got that, he'll just drop it in front of you. Wherever you're walking, he'll just drop it in front of you because he wants you to kick it and then chase it, and then, yeah, on and on and on. Until there's basically, by the end of it, there's barely anything left to distinguish that it was a bottle once. It's just a clump of slobbery plastic.
Yeah. Tui Tasman says, long streams, even I don't listen to it live, are the way I get through the evening. Well, you come to the right place for long streams because, I always assume this is just going to be like 6 hours or something, but then I forget that my community hates me, loves me. It's one of the two.
So, I've only done one 6-hour stream. It kicked my ass, so I shudder to think how you're going to feel.
I'm 10 hours in and I'm alright so far. Hopefully, well, if the stream is still going this evening, then there'll be another debate with Mr. Trumptastic and obviously the Toon and Craig show at midnight. So you've got to keep it going for 14 hours to see Craig and Toon, because that's always fun.
Yes, Mr. Top Left.
Yeah, actual top left.
MC Top Left, that is his new name now. That is all I'm going to refer to him as, MC Top Left. MC Toon no longer exists.
Sorry, one sec. Oh, scam. Yeah, it's got one of those text message. Department of Pensions and Benefits notice. The system has checked that you've not yet submitted for a winter application. Yeah, cool, because that's, not a scam. Go away.
I always love it when I get an email saying my iCloud storage is running out. Like, that's impressive because I'm on fucking Android.
Yeah, same here. It's amazing. I do want to do a lot of scam. I do want to do scam baiting because it's a lot of fun, but it's just setting everything up to do it is a bit scary. I don't want to get it wrong and then let them actually have access to my computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aldebaran, I don't really sleep that much, apart from I nap during the day if I need to because I'm an old man. Old. I'm getting there. MC Top Left, is that what we're calling them now?
Yeah. That is the rule. You have to promise me every stream from now on, there's no more MC Toon, it's MC Top Left.
Okay, that's what I'll introduce him as later. MC Top Left.
When is he on?
In 14 hours, it's the Craig and Tune show.
14 hours. Okay, so we need 12 more hours on this stream. So everyone, that is your challenge.
Well, Aussie Mike gifts free memberships. Became a member rather, which adds 3 minutes. There is no limit to the amount of memberships added. They will all be 3 minutes. I am allowed, at my discretion, 6 hours of sleep after 24 hours, but we'll see how it goes. I even bought a blow-up mattress to put in here.
Well, that ain't gonna work if you're doing the booking.
Well, no, I'll have to wait until that's done.
I was gonna say, yeah, the Craig and MC Top Left streams gonna have to take priority first.
Speedbean says, "Sleep? What the fuck for a clone?" Hello? I'm not. I don't know what you mean.
Power down.
That makes sense.
Energy saving mode.
Goodan says, "Seeing Craig sleep is the best part of the show." Well, if that's what you fucking want, I just put on a camera every time I go to bed.
As long as it's not. Well, I was going to say, as long as it's watching through a camera and not through your wardrobe, you're okay.
Yeah. It's worrying. I find Dave in my wardrobe often.
I'm not there by choice, though.
Well, no, we captured you. I don't know how you got out, to be fair.
Take the handcuffs off and I'll happily leave.
Bruce Watford said, "What's the difference between Dave Weiss and a catfish? One is a bottom-dwelling scum-sucker, and the other is an innocent fish." Yeah, Dave Weiss is the main person I'm going to be attacking in my videos, to be honest, because like, if I think he is the biggest flat earther left, right?
Mm.
Him and Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent doesn't really do anything anymore apart from promote meetups that no one's going to.
I was going to say, yeah, he just seems to ramble. I was going to say he seems to ramble bollocks. That's pretty much true of all flat Earth streams, but yeah,
Nope Gen X wants to know about your clone, and I did kind of forget about the clone when I moved, and filled the basement with cement, but it's fine. If Dave is the clone, we'll find out in a few months. There we go. Said my connection was unstable, but it came back. There we go. So, did you see the PhD Tony debate with Iron Horse?
I didn't watch it as it was going out. I was sort of saw you covering it before.
It's painful. It's very painful. I'm gonna get that as my next thing to finish. And then if we have time, Will Duffy, Sean Griffin, and then Trump-tastic. He was supposed to be last night, but I stayed in the Discord server for too long. Man, that was a painful fucking conversation with some of them. Did you hear any of that in the Discord server?
No, I was sleeping.
Oh yeah, that thing that you have to do. Yeah, no, I had to try and convince somebody that, explain to someone what an average meant, and they just couldn't understand it. It was quite painful. General E Shady became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. And then Speed Bing gifted 5 memberships, which means we need to add 3 minutes and then 15 minutes. 2 hours and 16 to go. Ashton Richards doesn't get any because, you know why? Fuck you, Ashton.
That should be an emoji.
Yeah, it really should. I do have a new emoji to add. At 12 hours, I have a Craig Klingon emoji to add. Do you watch Star Trek?
No. More of a Battlestar Galactica.
You just leave the stream then.
Alright, bye.
More of a Battlestar Galactica. What the fuck? That doesn't even compare to Star Trek.
Well, it does, because I've watched one and I haven't watched the other.
Well, that's the problem. Okay, Dave, your mission is to start watching Star Trek, but just start at the beginning of The Next Generation, okay? Season 1's a little rough. Trust me, it's fine. Just ignore the highly racist episode. That's, I think, the 6th episode. Just pretend that one doesn't happen.
That sounds like a whole lot of effort.
Cylons are better than Borg. I don't know. The Borg would just assimilate the Cylons. Look, guys, Ashton Richards crying because he didn't get any membership, so you're going to have to, give him one. Nope, Gen X says, Dave wins Battlestar Galactica all the way, but not the remake, the original. Remake or original?
I've only properly watched the remake. Well, yeah, not the. I've not seen the original series properly. I've seen clips of it.
Yeah, the remake is damn good.
Yeah.
Bruce Wolford says, what's the difference between Dave Weiss and dog poo? When you step on dog poo, you can wash it off and it has stopped stinking.
Yeah. What's the difference between Dave Weiss and a scammer? Nothing.
No, he is a scammer. He says it himself all of the time. What do you think of how long it takes until a new generation of uneducated kids stumble over debased stuff and new Flurfs emerge? That it has always been the cycle, right? Flat Earthers will turn up, repeat Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent and then get told by everyone that they're fucking idiots, realize that they've been embarrassing themselves, disappear, and then a new group will come. But as they go through, they then feed the egos of people like Oakley and Fakatzoid as they appear in their chats and chant their mantras every now and then.
I think the difference is now is the moment anybody starts bringing up debate or sergeant, any one of us can just turn around and go, okay, well, here's debate rambling on forever and a day about wanting to go to Antarctica, and Antarctica's the proof of everything, and then refusing to go. And
on a free trip.
Here's Sergeant, who still pushes the AE map through Dirt's app, and yet can't explain the Antarctic sun. So, yeah, kind of, they've dug themselves a hole there.
I can explain the Antarctic sun. It's very simple. Satan shapeshifted and fooled you all.
Yeah, that sounds far more plausible than some people are wrong.
General Ishadi says Durf has probably paid some scammer to make his app, so the scammer gets scammed, dreams are free. No, I reckon Durf found a programmer on Fiverr. But it was like this person's first ever programming gig. And they've used like a really early version of ChatGPT to program the app. I know, it's fucking awful.
You know what's funny? I like that, Marty Leeds was putting all that shit out about Patricia Steer and Robbie Davidson and Paul on the Plane.
Yeah.
Saying that they were basically forced to say that the Earth's not flat because of this Axiom crypto thing. And I'm thinking, and Dirth has been sharing those videos and saying the same things. I'm like, surely they would be straight onto Dirt saying, you know that app that you've currently got that's leaking everybody's data, that's a massive violation of GDPR? Well, I'll tell you what, how about we make that go away if you turn around and say the Earth's not flat? And strangely, they haven't done that yet.
No. Dave Weiss has to go to jail at some point for the app. Like, the crazy thing is, even though it's all been exposed about literally how illegal it all is, he's still, every interview he goes on, he still pushes it. It doesn't care that it's literally fucking leaking everyone's data. Sparky NJ, who's been a member for 64 fucking months. Thank you. Says, hello, Craig. Been a while. I'm glad you're doing better after the move. Tell your wife and kids hello. I will. Thank you very much. Yes, the move has been incredible for me. Urbanek, with 10 PlayStation Network dollars, says, Craig, where is the Shooting Stars song? Publish it. Yeah, I'm going to have to remake the video and everything, so bear with me. But I will get the link for the actual song for you.
With regards to Dirt's app, I would love to see, because I know plenty of people have access to the source code and stuff, and I'm hoping that people have the ability to be able to alter the app in some manner. It would be quite hilarious if they were to add into the coding for all of the Flat Earth videos. If they could just add in Critical Think's 3 Bitcoin video into the Flat Earth app.
Sparky NJ $2 says, read my membership chat more carefully. Yeah, I've just realised. It doesn't say tell your wife and kids hello. It says tell your wife and my kid hello. Are you the fucking milkman, are you? I did wonder why. Oh my god. Right. Oh, he's awake. Look at him. Gorgeous boy. It's the love in the eyes that I like from the dogs. It's the way they look at you.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I help you?
He wants treats, quite clearly.
I'll give you a clue, an insight as to how he usually is whenever I stream. Let's see if I can get this.
Aww. It's just love. Look at him just staring at you.
It's just like, you're the one that feeds me.
Steel City JW says, did you hear the cryptic message Will had at the end of his last video? He mentioned Dave's 3 Bitcoin challenge. Ooh, really? Interesting.
Oh yeah, that was that was fucking brutal. That one.
I've actually not watched the new video yet. What does he say at the end of it?
He brings up the 3 Bitcoin challenge and the fact that Dearth keeps saying nobody has said, nobody's submitted something for this challenge. You know, he keeps just portraying to everyone that no one can address this challenge of his.
Yeah.
So he highlights
Currently
that Critical
a very
Think
large-
submitted it a month ago, and Dearth still hasn't even acknowledged the submission. But he can't, because the submission is something that he's publicly on record as stating would prove the globe.
Right.
Then they would simply give it to Flat Earth Dave and collect 3
so yeah,
Bitcoins.
just watch the very end
Too
of it.
many to
I'll
count.
not spoil what he says.
Well, I'm going to let you in on a little something going
Just
on
listening
behind
now.
the scenes. Flat Earth Dave was given a globe proof about a month ago.
Flat Earth Dave was
And
given
this
a
was an
globe proof.
official submission for his public 3 Bitcoin challenge. And Flat Earth Dave won't pay up.
No, of course he
Why
won't.
is that, Dave?
Because he's a scammer.
You know it's a globe proof. You know it's impossible on a flat Earth. In fact, Flat Earth Dave won't even acknowledge this submission. Why is that, Dave? Oh, yeah, because your challenge is not real. It's just another lie.
Yeah, the challenge is not real. It is just another lie. Dave doesn't have 3 Bitcoin, guys. There is no way that Dave has 3 Bitcoin. It just doesn't exist. Right? If Dave had 3 Bitcoin, then he wouldn't bother trying to be pushing his app for $3 a pop. He would be selling off those 3 Bitcoin and retiring. That's like $100,000 fucking dollars each at this point, right? Like, if he had 3 Bitcoin, then he would be lying on a beach in fucking Morocco. You know, he would not be putting that up for fucking, offer on a flat earth thing. I just think it's a complete and utter lie. There is no 3 Bitcoin.
Of course it is. Well, like I pointed out before, Antarctica, he turned down the free trip saying he didn't trust Duffy. He wanted nothing to do with Duffy. So as I pointed out, it's a public trip anyone can go on. 3 Bitcoins is more than enough to be able to fund that. So he could have easily, if he had 3 Bitcoin, but fuck it, 1/3 of a Bitcoin is enough to do the Antarctica trip. He could have come along as a completely separate entity on the same trip, saw exactly what we saw, and he would have either won his own 3 Bitcoins or proved the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so a Bitcoin is worth £71,000 right now, which is $94,800, right? So if he's got 3 Bitcoin, right, then he's got $284,343. Why is he bothering with the nonsense that he's doing? Sparky NJ $5 says, message from Rusty, get back on the fucking chair, Dave.
Moreover, if he's got 3 Bitcoin, why the fuck is he pushing Dome Shot?
Yeah, which has like a total market cap of about 3 pence or something.
Probably mostly owned by him.
Yeah. And does he really not realize what that means? Like, is it an inside joke or does he not realize?
I don't know. Did you get to the end of the Will video? Or
Yeah, I did. I listened to the end of it, yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't hear it, so I didn't know where you were at.
It's a lie. Yeah. That Critical Think has obviously submitted the exact thing that Dave's asked for, yet Dave is still going around saying, "Oh, no one submitted the anything," because he's just a liar.
Yeah. So, but the bit about the lawsuit.
No, I didn't hear the lawsuit. I must have skipped that.
No, the very end, as in, like, literally, it's a fucking mic drop moment right at the very end.
I skipped the very end. That was dumb of me. Let me get the listen right up the end.
There is courage. Maybe this will also turn into a legal battle. Are you ready for that, Dave?
Oh.
I am.
Oh. Maybe this will also turn into a legal battle. Are you ready for this, Dave? I am. Yes, well, I do know already that there is some kind of court case being brought against some kind of class action suit being put together against Dave for the fact that he has publicly made this challenge for the Bitcoin several times and, you know, never paid up. I mean, he owes me that Bitcoin because I've submitted the proof. You know, I am owed 3 Bitcoin by Dearth. But apparently he's also going to owe probably about 1,000 people 3 Bitcoin.
Yeah. I don't know what I don't know what Will's got in mind for it, but that was a hell of a mic drop moment, which I'm pretty sure I heard Dirt Sphincter just fucking close up when he said it.
I would very much like to see him taken to court, because then it would be the case of he would actually have to prove that the Earth is flat in court. I think this is the only time that really Flat Earth could go to court with the evidence being having to show that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, and he's already at risk of being in a fucking
in
court as well for the defamation.
Yeah, and the illegal lawsuit and everything, the illegal app, leaking all the data and everything. So
yeah, it'd be easy for him if they just put it all into one big fucking all on one day, so he could just not have to keep going back to court all the time.
Just keep him in there.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So, are you going to hang around while I go over some more of the debate between PhD Tony?
No, unfortunately, I'm going to need to shoot off because I have some bits to get done and stuff to prepare.
Absolute pleasure for you to come in. Thank you very much for coming and keeping me company.
My pleasure.
Actually, it's Rusty I liked, to be honest.
I was going to say, there you go.
Aww. Just so gorgeous. Look, he heard me. He's like, where's Daddy going?
I'll put some light on him.
Well, you leave the
You're
room,
on camera,
he'll
smile.
follow you. All right, Dave, well, I'll speak to you later, buddy. Thanks very much.
My pleasure. Take care.
Take it easy, mate. Bye. Yeah, we've still got 2 hours left on the timer. We are 10 hours and 25 minutes in. We'll have to start a new stream in a little bit. In fact, we might just do that now. Let me just get that set up. And then I'll play a bit of music and then we'll start a new one. I stream for as long as you make me part 2. Right, we'll set that for a 10:30 start. All right, I need to take a quick Riley, and then we will shut this one down and get everyone over to the new stream. We're going to go over to one of my favourite YouTube channels. For an intermission.
Yeah, here's the bottom line. I'm a detail-oriented kind of guy. I see the signs, you can't pull one on me. Some say I'm a master detective. Wits sitting flatsoid, everyone's rooting for them. But what about me? I'm the real Jim. I've been derping around for a century. What about me? Rocket launches, sped up plans, cause they know I'm getting close firsthand. Moon missions, retro reflectors, give me a break, light just bounces back, that's fake. Show me the proof, right here. But wait a minute, what I really wanna know is, they sell you lies, they sell you fears, they build illusions year by year. They twist the facts, control the game, but I see through it, ain't the same. Gas don't got gravity. Can't make a ball of air, it don't coalesce, it don't congeal. Space is fake, that's the deal. I don't gotta prove it's flat, I observe the plane. No curve in sight, just endless terrain. You say there's a bend and measure it right. Where's your proof? I'll be here all night. A line ain't an arc, 2 points make line, but 1 point makes an arc, that's by design. Sunspots from the other side of the sun. Come on now, how they see around it, explain that somehow. Wait a minute, what I really wanna know is, they sell you lies, they sell you fear, they build illusions year by year. They twist the facts, control the game, but I see through it, ain't the same. Gas don't got gravity, you can't make a ball of air. It don't coalesce, it don't congeal. Space is fake, that's the deal. Let's break down their final experiment. B3 Orion, same place, same moment. They claim a week before, but that ain't right. Why keep the truth so far from sight? Day 18, y'all went dark. Lost the footage, left no mark. I've got mountains of evidence, just trust what I say. You show me yours, nah, that's all fake. But wait a minute, what I really wanna know is, they sell you lies, they sell you fear. They build illusions year by year. They twist the facts, control the game, but I see through it, ain't the same. Gas don't got gravity, you can't make a ball of air. It don't coalesce, it don't congeal. Space is fake, that's the deal.
You can't test truth by just looking. Gotta modulate the variables. I ain't seen no gas star form. Ain't seen mass attract mass in nature. Glovers think they got me. But, oh damn, it's Dave McKeegan. I need to shut up now.
Yeah, that is Sovereign Soul, Unhinged Mind. Someone in the chat, old mate, says, what happened to debating Sov? Well, Sov ran away like a chicken, demanded $200 to debate me about gravity, because he's a fucking coward. Alright guys, we're going to end this stream and go over to part 2. If you stay in the chat, you will be automatically redirected to the second part of the stream. Excuse me as I die. So, see you over there in just 2 minutes. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth.